Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Audacious? Even when two countries are at war, envoys are not to be killed, let alone a prince of the kingdom of Echo? As a mere official, how dare you act so arrogantly, countered Baron Sissa. The situation turned awkward when we reached an impasse in the talk. Delight, the princes are still young. Allow them to finish their words, said King Carter with a wave of his hand, stopping Delight from continuing to shout. King Carter, the Interstellar League has already surrounded Lido. The Empire's North Star Army is on the verge of destruction. Emperor Fee is starting to lose the war. At this time, even if you have to weigh the pros and cons before acting, it will still make sense for you to stand with us and obtain more benefits for the people of Canyue, said Prince Arid. Lido and the North Star Army is nothing for the Empire. Furthermore, the League fleet has also suffered heavy losses at Echo. I'm not seeing a clearly losing side at all, said King Carter. Looks like this King Carter is truly as conservative as Saucy had said. He is a perfect example of someone who only cares about maximizing benefits, I thought to myself. Esteemed King, I believe everything is clear enough. I'll let you in on a secret. The Interstellar League is preparing to deploy the A-army that was stationed at Gliesens to the Orion constellation. An assault is going to be launched on the Imperial capital, Planet Eternal, said Principal Saucy. That's right. The Empire's North Star Army is surrounded. The South Star Army is busy at Canis Major, while the Midstar Army is busy defending their source of energy at the Horsehead Nebula. Planet Eternal is essentially empty right now. This is the best opportunity to defeat Emperor Fee's main base of operations. A feat to be proud of for ages to come is right before us, waiting for us to grab it, said Prince Taurus with fervor. King Carter appeared slightly moved by the persuasion. Thus, our current priority is to delay the army nearest to Rumble, the Central Army, and buy time for the A-army to achieve military superiority at Eternal, said Prince Taurus as he tried to seal the deal while the king was tempted. Your Majesty, this plan is completely unreliable. The Central Army is Emperor Fee's elite army. They will have our warriors delay this powerful army while the Interstellar League takes Planet Eternal and reaps the fruits of our labor. No matter how I look at it, we're at the losing end of this deal, said official Delight. That argument was reasonable and King Carter started hesitating again. Your Majesty, the battle at the Imperial capital won't be an easy one. I can promise you that after we take Eternal, Canyue can have half our spoils of war, suggested Prince Taurus. Ha ha ha, you're only a little prince. You're not King Xido. How can you make such a decision? Ridiculous, said Delight. He did not believe a single word of Prince Taurus. If his words don't count, my words will certainly count, said Prince Arid. King Carter and Delight looked at Arid doubtfully. According to the laws of Echo, during wartime, a member of the royal family who stays on Echo to fight has the right to inherit the throne and exercise the powers of the king. Additionally, according to the royal edict, I am the heir apparent, making me the throne's rightful inheritor. Thus, I am qualified to make this promise, said Prince Arid as he made his status clear. His words stunned King Carter. He had not expected that his old pal King Xido would lose his throne to his son by simply leaving the planet. Every single member of the Echo royal family seemed terrifyingly capable. Not even Prince Taurus objected to Prince Arid's words. No, that's not right. You're not on Echo either. You can't inherit the throne legally. Delight suddenly said. You're right. Thus, before my departure, I had appointed my uncle, Prince Ged, who is still fighting on Echo even now, as the heir apparent to the throne, said Prince Arid confidently. With that, there was no questioning Prince Arid's legitimacy. Even if the throne fell to Prince Ged's hands, Prince Ged was still Prince Arid's uncle, someone in his political camp. Canyue is lacking in resources. We do not have enough soldiers to contend against the Empire, said King Carter. Instead of outright refusing, he started telling us of his difficulties. Your Majesty, I heard that each war god warrior is good enough to face 100 warriors. 10,000 of your warriors is the equivalent of an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, praised Principal Saucy. We only have tens of thousands of people in our army, and a large number of them are required to defend against the barbarians to the west. We truly can't spare too much manpower. But if you can help us destroy the barbarians, I can lend you the 30,000 soldiers that are facing off against the barbarians, said King Carter. After wasting so much time, he finally revealed his goal. Barbarians? What race is that? There actually exists an enemy you war gods can't defeat, asked Domo in astonishment. There are no enemies that we can't defeat, except for our own people, said Delight. We became even more confused. The barbarians are the members of the war god race who were exiled. 200 years ago, a group of royal guards defected, supporting the younger brother of the king as the new king. The coup failed, but instead of following the convention and executing his younger brother, the king showed mercy and exiled his younger brother to the barren lands to the west of the kingdom. The exiles were able to reproduce and live there until today. Despite losing the spark of civilization, they gained a brutish strength from living in such a harsh place. Recently, they had gained a new chief. Since then, they had been raiding Canyue frequently, said Delight. New chief? How capable is that person? Domo asked a foolish question. The chief's name is Meili. He is said to be not only strong and vigorous but also exceptionally cunning. He has been able to launch frequent ambushes against our holdings and kill many of our soldiers, replied Delight. Canyue, everything is clear now. The old king wishes to use our strength to eliminate his own enemy. What a venomous trick, whispered Zhongbauer. But do we have a better option? To attack the Imperial army at the Horsehead Nebula, we need this army of 30,000 war gods, I said. With the current strength of the two princes, it was basically impossible for them to defeat the barbarians. Thus, they could only rely on us, the 7th Armored Division. The two princes and Baron Sissa looked at me at the same time, hoping to obtain my help. I sank into deep thought instead of giving an answer immediately. Canyue, should we give it a try and see what we can do, suggested Old Du. Dondon, contact Captain Zhang Xing and get her opinion on this, I said. Dondon immediately sent the latest update to Spacetime. Shortly after, the captain replied with her latest order, permission granted to establish contact with the barbarians. Dondon, have Zhang Xing send a team of 100 soldiers to help us, I said. Your Majesty, can you have your guards take 100 of our soldiers to Jero City? I requested. King Carter ordered Delight to make the arrangements. Ranger Ankash was sent to bring our reinforcements here. Worried that the king wouldn't keep to his words, Prince Arid said, Esteemed king, I hope that you will really lend us the 30,000 soldiers after we fulfill our end of the bargain. This concerns the future of both our kingdoms. The moment you make a decision, there will be no turning back. The people of Canyue never go back on our words. In any case, is there any turning back after offending the emperor? Take a rest. You may leave after your forces are gathered, said King Carter before leaving with his guards. We followed the attendant supervisor to the palace lounge to rest and wait. We all gathered in the same big room. Inside the room, numerous mats and chairs could be found. Both Zhongbauer and Domo each climbed onto a bed to rest while everyone else sat down around a table. I wonder if the barbarians are difficult opponents. And how many of them are there if Canyue needs to use 30,000 war god soldiers against them? We only have 100 soldiers, I said in a worried manner. I don't know about the barbarians, but the war gods have impressive combat strength. During the feast, I had talked to Ankash and learned a little about the war gods, said Master Crystal. We were all tired, but we still paid full attention to Master Crystal. The war gods have improved their defensive system. Their shield system is capable of invisibility and concealment from numerous ray-based scanners. With that shield, they can easily approach their enemies. At close range, each war god warrior is strong enough to face 100 enemies, said Master Crystal. In that case, can't we defeat them easily with long-range weaponry? Asked Old Du. Do you remember Ankash's bow and arrows? They can shoot their arrows from a kilometer away. Coupled with their unique wind detectors, their offensive strength won't be any weaker than ours, said Master Crystal. That means it won't be beneficial for us to face them soldier to soldier. But what about tanks? What can those arrows do to tanks? I asked. Their arrows can also be installed with explosive arrowheads. Combined with their invisibility, the war gods can also deal great damage to tanks, said Master Crystal. Do they have any heavy weaponry or spaceships? Asked Dondon. They only have android combat assistants, but they do not have offensive vessels. Even their spaceships are only used for the purpose of transportation, not war. All their spaceships are imported because they do not produce any themselves, said Master Crystal. What do you mean by android combat assistants? Asked Dodo curiously. Mechanical dogs, mechanical birds, and other mechanical creatures, said Master Crystal. Androids. Dodo appeared rather pleased to hear about the existence of other androids. Big head, those are combat androids. They are different from a logistic android like you, I said with a smile. Who told you I'm only capable of logistics? Give me a gun, and I can also fight on the battlefield? Sigh. What a pity that my programming forbids me from using a gun, said Dodo as they hugged their head in a vexed manner. Don't worry. You will get your chance in the future, I comforted Dodo as I patted their head. We continued chatting for a while before everyone dozed off one after another. It would seem like after the short burst of energy from the green gold, one would feel tired. About 2 hours later, I heard some noise coming outside the room. Shortly after, a female voice rang out. Where is Lee Canyue? Your reinforcements are here. Kelly's loud voice rang out. The deputy commander is here. Enter if you have anything to report, I said. Wow, such large pots. I wonder what super delicacy they have there, said Zhongbauer while salivating. Soon, an attendant arrived before us with a pot. The pot was actually filled with a grass salad. I could see official Delight shoving big mouthfuls of the salad down his throat with a blissful look on his face. However, those of us who enjoyed meat were slightly disappointed. I gave the grass salad a try. It was sour and sweet. The taste was actually decent. I suppose the salad is merely the appetizer, I comforted Zhongbauer when I saw the lifeless look in his eyes. Soon, the attendants came with the second dish. This time, they were carrying smaller plates. Dear envoys, the previous dish was the green grass that had nurtured the various lives on Rumble. Next, we will be offering you Canyue's rarest dish. Only the most respected guests of Jero City will be served this dish, introduced a female war god who seemed to be the supervisor of the attendants. Everyone became excited and filled with expectation upon hearing that it was Canyue's rarest dish. With a command from the supervisor, the attendants served each table the precious dish. On the delicate plate before me, I saw 2 tomatoes. I could see King Carter picking up one of the tomatoes. He gave the tomato a careful lick before slowly eating the tomato one nibble at a time, as though he couldn't bring himself to finish it. Beside me, Zhang Baoer looked even more disappointed. None of us had expected that tomatoes would be so precious on continent. With feelings of disappointment, I picked up one of my tomatoes and gave it a bite. Yes, this tomato was exactly the same as the tomatoes from Blue. Isn't this a tomato? Muttered Dodo blankly. The android did not need to eat, so they had been sitting there doing nothing. The supervisor explained, envoys, this food is known as the celestial peach. Because Rumble lacks the heat of a star, the Lanzhou Valley is the only place on the planet that a tiny bit of light from Alitok AA can reach. There, we cultivate this precious food with an extremely low output of growth. We obtained the seeds during ancient times. Generation after generation, we have been cultivating this plant to today. Those might even be the seeds Namo had given Adoka, I thought inwardly. Why is the feast all plants? Is there no meat? A grumble sounded behind me. I looked back and saw that it was Domo. Perhaps the supervisor had heard the complaints. She said, we were aware that everyone had come from afar, so we also prepared a feast of roasted meat rich in protein. Enjoy your meal. Finally, we heard the term roasted meat, which would definitely not be misleading in any way. My stomach started rumbling. It was understandable because 2 plant dishes would definitely not be enough to satisfy my stomach, which had not enjoyed anything good for a long time. Soon, under the supervisor's order, the 3rd dish was served. The dish was served in massive wooden bowls. In the bowls were giant worms with roasted middle parts and wiggling ends. Zhang Baoer immediately vomited. Even I had to try very hard to not vomit and make a scene. I shifted my gaze away from the worms in the bowl. At this time, I noticed that King Carter and Official Delight were swallowing worms at an incredible speed. Not a single worm was left in their bowls by the time they were done. On their faces were blissful expressions. Even the attendants standing to the side looked envious. Well, there is no way for us to continue this banquet, I grumbled inwardly. I looked around. Apart from Titan, who was able to make himself eat some grass, the others, including the hungry ghost reincarnate, Dondon, were unable to accept such food. The attendant supervisor seemed to have realized our awkward situation as I saw her asking for Master Crystal's advice. Then, she signaled the other attendants with her eyes to have them retreat with our bowls of worms. Without the worms, the remaining plants looked much better. I picked up another tomato and started chewing on it. Meanwhile, King Carter was happily gorging himself and didn't even notice our situation. This might be one of Canyue's traditions, where no business would be discussed during a meal. Shortly after, I saw the attendant supervisor return. Following behind her were a group of attendants carrying white wooden bowls. My god. Please don't tell me this is the same green worm dish that has been cooked again, said Zhang Baoer with fear. The attendants did not say anything. Instead, they silently served the bowls to us. I wasn't feeling much better than Zhang Baoer. My eyes were shut because I didn't even dare to look at the food in the bowl. But after a while, I heard sounds of frantic chewing beside me. I finally opened my eyes and saw that there was something that looked like a fish in the bowl. All around me, the others were already busy eating. I gave the fish a try. It was incredibly delicious. The delicacy triggered my stomach, and I started gorging the food down with everyone else. I finished the fish quickly. Even the bones were chewed apart before being swallowed. When I finally raised my head from my meal, I saw that the war gods were frowning as they observed our shameful appearance. They all appeared rather incredulous. Envoys, I would like to apologize for being unprepared for the feast. Toward the end, I had to make an emergency purchase from foreign traders to get this fish. Please forgive me for the poor food, said the supervisor apologetically. Not at all. The fish dish is great. If there is more, I wouldn't mind having it as well. Also, do you have any green gold? Let me try some of that as well, said Zhang Baoer while wiping his mouth. He wasn't fully satiated yet, so he was making a rather excessive request. The supervisor blanked out slightly, but she quickly understood the request and sent her subordinates away to prepare. Shortly after, the attendants returned with more bowls of fish. Each envoy was also served a glass of some green beverage. Honored guests, this is Canyue's most precious beverage, green gold. Each of you will get 1 serving. Please enjoy it, introduced the supervisor. Zhang Baoer became excited when he heard that the beverage was Canyue's precious green gold. He drained the glass in 1 gulp. Looking at the precious beverage before me, I picked up the glass and sank into thought. Thanks to the lighting in the room, the green gold beverage looked amber and solid. I stuck my tongue out and gave the green beverage a taste. A sour flavor assaulted my taste buds. Then, I drank the beverage 1 sip at a time as though I was tasting wine. The green gold beverage was sour at first, but it slowly turned bitter and then eventually sweet. Each flavor left a rich aftertaste in its wake. I took 5 whole minutes to finish my glass. At that point, I felt extremely comfortable with boundless vitality in my body. Canyue, that thing is just some sour drink. There's nothing special about it, said Zhang Baoer in a somewhat disappointed manner. He had just finished his second fish. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. All 5 flavors are present, I replied. What? Are there really so many flavors? Exclaimed Zhang Baoer gloomily. Did you feel spirited and comfortable after finishing the drink? I asked. No. However, I am still very hungry. Canyue, are you going to eat your fish or not? If not, I'll help you with it, said Zhang Bauer. No way, I'm still hungry. I immediately rejected him. But just as I lifted my fork to eat, I saw that the fish on my table had vanished. Zhang Bauer, this is too excessive. I did not agree to it. Why did you steal my fish? I raged. I swear to the heavens I have no idea what you're talking about, said Zhang Bauer as he waved his hands frantically. At this time, I heard some noise below me. When I looked down, I saw Dondon hiding under my seat eating my fish. You damn cat. You're even stealing fish like a stereotypical cat, I said helplessly. Dondon only gave me a silly grin before licking the plate clean and returning to his own seat. The others had basically finished eating. Everyone looked full of energy. That was probably all thanks to the green gold strengthening effect on the body. Now that we're done eating, we can finally get to business. I wonder if King Carter will agree to help us, I wondered inwardly. Esteemed princes and envoys, everything was prepared in a rush, and thus the food was slightly lacking. Please accept my apology. Now that we have finished eating, I'll arrange a place for all of you to rest. The attendants will show you the way, said King Carter. This fellow is too crafty. The moment we're done eating, he's trying to send us away to rest without a mention of the reason we're here, I thought as I grew impatient. King Carter, we have urgent business, and we need to confer with you immediately, said Prince Taurus, who was similarly growing impatient. A slight trace of annoyance appeared on King Carter's face. A valiant guard was about to take a step forth, but the king stopped him with a wave of his hand. Looks like this won't be as smooth as we had imagined, I thought. King Carter whispered into the ear of the guard before standing up and leaving. Envoys, please come with me to the audience hall for the discussion, said the guard. And thus, the well-fed group followed the guard to the audience hall. Due to the sturdy build of the war god race, the Canyue Palace's audience hall was especially big. It looked even grander than Emperor Fi's palace. King Carter had arrived before us. The mood in the audience hall was much more tense than the mood during the banquet. 2 rows of burly, armed guards stood to the 2 sides of the room, and the 2 3-meter-tall guards were still standing behind the king. As for official Delight, he was standing beside the king. There was also a row of advisors standing in front of him. I feel like I have returned to ancient China, Zhang Bauer whispered to me. Don't talk nonsense. I have an extremely bad feeling. King Carter might reject us, and something even worse could happen. Be on alert, I whispered back. When everyone arrived, King Carter said, Princes, what is the urgent issue you speak of? You may speak. Esteemed King Carter of the Kingdom of Canyue, I offer you my greatest respects. I am here to request the assistance of an ally of Echo. The Divine Empire has invaded Echo and slaughtered its citizens. We are in great need of help from our allies, said Prince Taurus respectfully. Delight immediately refused, audacious. We are vassal states of the Divine Empire. All of us are sworn to Emperor Fi. Although our kingdoms have an agreement to help each other during wartime, the pact only applies to external threats. It does not apply to internal enemies. Asking us to help you go against the Empire is the same as throwing Canyue into a boiling pot. Emperor Fi has slaughtered my citizens. After such evil acts, how can we remain his subjects? If he can slaughter the citizens of Echo today, he can very well slaughter the citizens of Canyue tomorrow. Without the lips, the teeth feel cold? Your Majesty, do you not understand this concept? Argued Prince Taurus loudly. Audacious? How dare you dishonor the great King Carter with such words? Guards, drag this person who dares to insult the kingdom outside and behead him, ordered Delight furiously. Li Canyue, that was too excessive. You're only a second lieutenant, while I'm at least a major. From how you spoke, one would have thought that you were a general, raged Kelly as she rushed into the room. Hehe. I was just messing around, I said. Kelly sat down while fuming, but she stopped shouting. Deputy Commander, we're pressed for time. The commander ordered us to set off as quickly as possible. Spacetime will arrive to reinforce us as well, said Lin Fixu, who had arrived with the reinforcements. Why is Commander Xing not here? What is she doing? I asked. She seems to be trying to contact someone called Master Wind. She told us to move out first, said Lin Fixu. Master Crystal and I both blanked out upon hearing that. We did not know why Zhang Xing was trying to contact Master Wind. We need someone who knows the barbarian territory to show the way. I'm going to look for Delight and have him arrange a guide for us, I said to Lin Fixu. Don't worry. I have arranged a guide for you, said Delight as he walked in with Ankash. Will Ankash be coming with us? Great, said Old Du, pleased to see Ankash. Yes. Ankash once spent a year fighting in the barren lands. He is very familiar with the terrain and the situation there. He is the most suitable guide, said Delight. Where are the 30,000 soldiers stationed? We need their help if we are to complete this task, I said. I already gave the king's letter to the ranger. When you're there, Ranger Ankash will hand the letter to the battlefield commander, Gunda. I will also send an order to put all the soldiers in the region under Gunda's command. You can let Gunda know if you have any requests, said Delight. Since everything was ready, we decided to set off immediately. After leaving the lounge, I saw Dodo chatting cordially with a few combat androids. Some of them were mechanical dogs running around on the ground, while the others were mechanical birds hovering in the air. These are all my assistants. They will be able to help us during combat, said Ankash, who looked visibly excited. Looks like this fellow is also a battle maniac. The entire war god race seems to exist for the sake of war, I thought to myself. A shuttle was parked outside. From its shape, it was clear it was a regular transportation ship with no defensive capabilities. It looked to be an even older model than the ones used by the commoners at Planet Eternal's trade stations. I asked Ankash, won't a shuttle like this be struck down by enemy missiles? That won't happen. We war gods will only fight face to face. We do not perform acts such as ambushing a transportation vehicle, replied Ankash. Since they were claiming it was safe, we could only board the outmoded shuttle. There were over 100 of us, and we crammed the shuttle full. Even the mechanical dogs boarded the ship with us. Just what stupid vehicle is this? I can't see what's so incredible about this race's combat strength. The war gods are only slightly taller than others, complained Zhang Bauer after being squeezed into the corner of the shuttle. After everyone boarded, the old vessel slowly soared up and then flew away. The moment we flew out of the basin, we started hearing the rumble of the planet again. The rumbling was so loud it even felt like its sound waves alone could rip the shabby shuttle apart. After we were squeezed in the ship for over 2 hours, the shuttle finally landed. The door opened, and everyone surged out. A military base surrounded by wooden fences appeared before our eyes. The entire base was surrounded by thick wooden poles. The sound of mechanical dogs running around could be heard coming from inside the base, and mechanical birds could be seen constantly patrolling the sky above us. Every single person here had to resist the rumble that occurred every 15 minutes. I couldn't help but feel respect for these warriors who were able to persist and battle in such a vile environment. Suddenly, I noticed that there were soldiers climbing up the fence at every set interval before vanishing into thin air. Shortly after, there would be soldiers dropping out of thin air from the same spots. What is that? Where did they go? Did they teleport? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. Our watchtowers are invisible. The soldiers will turn invisible after climbing 1 meter above the walls, said Ankash. Such a high level of technology, exclaimed Zhang Bauer, incredulous. The barbarians have powerful archery. If the towers aren't hidden, they can be destroyed easily, explained Ankash. Looks like the barbarians won't be an easy opponent, muttered Old Du. The people in the base seemed to have been informed of our arrival beforehand. A warrior exchanged a few words with Ankash before bringing us to our temporary resting lounge in the base. Then, Ankash notified the 2 princes, Principal Saucy, Kelly, Old Du, and me to head to Gunda's command center. The tall thatch building in the middle of the base was Gunda's command center. Everyone entered the building together. There was a big chair in the middle of the command center. A burly ox-headed commander was sitting in it, and a massive hammer was beside him. There were also 4 sturdy war god soldiers standing at his sides. Pleased to meet you, Commander Gunda. I am Ranger Ankash, here with a letter containing official Dolight's orders, said Ankash as he stepped forth and handed the letter over respectfully. I have already been informed of your arrival. These people look so weak and tiny, Gunda complained while opening the letter. Is Dolight sending them here to play house or something? Suddenly, Gunda sat up and asked, which of you is Prince Taurus? Prince Taurus stepped forth and answered, General, I am Taurus. So you're Taurus. Let me introduce an acquaintance of yours, said Gunda. A soldier left the building. Shortly after, a familiar bulky figure walked in. Violent Steel, come meet your old friend, said Gunda. Oh, it's the prince? How have you been? Said Violent Steel with a smile. You had nearly killed me previously. I was wishing that I would never see you again, said Prince Taurus. I had no choice either. I didn't want to work at the power plant. Not long after, an echo helped me escape to Canyue's trade station. From there, I applied to earn my freedom through military service. The royal court finally agreed to let me return. Sigh nowhere is better than home, said Violent Steel with a sigh. An echo on Lidu? What's his name? Asked Prince Taurus as his eyes lit up. His name is Fanon. He has been helping those who have fallen to hard times on Lidu, said Violent Steel. Fanon? It's really him? He's still alive. Prince Taurus became visibly emotional upon learning that Fanon was still alive. Yes, he's alive. But I don't know what happened to him after war broke out on Lidu, said Violent Steel. All right. You can stop reminiscing. Violent Steel is in charge of night patrol. Tell these messiahs about the recent situation of the barbarians, said Gunda. Yes, Superior, replied Violent Steel respectfully. Just as Violent Steel was about to start talking, some noise erupted outside the building. Gunda was about to send a soldier outside when Zhang Bauer and Domo rushed into the room. This is an insult. There are over 100 of us, and we were all arranged to sleep under a cow stable. There are thousands of cows walking all over above us. How are we supposed to stay at a place like that? Complained Zhang Bauer loudly. Bauer, have you gone crazy? We're here to fight a war. We're not on a holiday, said Old Du as he dragged Zhang Bauer back. Even if we're here for war, this treatment is too poor for an allied army. Not only are we made to stay beneath a stable, but we're even fed grass. And I mean the grass they pluck straight from the ground. They are basically insulting our high-tier army, said Domo as he fanned the flames. What is wrong with these idiots? This is a military base. If they are unwilling to participate, they can leave. If you continue making a ruckus, don't blame me for being rude, said Gunda. What is it? What are you going to do when you're being rude? Countered the chubby and short duo. Shut up, both of you. I berated them when I saw Gunda reach for his hammer. We're in the middle of an important military discussion. Please understand, sirs. If you have any issues, you can bring it up after the meeting, said Prince Arid. Perhaps it was because someone was addressing him as Sir that Junior Sergeant Domo felt extremely pleased and accepted the suggestion to leave first. Meanwhile, Old Du kept Zhang Bauer under control, returning peace to the room. Seeing that the situation was under control, Gunda stopped reaching for his hammer. Violent steel, continue. Recently, there has been an increase in barbarian activities. They are also carrying out bigger and bigger strikes. From ambushing solo patrols, they have started ambushing squads of patrols. A few days ago, they even assaulted the base's back door, said Violent Steel. How many people do the barbarians have? Asked Old Du. There aren't a lot of them. I heard that they have no more than 10,000 people. However, they will generally ambush us with 3 times our numbers. With them always hiding in the dark and us always in the open, we have lost over 100 soldiers within the past 3 days alone, said Violent Steel furiously. You mean that they are attacking every single day? I was shocked. If they're attacking every day, we can just follow the convention and set up traps for them. Will that work? They mostly attack from afar. They have a team of divine archers that can fire an arrow from over a kilometer away with high accuracy. Most of the time, they will have 30 archers shoot at 10 of our patrolling soldiers, said Violent Steel. How idiotic. Why don't you expand your search radius with your mechanical birds to ensure the safety of your patrols, sneered Zhang Bauer. Their mechanical birds are more powerful than ours. The birds we released will be quickly destroyed after leaving our protection, said Violent Steel helplessly. Looks like the barbarians are mainly focused on nibbling away your army, slowly emptying this base of its manpower, I analyzed. Yes, and this is not only happening to me. 9 other bases are in the same situation. The barbarians are moving like ants, reducing our numbers bit by bit every single day. I am sick of them. In fact, I am planning to launch a large operation to root them out tomorrow morning. Surprisingly, you arrived today. This is just nice, as you will be able to join us. When will your ship arrive? Asked Gunda. Our ship will probably arrive tomorrow. Commander, can you tell us more about your plan? I asked. Advise your ship to arrive before the sun rises tomorrow. All 9 bases will participate in this operation. We will encircle the barbaric land's central zone and erase their main headquarters in one fell swoop, said Gunda, who was filled with fervor. General, how far away is this base from the barbarian headquarters? Do we have the transportation to go there? Asked Old Du. We are about 7 hours away. Since our shuttles are not equipped with weapons, we can't take them into enemy territory. That is part of our rules. All soldiers can only advance on foot, replied Gunda. That won't do. Esteemed Commander, from what you said, this will be a dangerous battle. The enemies will be defending on their home ground against exhausted enemies. Furthermore, our forces are scattered. Each party will have fewer than 3,000 soldiers. Our enemies can make use of their superior numbers to crush the few of us who are the most exhausted from the journey. By the time we reach their headquarters, we will no longer have the numerical superiority, analyzed Old Du. How will that happen? Are they going to leave their headquarters open and let us take it for free? You're too naive, said Gunda with derision. Sigh. Their headquarters is only a shabby village. What's the point of defending it? They can simply move their things away. Preserving the land and losing the man, one will lose both. Preserving the man and losing the land, one will gain both, argued Old Du loudly. Stop nagging. We have made the arrangements for the plan. You're not here as commanders. You're merely helpers. With or without your band of motley soldiers, we will still attack. I am the one losing brothers with each passing day, not you, said Gunda, who was becoming impatient. Commander, you must remain calm. Perhaps this is what the enemies have been waiting for. There might even be a trap waiting for you, Old Du insisted. Gunda merely waved his hand and left, ignoring what Old Du had to say. His soldiers also followed him out, leaving us staring at each other in the room. Forget it, Old Du, his entire brain is filled with hot blood. We need to think of a way to reduce their casualties, said Kelly. What a fool. An operation like this will only throw away the lives of his soldiers for nothing, said Old Du, who was still furious. We don't have time. Bauer, Domo, notify all our people to stop resting. Tell everyone to gather here. Have Dondon contact Sing Sing and verify the ship's time of arrival. We need to draw up our next plan, I ordered rapidly. As per my command, all combat personnel gathered in a few minutes. Great hero, what plan do you have now? Asked Kelly loudly. I intend to gather all our soldiers and act together. When Zhang Xing arrives, I plan to not work with Gunda. I started explaining my plan. Where do you want to go with our gathered soldiers? Asked Kelly. If you were melee, where would you hide your ambush party? I asked. Kelly stared at the map on the wall. After a while, she pointed at a route. You believe melee will pick this place? I asked. Like what you're doing, by concentrating manpower into a strike force, the barbarians can defeat the group led by the war god commander. With the commander defeated, the other groups would lose their leadership and turn into headless chickens. When that happens, the barbarians can take them out one by one, replied Kelly. I disagree. Your words seem to make sense, but look at the main group and these 2 groups. They are only 20 minutes away from each other. Reinforcements can arrive at any time. If the barbarians attack the main group, they will risk getting surrounded, I said. If so, then this would be the group that they would most likely attack, said Kelly as he pointed at the group farthest from others. Yes, I think this group is one of the potential targets, I said with a nod. Canyue, I have a question. How would the barbarians know the exact location of each group? Asked Zhang Baoer doubtfully. Since the war gods have their rangers, the barbarians will definitely have some too. Even this base is probably surrounded by countless rangers that are paying constant attention to us. Any movement will be detected by them immediately, I said. Exactly. The rangers are specialized scouts. Apart from their individual scouting abilities, their mechanical birds and dogs can also assist with their tasks, said Ankash in agreement. In that case, why don't we go where this group is going to first and set up our own ambush? When the enemy army appears, we can surround them, said Lin Feixiu. I have a brazen idea, I added. I believe Meili will grab this chance to split his army and attack the base while it's relatively empty. Dandan, you need to contact Commander Zhang Xingxing immediately and have her keep watch over the base and wait for the enemy to bite the bait. Roger. Dandan immediately carried out the order. A few minutes later, Dandan notified me that Zhang Xingxing would arrive in 20 minutes with the fleet. Excellent. How long is it until daybreak? I asked Ankash. We're 4.5 hours away, said Ankash. Everyone, we only have 4.5 hours to reach the ambush spot. The main offensive will begin at that time. The enemies will notice the movements of the war god soldiers and move accordingly. Therefore, we must reach the ambush spot before then, I said. But this place is surrounded by scouts. How can we keep our own movements hidden? They will notice us immediately, asked Old Do doubtfully. Spacetime will arrive shortly. We will use the ship's invisibility to move us from the base. Dandan, notify Spacetime to only land after turning invisible, I ordered. With the plan set, everyone grew excited. After all, we were going to fight a race known as the War Gods soon. We were both excited and nervous at the same time. I heard a loud rumble 20 minutes later. I knew that Spacetime had arrived. We ran out of the building and saw that a faintly discernible silhouette of Spacetime had appeared on an empty spot in the base. A figure ran out of the invisible silhouette. Zhang Xingxing was the first person to rush out of the ship. Canyue, the battle will start soon. Dandan has already told me your plan. You only have 100 soldiers with you. Will that be enough? Yes. The purpose of my ambush is not their destruction. I am merely aiming to sow chaos and disrupt their plan. We will retreat the moment we achieve our strategic goal. Having too many people will only make our withdrawal difficult, I said. Fine. I'll have Spacetime transport you over. Fearless is still on standby in the sky. Do you want Fearless to help you at your ambush site? Asked Zhang Xingxing. No. This base is a clear target for the enemy. We need more manpower to defend the base here. The ambush is merely a short operation, whereas you will need to defend this place for a prolonged period of time. Fearless needs to be here to back you up, I refused firmly. Fine. Dodo will send you there while I stay behind to take a look at the base and the terrain here, said Zhang Xingxing. Roger. Princes, Principal Saucy, Dodo, Sarge, Titan, Amethyst, Wazhu, and Baobao, stay here and help the commander in defending the base. Everyone else, you too, Ankash, come with me to the ambush site. Dodo will drive us there on Spacetime before returning. I made a series of orders in accordance with Zhang Xingxing's plan. Everyone started moving. The existing members on the ship were replaced by those participating in the ambush. Then, Spacetime, still invisible, soared into the air and left the military base. Canyue, will we anger Gunda with what we're doing? Asked Baron Sissa. Don't worry. I believe the princes and Zhang Xingxing will keep things under control. Gunda has been looking down on us anyway. They will definitely continue moving without us, I replied. Canyue, you forgot to ask Zhang Xingxing why she was trying to contact Master Wind earlier, Master Crystal reminded. I suddenly remembered the important question that I had forgotten. I could only wait until the battle was over before asking her. In its invisible form, Spacetime managed to avoid the enemy scouts and reach a high altitude before moving swiftly toward our destination. In a short while, we arrived above our ambush spot. Using a spaceship was much more efficient than traveling on foot. The ship slowly descended. Thanks to the white light of Alidak AA that a different planet in the system was reflecting to the planet, we were able to get a clear look at the terrain around us. The green that we had associated this planet with was nowhere to be seen. Rather, the terrain below us was dominated by black ashy soil with sparse vegetation. The few plants that did exist looked sickly and yellow. And combined with the loud rumble from the core, this made for an extremely harsh environment. It was understandable why this place was known as the Barren Lands. Alongside a small trail through the landscape, we saw two small mountains. Canyue, look, that is a natural ambush spot, said Baron Sissa as he pointed at the two mountains. Yes, I saw it. But that might also be the place the barbarians will pick to ambush the war gods. We can't use it, I replied. Then where should we hide? Asked Baron Sissa. We'll hide there, I pointed at a distant bare mountain. There? Sure, we can use the altitude to conceal ourselves, but there is no path leading down the mountain. How are we supposed to descend and attack? Asked Baron Sissa in astonishment. Lin Feixiu, provide all combatants with morph-capable gear. When the battle starts, everyone shall turn on the morph-capable shield and leap off the mountain to ambush our enemies, I ordered. Dandan, provide camouflage cloaks for all combatants. That way, even their air surveillance won't be able to detect us, Kelly added. Following my command, Baron Sissa put on a morph-capable suit as well. Additionally, each of us was wearing a cloak with the exact same color as the barren terrain around us. While we were getting ready, space-time slowly descended to the mountain peak we had chosen. After all the soldiers leaped off the ship, the transportation was completed. Dodo immediately flew the ship back to Zhongxing. We have the high ground with a clear field of view over our surroundings. This is indeed a good ambush spot, said Old Do after lying down and observing our surroundings. We'll see if Canyue's guess is right. Will the enemy set up an ambush here, said Kelly. At times, luck is a part of war. This is the most suitable position for an ambush. The only unknown factor is whether the barbarians will also expect us to lie in ambush for them, I said confidently. Everyone else seemed full of confidence. We patiently lay in wait. Ankash, why is the sky turning dark? I thought this planet gets its illumination from its own core, asked Old Do curiously while listening to the core's rumble. For an unknown reason, the light from the core will only glow upon fusing with Alidaka's light, said Ankash. We chatted as we waited for our ambush targets. This battle will be the decisive factor of our mission. Either we succeed or we fail like a dog, rambled Domo when he started feeling bored. What are you talking about? Those who disrupt the army morale before a battle are liable for execution, said Zhang Bauer, not letting go of the chance to step on Domo. I was making an analysis. Was I wrong? Argued Domo. Canyue, these two soldiers of yours do not seem to get along well, remarked Baron Sissa. You're the soldier, both Zhang Bauer and Domo scolded at the same time. Silence. The sky is turning bright soon. From now on, nobody will make a sound. Those who disobey will be subjected to military law. Ankash, have all your mechanical companions hide. The mechanical birds should stay clear of the sky, I said sternly. Seeing that I had turned serious, everyone stopped the empty chatter. Silence descended. Just like that, we waited silently for dawn to arrive. While waiting, Zhang Bauer actually fell asleep. Domo took the chance to give him a heavy kick. Zhang Bauer woke up dazed without knowing who the culprit was, so he could only swallow the loss. And thus, under the slightly comical atmosphere, a blue celestial body the size of a table tennis ball slowly rose from the horizon in the west. The light from the rising sun slowly arrived. We were aware that we were actually looking at a sight from 0.3 light years ago, but it did not feel like that to our naked eyes. When the first rays of light reached the ground, it was as though the barren lands had been ignited. The entire area brightened. Canyue, the attacking war god soldiers have set off. The commander had convinced Gunda to allow her to guard the base with the fleet. She does not have to participate in the offensive, reported Dondon after a call with Zhang Xing. I nodded as we continued waiting in silence. Slowly, Alidakae rose into the sky. The star looked exceptionally beautiful with its faint blue glow. Alas, the star was unaware that beneath its beautiful radiance, a bloody battle was about to unfold. Time continued passing while our surroundings remained empty. Not to mention a soldier, not even a bug was in sight. When I checked the time, I noted that the war god army would be here in 4 hours. It had been half an hour since they left the base. The barbarians were probably already aware of the military operation. We continued staying silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. The ash-gray cloaks remained on our bodies, preventing us from being discovered by mechanical birds. After 2.5 hours, we still saw nothing. We were now only half an hour away from the war god soldiers' arrival. As time passed, I grew more and more nervous. Domo's joke of failing like a dog seemed to have transformed into a massive mountain pressing down on my heart. Was I wrong? Did the enemy not select this place as their ambush site? I started thinking to myself. Suddenly, a shrill whistle rang out in the air. When we looked up, we saw that several mechanical birds had appeared in the sky above us. They're here? They're really here. I couldn't hold my excitement as I could feel the blood rushing to my brain. A total of 5 mechanical birds were flying in circles in the air above us. Everyone remained hidden beneath their cloaks, not daring to make any movement. Our simulation devices were perfectly covering us with a projection of the terrain, even protecting us from heat-based scans. Thus, the mechanical birds were unable to notice us. Soon, more and more mechanical birds appeared in the sky. At one point, there were dozens of them up there performing a detailed scan of the area. After more than 10 minutes, the mechanical dogs appeared as well. Dozens of them started roaming the lands, with most of their focus on the 2 mountains by the path. At that time, the advantage of hiding on our mountain was unveiled. Because we were surrounded by several taller bare mountains with no path up, the mechanical dogs couldn't search our area. In any case, I believed that the barbarians had not expected a counter-ambush at all. After the mechanical creatures searched the area for about half an hour, the barbarians arrived. A group of ox-headed warriors equipped with massive axes, hammers, and blades had appeared. Compared to the war god soldiers, they looked sturdier and had darker skin tones. More and more of them arrived. Among them, I could see many individuals equipped with bows and arrows just like Ankash. The newly arrived soldiers climbed onto the 2 mountains by the path and hid. At a glance, there were roughly 8,000 of them. Suddenly, 4 sturdy ox-headed warriors appeared from a part of the mountain. They looked as valiant as King Carter's personal guards, but there were also more signs of battle visible on them. Appearing immediately after them was a fully armored individual with a massive sword resting on his shoulder. His lower face was covered with a thick beard, and he had an imposing appearance that made him look like a leader. This person might be the barbarian leader, Meili, I thought. Surprisingly, I saw a familiar figure standing beside the leader. I was sure I wasn't seeing things. A storm was standing beside the leader. An individual from Dondon and Master Crystal's race. I could hear Master Crystal's breath intensifying beside me. He was probably as surprised as me. What a surprise. The storm civilization that we had thought to be lost is actually scattered across the Milky Way. I couldn't help but be astonished by this discovery. The army before us were rapidly moving to their posts. Even the leader was moving quickly to his own hiding spot. The moment they arrived at their spots, they turned invisible. Even their mechanical dogs all turned invisible. In only a short period of time, thousands of soldiers had become one with nature. This invisibility is much more impressive than the cloaks we're using, I remarked inwardly. When all the soldiers were done hiding, the mechanical birds in the sky left. If they stayed, they would risk exposing the ambush. A bizarre scene thus unfolded. The war god warriors were heading toward an ambush, and the barbarians were waiting in ambush, not knowing that soldiers from the Interstellar League were waiting to ambush the ambushing party. This was a perfect demonstration of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I checked the time. Based on their estimated travel speed, the war god soldiers would arrive in about 30 minutes. At this point, the mechanical birds had fully retreated from the sky. Thus, I was free to signal Lin Fixu with my hands, telling him that no movement was allowed without my direct order. Those who disobeyed would be subjected to military law. Just like that, we lay silently while waiting for the incoming battle. I intended to have the barbarians and war god soldiers fight for a while before launching a surprise attack from the back. Otherwise, throwing the 100 soldiers we had at the thousands of barbarians would be the same as moths flying into the flame, completely pointless. And thus, the two ambushing parties remained silent. Apart from the rumbles of the core, only the sound of the breeze could be heard. The area became so silent it felt unnatural. 30 minutes later, a mechanical dog appeared in the distance. How punctual. I was feeling impressed with my own deductive capabilities. Dozens of mechanical dogs served as the vanguard. In the sky above, about a dozen mechanical birds served as guides. Behind the mechanical dogs was a large number of war god soldiers blanketing the land as they advanced. The soldiers were traveling on foot. After several hours of marching quickly, their formation had become lax. They formed a long line as they walked. I could see several carts pulled by mechanical birds among the soldiers. These carts seemed to carry the military leaders and supplies. As they got nearer, I was finally able to see the exhaustion written all over their faces. To wait at ease for the exhausted enemy. This saying does make sense, after all, I thought. After the soldiers had traveled such a long distance, their armor was disarrayed, and the soldiers were spread over a long line. The soldiers marching at the very front had already entered the ambush, but due to their exhaustion, they did not notice any danger that their mechanical dogs and birds did not detect. I signaled the soldiers lying in ambush with me, informing them that the battle was going to start soon and to wait for my order. The Canyue army slowly entered the valley between the two mountains. Finally, roughly half of them had entered the ambush, leaving only 500 still trailing behind. A shrill whistle suddenly sounded, followed by murderous roars that reverberated across the valley. I could see a rain of arrows unleashed upon the Canyue soldiers by the barbarians. The battle has begun. I gripped my gun tighter. Wave after wave of arrows flew out as the barbarians removed their invisibility and charged out roaring. The sight of countless soldiers appearing from everywhere around the mountains was quite a visual impact. At that moment, I finally understood why their race was worthy of being called the War God race. Despite being in a disadvantageous position, the Canyue soldiers still displayed their impressive combat capabilities. From the moment the first arrow was fired, all the soldiers activated their energy shields while pulling back toward the center of their formation. I could see that dozens of them were struck down by the massive number of arrows, but the majority managed to pull back safely. Soon, the soldiers started unloading their steel handheld weaponry from the carts. The soldiers formed layer upon layer of walls and formed a perfect defense against the rain of arrows. Next, the mechanical dogs were unleashed from their defensive position. The dogs rushed toward the attackers and clashed against the mechanical dogs of the ambushing party. The dogs rolled all over the ground and tore at each other. Meanwhile, the war god archers finished getting into position. Over 1,000 arrows flew out of their formation, heading straight toward the barbarians. Naturally, as ones with the courage to ambush the war god army, the barbarians were not to be trifled with. With their own shields, they blocked the arrows. Only a few of them were actually struck. With their numerical superiority, the barbarians did not take long to cut the war god formation into 3 parts, forcing the war god soldiers to face enemies from all sides. At that point in the battle, bows and arrows were no longer effective. The soldiers of the two sides were fighting each other at close range. This was one of the cruelest battles I had ever witnessed. The ox-headed warriors of both sides were strong and vigorous. With their sturdy bodies, weapons such as warhammers, broadswords, and giant clubs could be seen all over the battleground. Their roars rumbled throughout the valley. We could see that the war god army had to face 8,000 enemies with only 3,000 soldiers. Moreover, they had marched a long distance, so they were in an absolutely inferior position in the battle. But thanks to their excellent training and battle tactics, they were able to put up a good fight relying on their formations. The melee soldiers formed a circle around their archers. At the outer layer, the soldiers would defend with their shields while madly attacking the barbarians with their weapons. Meanwhile, the archers behind them were unleashing a constant stream of arrows at the barbarians. In only a short while, a large number of barbarian corpses were left on the ground. Seeing the corpses of his companion, the barbarian leader raged. With a roar, he personally led a group of shield bearers and charged forth. Even with the distance between us, I could hear how loud the roar was. With the barbarian leader joining the battle, all the barbarians turned berserk and started fighting without regard for their own lives. One of the barbarian leader's personal guards was currently very conspicuous on the battlefield due to his 3-meter-tall height. With 2 massive swords in his hands, he hacked away, forcefully cutting an opening into the shield formation before him. At that time, a mechanical dog jumped from his back while he was unprepared, but the barbarian warrior easily cut the dog into 2 with a single slash. His ferocity further roused the spirits of the barbarians behind him as they madly fought alongside him. As they hacked and slashed, the opening grew. It started looking as if the war god army's central formation was about to collapse. Canyue, let's make our move. I don't think Gunda's army can last much longer, suggested Kelly when she saw that the barbarians were distracted enough that we could launch an ambush. Wait. I want to wait longer. I keep having the feeling that the time isn't right yet, I said firmly. Everyone obeyed my order, but I could see that Ankash was starting to grow restless as he saw his people being slaughtered. Suddenly, a warrior in white armor walked out of the war god army's shield formation. That warrior was probably a military leader. Brandishing a massive hammer, he easily smashed 2 barbarian warriors in front of him into the ground. The valiant guard was about to step forward when the barbarian leader stopped him. Then, all the barbarians roared madly as I saw the barbarian leader personally face the warrior in white with his axe. I realized what was going on. The barbarian leader was aiming to deal with the opposing leader with his own strength and destroy the war god army's morale. A massive duel was about to unfold amid the bloody battlefield. The massive axe whistled through the air as it headed straight toward the white warrior's head. It moved with so much force and speed that it seemed like the axe could cleave even a mountain apart. As a military leader of the war god army, the white warrior was naturally not someone to be trifled with either. He easily lifted his hammer and swung upward to dissolve the attack. The white warrior had stopped a 2-handed attack with only 1 hand. Thus, it looked like he held the advantage in terms of strength. At almost the same time, the white warrior drew his side blade with his left hand and stabbed at the barbarian leader. I was confident this leader was none other than Melee. As the supreme chief of the barbarians, he was also an experienced combatant. Facing the incoming stab, he weakened the blade with his energy shield before twisting his body to the right, avoiding the attack completely. At that exact moment, he drew the ray pistol strapped to his thigh and fired at the white warrior. This was an exchange between classical weaponry and modern weaponry, with the death of one party being the only possible end to the fight. The pistol's yellow beam pierced through the handheld shield and struck the white warrior's arm, sending a chunk of his flesh flying away. That move infuriated him. He sheathed his sword and grabbed a handheld shield from a random soldier nearby. With a shield and only 1 usable arm, he faced the pistol, completely ignoring the pain from the injury in his arm. The military leader demonstrated his incredible physical strength. Each swing of his shield carried a force no less than 200 caddies behind it. He was even able to unleash such moves with only 1 hand without even breaking a sweat. When the surrounding war god soldiers saw how valiant their leader was, their morale soared, and they fought even harder. In a short while, the opening in their formation was sealed. Melee was obviously unhappy to see that. The opening was something his underling had painstakingly created. How could he be the one to lose the advantage? Thus, he put his pistol away and raised his axe again. While roaring madly, he charged forward. The white warrior showed no fear when he saw the charging barbarian. He tossed the shield away and picked up his hammer to face Melee. The battle between the two was so intense even gods would be alarmed. The giant axe and the hammer collided again and again, creating numerous sparks. Each attack carried a force of thousands of caddies, and every evasion was only performed by stretching their muscles to their limits. A few hundred moves had been exchanged when I noticed that Chief Melee was slowly being pushed into a disadvantageous position. The sight of that impressed me to no end. The white warrior was only the leader of this squad, yet he was strong enough to face the barbarian chief without losing. In fact, he was even gaining the upper hand. One could only imagine how strong the war god army was. This army will be mine, I vowed to myself. Suddenly, a roar sounded as the white warrior swung his hammer at Melee's head. The swing carried an extreme force behind it. Even though Melee was about to raise his hand to defend himself in time, he was unable to stabilize his footing and was smashed onto the ground. The morale of the war god army rose further. All of them roared and launched a counter-offensive against their ambushers. Melee had evidently not seen this coming. His initial plan was to crush the squad's puny leader to raise the morale of his own army. For an experienced combatant like him, it was supposed to be an easy fight. Alas, the fight came back to bite him and brought about the opposite effect. The Canyue soldiers utilized the increase of morale and attacked madly, littering the ground with barbarian corpses. The 5,000 warriors in the barbarian army's main bulk had actually been defeated by only 2,000 soldiers. When that happened, Melee's 4 valiant guards each led about a dozen elite warriors and slaughtered out a path of blood with Melee in tow. The rest of the barbarians were less lucky. Facing the war god army's rigorous formation, their own messy formation turned them into lambs to the slaughter. The barbarians' formation was in disarray as they started scattering everywhere. The ambushed war god army was actually winning. It seemed like my misgivings and arrangements had been for nothing. The war god army did not look like they could be defeated. Canyue, let's take this chance to pursue the barbarians and defeat them in one go, suggested Old Du. To the side, Baron Sissa and Kelly looked to be of the same opinion as well. Just as I was about to make the order to sally forth, Master Crystal reached out and stopped me. I looked at where he was pointing and saw that a neat row of archers had appeared on the mountains the barbarians had hidden on earlier. There were roughly 500 of them. The person leading the small army was none other than the individual from the Storm race. Under the Storm's command, a rain of arrows was sent into the shield formation, and numerous explosions erupted. This time, the arrowheads had been changed into explosive arrowheads. The intense explosions sent the shield bearers flying. The severed limbs of war god soldiers could also be seen flying everywhere, instantly dyeing the battlefield red with blood. The Storm then ordered the archers to fire at the war god army's 2 other formations at the front and back. The massive explosions instantly turned the tide in the battle. The Canyue soldiers, who were still holding the upper hand earlier, were caught by complete surprise. They suffered a huge number of casualties, and the orderly formation that they had just formed was destroyed. A great blow was dealt to their high morale. The barbarians grabbed this opportunity to reform their formation, preparing to attack again after the archers were done. The Storm continued to lead the archers in firing volley after volley of explosive arrows into the battlefield. They attacked madly as if their arrows were free, successfully dealing massive damage to the war god army. When the barbarian warriors that had reformed their formations saw the scene before them, they roared as their morale recovered. This was a common sight on a battlefield. Not long ago, the barbarians were on the verge of complete defeat. But in only a few minutes, they had regained their powerful combat strength. I also knew that it was time for me to make a move. Otherwise, this war god army would really be completely destroyed. Everyone, get ready. Our target is the archer formation on that mountain. We will drop right into the middle of their formation. Set all our weapons to tranquilizing mode. Avoid killing unless absolutely necessary, I ordered rapidly. Tranquilizing mode? Canyue, what else are you planning? Asked Baron Sissa in astonishment. I'm wondering if we can even court the barbarian army to our side. We need as much help as we can against the Empire, I said. Their cold weaponry will hurt just as much. Are you sure? Reminded Baron Sissa. Try not to kill, but react accordingly to what you face. Follow me. Move out, I insisted. Everyone turned on their morph-capable shields and jumpers. Although this was Baron Sissa's and Ankash's first time using the Interstellar League's gear, the gear was idiot-proof so they were able to easily use it. I was the first to charge out and leap off the cliff. A chubby figure shot out from my left. Zhang Bauer had turned his thrusters to maximum power before charging ahead of me, becoming the first to reach the archers. Next, a whoosh shot forth from my right. Ankash had also attacked. The arrow was extremely powerful. It advanced as though it was ripping the very air apart and pierced through the defensive shield in front of the archers. I could see an archer collapsing with an arm over his other arm. I nodded at Ankash and thought, this fellow is quite good at following orders. One after another, the members of the 7th Armored Division dropped down from above the archers like an army from the heavens. Running at the very front, Zhang Bauer madly fired his gun, piercing through the shields and dropping numerous barbarian archers. With only 100 soldiers, we had successfully broken the formation of 500 archers. The war god army, which was on the verge of collapse, was confused by what they saw, but they quickly adjusted. No matter what they saw, the enemy of their enemy was their friend. They grabbed the opportunity and reformed their shield formation while the archers were kept busy. Meanwhile, chaos had descended upon the group of archers. In close-range combat, our laser guns held an advantage because they weren't able to aim well with their bows and arrows. Meanwhile, we could easily hit our targets with the self-targeting function of our guns. Nevertheless, I knew very well that there were not enough of us. We had to end this quickly. I could see that some of the archers had already drawn their side arms and were charging at our soldiers. I saw with my own eyes how one of us was attacked by several archers. His shield was broken through, and he dropped to the ground. I also saw something even more terrifying. 2 of Mei's guards were leading 100 elite barbarians toward us at high speed, intending to reinforce the archers. Lin Fixu, set up the mounted guns and stop the enemy reinforcements from arriving, I ordered. Under the cover of several soldiers, Lin Fixu supervised the installation of 3 mounted cluster laser guns on the mountain. Fire at will. Throw everything you have at the barbarians, I ordered. The mounted guns roared alive, madly bombarding the incoming barbarians. Those running in the front stood no chance against the firepower as their shields were pierced through immediately and they fell like crops in front of a harvester. One of the guards grew berserk at the sight of his falling warriors and lifted a massive steel shield before charging ahead. His shield seemed incredibly solid. Even our laser beams merely bounced off it without doing any damage. Upon seeing that, Domo drew his ray gun and shot at the shield. However, the ray gun was only able to leave some red marks on it. The 3-meter-tall warrior continued approaching. At this point, I could no longer bother with non-fatal attacks, and I instantly fired several cluster bombs at him. Surprisingly, the massive explosion sent the warriors around the guard flying away, yet the guard himself remained standing by relying on the sheer physical strength he had. Shit, this isn't looking good. My heart thumped. At this point, the guard was less than 3 meters away from us. I could see him raising a massive blade with his other hand. During the moment of crisis, an arrow came from behind the guard. The explosive arrowhead exploded directly under him. Without the protection of his shield, the guard couldn't withstand the explosion. He was blasted away, and he dropped onto the ground unconscious. At the sight of that, the other barbarians panicked and started fleeing. Lin Feixu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity and ordered the mounted gunners to fire on the retreating warriors, filling the mountain with unconscious barbarians. Good thing we're not using fatal attacks. Otherwise, way too many lives would be lost today, I thought to myself. Canyue, why don't we attack with our attached assault rifles? With our tracking bullets, we can easily take down the warriors hiding behind their shields, asked Kelly. She had stuck close to me throughout the battle. No, that will kill even more of them. If we really commit such slaughter, we can forget about ever getting this barbarian army for ourselves, I said, still sticking to my original plan. While the mounted guns were firing at the escaping barbarians, one of them was turned around to provide cover fire to our allies who were engaged with our enemies at a close range. At this point, the barbarians were pincered, putting them in an unfavorable position. I could see that Meili had already withdrawn from the battle alongside a group of guards. Over 1,000 barbarian bodies were sprawled all over the ground. I was confident that Chief Meili would never be able to understand how an ambush by 8,000 soldiers against only 3,000 soldiers had turned into something like this. Meanwhile, Gunda's soldiers were revitalized at the sight of reinforcements. With fewer people, they fought so hard that it looked like they were the ones encircling their enemy, not their enemy circling them. At this point, the enemy army was on the verge of complete collapse. Suddenly, a mechanical bird with green wings appeared in the sky. The soldiers from both sides noticed the green-winged mechanical bird. An astonishing scene unfolded. When the bird appeared, the soldiers of both sides stopped their bitter battle and placed their weapons down. Canyue, Ancash is telling us to stop attacking, said Zhongbauer. Why are they stopping? I asked doubtfully. Ancash said that the appearance of the green-winged bird signifies that one party had surrendered. According to the rules of Rumble, when one party surrenders, the victorious party must allow the loser to retreat unconditionally, Zhongbauer explained. Lin Feixu, notify everyone to stop attacking, I shouted. Everyone stopped attacking. At that moment, I saw the barbarian army withdrawing in an orderly fashion. Just like that, an ambush on 3,000 people by 8,000 people had failed in an incredulous manner. I saw Chief Meili turn his head to look at me. His eyes were filled with hatred. After roughly 20 minutes, the barbarians finished withdrawing. Over 1,000 unconscious barbarians and 500 war god corpses were sprawled all over the ground. It was obvious that the barbarians had suffered a disastrous loss during the ambush. Commander Canyue, thank you for your timely appearance. Ancash already showed me the order from King Carter. Without your help, my squad would have suffered total defeat, said the military leader in white with gratitude. Don't worry about it. We merely believed that there were some holes in Commander Gunda's plan, so we took the risk to give it a try, I said. I will make a clear report to Commander Gunda and request recognition for your merits, said the leader in white with the same look of gratitude on his face. Commander Luxasi, when we were cleaning the battlefield, we noticed a lot of barbarians who are only unconscious, not dead, reported a soldier. So his name is Luxasi, I thought. Commander, those soldiers were hit by our tranquilizing bullets. Thus, we need your help to wake them up and put them under arrest for now. Also, take note to not harm our war prisoners for no reason, said Old Du. Don't worry, superiors. I'll take these prisoners back to the base. I can guarantee their safety during the trip back, replied Luxasi. Canyue, I just finished a call with Commander Zhang Xing. There is still no battle at the base, said Kelly. From the map and the time, the enemy army will still need 40 minutes to reach Gunda's base. Remind the commander to be careful. The battle on our side is over. There is no need to send shuttles to pick us up since sending shuttles will only weaken the base's strength. I'll try to think of a way to return and help them, I ordered. Immediately, I heard some clamor behind me. When I turned around, I saw a group of war god soldiers surrounding two people at the barbarian archer's previous hiding spot. Kelly, Old Du, and I hurriedly ran over. We noticed that the two that had been surrounded were Master Crystal and Dondon. Lying on the ground beside them was the Storm who had been rendered unconscious by a tranquilizing bullet. The war god soldiers were following Luxasi's order to gather the unconscious war prisoners, but when they were about to capture the Storm commander, Master Crystal, and Dondon resisted. Zhongbauer was also there helping them stop the war god soldiers. I walked up to the group. The face of the unconscious Storm could be clearly seen. She basically looked the same as Dondon and Master Crystal in terms of physical appearance, but her claws were pink instead of blue. Furthermore, she had much longer fur than Dondon. Can this perhaps be a female cat? I thought to myself. What is going on here? According to Canton laws, all prisoners of war must be transported back to the base and be subjected to court-martial, said Luxasi, who had arrived with us. Nobody can take her? She's one of us? She must have been forced into this position, said Master Crystal, giving a rather far-fetched argument. She was forced to lead the archers and kill over 100 of us, said Luxasi, who was angered by his words. Calm down, Commander. I have a suggestion. I intend to go deeper with my squad, pursue the barbarians, and complete Commander Gunda's mission. You can return with your people and recuperate since you're going to be escorting these prisoners back. As for this little cat prisoner, leave her to me, I requested. I need to interrogate her and use her as a guide. You have far from enough people to attack the barbarians. In fact, the position you attack from can very well be the place the barbarians use to break through during the battle, reminded Luxasi. Of course, I'll be endlessly grateful if you can lend us 500 warriors for the attack, I voiced my request. Luxacy sank into thought. He then ordered a young warrior beside him, Coco, lead your team of 500 youth guards and join Superior Canyue on this mission. I'll be escorting these prisoners back. Yes, replied the young soldier called Coco with a look of excitement on his face. Also, you can have this little animal. I'll pretend she was killed in battle, said Luxacy as a way to return the favor of us saving them. Shortly after, Coco and his youth guards were assembled. Reporting to the superior, there were originally 500 members in the youth guards but we lost 45 in the battle. There are only 455 of us left, reported Coco loudly. Have your team help Commander Luxacy sweep through the battlefield. We will depart in a short while, I said, pleased with his report. While everyone else was busy sweeping through the battlefield, I lifted the unconscious Storm and retreated to the edge of the battlefield with the 7th Armored Division. Both Kelly and Lin Fixue were resting and reorganizing with the rest of our people. The 7th Armored Division had suffered 1 death and the major injuring of 4 people. Lin Fixue was currently busy dealing with the battle's aftermath. Canyue, how long will she take to wake up? Asked Master Crystal. The tranquilizing bullets from the cluster laser guns are quite powerful. I reckon she needs more than 12 hours, I replied. That's too long. In that case, we'll have to get old Du to help carry her while we march, said Dondon anxiously. This is one of their military leaders. Will it be dangerous to take her with us? Asked Baron Sissa. How dangerous can a kitten be? Countered Domo. Master, can we go to the side and have a talk? I asked Master Crystal. Master Crystal nodded and walked to the side with me. There, we both turned off our communicators. Master, what is the goal of the storm race? Why are your people spread all over the universe? I went straight to the point. Master Crystal sank into a long silence. Say something, Master. My patience failed me. Sigh. This is a promise over 100,000 years old, said Master Crystal with a deep sigh. Is this a mission Prophet Namo had given your ancestors? I tried to get Master Crystal to spill the secret. You have seen Venerable Plum. Back then, Crystal had departed suddenly. However, that was also the Prophet's arrangement, said Master Crystal. Since the Prophet is so incredible, he must have also foreseen this conversation today, I said. My words stunned Master Crystal. I believed that every single event that had happened around me had been under Prophet Namo's predictions. And all I had experienced so far seemed to only further reinforce that belief. In truth, I know very little about the Prophet. As for his predictions, I believe some aren't even predictions but events he had witnessed himself, Master Crystal suddenly said. I was greatly shocked. Had Namo been watching a time movie about all events relating to us? I have a very simple example. The war between the Brightlings and Darklings had happened 150,000 years ago. However, Namo had attacked the Horsehead Nebula tens of thousands of years ago. There is a gap of 100,000 years between the two events, said Master Crystal. I came to a certain realization. Coupled with our previous speculation regarding the gap of over 100,000 years between the time of Blue's lost civilizations and the Dogon, I slowly started to believe that a time tunnel had to have been somewhat involved. I believe that Namo had been traveling non-stop through a time tunnel. Because of that, his shadow can be seen in multiple events of different periods in time. It was also through time travel that he had seen the future, Master Crystal speculated, reaching a similar conclusion as me. Not only had Namo traveled the universe, but he had also traveled to different timelines and realities, I concluded. Yes, I also believe this, said Master Crystal. The scene I saw at Jupiter II's core suddenly reappeared in my mind. Through the 5-dimensional model, I had witnessed countless variations of numerous events. Namo must have witnessed something similar as well, resulting in the predictions he had made. Of course, predictions could very well change at any time. What is the Storm Race's mission? What was Crystal's mission? I asked. Master Crystal was about to say something when Kelly suddenly rushed over. Canyue, we have 3 emergency updates. The barbarians have started their assault on the base. There are 10,000 participating in the attack. Luxacy's army is returning at their top speed. The youth guards have remained. When do we set off? Also, that cat is awake, said Kelly. Master Crystal immediately dropped the topic upon hearing that his kind had regained consciousness. He rushed back toward the storm. I also rushed toward the cat. The eyes of the storm before me were narrowed. She looked as if she had not yet fully awakened. I thought this would take 12 hours? Why is she suddenly awake? I asked Zhongbauer. Dondon urged old Du to inject some stimulant into her to wake her up, said Zhongbauer. Ridiculous. Can her little heart withstand the pressure? The cat might be ignorant, but why are the two of you messing around as well? I was furious. Dondon paled from fright as he constantly stroked his brethren's face. The sight of that softened my heart. I could understand Dondon's feelings. It was very rare to see one of his own in the universe. He wouldn't have tried his best to stop the War God soldiers earlier otherwise. We'll have to hope that this cat's physical qualities are good enough to withstand the pressure, I said helplessly. Canyue, the battle has begun at the base. The commander and the War God garrison only have a few hundred soldiers at their side, yet they need to face 10,000 barbarians. Do we return? Asked Lin Fixue. There are only a few hundred of us here. It's pointless for us to return. Also, we don't even have proper transport to bring us back in time. The best way we can help is to attack the enemy base and force them to return, I said. In that case, we shouldn't delay. We need to rush to the barbarian base and work alongside the war god attackers, said Lin Fixu. Am I alive? Are you alive, or are you ghosts? An unfamiliar voice rang out. I quickly looked back and saw that the storm commander from the barbarian army had fully awakened. She was leaning against Dondon's arms and looking at me as she spoke. Hey, what ominous words are you saying? Who are you calling ghosts? Domo's complaint rang out. Can you shut your mouth for once? She just woke up from her injuries, said Dondon. It was exceptionally rare to see Dondon actually arguing. At this time, the storm commander noticed with astonishment that Dondon and Master Crystal were actually people of the same race as her. Who are the two of you? Where are you from? Asked the commander in astonishment. Instead of answering, Master Crystal asked, Who are you? Why are you here? Answer me first. Why should I tell you? You don't look like a good person at all, retorted the little cat without a trace of politeness. Looks like this little fellow is quite a fiery one. It might be hard to communicate with her, I thought. Little cat, watch your attitude. You're our prisoner. Know your place, said Zhang Bauer unhappily. Victory and defeat are to be expected in any military operation. However, defeat does not mean that I will leak any information to you, said the little cat unyieldingly. With that, the atmosphere turned awkward. Deputy Commander, may talk to her in private. Dondon suddenly requested. I immediately agreed. Having Dondon talk to her seemed to be the best option we had. Everyone withdrew, allowing Dondon to talk alone with the fiery commander. Canyue, the battlefield has been cleaned up. The team is also ready to set off. What are we still waiting for? Asked Kelly, who had rushed over after reorganizing the soldiers. A group of military officials is waiting for two kittens as the kittens whisper to each other, said Domo, indirectly raising his status in the team. The battle at the base is very intense. We need to attack the barbarian base as soon as possible to reduce the pressure on the commander's side, said Lin Fixu, who was getting anxious. In truth, I was also very concerned. However, I still hoped that Dondon could obtain some information useful for our operation from the storm commander. Just like that, everyone waited anxiously for 5 minutes. Finally, Dondon ran toward us. Her name is Wind Spirit. She's a girl, said Dondon. She also has the Wind surname. Master Crystal was astonished. You little fellow, you only care about the gender, right? Said Zhang Bauer. Dondon glared at Zhang Bauer before saying, she is Master Wind's daughter, here on an important mission. Sure enough. I knew she had to be related to Wind, said Master Crystal after his guess was verified. Yes. I gave her a rough description of our relationship with Master Wind and the Storm race. She indicated that she's willing to help, said Dondon. Good. With her help, we can do even more. She must know the barbarians more than us, I said in excitement. But she also added a remark at the end. She said she's waiting for a tragedy to befall us, said Dondon doubtfully. What does she mean? I asked, confused. That little fellow is acting very mysteriously. Also, she betrayed her original master so easily. Will she also betray us in the future? Asked Zhang Bauer, who was uncomfortable with trusting our captive. That's not betrayal. Her official position is a military observer of the Empire. She has the power to enter any territory within the Empire's borders and take part in all military operations, said Dondon. I understand. She must have an imperial token from Emperor Fi himself. That grants her the highest level of authority in terms of supervision. In fact, there are only 3 military observers in the entire Empire, said Baron Sissa. If that's the case, that little fellow is surprisingly powerful. But as a military observer, why did she command the barbarians during the last battle? Asked Old Du. I forgot to ask about that, said Dondon awkwardly. That's not surprising. Military observers have the right to participate in any conflict they deem a threat to the Empire at any time. I believe she had merely acted instinctively based on what had been occurring on the battlefield, said Baron Sissa. Dondon, how is she? Can she move immediately? We're squeezed for time, I asked. Yes, but I need Old Du to help carry her for a part of the journey, pleaded Dondon. That's no problem at all, agreed Old Du easily. Dondon hurriedly helped Wind Spirit over. The little female cat was first rendered unconscious before being forcefully awakened. Even when walking, she was wobbly. Clearly, she had not recovered fully. Old Du easily lifted her and placed her in his backpack. Before we set off, everyone stood before a crude gravestone and observed a moment of silence for our single casualty in the battle against the barbarians. As a comrade born on the same planet as us, he had sacrificed his life in the name of freedom, leaving his body on this floating piece of rock over 1,000 light-years away from Blue. After the moment of silence, we set off toward the barbarians' base. Why is your name Dondon? If you're abandoned and thrown out the first time, and then abandoned and thrown back the second time, won't you be back again? Asked Wind Spirit from behind Old Du. Dondon did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. He constantly jogged beside Old Du, never abandoning his new friend. Canyue, look at that little cat. He's not acting normal, whispered Zhang Bauer. Even if you know it, don't say it, fool. Don't create trouble for no reason, I reminded. The 7th Armored Division and Coco's youth guards were able to march rapidly with the help of our morph-capable gear. Along the way, Dondon was not in the mood to be the contact person between us and the base. Thus, we got our information from Kelly instead. She learned that the battle at the base was extremely intense. However, Zhang Xingxing was able to tenaciously defend the base and repel numerous waves of attacks. I wonder if the base is already filled with corpses. Perhaps everything we did earlier to preserve life will be for nothing, I thought somewhat dejectedly. Suddenly, old Du called me, looking like he had something important to discuss with me. I approached him immediately and asked, "What is it? Can't you say it directly? Wind Spirit has something to share with you," said old Du. "If my guess is right, that dumb brute Gunda must have occupied the barbarians' base by now," said Wind Spirit. "That's not surprising. The barbarians have sent all their forces out, leaving an empty base behind. But it's also pointless to occupy such an empty place," I replied. "If you know that, why are you rushing to the barbarians' base instead of your own base?" asked Wind Spirit. "I want to take this chance to work with Gunda to surround Mei's defeated army. We will take them out in one fell swoop," I replied. "Ha ha ha, you're really looking down on Mei. If he's really so incompetent, how could he be King Carter's enemy for so long?" said Wind Spirit as she roared with laughter. "Why? What do you have in mind? Also, what did you mean earlier when you talked about our tragic ending?" I questioned when I saw how she was behaving. "Since this little abandoned fellow has been decent, this princess shall let you in on a secret. This is a good opportunity for me to observe your capability. Mei has long prepared an inescapable trap at our base, waiting for the fool Gunda to step on it," said Wind Spirit. "What? How is that possible? From numbers alone, that does not seem possible. Unless the barbarians have a terrain that is extremely advantageous to their side," I said in disbelief. As a military observer, when I first arrived on Rumble, my initial task was to observe King Carter. However, the Kingdom of Canyue wasn't able to defeat the barbarians despite having the upper hand. Thus, my interest in Mei's military strength was piqued. Therefore, I decided to observe the barbarians instead, said Wind Spirit. I heard that the barbarians only had an army of slightly over 10,000. Despite their lower numbers, they are flexible and valiant in battle. Thus, it has been very difficult for Canyue's army to defeat them. I told Wind Spirit what I had heard. That's the issue. Mei has been wanting to destroy Gunda's army of 30,000 for a while now. He has been working toward that single goal. Today, Gunda is finally going to walk into the painstakingly prepared trap, said Wind Spirit. To defeat 30,000 with 10,000, it will certainly require a lot of preparation, I said. The so-called army of 10,000 is merely a number Mei used to fool the dumb brute Gunda. In fact, the barbarians have an army of 50,000 elites. If I'm right, Gunda is probably already encircled by now, said Wind Spirit confidently. What? Old Du and I exclaimed in alarm. Baron Sissa, Zhang Bauer, and Master Crystal also came over when they heard our shout. 50,000 people? How is that possible? Where did they get so many people? How can an army that big hide from Canyue's surveillance? I asked. What did this female cat say? The barbarians have 50,000 soldiers. Zhang Bauer was similarly shocked. Why would I lie about that? I reckon that dumb brute Gunda was already destroyed by now, said Wind Spirit with a laugh. No, if there is really such a big ambush waiting, why did Mei need to ambush Luxus's army earlier? Zhang Bauer asked. Fatty, you have quite a lot of questions, don't you? But you asked the right question. Mei is also arrogant and conceited. He was out of patience and had decided to first crush one small army while giving his army some practice, said Wind Spirit furiously. Little female cat, you must have given some suggestions to Mei and were rejected, said Zhang Bauer. That seemed to hit a sore spot. Wind Spirit's face turned red from anger. She shut her mouth and stopped talking. Canyue, I don't think Wind Spirit is lying. I suggest we have Ankash send his mechanical birds to the barbarians' base to get the latest update on the situation there, suggested Baron Sissa. I agreed with the suggestion. After receiving his order, Ankash immediately sent out 2 mechanical birds. We were still 2 hours away from the barbarians' base. Everyone started marching silently. Due to what Wind Spirit had said, we were also forced to slow down our march. Suddenly, I recalled something and took off my backpack. Inside, Beulah was still sleeping like there was no tomorrow. The massive battle seemed to have not disturbed its sleep at all. However, this time, I wasn't trying to get Beulah's help. Instead, I took out some canned space food from the backpack. Then, I offered the food to Wind Spirit. Immediately, the shared gluttonous trait of the storm ray surfaced from within her. She accepted the food in excitement and gorged it down. In no time, she ate everything. Even after finishing the food, the little female cat was licking her lips, looking like she wanted more. Meanwhile, Dondon continued to walk silently, not complaining that he wasn't offered any food. I was rather surprised. I don't take without giving. Since you offered me food, you must have something to ask me. Out with it. Don't forget to give me more food after asking your question, said Wind Spirit, the peculiar little fellow that had directly revealed my intention. I grinned and said, what is up with the barbarian soldiers? Since there are so many of them, where do they hide at normal times? There is no need to hide them. In fact, yesterday was the first time I saw them, replied Wind Spirit, further confusing me. Only yesterday? What do you mean? I asked. We learned of Gunda's plan yesterday morning. Mei has several undercover agents in Gunda's army. Also yesterday, several haulers came here while carrying these warriors from outer space, said Wind Spirit. What? Canyue was unaware of the arrival of such a large army from outer space. This country's military defense is truly terrible, muttered Old Du. That's not surprising. When we arrived, we saw how there was not a single spaceship or satellite outside the planet. How would they be capable of detecting visitors, said Baron Sissa. Wind Spirit, which kingdom did the army come from? Are they here to help Melee? I asked. I saw the reinforcements. They are all barbarians. The pilots did not leave the ships, but the crest of the Sacred Wing Race could be seen on them, said Wind Spirit. Sacred Wing Race? It's really them, exclaimed Master Crystal in shock. Yes, old man. It's the Sacred Wing Race's crest. I saw this crest frequently when I was growing up. I won't be wrong about this, said Wind Spirit confidently. In other words, the Sacred Wing Race is secretly helping the barbarians train their young into warriors. It is quite a large investment to train tens of thousands of soldiers for them. It must be a costly endeavor, said Domo. These barbarians also have surprisingly good reproductive capability to be able to give birth to tens of thousands of children before smuggling them out, said Zhang Bauer. No, these soldiers were not born by the barbarians. They are all clones, said Wind Spirit, finally unveiling the crucial information. A realization dawned on me. The Sacred Wing Race has been helping the barbarians through cloning technology, producing an army that could be used to destroy the war gods. With the Emperor's strength, he can easily destroy Canyue. What's the point of making this convoluted plan? I asked doubtfully. Brother Canyue, you don't understand. From what I know about the Emperor, there is a reason for every action he takes. Perhaps he wants a private war god army for himself, or perhaps he wants the two forces to restrict each other, ensuring that neither will gain the upper hand. That way, his continued rule will be ensured, said Baron Sissa. I had to admit that Baron Sissa made a lot of sense. I had long realized that politics was not something the son of a dock worker like me could understand. While everyone was talking about the mysterious barbarian army, a shriek came from the sky. The mechanical birds had returned. Lin Feixu ordered the soldiers to take a short rest. Meanwhile, Ankash summoned his birds back and plucked out their eyeballs. With a transmitter, he projected the scenes from the barbarians' base. It was clear that these recordings had been taken from afar. We could see the sky filled with thousands of mechanical birds. The barbarians' base was completely encircled. However, Gunda's army was not the ones doing the encirclement but a layer upon layer of barbarians. Nearly 50,000 barbarians had tightly surrounded Gunda's army. From afar, it could be seen that Gunda's army had assumed a defensive formation. However, the army of 30,000 was completely trapped within the base. Looks like the little female cat is right. Gunda was completely surrounded, said Zhang Bauer angrily. I did not expect Melee to be so ambitious. I had thought that he only wanted to destroy a few groups from among the reinforcements, not the entire army, I said as I looked at the projection. Ankash, how many soldiers does Canyue still have? Can you ask for reinforcements from the king? With the mere 600 soldiers we have here, we won't be able to defeat an army so big, said Baron Sissa. Canyue has a total of 100,000 soldiers, but they are scattered in various locations to avoid barbarian ambushes. It will take quite a while to gather them. They won't make it in time, said Ankash. Even if they can't make it, they have to try to make it. We need to send a message to the king immediately. I believe he won't stay still as 30,000 of his soldiers are wiped out, said Baron Sissa. Following Baron Sissa's order, Coco picked 2 soldiers from his youth guards to be messengers while Ankash delivered the news back to Jero City using his mechanical bird. Canyue, we have an update from the base. The barbarians have stopped their assault and are instead maintaining an encirclement around the base, said Kelly after receiving the latest news from Zhang Xingxing. Alright. I'm not too worried about the base yet. Even if they can't keep it, Zhang Xingxing and the others will be able to easily retreat with the ship. The enemy probably halted their attack to wait for Gunda's destruction. That way, they will be able to take the base effortlessly, I said. Suddenly, the sound of concentrated explosions came from afar. That's the sound of the barbarian army's explosive arrows. Looks like the attack is starting, said Wind Spirit. What should we do now? Do we keep going, or do we wait for reinforcements? Asked Kelly. Everyone looked at me. Keep going. We'll make a decision after taking a look at the battlefield, I decided. With the order given, the group continued onward. As we advanced, the sounds of explosion became louder and louder. We could also hear the sounds of people roaring while fighting. We hit on a mountain near the barbarians' base. A slaughter was unfolding before our eyes. The terrain of the barbarians' base was similar to Jero City and was built in a basin to avoid the rumbling sound from the planet's core. However, this basin wasn't as deep. Thus, they did not need elevators to enter and leave the basin. Instead, they utilized the 2 roads leading into the basin to move in and out. The barbarians had sealed the 2 roads. Their archers and a large number of offensive equipment were lined around the edge as they madly fired into the basin. They held the complete upper hand while the war god army that had been lured into the basin was being slaughtered helplessly. I could see numerous corpses of the war god soldiers piled on the road directly in front of us. While we watched, around 200 war god soldiers were assembled into a suicide squad to attack the blockade. They were all killed in only a few minutes. Sigh. This is not how war should be fought. What a complete waste. This is too hurtful to watch. I was extremely vexed by what I saw. What are you being so stressed about? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. That's my army? That's my army? How can I not feel distressed? We still need them to help us with the beast army, I replied. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the army is wiped out. Canyue, you need to think of something, said Baron Sissa. It won't be easy. Meili does not intend to capture them. He only wants to kill them all to scare the other Canant armies, said Wind Spirit. Canyue, I'll go with my youth guards and ambush the blockade on the road from behind them to help open a path for the trapped soldiers, volunteered Coco when he saw so many of his comrades dying. No, there are 3 blockade layers. At a glance, there are roughly 5,000 barbarians. Your team of only 500 people won't be able to break through, Old Du objected. From how this looks, Gunda's army won't be able to last long. Ankash, can you send a message to Gunda? Let him know that we're here and are trying to help them out, I said. As long as they have a surviving mechanical bird, they will be able to receive my message. I'll try to establish communication, said Ankash. Canyue, I have an idea, said Jongbauer. We don't have time to waste. If you have an idea, say it, I urged him. He gave a bad idea. We can try to blast a way open with our nuclear warheads. No, what are you thinking? Nuclear warheads will also kill the war god soldiers in the basin. The 2 armies are in close proximity. It will only work if you can get me one of those contained explosion warheads we saw on Eternal. Too bad we don't have any here, said Domo. Not even the contained explosion warhead will work. It will cause too many casualties, I said. Canyue, you're being too conservative. People will die in war. Furthermore, we are just watching as Gunda's soldiers are being slaughtered. There are 30,000 lives there. What will you do if all of them are killed? Objected Jongbauer loudly. His words stunned me. However, I still did not wish to use any weapons of mass destruction. Canyue, I can't contact Gunda's army. Ankash returned with yet another piece of bad news. I have an idea. It is risky, but it might reduce the number of casualties, I finally said. What is it? Say it, urged Jongbauer. While everyone was anxiously waiting for me to speak, I suggested, I'll pay the Barbarians Command Center a visit and personally meet Meili. I hope that Wind Spirit can go with me as well. Are you mad? You must have gone crazy? Who do you think you are? You just defeated him. How do you think you're going to convince him to let go of this victory? That will be suicide. He will just kill you to further raise the morale of his army. Jongbauer objected. At this point, we have no other options. We are lucky to be alive until this point. Also, I believe Namo's predictions are still guiding me forward. I believe this is not where my journey ends, I said. It's true that we don't have a better alternative. With the 600 soldiers on our side, it is impossible for us to break through the encirclement. I'm willing to go with Canyue, said Baron Sissa. I'm willing to go with Canyue as well, said Old Du. Everyone started offering to go with me. Jongbauer stopped arguing when he saw that everyone else was supportive of my plan. He even offered to go with me as well. One would never be able to doubt his loyalty as a friend. No, we don't need so many of you to go. I already have a team in mind, I said. Everyone focused on me. At this moment, nobody was afraid of death. Rather, everyone was valiantly offering themselves to achieve a merit that would undoubtedly be grand. Baron Sissa, Wind Spirit, and Master Crystal will go with me. Everyone else, remain hidden. Do not do anything without my order, I gave my final command. But how do we go? How do we enter the encirclement? Asked Baron Sissa. Just pretend you're my captives. I'll take you straight to Meili, suggested Wind Spirit. We can. We will be unarmed. Wind Spirit can take a ray pistol and take us over as captives, I agreed. The 3 of us moved to the side and had a short discussion to set up a plan. After putting our arms away, we had Wind Spirit escort us over. Wind Spirit, protect Canyue and the others. I'll be counting on you, said Dondon before we left. Don't worry, Dondon, the abandoned one. I'll do my best to protect them, promised Wind Spirit with a nod. With all preparations in place, the 4 of us put on our concealment cloaks and walked to the main road leading toward the barbarian warriors. That way, we wouldn't expose the hidden army when we showed ourselves. After leaving the hiding spot, we removed our cloaks and strutted on the road, attempting to attract the attention of the barbarian scouts. The mechanical birds in the sky immediately noticed us. About 10 of the birds descended and started scanning us while hovering above us. The results of their scan were then sent back to their command center. Shortly after, about a dozen mechanical dogs ran out of the encirclement and ran toward us. In less than 3 minutes, we were surrounded, and the dogs were maintaining an offensive stance. We were acting cautiously. Even though we were unarmed, we still had our morph-capable defensive system protecting our safety. What are you looking at? I am an Imperial military observer. Tell Meili to send a car to pick me up. I'm getting tired from all the walking, Wind Spirit suddenly demanded from one of the mechanical birds. This little girl is imposing wherever she goes. It truly is different to be someone with status and power, I thought enviously. The mechanical bird seemed to have sent the message back. Shortly after, a wagon pulled by a walking mechanical bird walked out of the encirclement. The wagon reached us quickly, and a burly barbarian warrior leaped off it. Behind the warrior was a female barbarian who looked young and kindly. She was not clad in armor nor was she armed. Princess, it's really you? I thought something bad had happened to you, said the female barbarian joyfully. How can this princess fall so easily? Dea, help me get on the wagon. My legs are so sore, ordered Wind Spirit without a trace of hesitation. The barbarian called Deo immediately lifted Wind Spirit with both her hands and placed Wind Spirit onto the wagon's main seat. The 3 of us watched on with astonishment, not knowing what to do. What are you looking at? Get in. This Deo is my nanny. Meili assigned her as my personal maid, said Wind Spirit. The three of us climbed onto the wagon and squeezed ourselves onto the narrow seat in the back. Then, the mechanical bird pulled us toward the barbarian encampment. I did not expect us to get in so easily. Baron Sissa rejoiced. It's all thanks to the imposing status of this princess, bragged Wind Spirit without even looking back at us. The wagon brought us through layers of the barbarians' defensive lines. I found that not only had they completely surrounded Gunda's army, but they had even built numerous sturdy defensive fortifications. Breaking out was basically impossible. After about 10 minutes, our wagon arrived before a massive tent. Canyue, we defeated Meili not long ago. When we meet him later, be smart about how you act. Do not pour oil on fire and further anger him, whispered Master Crystal. I nodded. I did not believe that I would die under this barbarian's hands. A barbarian warrior opened the wagon door. Deo leaped off the wagon and carried Wind Spirit toward the tent. The three of us promptly followed behind them. The tent was guarded by a group of burly warriors. I recognized 3 of them from the battle earlier, including the big guy who had smashed through the shield formation. All of them were glaring at us furiously. I have a really bad feeling about this, I said to Master Crystal. Maintain calm and counter every move as it comes, replied Master Crystal. A barbarian warrior stepped forth and thoroughly searched us. Because we had already disarmed ourselves, the warrior did not discover any dangerous weapons, but he discovered Bulow when he opened my backpack. What is this? Questioned the warrior as he showed Bulow to me. I discovered that Bulow was still sleeping, showing no sign of waking up. This is a flexible workout ball. I use it to train my waist every night before sleeping. Look at my body, I'm getting fat, I lied as I pointed at my belly. Workout ball, muttered the guard as he pinched Bulow. When he saw that Bulow was indeed quite flexible, he handed the backpack back to me. With the inspection done, we entered the tent. I immediately noticed Meili, who was seated on a massive chair. Princess Wind, I'm glad to see you're fine, said Meili while standing up, completely ignoring the 3 of us. You guys actually abandoned me back there and didn't retreat with me? The Empire will hear of this, scolded Wind Spirit furiously. It was a big misunderstanding. At the time, we believed you had perished. When we scanned your corpse, body among the archers, we found no signs of life. Only then did we leave, Meili hurriedly explained. This guy is blatantly lying. They had probably escaped without searching. The tranquilizers won't remove one's signs of life, I thought. Even if I were dead, you can't just leave my corpse to the enemy? You barbarians really need to be taught a lesson? You think you can conquer the universe after we provide you with a tiny bit of military strength? Wind Spirit continued arguing. I would not dare. Princess, no matter how brave I am, I wouldn't dare. I'll still be counting on you to take care of our weak community, said Meili with a smiling face. I was somewhat relieved to see the strong grip Wind Spirit had over Meili. From how oppressive she was behaving, with her protection, Meili probably wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Only after Meili was done coaxing Wind Spirit did he raise his head and look at us with disregard. Men, kill these 3, ordered Meili with an uncaring tone. 6 burly warriors responded loudly and rushed into the tent to take us out. Hold, there is a reason you need to keep us alive, I roared before looking at Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit was in the middle of happily eating a large piece of bread given to her by her nanny, so she wasn't even paying any attention to us. Instead, the surrounding barbarians were the ones who were looking at us coldly. Many of the barbarian warriors are still alive from the earlier battle with the ambush. We had attacked with tranquilizers. There are a lot of survivors, I added. Meili blanked out upon hearing my words. What did you do to the unconscious soldiers? Questioned one of them loudly. They are being treated well. The war god soldiers are looking after them. They will be able to return soon, I hurriedly replied. Drag them out and kill them, ordered Meili coldly. We grew anxious. Chief Meili, you might not care much for what Canyue is offering, but I have something you need, Master Crystal suddenly said. Meili waved his hand, stopping the warriors in their steps. I reckon Meili is more concerned about Master Crystal since he looks related to Wind Spirit, I thought. From your appearance, you must be from the princess's race. Out of respect for the princess, I'll give you one more chance to speak, said Meili, confirming my guess. Don't worry about me. Do whatever you want, Chief, said Wind Spirit, who was actually adding salt to the wound. Surprisingly, Meili ignored Wind Spirit and continued staring at Master Crystal. I heard that your soldiers were cloned with the help of the Sacred Wing race. Is that true? Asked Master Crystal. Yes. You're quite well informed, Master. You look like someone who has been in the Empire for a very long time. You must know the Sacred Wing race well, said Meili. I wouldn't say I know them well, but I am indeed familiar with many of their tricks. Since ancient times, the Sacred Wing race has been known for their ability to produce controlled armies. Any army they produce will be fully submissive to them. These soldiers of yours are probably not really yours, am I right? Master Crystal mentioned something crucial. Meili trembled slightly. Evidently, that was truly his sore spot. Continue, Meili said coldly. When I arrived, I had observed the outer encirclement and the blockade at the main road. All of them are unfamiliar warriors. They must be clones. Some of the ones around this tent are those we had seen during the ambush. Clearly, you don't fully trust those clones either, Chief, said Master Crystal, whose tone was becoming more and more confident. They are all barbarians, so they are all my people. Trust is naturally not an issue. My army has just returned from a big battle, so they need rest. It is only natural that I have the well-rested clones do the heavy lifting. We will be able to better defeat our enemies that way, replied Mei Li confidently. No, not at all. You might not be aware of this, but you and your actual people are in grave danger, Chief, said Master Crystal as he shook his head. What danger? Explain, said Mei Li as he took a seat. He was somewhat surprised to see how solemn Master Crystal was. Initially, Wind Spirit was ignoring the conversation while she ate, but at this point, she also stopped eating. Although she still had her back to us, she was clearly paying attention now. All soldiers forged by the Sacred Wing race will remain under their control, especially for clone soldiers like what you received from them. The Sacred Wing race has full control over them through the genetic locks in their bodies, said Master Crystal. Genetic locks? Where were the locks installed? Asked Mei Li in astonishment. Here, Master Crystal pointed at Mei Li's head. Master, can you tell me more? I apologize for being rude earlier, said Mei Li, who was starting to get nervous. I've been standing for too long. My lips are parched, and I'm even feeling lightheaded from all the standing. I can't talk anymore. Master Crystal started acting up. Sigh. Why are these cats all the same? I thought with a sigh. Yes, that's my mistake. Men, get our guests seated and serve them some food and drinks, ordered Mei Li loudly. The warriors that had been listening to Master Crystal understood why Mei Li was nervous. The issue also concerned their survival. Thus, they worked quickly to carry some seats in and fill the table with food and drinks. Looking at the grass and worms on the table, Master Crystal started cursing inwardly. He decided to take a sip from the yellow beverage, but a look of suffering covered his face the moment he tasted it. Both Baron Sissa and I lost all interest in the food and drinks before us. Get me a piece of that bread as well, demanded Master Crystal as he pointed at Wind Spirit's bread. With a gesture from Mei Li, the nanny, Deo, hurriedly took out a piece of bread from her backpack and handed it over. Master Crystal took the bread, and under Wind Spirit's furious gaze, he started eating. During the birth of these clones, the Sacred Wing race had altered a part of their genes. Thus, there exists a unique command that they will obey unconditionally. The moment the command is issued, they will fall under the control of the one who issued the command. In other words, the Sacred Wing race can easily control the course of this battle, said Master Crystal. Chief Mei Li broke out in cold sweat upon hearing that. He could no longer sit still. Yes, that sounds about right. I heard before that some among the war gods also have a close connection with the Sacred Wing race. Based on what I know about Emperor Fi, he will definitely not allow you to become the sole hegemon of this planet, added Baron Sissa, further piling onto Mei Li's worries. Damn it, I knew those bastards were crafty. Ever since we started working together, the Sacred Wing race has never shown me any respect. Even when delivering the clones, they did not bother showing themselves. All that was left was a letter from their elder, said Mei Li. Oh, you got a letter? What's in the letter? Asked Master Crystal. Only 3 words. Kill without mercy, said Mei Li furiously. What does that mean? Asked Baron Sissa. What else? They want me to wipe Gunda's army and leave no survivors, said Mei Li. Have you repeated the order to your soldiers? Master Crystal hurriedly asked. Yes, the first thing I did was send the order to all the soldiers and have them follow it, said Mei Li. From his voice, he was starting to panic. Shit. Master Crystal exclaimed. This was not a word anyone here wanted to hear from him at this moment. What is it, Master? Tell me, Mei Li asked. It even sounded like he was about to cry, showing a completely different appearance than the cold and valiant warrior that I saw earlier. Looks like this fellow is quite weak on the inside, I thought, feeling somewhat glad to see how he was behaving. Those words are none other than the command for the genetic lock. The moment you uttered them, the clone's secret order was activated, said Master Crystal in an unhurried manner. And what is the secret order, exactly? Asked Mei Li. Kill without mercy. You have your answer. Anyone apart from the clones is to be killed without mercy, said Master Crystal bluntly. The barbarians present could no longer keep their calm. The soldiers of Gunda's army were not the only ones surrounded. The barbarian army was similarly surrounded by clones. The Sacred Wing race is achieving 2 goals with 1 move. What a ruthless move. With this move, they can not only eliminate those loyal to the king but also get rid of the biggest resistance on the planet, the barbarians, said Baron Sissa. I have a question. Why are Emperor Fi and the Sacred Wing race so sure that Mei Li would utter the command out loud? Also, how would they know about Mei Li's military operation? I asked. Hehe, you're still too inexperienced, young man. This entire operation is basically part of Emperor Fi's schemes. Even if Mei Li had not uttered the command, there would be someone to bait the words out of his mouth, said Master Crystal confidently. You mean there is a spy from the Sacred Wing race around me? Who is it? I'll dig him out, said Mei Li ruthlessly after recollecting himself. Who else? Her. Master Crystal pointed at Wind Spirit. Old fart, what in the world are you saying? Just because I didn't help you earlier, you're trying to frame me with such a big lie, argued Wind Spirit in an agitated manner. Wind Spirit did not look like she was lying to me. You're accusing the princess? But that doesn't seem likely. She is here mainly to observe. Everything I have done was in accordance with my own thoughts and unrelated to her, said Mei Li with a shake of his head. Yes, she hadn't participated in your planning, but she has been constantly sending information about you to the Empire. They can easily build their plans around what you're doing, said Master Crystal, presenting a convincing argument that nobody could argue against. Assumptions? You're basing everything on pure assumptions. My task has always been to observe and report what I see to the Empire. I haven't participated in any military operation or planning, Wind Spirit continued, arguing resolutely. The more you say that, the more you prove that I'm right. With your character, you will definitely do the opposite of what your father wanted you to do. Based on what I know about him, he must have reminded you repeatedly to not accurately report what you see. But you're young and rebellious. You refuse to listen to your father and are instead loyal to the Emperor. Thus, you have been reporting everything as accurately as you can, said Master Crystal loudly. That was enough to stun Wind Spirit. She loosened her grip on the bread in her hand, and it dropped to the ground. Without a doubt, Master Crystal was completely right. Emperor Fi had known how she would act and had made full use of her. In terms of grasping someone's personality, the Emperor was among the best. Princess, is your kin telling the truth? Asked Meili. I don't know. My head hurts. I believe he is wrong, but my father did tell me repeatedly to not report the truth before I left. I don't know anymore, said Wind Spirit as she covered her ears and shook her head madly. What should we do now? Asked Meili helplessly. This was our chance for a comeback. Just as I was about to speak, one of Meili's guards stepped forth. Chief, you're being silly. Gunda's army is already on the brink of destruction while you're here letting this old cat confuse your mind. It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth. We'll kill them first before going out to take care of the mess. I'll personally crush all traitors for you, said the guard confidently. What is your aim? Who's the boss here? Why are you in such a rush to kill them? Do you have a hidden goal? Killing them will make it even easier for the clones to destroy us. With me out of the way, you'll be able to rise up and take my position, right? Meili said, turning into his same cold leader self. The guard was greatly frightened by Meili's words and hurriedly knelt onto the ground and started apologizing. Many leaders did not mind bowing to external parties but would be unwilling to let go of their power internally. Meili was one of them. Master, do you have any way to help us? Meili ignored the kneeling guard and turned around to look at Master Crystal. The most important thing for us to do is to stop the attack on Gunda's army. After all, your army will be the next target after the clones destroy Gunda's army, suggested Master Crystal. There is a commander called Dillo among the clones. He is in charge of the assault, said Meili. Call him over and order him to stop. If he refuses, arrest him immediately. Remember, remove his communicator before he enters the tent, said Master Crystal. Meili looked at a guard beside him, sending the guard to carry out the task. Wind Spirit was still staring blankly ahead, so Master Crystal comforted her. Girl, stop worrying. You did nothing wrong here. You were merely being manipulated by the Emperor. I'm not worried. I'm merely recalling all the events that transpired after I landed on this planet. I did discover some oddities. For some reason, I was able to constantly and randomly receive new information. From my time with the Canyue Kingdom until my time with the barbarians, a secret force seems to be steadily guiding me forward, said Wind Spirit. Hihi, you're still young. Be patient and learn more from your old man. I'll teach you more in the future if we get the chance, said Master Crystal. Reporting to the chief, the commander of the special forces, Dillo, is here. A loud voice came from outside the tent. Come in, said Meili. A barbarian commander without his communicator and weapon walked in. Unlike the other barbarians who were darker in tone, this barbarian commander had fairer skin, which was the result of spending a prolonged amount of time outside the war god race's home planet. Chief Meili, the fighting is intense. Why did you call me back so urgently? Is there a new order? Asked Dillo. It's nothing too important. Commander Dillo and our brothers have been working hard. Gunda's army is encircled and out of supply. It is only a matter of time before they fall. I believe we don't need to rush the attack. We need to treasure the lives of our soldiers. I intend to keep them trapped and let time do the job for us by starving them to death, said Meili in an unhurried manner. Chief, the enemy army is on the verge of collapse. They have no combat strength to speak of. Give us 3 more hours. I guarantee none of them will survive. We can't let go of this precious opportunity. Even if we attack now, we won't have many casualties. Letting them recuperate will only lead to higher casualties down the road, argued Dillo. Unsurprisingly, he refused to obey the new order. When Meili heard Dillo's rejection, he recalled Master Crystal's words. A murderous look covered his face. Holding himself back from flipping out, Meili said coldly, "We're at war. During war, the commander's orders are absolute. How can I continue leading the army in the future if I obtain victory due to a disobedient soldier?" Dillo stared at Meili incredulously before saying, "Yes, superior. I'll notify the soldiers to stop attacking." I was relieved to hear that. At the very least, we were able to stop the battle. It would seem that this mission wasn't as hard as Master Crystal had guessed. After finishing his words, Dillo turned around to leave. "Men, arrest Commander Dillo," ordered Meili coldly. "Chief Meili, what are you doing? We have been fighting for you. Why are you arresting me?" shouted Dillo, unable to accept how he was being treated. "Why? Because you're defecting," replied Meili coldly. "That is a baseless accusation," shouted Dillo. "Baseless my ass. Lock him up," ordered Meili. Dillo was dragged away by several burly guys. "Who will order the clones to stop if he's arrested?" "You guys are too full of yourselves," said Wind Spirit, who was slowly calming down. Everyone blanked out. True. Without Dillo, who would pass on the order? "Hakan, why don't you go?" said Meili toward the guard still kneeling on the ground. This mission is too important. This lowly one does not dare to take it. I only know how to charge and break through enemy lines. Something like this is beyond me, Chief, said Hakan. He seemed to have smartened up incredibly quickly after his small lesson. Meili was happy with the smart reply and said, stand up. What are you doing staying on the floor? Hakan breathed out in relief and hurriedly got back on his feet. We can't delay the ceasefire. Someone needs to notify the attacking forces to stop immediately. We also need someone to bring the message of the ceasefire to Gunda's army, said Meili. I believe Wind Spirit and Canyue are the best candidates. They will bring the message to the clone soldiers and Gunda's army, suggested Master Crystal. I'll go with Canyue, Baron Sissa volunteered. How about this? Princess Wind Spirit, the Baron, Canyue, and Hakan will spread the message. The Master will stay with me, Meili decided. Clearly, he was keeping Master Crystal at his side to have a hostage to keep us in check. Canyue, Baron, go. I'll be fine here. End the battle as soon as you can to avoid further casualties, said Master Crystal. The four of us did not waste any time. We left the tent and went toward the blockaded main road. After leaving the barbarian encampment, we arrived at the area guarded by the clone soldiers. Compared with the barbarian encampment, the military fortifications there were obviously stricter and finer. The clone soldiers had gone through a long and comprehensive training. Their discipline was much higher than the barbarians' coarse battle tactics. With Wind Spirit walking in front of us, all the soldiers parted to make way because they all knew her. The nearer we got to the main road, the more people we saw. Countless soldiers had surrounded the road, ensuring that escape was impossible. After walking through layer upon layer of soldiers, we arrived before a large platform from which the main road could be seen clearly. With one look, I saw over 1,000 war god corpses piled up at the crossing, and the ground was flooded by blood. This was an extremely cruel battle. An ox-headed warrior that looked like a military leader noticed us and immediately walked toward us. Superiors, this is the front line. There might be stray arrows anywhere. It's too dangerous. Please leave immediately, said the military leader. We're not here for an inspection. We're here to bring the message of ceasefire from Chief Meili and Commander Dillo, said Wind Spirit. Ceasefire? Before he left, Commander Dillo had prepared several offensive plans. He said that no matter what time he returns, we are to attack after 60 minutes. We are only 27 minutes away from the deadline. Without Commander Dillo's direct order, the offensive won't stop, replied the military leader. All four of us were stunned. So Dillo actually had a backup plan. He had actually arranged it before leaving. Commander Dillo is in the middle of discussing an even bigger operation after receiving an urgent message from the Empire. The four of us are sent to bring his message. You need to halt the offensive immediately, or you will be punished for insubordination, said Baron Sissa. Superior, it's not that I'm unwilling to stop. The clone soldiers can only be ordered by the highest commander. Without Dillo's direct authorization, the soldiers won't even listen to me, explained the military leader with a helpless face. This is going to be troublesome. We need Dillo himself to give the order to cease the attack, I said to Wind Spirit. What should we do now? Asked Baron Sissa. What else? Go back first and have Dillo issue the order. We don't have much time left. Let's go, said Wind Spirit. We turned to leave the platform. At the same moment, Gunda's army launched another suicide attack. I was saddened to see the sight of the war god soldiers dropping one after another. I couldn't bring myself to keep looking, so I averted my gaze and hastened my footstep from this slaughterhouse. But I noticed something wrong only a few steps later. Wind Spirit, Baron, that Hakan fellow is gone. He's not coming with us, I said anxiously. Shit. I was focused on the suicide charge, so I didn't notice what Hakan was doing, said Baron Sissa. This is bad. The three of us are unarmed and the situation is dangerous. We must leave immediately, I ordered. We started running toward Meili's tent, but as we ran, sounds of disturbance erupted behind us. Run, I said loudly. Arrest them, don't let them escape. A shout came from behind us. Several burly figures promptly stood in our path. A massive hammer then came swinging toward my face. With my morph-capable shield on, I leaped to the right. The hammer landed on the ground beside me, creating a deep crater. A group of burly ox-headed warriors stood before us. With our builds and martial skills, we were completely not their match. Without our weapons, we cut sorry figures as we tried to deal with them. The ox-headed warriors were able to surround us, cutting all paths of escape. Capture all three of them. I want them alive, Hakan's voice rang out behind us. Hakan, you dare rebel against Meili? You're dead. Wind Spirit scolded furiously. Humph, how would a princess like you understand my struggles? There is no turning back for me. If you obediently surrender, I won't make things hard for you. You can help me eliminate Meili and get the Empire to grant me an official position. I'll be willing to spare Gunda and even lead the barbarians in surrendering to the Canyue Kingdom and ending the war, said Hakan. That was quite an attractive offer. Deal. Wind Spirit agreed without any hesitation. Both Baron Sissa and I gasped in shock. This little fellow was way too prone to changing her stance. The straightforward answer stunned the clone soldiers. The ox-headed giants around us were looking rather awkward because they didn't know if they should now attack or not. The crowd parted, allowing Hakan and the military leader to approach us. Welcome to the side of justice. I have successfully convinced Commander Lepu to delay the attack for an hour. We must make full use of this break to take down Meili and his command. We also need to rescue Chief Commander Dillo, said Hakan. What a surprise. How did a core soldier like you explain something so complicated to the clones in such a short period of time, said Wind Spirit with derision. My apologies. I had practiced this plan many times in my head. I was merely reenacting all my practice runs in real time. Are you going to work with us? If yes, be cooperative. If not, we will arrest you immediately, threatened Hakan. Didn't this princess agree? What devious plan are you cooking now, said Wind Spirit. Despite agreeing to cooperate, Wind Spirit's mouth was still as unforgiving as ever. Return with this blueling and tell Meili that we have notified both sides of the ceasefire. Invite Gunda to the front line. I'll arrest him when he's here, said Hakan. Do you think Meili is a fool? How would he enter the clone army's camp so easily? He would ask to have Gunda sent to him instead of coming out to meet him, said Wind Spirit, pointing out the weak point of the plan. Looks like this girl is still able to stay rational in emergencies, I praised inwardly. That's your problem. I don't care. You'll bring Meili here or the Baron will be facing threats to his life, threatened Hakan. Ha ha ha. How laughable. Why do I care about the so-called Baron? Feel free to kill him right now, said Wind Spirit uncaringly. No, I'll go meet Meili and try something, I said. You only have an hour. After that hour is over, the final offensive will begin. At that time, I will no longer be able to protect the Baron. Pace yourself accordingly, said Hakan. Then, two burly clone soldiers walked up and dragged the Baron back. I nodded at the Baron. I would never abandon a comrade in arms. Wind Spirit and I returned to Meili's tent. Along the way, both of us were deep in silent contemplation. The situation here had undergone several reversals, such as betrayal, reverse betrayal, encirclement, and reverse encirclement. This was the most complicated scenario I had ever encountered, but with both of my comrades stuck in two different camps, I had to think of a way to rescue both of them. At that thought, I suddenly recalled the 600 soldiers we had hiding. I needed to send them an update on the situation. Slowly, a plan formed in my mind. It did not take us long to be back in Meili's command tent. You're back so fast? The fight hasn't even stopped yet. Huh? Where's the Baron and Hakan? Asked Meili in astonishment. Hakan has defected and joined the clones. He's coming for you soon, I hurriedly said before Wind Spirit could open her mouth. What? Meili stood up in alarm. I doubt his betrayal is something he just came up with. From his words, I can feel that he has been plotting this for a very long time, I said, exerting even more pressure on Meili. By my side, Wind Spirit looked at me in confusion. She did not know what I was trying to do, so she kept winking at me. However, I acted like I didn't notice her. It's my fault for letting that fake kid fool me. I should have gotten rid of him long ago, said Meili with regret. Chief, the Baron is in Hakan's hands. We must make a move immediately, or our friend's life will be in danger, I said. Hero Canyue, what plan do you have? Tell me. We're completely surrounded by clones and won't be able to break out. Hakan also knows the situation here well. He will not let go of such a good opportunity to defeat us, said Meili as he slumped down in a vexed manner. I have an idea to help you break free, but I need your army's cooperation, I said. What is it? Tell me, said Meili. Some light returned to his eyes upon hearing that I had a solution. A frantic guard rushed into the tent and reporting to the chief, the clone soldiers are slowly shifting their positions. Their new defensive positions seem to be aimed against us. Looks like Hakan is already making his move. Hero Canyue, what idea do you have? Say it already, Meili urged. Give me a communicator. My army is lying in ambush on a mountain outside. Wind Spirit will meet Hakan with me later to tell him that you have surrendered. But I'm sure he won't have the guts to come meet you. He will demand that you go to him instead. I will try to convince him to prepare an empty passage among his clone army and let you go with your personal guards to surrender with your dignity intact. Since he's also running out of time, he will definitely move his army around. I will order my army to attack at that time and try to create an opening in the encirclement. You and your army will attack from the inside and try to escape during the chaos, I said. Canyue, why don't you use Hakan's plan against him? Just tell him we have successfully tricked Meili out, asked Wind Spirit in confusion. Silly girl. Both you and Hakan know Chief Meili well. Would you or Hakan believe that Meili can be tricked so easily? That was merely an empty demand. Tricked or not, he only needs Meili out. If we really tell him that Chief Meili was tricked, he might grow suspicious and do something untoward, I explained. In truth, Hakan made a major mistake. He didn't need to make this so complicated. He should have just attacked, said Wind Spirit. No, Hakan himself is worthless. The clone soldiers only care about Commander Dillo's life. That is why they didn't decide to attack, I explained. Fine. We'll follow this plan. I'll need to trouble you both. Soldiers, bring me a communicator, said Meili decisively. A soldier came with a communicator. Master Crystal helped with changing the communicator to the correct frequency. I have one more request, I suddenly said. Hero, this is a critical moment. What request do you have? Just say it. I'll try my best to help so long as it's within my capability, promised Meili. Okay. After breaking out, notify your soldiers to immediately stop fighting. Also, I need to borrow some soldiers from you. I intend to launch a surprise attack at an Imperial base, I said. The Divine Empire is trying to use someone else's hand to kill me. Any operation against that dogshit Emperor is an operation I'm more than happy to support, replied Meili furiously. With his promise, I picked up the communicator. Ankash, Zhang Bauer, can you hear me? I called out. Yes, we hear you clearly. Canyue, how are things there? Came Zhang Bauer's excited voice. I'm fine. Long story short, in a moment, I'll need the team to launch a surprise attack. Have the crew prepare. Upon seeing my signal, attack in the direction of my signal, and when I withdraw, stop and pull back immediately, I ordered. Order received. I'll immediately prepare the team for battle, said Zhang Bauer. My confidence was boosted by Bauer's promise. After the call, I left with Wind Spirit to meet Hakan again. Before leaving, Meili gave each of us a ray pistol. That was a sign of his trust in us. After passing through rows of soldiers, we stood before Hakan and Commander Lipu again. That was quick. Where is Meili? Asked Hakan. Brother, I already told Meili what's going on. The situation is clear for all to see. He can either surrender or face destruction, I replied, completely ignoring Hakan's idiotic plan. Very good. Only an outstanding person is capable of recognizing and submitting to circumstances. What did Meili say? Asked Hakan. Obviously, he himself did not believe in the stupid plan he wanted us to carry out. Chief Meili hopes to surrender with dignity. He will come with his personal guards. The rest of his soldiers will stay behind, I said. I'm not convinced. Meili is not the kind of person to surrender so easily, said Hakan. It was obvious that inwardly, he was still terrified of Meili. I can't do anything if you refuse to believe me. Whatever you decide to do, the two of you will still need to meet at least once. Feel free to just attack if you don't trust me, I refuted loudly. We can't attack. Commander Dillo is still with them. We must prioritize rescuing the commander, Lipu immediately objected. Hakan was starting to get swayed upon hearing Lipu's objection. Meili's guards will be limited in number. Just tell him he can't bring more than 10 people with him. Have him wait 50 meters away from the platform, said Hakan after finally deciding to face Meili. Roger. I also need you to have the soldiers open a path for Meili and his people. I'll notify Chief Meili to surrender, I said. And thus, Wind Spirit and I returned to Meili's command tent. Chief, everything is ready. Pick 10 guards to protect you. Wind Spirit and Master Crystal will remain and wait for my signal before leading the army here to break out. Remember, protect Commander Dillo well. He will be the perfect hostage for us, I said. Hero Canyue, are you going with me? Asked Meili as he handed me a flare gun. Yes. I'll be going with you so that I can fire the signal, I said. Excellent. I have notified the barbarian army to follow the order and attack after seeing the signal, said Meili. With everything in place, we left the tent. Waiting outside were 10 sturdy and fierce ox-headed warriors. The leader of these guards was a big guy with dark skin. He was none other than the warrior who had led the charge to break the Canant army's shield formation in the previous battle. Gaijin, a bloody battle might be waiting for us. Are you and your guard team afraid? Asked Meili as he looked at the dark-skinned big guy. So long as I get to fight beside the chief, I won't be afraid even if the sky collapses on me, said Gaijin as his battle intent surged. Good. Let us teach Hakan, the scum, a lesson, said Meili. With his command, the group marched forward with our heads held high. The surrounding soldiers were rather shaken by Meili's imposing presence. As he walked, they parted to allow him passage. Before long, we arrived before the clone's defensive perimeter. Following Hakan and Lipu's order, the clone soldiers moved aside to allow us passage. We ignored the numerous clones around us and strutted forward. Shortly after, we reached a circular opening 50 meters away from the command platform. The clone soldiers had formed a small packet of encirclement in advance. Hakan, I'm here. I thought you wanted to be a hero. Show yourself, coward. You can have my army. I was long tired of this position, said Meili loudly. Chief, have your people lay down their arms. The moment that is done, we can begin our joyful negotiation, said Hakan while hiding behind the clone soldiers. What a joke. You're surrounding us with so many people. Why are you still afraid of our weapons? The blood of the war god race flows in our veins. Since ancient times, we never lay down our arms. Are you trying to break the tradition? Refuted Meili loudly. His words caused some disturbance among the soldiers. Even though they were clones, they still had the blood of the war god race in their veins. Laying down arms was the greatest insult to the honor of their kind. Thus, the clones also could not accept it. Surprised by how much Hakan feared Meili, the uproar among the clone soldiers grew. Right at that moment, the crowd parted. Lipu and Hakan walked out of the encirclement. Following behind the two was Baron Sissa. The Baron nodded at me, signaling that everything was fine. Chief Meili, as per your request, we're meeting face to face. You can officially hand your army over to me. We barbarians never go back on our words, said Hakan. Hehe. Yes, we barbarians never go back on our words. But how can a liar like you call yourself a barbarian? Meili sneered. Shit. Meili is going to ruin the plan. He's a lying bastard himself. It's pointless to provoke Hakan here, I thought. No, I wouldn't dare take the credit for that. When it comes to lying, I am nothing before a great liar like you, Chief. Now, we'll have to see if you're going to fulfill your promise, replied Hakan, conforming to my thoughts. At that moment, an ox-headed soldier stepped forth and whispered something into Lipu's ear. According to our initial plan, the attack on Gunda's army will resume after 10 minutes, announced Lipu. This is bad. We're running out of time. We need to start the operation immediately, I thought anxiously. Right after Lipu's announcement, a peculiar scene appeared. Loud roars erupted from the other side of the encirclement. It almost seemed like Gunda's army was launching an offensive to break free of the encirclement. "What is going on?" asked Lipu when he heard the noise. "This is bad, Commander. The surrounded war god soldiers are charging our blockade at the main road. About 10,000 of them are attacking together," reported a soldier anxiously. "What? An attack by 10,000 soldiers? Are they trying to kill themselves?" asked Lipu in astonishment. "Commander, ignore Gunda's army. No matter how many people they throw at you, it'll be the same as suicide. Deal with melee first," said Hakan, pulling Lipu's attention back to the issue at hand. "I was pleasantly surprised to hear about the large-scale attack. It was like the heavens were helping me. This attack created a perfect opportunity for me." At that thought, I nodded at Melee and signaled him with my eyes. "Melee, what do you want? We don't have the time to waste waiting for you to make your choice. Surrender or die," demanded Hakan loudly. "Surrender your mother," a loud roar rang out. Then, I saw Gajin toss a black lance at Hakan. The lance shot straight toward Hakan's chest like a bolt of lightning. The move stunned all the surrounding clone soldiers. Gajin had actually attacked when there was no doubt that we were the ones in the inferior position, catching all the clones by complete surprise. However, Hakan was previously Melee's guard and was an experienced combatant. He leaned to the side by instinct as the black lance passed by the spot less than 2 centimeters away from his body and stabbed into the clone soldier behind him. The lance was astonishingly powerful, killing the clone soldier before the clone could even make a sound. After several seconds of silence, an uproar erupted among the clones who had seen their comrade fall. "Kill them," ordered Lipu. The clone soldiers raised their weapons and swarmed us. "Prepare for battle," I roared as I aimed my ray pistol at one of the charging soldiers and pulled the trigger. I was able to penetrate the soldier's shield after several shots and dropped the soldier. As the soldier fell, I saw Baron Sissa activate his morph-capable shield as he evaded the attacks from several clone soldiers, cutting quite a sorry figure. "Catch!" I shouted as I tossed a ray pistol at the Baron. Baron Sissa caught the pistol and shot several times at a clone soldier before him. After dropping the soldier, he rushed to my side. The battlefield had turned into a chaotic melee. One ought to admit that Melee's guards were exceptionally bold and powerful. They formed a formation and relied on their years of experience working together to fight madly. Although the clones had the numerical advantage, they were unable to unify their offensive. Because of that, they were unable to seize the initiative of the battle. Gajin was the bravest of them all. With his axe, he attacked furiously. He even left the formation several times due to his bloodlust and had to be called back by Melee. "Hero Canyue, you should be ordering your people to attack now, right?" asked Melee, breathing heavily from the fight. The battlefield around us was in chaos. The clones had separated their army due to the attack by Gunda's army, so this was our best chance to break free. At that thought, I fired the flare into the sky without hesitation. After firing the flare signal, both the Baron and I joined the battle. Now, all we could do was wait for an opening so that we could break free. In the sky, the mechanical birds of both parties were also engaged in a chaotic battle. Both sides were clearly marked by different emblems, and the barbarians were not disadvantaged in terms of the quantity of their mechanical birds. The battle in the sky was intense, and destroyed mechanical birds were constantly dropping down. Baron Sissa and I were both hidden right in the middle of the circular formation formed by Melee's guards while we attacked with our ray pistols. After more than 10 minutes, the corpses of the clone soldiers had piled into a miniature hill around us. Admiringly, of the 10 guards, not one of them had fallen. Their combat strength and physical qualities are frighteningly strong. Suddenly, the clone soldiers around us pulled back, leaving a blank space in front of us. We couldn't understand why they did that, but we grabbed the opportunity to take a short break. All the guards were breathing heavily. The short battle had been incredibly exhausting. The empty gap kept growing, eventually reaching a size of 30 square meters. Our circular formation was directly in the center of it. "What is Hakan doing this time? Everyone, be on alert and maintain the formation." "Canyue, why is your army still not here?" asked Melee loudly. Only then did I notice that I had joined the battle the moment I fired the flare signal. I had not been communicating with Zhongbauer. At that thought, I took out the communicator the barbarians had given me from my backpack. I was about to contact Zhongbauer when I heard the sound of bows being pulled from behind the encirclement around us. "This is bad. The enemy is planning to rain arrows on us," I shouted. Melee's guard did not have their handheld shields with them. If the rain of arrows was truly unleashed, all of us would be turned into pincushions. Right that moment, a dazzling explosion erupted from behind our enemy lines. The explosion affected the entire archer formation. A mechanical bird flew by above us. Atop the mechanical bird, Ankash's figure could be clearly seen. The reinforcements are finally here. I could finally heave a breath of relief. At that moment, the clone warriors demonstrated their excellent combat capabilities. Even under the fire of Ankash's explosive arrows, there were still dozens of arrows unleashed toward us. I immediately extended my morph-capable shield and blocked the arrows for everyone. Next, roars rang out behind the encirclement as the 7th Armored Division worked with the youth guards of the war gods to launch a fierce assault on the clones. The clone army was obviously confused by the attacks coming from 3 directions. I could see the encirclement around us turning lax. At the same time, loud battle sounds also rang out somewhere behind us. The barbarian army had started attacking under Master Crystal's command. The clone army devolved into further chaos. To the side was the 7th Armored Division attacking efficiently with cluster laser guns and some other firearms. To the outer defensive line, sounds of explosions and battle were approaching us. Suddenly, I saw a path open in the middle of the encirclement. Both Hakan and Lipu appeared from it and rushed us while brandishing their weapons. The clone soldiers were encouraged by the charge of their leader and had their morale boosted. Over 100 clones charged toward us with them, trying to stamp us out with their numerical advantage. Chief Melee immediately reorganized his people. After the short break, the team of guards had recovered their combat strength. They sallied forth to meet the incoming clones. This time, the clone soldiers seemed to be rather determined to wipe us out. Although Gajin and the other guards fought valiantly, the clone soldiers were also fighting with no regard for their lives after the encouragement from Hakan and Lipu's charge. An ox-headed soldier with a long, white beard fixed his gaze on me while I was busy shooting at the clones. With his massive blade, he charged toward me. A tiny opening had appeared in the formation around us, so the clone soldier used it to make a beeline for me. I shot repeatedly at him with my ray pistol, but the clone soldier nimbly shifted left and right to avoid all my shots. Just as the massive blade was about to reach my head, a lance flew out from beside me. The powerful force behind the toss pushed the lance right through the clone soldier's handheld shield and pierced through his body. I looked back and saw that Coco had broken through the encirclement with his youth guards and had appeared beside us. Upon seeing me and the Baron fighting alongside Melee, Coco blanked out slightly. But his nature as a war god did not question it too much. Rather, he continued attacking the clone soldiers around us. Under Coco's furious assault, the clone soldiers sank into total chaos. Canyue, I have arrived, came a familiar voice. Zhang Bauer appeared before my eyes. He tossed a cluster laser gun my way. With heavy weaponry in my hands, my confidence grew. The intense battle had given rise to my bloodlust as well, so I started madly shooting at our enemies. Firearms were much stronger than cold weapons. Under the 7th Armored Division's assault, the encirclement formed by tens of thousands of clone soldiers was thrown into a mess by only several hundred soldiers. They were even forced to pull back. Hakan and Lipo were greatly shocked by what they saw. They started leading the clones in a slow retreat back to their command platform. At this time, it is even more important that we do not let up on the pressure. We must follow up on victory and press home the advantage, I ordered Zhang Bauer. And thus, the army of over 600 soldiers marched forth toward the command platform. Near the command platform, I noticed that our side was slowly gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Gunda's army seemed to have discovered the disturbance among the clone army. They were attacking the blockade at the main road with all their strength. With the clones being forced to face enemies from two directions, the clone army's formation grew even more disarrayed. Suddenly, hundreds of arrows dropped from the sky. The youth guards were busy attacking and weren't able to notice them in time. Dozens were struck, and they fell onto the ground. The enemy archers had reassembled atop the command platform. Standing beside each archer was a shield bearer. The shock from the archers awakened the attacking soldiers from their furor. Waves of exhaustion washed over them, displaying the disadvantage of having inferior numbers. We were all anxious upon noticing that. Lin Fixu immediately arranged for mounted guns to be set up before unleashing a rain of bullets upon the archers. The enemy soldiers on the front line fell to the mounted guns in vast numbers, but the shield bearers were steadfastly protecting the archers. Just like that, the two parties started firing shots at each other. This can't continue. We will be exhausted to death. Can anyone create an opening? Asked Melee loudly. Chief, I'll go, volunteered Gajin loudly. He had barely finished his words before he charged out while waving his axe around. Two other guards were also charging behind him. When the archers noticed the charging big guy, they unleashed a series of arrows at him. One of the guards following Gajin was struck and dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, Gajin's axe was spinning rapidly like a propeller as he blocked all incoming arrows. Under a military officer's command, the enemy archers slowly stabilized their formation. Not only were they attacking us, but they were also dealing massive damage to Gunda's army. As Gunda's army was further away from the clone army, the clone archers were even using explosive arrows on them. The bright explosions reaped lives mercilessly, perfectly showcasing the cruelty of war. As I observed the battlefield, a forceful arrow shot by my ear like a meteor, heading straight for the archer's leader. The clone soldier beside the leader saw the attack and hurriedly raised his shield to block it. Surprisingly, the arrow was powerful and fast enough that the arrow shot through his shield and his neck before he could fully raise his shield, killing him instantly. Even more terrifying, the arrow continued onward toward the archer leader. The archers were already tired from the battle. When their leader fell, their morale suffered. Taking advantage of their loss of leadership, we launched another charge. It even seemed like we were going to succeed soon. When I looked back, I saw Ankash firing his arrows repeatedly behind me. Ankash's archery is remarkable. I must think of a way to recruit him into the crew, I told myself. Meanwhile, relying on his powerful strength, Gajin tore open a gap in the shield formation. Fighting in a suicidal manner, Gajin madly slashed at the clone soldiers around him. The surrounding clones even seemed intimidated by his ferocity. They started retreating repeatedly. It was at that moment that Gajin took the chance to charge right into the archers' formation. He was akin to a starving wolf intruding upon a flock of sheep. With a swing of his axe, a row of archers were killed. The War God and 7th Armored Division soldiers who witnessed that scene had their morale boosted. Everyone roared even louder as they attacked relentlessly. Finally, the archers on the platform also had their formation thrown into chaos. With the archers losing their ground, the clones blockading the main road started pulling back in scattered directions. Gunda's army took the chance and attacked madly, finally creating an opening on their side. Coco and his youth guards noticed and immediately attacked the created opening. They enlarged the opening with everything they had while resisting the clone soldiers, allowing the War God soldiers to rush out. With that, Gunda's army was finally able to join the helpers who had come to rescue them. Meanwhile, the clone soldiers farther behind us had also been thrown into chaos. It was obvious that the attack on Master Crystal's side was also progressing smoothly. The encirclement was clearly on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, I saw a figure stealthily approaching Gadjin from behind him. Gadjin was busy fighting amid the enemy archers. Despite his sturdy body, the long battle had exhausted him. His movements were no longer as sharp as before. The sneaking figure was none other than Hakan. It was obvious he intended to stab Gadjin from behind. The sounds of battle were too loud for me to notify Gadjin. I hurriedly raised my laser gun and shot at Hakan, but he was too far away. All my shots were intercepted by the shield bearers in the enemy army. I could only watch as the crafty Hakan approached Gadjin from the back and threw a sharp spear forth. Gadjin, who was busy fighting, also heard the incoming attack. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but the enemy was too near. Coupled with the strength and the speed of Hakan's toss, the spear was able to stab into Gadjin's belly. And thus, the valiant warrior as heroic as Achilles himself was finally felled. The moment Gadjin collapsed, Melee and the other guards roared with such desperation that one could hear their hearts breaking. Gadjin was the bravest of Melee's subordinates. Just like that, he had been taken down by an ambushing traitor. At that moment, an astonishing scene appeared. Gadjin, who had fallen, stood back up while trembling and tossed his axe toward Hakan. Alas, the seriously injured Gadjin was akin to an arrow at the end of its flight. Hakan was able to easily avoid the toss. Instead of Hakan being wounded, a random clone soldier behind him dropped to the ground. After tossing the axe out, Gadjin could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground. The group of soldiers around Hakan immediately swarmed him. With that, a war god of a generation met his end. Gadjin's sacrifice did not change anything about the battle. The blockade on the main road had been fully blasted through by Gunda's army. The trapped war god army started rushing outward under the cover of the youth guards. In the basin belonging to the barbarians, I saw a group of soldiers surrounding a familiar face as they charged outward. It was none other than Gunda, who was trying to break free under strict protections. Canyue, time for us to withdraw. The enemies are reorganizing for a second attack, Old Du shouted to me. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. Master Crystal and the barbarian army he led had successfully broken free as well. They were rapidly escaping toward the forest at the back. At the same time, Gunda's army had also broken free and was escaping in the opposite direction. However, the leaders of the well-trained clone soldiers were able to hurriedly reorganize the remaining half of their army. They were attempting to launch an organized assault on our side of the battlefield while we tried to break free. The withdrawal was progressing at a rapid pace. The speed of an escape would largely be faster than the speed of an organized march. Shortly after, Gunda appeared before me with a group of his guards. I knew you were the one here to rescue us. Let's retreat first. We'll talk after we're free, said Gunda with gratitude. Right at that moment, Gunda noticed Melee, who was madly attacking amid a crowd of enemies due to the sorrow of losing Gadjin. What is wrong with this fellow? Has he gone mad? He's killing his own people, asked Gunda incredulously. Grand Commander, let's retreat first. I'll explain to you after escaping, I reminded loudly. Gunda nodded as he led his people and continued to escape. Old Du, Zhang Bauer, and I charged through the chaotic melee to reach Melee's side. Chief, your army is withdrawing. We must retreat as well. If the enemies are able to reform the encirclement, things will become dangerous, I shouted to Melee. Give me a moment. I'll kill Hakan to avenge Gadjin, said Melee. He had lost his reason after losing Gadjin. I took a look at Hakan and Lipa, who were being protected by more and more clone soldiers, and realized that it would be extremely difficult to take down Hakan for now. Chief Melee, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge in the future. It hasn't been easy for us to create this opening. We need to retreat before we can look for a chance to counterattack in the future. Hakan won't escape you, I said. Upon hearing my words, Melee finally took a look at his final 4 remaining personal guards. The rate at which he was becoming exhausted had also reached a critical point. I'll let that traitorous Hakan live a few more days. Retreat, said Melee furiously. Having reached an agreement, all our people charged outward. The 7th Armored Division and the youth guards were in charge of covering the soldiers' retreat. Only after all of them retreated did the 2 groups begin to withdraw too. Withdrawing while fighting, we managed to safely escape the encirclement. Old Du, Kelly, Lin Fixio, follow Gunda's army and have him fulfill his promise as soon as possible. Everyone else, come with me. We'll deal with Melee and his barbarian army. Maintain communication. 7th Armored Division, let's go, I said. Old Du nodded at me. We split into 2 and started working in accordance with the plan. The 2 escaping armies entered the forest following 2 different routes, leaving the chaotic clone army and mountains of corpses behind. At that time, I noticed that the clone army had fully reorganized under the leadership of some leaders. I did some estimation and concluded that the clone army still had more than 45,000 people. What a pity that this army is controlled by a genetic lock and can't be used by us, I thought. I hurriedly withdrew, preventing the enemy from forming a new encirclement around us. Taking Zhang Bauer, Ankash, and Baron Sissa with me, we moved rapidly along Mei's route to reconvene with the barbarian army. The soldiers of the 7th Armored Division marched alongside us. At this time, Dondon and Domo, who were in charge of maintaining the communication network, rushed down the mountain to reconvene with us. Surprisingly, the clone army wasn't giving chase. It would seem that without their main commander, they did not have anyone to properly command them. We made use of the perfect chance to escape rapidly. Just like that, we ran for over 3 hours in the forest. Once we were about 50 kilometers away, we stopped in a valley. Countless barbarian soldiers were either sitting or laying on the ground while breathing heavily. After the shaking battle and reversal in plots, everyone was grateful to have preserved their lives. At the same time, they were also reorganizing themselves. I had Ankash stay at the rear as a scout, ensuring everyone's safety. Amid the chaotic army, we met Mei once again. Canyue, the attack on Gunda's base has been halted as well, but the encirclement is still there. Commander Sing Sing is still holding her ground, reported Dondon. Chief Mei, shall you withdraw your soldiers in advance to avoid conflicting with Gunda's army when they return, reminded Baron Sissa. At that point, the casualty report had been finalized. Mei had 6,700 surviving soldiers while the 7th Armored Division had 95 surviving soldiers. Another 4 were sacrificed. But this time, we weren't even able to retrieve their corpses due to the chaos. They died without even getting a grave, I thought with guilt. Hawken's betrayal has cost us disastrous losses, said Mei, who was still furious. Chief, that isn't entirely correct. Hawken was not the reason for the clone army to do what they did. At most, he's the spark that triggered the attack, said Master Crystal. For now, we should prioritize pulling back the barbarians surrounding the Canyue base to prevent further casualties, reminded Baron Sissa yet again. Are there any suitable places we can go for now? Asked Mei as he looked at a guard beside him. The old, the women, the children, and the sick are currently gathered in the dark ravine. Shall we muster our soldiers there first? Asked the guard. If we really don't have a better option, we'll go there. Notify the attacking forces to retreat immediately. We will depart after 20 minutes, ordered Mei. Dondon, contact Zhang Xing. We will be following Chief Mei to the dark ravine. Have her stay and wait for the retreating war god soldiers. Have her request Gunda to fulfill his promise as quickly as possible, I said. Roger, replied Dondon, who was busy gaping at Wind Spirit. Where is the clone commander, Dillo? I asked Master Crystal. He is being tightly guarded by our soldiers. Everything seems normal, said Master Crystal. Take him with us to the dark ravine. We still have some uses for him, I said. After resting for 20 minutes, the soldiers moved out. Amid the planet's ambient rumble, we marched toward the dark ravine. Canyue, the clone soldiers are pulling back, said a dark figure that had rushed over from afar. It was none other than Ankash. Where are they withdrawing to? I asked. According to our mechanical dogs, over 100 spaceships had landed and picked them up, replied Ankash. Looks like the Sacred Wing race is here to take their soldiers back, said Wind Spirit. The Divine Empire has gained a new army that is basically a war god army. This is extremely troublesome, said Baron Sissa as he shook his head and sighed. Nevertheless, their withdrawal means that we are temporarily secured on Rumble. Let's recuperate at the dark ravine first, I said. With the enemy gone, we no longer needed Ankash to cover our rear. Thus, we could travel together toward the dark ravine. What kind of a place is the dark ravine? I asked Ankash. It's a place of origin, but the Canyue kingdom abandoned it a very long time ago, said Ankash. Place of origin? Is that where the war god race came from? I asked curiously. Yes. According to the legends, the first war god soldier was created by the creator in the dark ravine. Initially, the ravine was lush with vegetation like Jero City, but a heavenly fire had descended and destroyed all the plants there. Oddly, after the fire, the plants could no longer grow back. Thus, the Canyue kingdom decided to abandon it, said Ankash. I don't believe in the so-called heavenly fire. That must be a meteor or something, said Zhang Bauer. That's possible. The meteor might be the source of a great fire, and the radiation from the meteor might be the reason why the plants stopped growing there, said Dondon. I did not expect Mei to hide his people there. It is indeed a good hiding place, muttered Ankash. The team continued marching for 2 more hours before the dark ravine appeared before us. Several mountain peaks as dark as coal stood before us. The darkness was so deep it was inconceivable. The mountains looked more like gigantic burnt trees, and the ravine between them was also a world of darkness. The ancient fire had erased all greenery from this place. This feels like the forbidden zone of all lives, I exclaimed. A forbidden zone of life will often also be an origin zone of new life, said Baron Sissa with a profound tone. We followed the barbarian army and entered the origin zone of new life. The moment we entered, I saw the numerous barbarians steadfastly and painstakingly living in the harsh environment. With one look, I saw a newborn ox-headed person. The baby was being cradled in the arms of a female ox-headed individual. The little baby was staring at us curiously. The war was still a distant thing for him. Origin zone of new life. After reaching the dark ravine, many of the barbarian soldiers went to look for their families. For a soldier, returning to their family was something worth rejoicing. The over 1,000 dead soldiers had been forever separated from their loved ones. A few hours later, the soldiers in charge of surrounding the Canyue base returned. Master Crystal took the lead and supervised the soldiers as they started putting up tents. After a bloody battle and an intense march, we all fell asleep easily. After sleeping for an indeterminate amount of time, I woke up from some rustling sounds. I opened my eyes and saw that Dondon was busy trying to please Wind Spirit by offering her a massive pile of food. Packs of crackers and canned food were piled on the ground. The two little fellows were happy enjoying the food. Looking at the two, a rumbling sound came from my stomach. I was getting hungry as well. I got up, took 2 provisions of canned food from them without hesitation, and started eating. Wind Spirit was unhappy as she complained, "Alien, didn't you say that we were here first? Even when eating, priority should go to those who came first." I did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow was acting like she was on a vacation. I was about to say something when I noticed something. Instead of arguing, I retreated silently with my 2 cans. Outside the tent, the soldiers were bustling with activity. They had taken off their armor and were reorganizing themselves. Many of their weapons needed some polishing and maintenance in preparation for future battles. "Hero Canyue, Chief Meili wishes to invite you over to discuss something important," said a guard as he ran up to me. "Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. I followed the messenger to Chief Meili's command center. The command center was set up in a cave. Compared to our first meeting, the barbarian soldiers now had a clearly better attitude toward us. Master Crystal, Zhongbauer, Domo, Ankash, and Baron Sissa had already arrived before me. "Where are the 2 cats?" asked Zhongbauer. "Eating," I replied helplessly. "Canyue, Master Crystal has informed me of your goal. I am willing to help you," stated Meili in a straightforward manner. "Really? That's great." I couldn't contain my excitement when my goal was finally achieved. "But I have 2 requests," said Meili. "Do you still have any concerns, Chief?" I asked. "Hakan betrayed us barbarians, so he's our traitor. I hope you can help bring him to us." Meili voiced his first request. Hakan's betrayal is something everyone looks down upon. "As long as there is a chance, I will do my best to bring him back to you," I promised easily. My second request. "In this war, we barbarians have suffered disastrous losses. Therefore, I can only lend you 2,000 soldiers. However, we also need to negotiate peace with the Canyue Kingdom. Apart from that traitorous Hakan, I don't want to fight anyone anymore," said Meili. "I'll handle the peace deal for you. But 2,000 soldiers is too little, don't you think?" I asked, hoping to get more assistance. "Not at all. You're going to a place where even the greatest warrior to have ever appeared in our history lost his life. I can't send more people to their deaths," said Meili. I wanted to keep arguing, but when I saw Master Crystal urgently blinking at me, I gave up. "Fine. Deal. I'll borrow 2,000 soldiers from you." I nodded in agreement. After I receive the peace deal from the kingdom, I will hand the army over to you. Try to get started as soon as possible. I'll be waiting here with my people," said Meili. It was clear what I needed to do for the barbarians. Thus, I packed up with Master Crystal and the others in preparation to return to the Canyue Kingdom. Dondon proceeded to update Zhang Xingxing with the latest news. About 30 minutes later, Fearless and Spacetime appeared outside the dark ravine. The moment Spacetime's door opened, I saw the look in Zhang Xingxing's eyes. "Canyue, get on the ship. King Carter is waiting for us," said Zhang Xingxing loudly the moment she saw me. We quickly climbed onto the ship. Then, the 2 ships set out toward Jero City. Finally, we reunited with all our old friends in the command room. Everyone hugged and started chattering non-stop, talking about the dangerous experiences we had just undergone. Only 2 individuals were not participating. They stood to the side haughtily with their hands crossed. The 2 were none other than Domo and Wind Spirit. After leaving the dark ravine and the barren lands, the lush basin containing Jero City reappeared before our eyes. The feeling of returning from a cruel battlefield to a land of peace was beautiful. We entered the palace and noticed that King Carter had prepared yet another feast for us. "Canyue, I feel unwell. I think I'll have to excuse myself from this feast," Zhongbauer said. "It will be rude to just leave when you're already here. Just join the feast," I persuaded. "I'm afraid that they will serve us the same fat worms as last time. I won't be able to take it," said Zhongbauer. "Fine. Since you're so scared, I won't force you. Go take a nap on the ship. If there's anything nice, I'll pack some for you," I said. Zhongbauer cheerily left to get some sleep on the ship. The others were actually behaving similarly to Zhongbauer. The food of this planet was truly not something we could look forward to. But out of consideration for the princes and Zhang Xingxing, the rest did not make the same request as Zhongbauer. Instead, they all stepped into the hall. I noticed that Gunda and some of his guards had also come to join the feast. The feast bestowed by King Carter to the brave warriors is starting. "Everyone, you have all fought bravely. Please enjoy yourself," announced official Delight, signaling the start of the feast. This time, I noticed the confidence on the face of the attendant supervisor. We knew that for this kingdom, it was customary for the participants of a feast to not talk. Thus, we were all ready to eat silently. Unsurprisingly and disappointingly, the first dish was the same grass salad. The second dish was the same tomato. Good heavens. The people here did not improve at all. Don't they have any other food on this planet? I regretted not following Zhongbauer back to the ship. I believed that the third dish would be the same roasted worm. As I mused, the new dish was served on Gunda's table, which was situated opposite me. When the lid was lifted, the same old roasted worm dish appeared. Gunda started eating in excitement with a look of bliss on his face. We tried our very best to not throw up at the sight of the worms. Soon, the attendants came to our table with a large plate and lifted the lid. Surprisingly, a lobster-like creature that smelled really good appeared before me. The attendants also served each of us a glass of green gold. I gave the lobster a try. It was absolutely delicious. All of us reacted the same way and unhesitatingly started gorging ourselves with food. Next, dishes such as simmer-fried fish, roasted pig trotters, and black-boned chicken soup were served one after another. Dondan, notify Jongbauer to come join the feast, I said while chewing my lobster. However, Dondan was fully focused on eating, to the point he ignored my words. As a good brother, I couldn't bring myself to leave Jongbauer out of this. Thus, I called him myself. Unfortunately, he had actually turned his communicator off before going to sleep. Fine. I've done my part. You can only blame yourself for shutting down your communicator, I muttered to myself. After doing all that, my conscience was clear. I started gorging myself with all the delicacies. Before long, all the food before us was cleared. I lifted my head with satisfaction and saw the ox-headed attendant to the side looking at us with distaste for consuming food they considered strange. However, I felt nothing as I drained the glass of green gold in front of me. We were all pleased with the feast. After the meal, the king invited us to the audience hall. The moment we entered the room, official Dolite said on behalf of the king, I am extremely grateful to our friends from the League for the assistance you have rendered to Canyue. Thanks to you, Gunda's army avoided total elimination. Your Majesty is too polite. This is something the 7th Armored Division is obligated to do for the sake of interstellar peace, said Zhang Xingxing politely. Dolite continued acting as the king's messenger. Due to the help you have given Canyue, the great King Carter has agreed to fulfill his promise with Echo. An army of 10,000 soldiers will be lent to Prince Taurus. They promised 30,000 soldiers before, but that changed into 10,000 soldiers for no apparent reason. Forget it. Looks like we can only suffer in silence, I thought with dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the two princes still expressed their gratitude toward the king. Even Principal Saucy looked happy with the deal. If everyone is in agreement, I will muster the soldiers immediately. I hope you can carry out the mission as quickly as possible, said Dolite. I stepped forth and said, I have 2 requests, King Carter. Hero Canyue, what requests do you have? Feel free to say it, said King Carter. Melee of the barbarians is tired of war. He hopes to rejoin Canyue with the barbarians, forming a powerful kingdom of war gods. I voiced Melee's request. Are you telling the truth? King Carter was visibly excited when he heard that. Your Majesty, Melee has always been cunning and deceitful. You definitely can't believe this fake surrender of his, said Dolite. Will he use this chance to avoid war for now to recuperate before revolting? Asked Kelly, who was similarly worried. No, rather, I believe that this is a great chance for the reunification of the war god race on Rumble, I said. Then, I told them about Hawken's defection and the clone soldiers the Sacred Wing race had used to attack Melee's soldiers. Looks like Melee has grown paranoid after facing so many lies, said Dolite. If Melee is really willing to surrender, have him come to Jero City. I'll personally meet him, said King Carter, agreeing to give peace a chance. Everyone present was happy to hear that. After all, the war gods were already tired of endless internal wars. Thus, the prospect of peace was something worth rejoicing about. After receiving King Carter's confirmation, I gave Master Crystal, Lin Fixu, and Ankash a series of commands. The 3 accepted the task and left for Chief Melee on a spaceship. What is your second request? Tell me, said King Carter generously. I hope that your Majesty can lend me a ranger. I require his assistance greatly, I said. Are you referring to the child called Ankash? Asked King Carter. Precisely. I hope to have him by my side in the battle for justice, I said. King Carter gave it some thought before agreeing. Finally, after the rather winding process, we achieved what we had come for. It was even more remarkable that after it all, we were all still alive and fine. Zhang Xingxing smiled happily at me, but I knew deep inside that this joy was temporary. It was merely the beginning of an even more difficult journey. The Orion Constellation's Horsehead Nebula, the Divine Empire's Midstar Army, and the Beast Production Base. More dangers and the unknown were waiting for us. Thus, it was even more important for us to maintain our calm and assist Zhang Xingxing in achieving her ultimate goal. After finalizing the arrangements for the borrowed soldiers, we bid King Carter farewell and returned to our temporary accommodations. There, the core members of our crew gathered to talk about our next course of action. I had Dondan wake Zhang Bauer up for the meeting. Shortly after, Bauer arrived with Dondan. On Bauer's face was an extremely dispirited expression. It was pretty obvious that Dondan, the straightforward fellow, had bragged about the food to Zhang Bauer without considering his feelings. Suffering from a rumbling stomach and Dondan's detailed description of the feast, Zhang Bauer could only chew on the military crackers grumpily. Sigh. You can only blame yourself for shutting off your communicator, I thought inwardly. Of course, I was careful to not say a word about the feast so as to not further trigger Zhang Bauer. An hour later, Old Du returned to the palace with Melee. I had no interest in joining the meeting between Melee and King Carter. The moment Old Du and Kelly joined us, our own meeting began. According to the latest update, the Interstellar League's fleet is using all their strength to attack planet Lido. However, they weren't able to achieve the strategic goal of fully destroying the North Star Army. Instead, both sides were stuck in an endless back and forth, reported Lin Feixiu. He had obtained the news from Canyue. In other words, curbing the Horsehead Nebula's Midstar army will be even more important strategically now, said Zhang Xingxing. Currently, we are facing a very real issue. How are we supposed to transport over 10,000 soldiers off the planet? Asked Prince Taurus. There are large haulers on Rumble we can use, said Master Crystal. The haulers here are outdated with no defensive capabilities. They won't be able to get through the Empire's defensive lines. They will only become live targets at the Horsehead Nebula. We need an actual battleship. One that can fight in wars, said Prince Taurus while shaking his head. The prince is right. We need a battleship to both transport and protect these soldiers, agreed Zhang Xingxing. Will the League help us with transportation? Asked Zhang Bauer. Impossible. This is an unauthorized mission in the first place. The League will not approve it if they know what we're trying to do. We might even be accused of insubordination, said Kelly. But in this system, only the League and the Empire have large-scale battleships, said Old Du. Kelly, can you have Captain Carter help? I suggested. Carter still bears a grudge against you for what you did. You can't count on him. The Interstellar League is too strict with its military law. Moving a large-scale battleship is a very big deal, said Kelly, vetoing my suggestion with a reasonable argument. We hadn't actually considered the issue of transporting the new soldiers through the Empire's defensive line, but now, this issue had halted our move forward. A bunch of fools get together to come up with a plan. And all the plans are laden with loopholes, a sneer rang out beside us. We turned our heads and saw Wind Spirit sitting comfortably on a couch while Dondon served her snacks. Where did this female cat come from? Why is it running its mouth here? Said Prince Arid in his attempt to temper Wind Spirit's arrogance. Little prince, you dare show disrespect to your superior, retorted Wind Spirit unyieldingly. Calm down, everyone. We can always talk everything out, said Baron Sissa as he placated the two. I was about to give you an idea, but this little prince is too rude. In that case, there is no need for me to be so kind anymore, said Wind Spirit grumpily. As a military observer of the Empire, Wind Spirit was very familiar with the Empire's internal situation. Her suggestion could be extremely valuable. At that thought, I signaled Dondon with my eyes. Fortunately, Dondon could be rather smart when it mattered. The little fellow immediately understood my signal. Princess Wind Spirit, come on. Just tell them your idea. We'll go play outside. The air in here is so bad, said Dondon. Great. I am long tired of this room. Why bother telling them anything? Let's just go, replied Wind Spirit happily. Unfortunately, Dondon was far too simple-minded compared to Wind Spirit, so he did not know how to react to that. Wind Spirit, just share it. I'll tell you some stories about your father in return, said Master Crystal, giving Dondon a hand. That managed to pique Wind Spirit's interest. Fine. Deal, said Wind Spirit. Master Crystal nodded in confirmation. You put too many limitations on your plans. Yes, both the League and the Empire have the battleships you need. If you can't get a battleship from the League, just get it from the Empire, said Wind Spirit confidently. Wow, I thought it would be some genius idea. This female cat is truly a super genius. No wonder she spends so much time with the glutton. Birds of a feather do indeed flock together, sneered Domo, who was tired of Wind Spirit's arrogance. Freak, try calling me a female cat one more time, said Wind Spirit furiously. Domo, don't interrupt. I stopped Domo and then asked, Princess Wind Spirit, the Imperial battleships are all guarded strictly. How are we supposed to get one? Wind Spirit threw Domo a glare before saying, the Imperial Repair Center. That place is in charge of repairing the Empire's battleships. Since we're currently in a time of war, many battleships must have been sent there for repair, and the center's defenses must be weaker than they usually are. This is the perfect opportunity to steal a battleship from them. Good idea. I know the repair center well. It doesn't really have powerful defenses, said Principal Saucy upon hearing the suggestion. It was clear that Wind Spirit was telling the truth. And thus, snatching a battleship from the repair center became our next priority. Where is the Imperial Repair Center? I asked. Near Eternal, on the Empire's other artificial planet, Cloudcast, said Principal Saucy. Near Eternal? Won't the forces stationed at Eternal be able to arrive quickly? Asked Old Du. I believe that for now, we don't have to worry too much. The League is pressing into the Imperial borders with their fleet. As the capital of the Divine Empire, Eternal will be protected by a heavy military force. The force won't easily leave either. After all, any attack might be bait. Emperor Fi has always been a cautious person. He won't send his army out easily for fear of falling into a trap, said Master Crystal. I agree with Master Crystal's analysis. The Interstellar League is planning to attack Eternal with their most elite army, the A Army. I don't believe the Empire's intelligence will have no clue. Empire Fi will definitely concentrate his forces on his capital, said Kelly. In that case, we will draw a plan to ambush Cloudcast and snatch a battleship as quickly as possible, decided Zhang Xingxing. Following Zhang Xingxing's order, everyone worked together to form a detailed plan. It was decided that I would be the commander of the ambush operation. Wind Spirit, Old Du, Zhang Bauer, Lin Fixu, Kelly, Ankash, Baron Sissa, Dondon, Dodo, Master Crystal, Sarge, Domo, Wazhu, and 20 soldiers from the 7th Armored Division would be Space-A-Time's crew members for this mission. The others would wait on Rumble. Zhang Xingxing also requested that the two princes have King Carter send a medical team to help treat the 500 Echo soldiers we had withdrawn from Echo and help them recover their combat strength as soon as possible. Titan and Amethyst would work with Zhang Xingxing to reorganize the barbarians and the reinforcements from Canant so that they could work as a team. As for Bulow, I decided to bring it with me even though it had been asleep for several days. After all, Bulow had always been extremely helpful during the most critical moments. Thus, it was worth trusting. After everyone received their tasks, we boarded Spacetime and started preparing for takeoff. We would be carrying out the mission of acquiring suitable transportation for our new soldiers. Canyue, as usual, be careful. You must promise me to return safely with the team, exhorted Zhang Xingxing before we left. Don't worry. I believe this is only the start of our adventures, I said with a relaxed smile on my face. After everyone finished saying farewell, Spacetime soared into the sky and returned to outer space carrying the members of this operation. Although it had only been several days, it somehow felt to me like I had been away from space for a very long time. I had started to miss outer space. Having gotten used to seeing the various celestial bodies from outer space, I felt empty inside after having not seen them. Looking out the window as Spacetime hovered above Rumble, the dark green planet looked exceptionally beautiful. Right at that moment, Spacetime activated the wormhole production sequence. A wormhole appeared before the ship. After spending 30 minutes journeying over a distance of over 1,000 light-years, we were once again back in the Betelgeuse system. The red giant was once again before my eyes. Unlike before when we had first come, the very air itself seemed to be filled with the smell of conflict. Cloudcast was roughly 200 million kilometers away from Eternal and was a pure military planet. Any vessels that approached without permission would be shot down. The usual scenes of busy trade stations were nowhere to be seen around this planet. All we saw were cold and unfeeling forts, spaceships, and fighter drones. Spacetime entered its invisible mode and utilized the three-dimensional prediction system to plot a path that avoided all locations where a battle might break out or where we might encounter patrols. These two technologies ensured that we would remain hidden. We moved slowly, and only after 48 hours of travel in invisibility did Spacetime reach Cloudcast. There, Master Crystal's analysis was quickly proved correct. Outside the planet, we saw a massive opening in the defensive line around Cloudcast. Spacetime could easily enter the planet at any time. The main issue with the defensive line was the lack of fighter drones and spaceships. Commander, do we send our robotic probes out and plot a suitable route of entry first? Asked Lin Fixu. The opening is so big. What's the point of sending probes? I suggest we do something they least expect and charge right in, suggested Zhang Bauer. No, Wind Spirit suddenly said. This fool knows nothing. We must send some probes out. I remember that my father once told me about a unique defensive weapon in this base. We must be careful. What kind of a unique weapon? Asked Baron Sissa. I don't know, replied Wind Spirit. Why didn't you tell us something so important earlier? Grumbled the impatient Domo. What do you mean, freak? Did any of you ask me? Is this princess obligated to share that information with you? Said Wind Spirit unyieldingly. Stop arguing. Lin Fixu, send the probes out immediately. They will scout around and plot a suitable route of entry. I need to maximize our chance of success, I said to Lin Fixu. Lin Fixu carried out his order and deployed 3 robotic probes. While waiting, Spacetime continued hiding outside Cloudcast. About 30 kilometers ahead of our ship, a middle-sized Imperial battleship was patrolling. This patrol ship looks much smaller than Starpath, I muttered to ourselves. Starpath is a Milky Way-class battleship. This ship is probably a Star-class battleship, said Domo. Imperial battleships are generally divided into 3 classes. The biggest is the Milky Way destroyer, second to that is the Nebula cruiser, and the Star warship is the smallest. The ship before us is probably a Star-class ship, said Prince Taurus, giving a detailed description. We need to transport over 10,000 people. We will need either 1 Milky Way-class ship or 2 Nebula-class ships, said Wind Spirit. If we can get a Milky Way-class ship, who would be able to pilot it? Asked Zhang Bauer. All Imperial citizens have taken spaceship piloting courses. It's a basic lesson that everyone takes during their military service, said Prince Taurus. Right at that moment, we received a piece of bad news. We had lost contact with 2 of our probes. Only one of them was still out and about. Lin Fixu hurriedly retrieved the recordings of the sole surviving probe and played it in the room. At the same time, the intelligence officers also pulled out the recordings the lost probes managed to send back before they went missing and played them as well. From the recordings of the 3 probes, we could see the 3 moving together in the boundless darkness that was the universe. They were less than 20 meters away from each other, slowly advancing while staying far away from the patrolling enemy spaceship. The probes were shaped like asteroids, so they could hide easily. One would assume that the probes were merely random asteroids if one wasn't paying attention. The probes continued advancing. They were surrounded by darkness, but we could see that there were no other physical objects around them. We had been very nervous after hearing about the secret weapon from Wind Spirit. Now that 2 of our probes had disappeared, we were hoping to find traces of the secret weapon from the recordings. Suddenly, we saw a flash on the screen. Then, the recording of one of the probes was cut off. A few minutes later, the same happened to a second probe. What is going on here? We can't see anything at all, said Zhang Bauer. Enlarge the videos and lower the speed. Replay them, ordered Lin Fixu. The intelligence team did as told. From the enlarged videos, we could clearly see a black substance hidden amid the dark outer space. When the probes passed by, the black substance suddenly appeared and exploded, directing the force of the blast toward the probe and destroying it entirely. So there are invisible landmines hidden in that area. Looks like this must be the secret weapon Wind Spirit spoke of, said Baron Sissa. Clearly, apart from stealth, these mines can also track their targets. We are lucky we hadn't decided to go in rashly. Otherwise, the mines would have exposed us, said Old Du with some fear in his heart. Zhang Bauer stuck his tongue out awkwardly as it was his suggestion to charge right in. There must be some sort of passage through these mines. We will only be able to enter after locating it, said Kelly. We won't be able to take the regular routes because the patrols will be using them. We need to look for a route different from what the patrols use, but with the mines around, our probes won't be able to scout out an alternative route, I said gravely. I told you. This place is not so easy to infiltrate, said Wind Spirit, further worsening the heavy mood. Weird. Why is this last probe still working normally, and why wasn't it blown up? Asked Prince Taurus. The prince was right. The final probe was still operating normally. It was supposed to have been blown up by now. Lin Fixu, check the difference between this probe and the other two, I ordered. Reporting to the commander, this probe was manufactured with different materials. It was manufactured with fiberglass while the other two were manufactured with pure steel, said Lin Fixu. What? This probe was manufactured with fiberglass? Asked Kelly in astonishment. Yes, I am sure, replied Lin Fixu confidently. Kelly, why do you have such a reaction? Have you discovered something new? Asked Zhang Bauer. Generally, fiberglass probes are used to counter magnetic bombs. But due to outer space's complicated environment and the high pressure we generally encounter, fiberglass probes are rather unstable to use. Thus, very few teams are equipped with them. What a surprise that one such probe has proved useful today, said Kelly. Oh, so they're magnetic bombs? I see. They had actually manufactured the stealth version of these weapons, said Wind Spirit with a look of realization. Magnetic bomb? Can you explain? I don't understand, asked Zhang Bauer innocently. Soldier, did you not go through any training? Asked Kelly with a glare. I'll say it. An earlier recorded usage of magnetic bombs was from the World War on Blue 100 years ago. These bombs are capable of utilizing the magnetic inductions within spaceships and detonate themselves automatically to cause destructive damage to any nearby spaceship, said Old Du. Is this the League's technology from 100 years ago? Asked Prince Taurus. After 100 years of development, this weapon has been developed into an even stronger weapon. It can now sense changes in magnetism, water pressure, atmospheric pressure, and the like to trigger. However, I'm not sure what level the Empire has reached with this technology, said Old Du. Yes, and the biggest weakness of a magnetic bomb is anything that won't be detected by magnetic sensors. For example, the structural makeup of a fiberglass ship will automatically hide all its magnetic signals. That is also why this probe is still working even now, said Kelly. I believe these hidden mines are relying on magnetic triggers, I agreed. What about this ship? What materials is it made of? Asked Prince Taurus anxiously. Don't worry, Prince. Our battleship technology is at a level where our ships can easily move without creating magnetic reactions. If the magnetic bombs are all they have, they won't be able to threaten space-time, said Lin Fixu. Yes. If we're only facing magnetic bombs, things will be easy. In fact, these bombs' state of stealth is a trickier issue. We can easily expose ourselves by stumbling upon just one of these bombs, I said. Shit. Zhang Bauer suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over, but he was keeping his mouth shut. This idiot is probably carrying out one of his attention-seeking antics again, I thought inwardly. Fatty, what do you have in that shit-filled brain of yours? Say it. What's the point of acting all mysterious? Scolded Wind Spirit mercilessly. Zhang Bauer did not expect Wind Spirit to have such a venomous tongue and was helplessly scolded. Bauer, finish your words. This is an order, I said loudly. Yes, 2 of our probes were struck by 2 invisible landmines. We might have already attracted the attention of the patrols, said Zhang Bauer. As expected, nothing smart will come out of your brain. There are countless magnetic asteroids in space. It is normal to lose a few mines to some asteroids, sneered Wind Spirit. Canyue, I can't take it anymore. This little female cat is even worse than Domo. I think we should cut her food supply for 2 days, complained Zhang Bauer, not forgetting to throw some shade at Domo while he was at it. You dare? See what will happen if you try doing that to this princess, said Wind Spirit. Enough, I said. Wind Spirit, control your princess syndrome. This is not the palace. Back to the topic, I did get some inspiration from Bauer's words. Canyue, what idea do you have? Master Crystal asked. Bauer and Wind Spirit's words gave me the idea. We can't find a safe route, but we can have the Imperial ships show the way for us, I said. I understand, exclaimed Old Du in excitement. What are you talking about? Zhang Bauer couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore. Bauer, I'm happy to see your hunger for knowledge, said Old Du. He was normally a straightforward person, but he seemed to have learned sarcasm from Zhang Bauer. We can set off a few more mines and wait for the patrol to come. Then, we can follow them back into Cloudcast. We're quite far away from their main route. If we lure them here, it is likely that they will take a shortcut back to the planet, said Lin Fixu. Let's do that. Fixu, pull back the fiberglass probe. We'll move to the furthest point still covered by the patrols before starting the plan, I ordered. After pulling back the probe, the ship started moving toward the furthest point. After about a dozen minutes of flight, we reached the other side of Cloudcast. There, we prepared to kick the plan into motion. Lin Fixu spread some magnetic powder on 10 rocks. I was surprised by his actions because I did not expect some rocks to be available on the ship. After he finished spreading the powder over the rocks, he had a soldier launch the rocks in Cloudcast's direction. The rocks left the ship and entered outer space. Propelled forward by inertia, they headed toward Cloudcast. Shortly after launching them, we saw a series of explosions not far ahead of us. And now, all that was left to do was to wait patiently. The time spent waiting for the fish to take the bait felt especially long. Prince Arid, Principal Saucy, and a few others could not stand the wait and decided to return to their rooms for a short rest. As for the ones who had stayed behind to wait, we started eating. Only Lin Fixu and Dodo remained fully glued to the screen. I took the opportunity to visit Nyx, who was staying at the ship's bottom level. It had been a while, and Nyx seemed to have grown slightly. It became exceptionally excited upon seeing me. Looking at Nyx, I was reminded of Blue Flash. I decided to return and pay that fellow a visit if there was an opportunity. After about an hour, everyone heard the sounds of a battleship. Spacetime's system indicated that a Nebula-class cruiser was approaching the zone where the explosions went off. Excellent. The fish has taken the bait, I said in excitement after rushing back to the command room. Spacetime remained invisible as we waited like a beast wreathed in shadows for the incoming cruiser. The massive cruiser slowly approached the explosion zone. As it approached, it deployed a swarm of drones to investigate the area. The magnetic rocks Lin Fixu had released earlier were perfect for this stealth mission because they left no signs of technology in their passing. The drones spent some time searching only to find nothing. Eventually, a mine layer appeared to replace the blown-up mines. After everything was done, all the drones returned to the cruiser. This is our chance. Fixu, get ready, I ordered. Roger. The fiberglass probe will be deployed to tail the enemy ship. Relevant stealth modifications have been performed on the probe. Spacetime will travel in accordance with the route tracked by the probe after 5 minutes, said Lin Fixu. The probe set off and tailed the enemy cruiser. It constantly transmitted data back to us. Let's hope this will return straight to its station, said Kelly. We were quite far away from Cloudcast itself. According to the map on the screen, the enemy ship was taking a winding route through space, but there was no doubt that it was heading back to Cloudcast. Don't hesitate. Let's follow it, I ordered. What if we are discovered? Is there a plan B? Asked Zhongbauer. If we're discovered, we can only attack forcefully and try to snatch a cruiser, I replied. But that's not enough to carry all our soldiers, Zhongbauer continued. Then we will have to think of something else, I replied patiently. Rotten wood truly can't be polished, sneered Domo. After activating the magnetism cloaking mode, Spacetime cautiously advanced through the route plotted by the probe. The enemy ship had beautifully drawn this route out for us. At the moment, we were free of the landmines. Acting like a stealthy predator, we moved slowly, getting nearer and nearer to planet Cloudcast. The infiltration was going so smoothly that it felt inconceivable to me. After undergoing so many difficulties in the past, it was unimaginable that we would be able to so easily go through their defensive line. Apparently, when luck came knocking, it would keep coming. Not only was the Nebula-class vessel returning to Cloudcast, but it was also moving without taking any complicated or difficult turns through the zone of mines. Looks like we're lucky enough to win a lottery today. Did we get in so easily? Said Zhongbauer in astonishment. It does look like we're in. Cloudcast's atmosphere is only 100 kilometers ahead of us, said Old Do. Isn't the defense here too weak? I don't see a single battleship nearby, said Kelly. Do not relax. The enemy ships are also capable of invisibility. It is even more important that we stay cautious now, I reminded. I noticed Lin Fixu giving Dodo the command to analyze the composition of Cloudcast's atmosphere. At the same time, the two were also trying to figure out the military strength of Cloudcast's outer layer through laser scans. After 10 minutes, the results of the scan returned. Cloudcast was shrouded by a thin artificial atmospheric layer. The front side of the planet had a thicker atmosphere than the back side, and the majority of the Imperial vessel's maintenance and repair was performed on the front side. The back side was mostly shrouded in darkness with some dots of light akin to stars sprinkled amid the darkness. Wind Spirit, do you know what the back side of the planet is used for? I asked. I heard that the irreparable vessels will all be discarded there. As time passes, that place has turned into a graveyard of steel. What are those dots of light? I asked. I don't know. Perhaps they are patrols, said Wind Spirit. They only have some steel-based trash there. What is the point of patrolling that place? Asked Zhongbauer. Perhaps they are there to prevent theft of electronic components. The League also has a weapon graveyard on Blue. That place is also guarded by armed forces, making entry difficult for unrelated individuals, said Old Do. Even the Divine Empire knows how to build an artificial planet to store their trash, unlike the Interstellar League that simply throws their trash on Blue, complained Zhongbauer indignantly. I hope this is something we can change in the future, said Old Do awkwardly. At that time, the Nebula cruiser was starting to travel in a straight line toward Cloudcast's front side. We stopped tailing it. After all, there would be a higher number of defenses and ships on the front side. It would be easier for us to expose ourselves there. The infiltration was progressing too smoothly and peacefully, to the point where Prince Arid thought that the mission had yet to begin when he woke up and returned to the command room. From the data gathered by the laser scans, we verified that Cloudcast's backside was truly piled with countless steel-based refuse. However, due to how randomly everything was placed and how thick the piles were, our scans weren't able to produce a clear map of the planet's backside. And we only had a single fiberglass probe, so we weren't willing to subject it to the process of entering the planet's atmosphere. We did not want to risk any mishaps during the process. After a discussion, we decided to first send a small squad of scouts to land on the backside of Cloudcast. They would personally scout out the area before we made our next plan. The crew unanimously decided that I would not be a part of the scouts, using the same excuse I had used to prevent Zhang Xing from joining us on our past missions. The commander shouldn't easily go to the front lines. However, I was able to once again convince the crew. I said that Beulah would be able to save lives during critical moments, and the only person capable of properly controlling Beulah was me. Ultimately, the squad members were me, Old Du, Zhang Bauer, and Wind Spirit. She had volunteered to join, and after we repeatedly reminded her to not act up during the mission, she agreed. Only then did we agree to take her with us. As a precaution, Dondon also joined the team to accompany her. Additionally, Baron Sissa would also be coming with us to prevent a situation where we were lucky enough to actually obtain a battleship on the scouting mission but couldn't pilot it out. And thus, the team of 4+2+1 was assembled. We boarded the stealth shuttle modified by Lin Fixue and departed from Spacetime. While we were away, Kelly would be the acting captain of Spacetime. The shuttle was also running the magnetism cloaking function while it took us through Cloudcast's atmosphere. The atmosphere was thin, but it was still thick enough that sparks appeared when we went through it. Everyone was on edge, afraid that the patrols would detect us. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. We successfully went through the atmosphere and entered the planet. The site before us was similar to the backside of Lido. It was almost starting to look as if the Divine Empire's technology was only good enough to create an artificial planet where only half of it would have sufficient energy. However, at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, the backside of this planet was not as cold as Lido's. In less than a few minutes, the shuttle neared the ground. Amid the darkness, we discovered a relatively empty clearing surrounded by steel and ships through our laser scans. After landing, Dondon referred to the data from the scans and informed us that the environment outside was suitable for us to go on foot. Thus, we turned on our morph-capable suits and walked out of the shuttle. The ground of Cloudcast was solid. The moment I set foot outside, I understood that I was standing on steel. At the same moment we landed, Dondon updated Spacetime with our latest status. This place is filled with steel, so I doubt there will be any of those magnetic mines around, said Baron Sissa. We still need to be careful. Remember to move together, everyone. Don't split up from the rest, I reminded everyone. This whole thing feels too easy. I feel restless, said Old Du. Don't think too much. We have to be lucky every now and then. How can we be so unlucky every single time, said Zhang Bauer. You better not say anything with your unlucky mouth, I interrupted Zhang Bauer. We turned on our searchlights and started studying our surroundings. The environment our scanners weren't able to plot became visible under our searchlights. There were countless discarded ships around us. Due to their numbers, they were piled into large mountains, which looked to be the accumulation from thousands of years of war. Some of the ships were so old that their hulls had rusted and crumbled apart, no longer maintaining their original shape. No wonder the scanners couldn't map this place out. There is too much discarded equipment here. There are a lot of variations with everything mixed together, I said. The sheer scale of the refuse around me caused me to gasp. This place is filled with trash. Will there be anything useful at all here? Even if this scrap iron can fly, a little bit of pressure will cause them to fall apart, questioned Zhang Bauer. No, Bauer. Look, some of them actually stand out. The higher they are on the piles, the newer they look. The height basically determines the time they arrived. I also noticed that if we move further ahead, the ships we can find will be even newer with more recent designs, said Old Du. Yes, said Baron Sissa. It is clear that the ships here are piled according to the date they were supposed to be either repaired or discarded. We are currently at the very back of the area. In other words, we can very well be looking at the first batch of discarded ships on the planet. These ships are ancient, said Baron Sissa. In other words, we need to move closer to the front side to look for more recent ships, said Dondon. How about our shuttle? Asked Zhang Bauer. Leave it here for now. If we move in the shuttle, we won't be able to determine which of these ships are still operational, I said. If we're going, let's get moving. Look at how dark this place is. It feels so uncomfortable, urged Wind Spirit, who hated the dark environment. Yes, you're right. Dark places tend to house super monsters that are dreadful and frightening, said Zhang Bauer, acting like he was muttering but was in truth trying to scare Wind Spirit. The trick obviously worked as Wind Spirit tightened her grip around Dondon. Meanwhile, Dondon had the look of a determined and responsible man on his face. We followed the plan and continued advancing. We encountered one discarded ship after another as we walked the tiny path between the piles of steel. Occasionally, the path would be blocked by collapsed rusty chunks of ships, forcing us to take a detour. It was obvious that the farther we went, the more recent the ships were. The differences between the ships of different time periods were rather obvious. Also, the newer the ships were, the less damage they had suffered. It was starting to look like we were going to really find a usable ship ahead of us. At that thought, we grew excited and walked even faster. Suddenly, a dim flash of light appeared right ahead of us. Farther ahead of us, the flickering source of light swayed about in the darkness, looking exceptionally peculiar. Turn off your lights. We need to avoid detection, I said. Everyone immediately turned off all lights and hid around the discarded ships. We moved forward slowly, approaching the flickering light. We couldn't see very well in the darkness, but we had to rely on our laser probes. However, the probes failed to determine the exact form of the source of light. After a more detailed observation, we noted that the light wasn't swaying about. It merely looked like it was swaying due to the flickering. Old Du, you guessed earlier that these dots of light were the patrols on this side of the planet. This doesn't look like it, said Bauer. I agree. This light does not look like it is a regular lamp either, said Old Du doubtfully. While everyone was confused, the light suddenly moved. The range of movement was big as it shifted several meters away in an instant. Watch out. Stay still. I reminded everyone. At this time, the light started moving rapidly, looking like it was actually patrolling in an irregular route. Odd. Who's walking around with this lamp? The laser probes can't even determine its actual shape, said Old Du. This is not a ghost, right? Is this some sort of a lantern-carrying ghost? It's scary, said Bauer, causing all our hair to stand on end. Stop talking nonsense, I berated, but I still broke out in cold sweat. Things like this that we couldn't scan would never fail to plant fear in our hearts. Suddenly, the sounds of a steel plate being broken rang out. Oddly, at that exact moment, there was a flash of light, allowing us to see a big mouth biting through a steel plate. Even the process of the steel being swallowed into the stomach of that being could be clearly seen before the white flash ended. This is a creature? That light must be its eye, said Bauer. I immediately signaled Bauer to stay silent with my hands. The creature before us started madly swallowing the remains of the battleships ahead of us. It looked like a street cleaner that survived on the scrap iron all over this planet. I had no interest in provoking such a creature. I patted Old Du's shoulder and signaled him to retreat slowly. We would pull back before taking a detour around the area. Everyone understood what I meant. As I lifted my leg and gently stepped back while turning, I saw something that stunned me. A flickering light had appeared on the path behind us. It was less than 50 meters away from us. I started sweating from my palms as I gripped my gun tighter. I had not expected this creature to be able to noiselessly appear behind us. A steel-devouring monster like this was probably extremely powerful. At that thought, I silently turned on my shield to the maximum. Both sides remained completely silent as we stood facing each other. We did not dare to move even an inch, and we were at a loss as to how we should escape. The standoff lasted almost 10 minutes when the light started slowly approaching us. The nervous atmosphere was set aflame. A powerful incorporeal pressure slowly pushing toward us could be felt. An idea appeared in my mind. I immediately slid my backpack off and opened it. Within, Bulow was still sleeping. Shit, why is this little fellow still sleeping? Don't tell me it's in some sort of hibernation, I thought anxiously. I need to wake it up. I shook the backpack, attempting to wake Bulow up. The flickering light continued to approach us slowly, followed by its oppressive presence. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. It came nearer and nearer. While I was trying to think of a solution, a green light suddenly shot out and struck the creature's eye. Bauer was too nervous, and he had accidentally pulled the trigger of his gun. Shit, something is going to happen, I thought. The eye that was struck suddenly erupted in a blinding light. Like an exploding star, it radiated brightly. However, the creature remained completely silent, and amid the odd silence, the flickering eye started charging toward us. Watch out, everyone! Be ready for combat! I shouted. Things were getting too dangerous for me to keep trying to avoid making noise. A powerful pressure rampaged toward us. We were still enveloped by darkness, but the creature was near enough that I could clearly see the massive mouth descending upon us from above. Just as we were about to attack with our guns, silence returned to the world. I had an odd sensation that I had entered an illusory world. At that moment, I understood something. Bulow had awakened. In the rippling gray world around me, everyone else was frozen in a moment in time. I was finally able to get a clear look at the creature before us. In the gray world, Bauer, Old Du, and the others had turned somewhat translucent. Bauer was covering both eyes with his palms, seemingly having given up on resisting. Did Bauer give up? I cursed. Old Du and Baron Sissa, both translucent, were assuming a shooting posture. To the side, Dondon was covering Wind Spirit's eyes. Opposite them, the creature appeared in a grayish-white silhouette that looked like a massive toad. Its mouth was opened wide and was less than 3 meters away from us. What freak is this? Good thing Bulow woke up at the last second. Otherwise, that big mouth would have swallowed all of us, I rejoiced. At that thought, I opened my backpack again. Inside, Bulow was shining as bright as a star. I took Bulow out of the backpack and gently stroked it as my mind churned for a way to deal with this overgrown toad. This illusory space created by Bulow looked like a four-dimensional space floating in the sky. When I observed my surroundings, I discovered something new that caused all my hair to stand on end again. About a dozen meters behind us, there was another toad with its mouth wide open. It was in the midst of launching a sneak attack on us. Good lord, we're really lucky that Beulah managed to wake up in time. Otherwise, even if these two toads didn't manage to kill us, we would be half dead after facing them, I said as I sweated even more. At that moment, the light from Beulah's body turned slightly weaker. I knew that I had to deal with the two creatures as quickly as possible. After Beulah exhausted its strength, the toads would regain their consciousness. Why are these freaks not visible in the real world? Are they also some sort of invisible creature? Or are they perhaps the trash cleaners produced by the Empire? I wondered. I also observed the translucent bodies of Old Dew and the others, wondering why they had turned translucent after they were frozen in time. I tried touching Old Dew with my hand, and I found that I could actually feel his physical body. What is going on, exactly? My brain spun rapidly for an answer. I sank into deep thought while Beulah's radiance gradually weakened. After about 10 minutes, a thought struck my mind. Beulah, oh Beulah, you must be doing your best to help me if you're forcefully bringing creatures that exist on the same timeline but different dimensions together, I said. I had contemplated the matter based on my downloaded knowledge and reached a conclusion that the two toads were creatures from the same timeline but different dimensions. Beulah could detect them because they were still living beings with thoughts. They weren't capable of invisibility. They were merely four-dimensional existences, an existence at a level too high for our naked eyes to perceive. Although they were four-dimensional creatures, they would temporarily reveal their physical form when consuming three-dimensional objects. That was why we were able to get a clear look at the process of the creature while it was swallowing steel. A low-dimensional being would not be able to see the activity range of a high-dimensional being. Thus, we probably won't be able to feel the damage done in the high-dimensional space natural to these high-dimensional beings. Beulah must have understood that when observing the creatures swallow the steel scraps. That was why it had tried its best to create a space where we could get in direct contact with four-dimensional beings, I concluded as I pulled out 2 nuclear warheads from my weaponry compartment. According to my plan, the shockwaves from the nuclear warheads would not appear in our natural dimension if I attacked them in this state. I would probably only have a single shot at attacking these vicious monsters because Beulah's light was becoming weaker and weaker. Thus, I did not hesitate to pick the nuclear warheads as my attacking method. I used a launcher to launch a warhead down each monster's throat to ensure that the warheads wouldn't fall out of their mouths. Both warheads had been timed to detonate after 1 minute. I then withdrew to the others and turned my shield to maximum capacity, forming 2 shield layers around us. I then said to Beulah, Beulah, I'm counting on you. Remove your mind control 3 seconds before the explosion. I then hugged Beulah and crouched down, waiting for the countdown to end. Although the wait was only 1 minute, it felt as long as an eternity. I only gave myself a 3-second opening because the 2 beasts were too close to us. Seconds passed, and when there were about 10 seconds left, I saw the light on Beulah's body vanish completely. The world before us returned to normal. Zhang Bao's shriek rang out beside me. I knew that I had returned to the regular world. Everything happened in an instant. Even when we were located in 2 different dimensions, the 3-dimensional nuclear warheads were powerful enough that the 2 4-dimensional creatures were instantly lit up when they exploded. We saw a yellow fireball flicker into existence for a few seconds. The very air before us shimmered into some sort of wave. I knew very well that the wave was actually the manifestation of the collision between time and the 2 dimensions. Everything had happened within a span of several seconds. After a while, peace returned. In fact, everything had happened silently with the 2 flickering light sources simply vanishing into nothingness. The explosions of the 2 nuclear warheads in the 4th dimension had not affected us. Just like that, the 2 monsters had been silently erased. I grew excited looking at the result of my work. After all, this was a plan I had thought up and carried out alone. It was a heroic feat that I couldn't wait to share with everyone. What I didn't expect was that beside me, Zhang Bao had already started bragging about his own heroic deeds, and for some reason, his story was actually an accurate representation of what I had done. Even more terrifying was the fact that Old Dew, Baron Sissa, Wind Spirit, and even Dondon were telling the same story. At that point, I broke out in cold sweat as I looked at Beulah, who had returned to its slumber. The 4-dimensional space was not as simple as we had thought. It was a complicated world with multiple parallel dimensions existing in tandem. You had actually controlled so many parallel dimensions at the same time. It has been hard on you. I don't know how long this feat will force you to sleep this time. I expressed my gratitude to Beulah. At that point, Zhang Bao was still suspicious that we were all messing with him. But when we all showed our weaponry compartments that were empty of nuclear warheads, we confirmed that all our versions of the story had happened. Why are there such complicated 4-dimensional beings here? This shouldn't be something the Imperial Army can control, said Old Dew doubtfully. Who knows? No wonder Emperor Fi forced us to capture Beulah's species back then. He must have known about these beings long ago, I said. We're in a very dangerous situation. We don't have any nuclear warheads left, but as we had seen earlier, there are more of these blinking dots of light here. Canyue, you must think of a way to get a ship and leave as soon as possible, said Baron Sissa. I understood what Baron Sissa meant. Beulah was also too exhausted to further help us. If we were to encounter more of those 4-dimensional toads, things probably wouldn't end as well for us. Since these 2 are here, does that mean that there is something worth protecting nearby? Asked Wind Spirit completely out of nowhere. However, her words were akin to a bolt of lightning that lit up my source of inspiration. If these 4-dimensional creatures were Emperor Fi's creations, there would be a reason for them to be here. I think Wind Spirit makes sense. Those two have been roaming this area, so there must be something they were protecting here. I suggest we search this area for it, I said. And thus, we started searching. Our surroundings were basically filled with piles of discarded ships. Many of them had been torn apart by the toads, but the area was big enough that we could still see numerous outdated yet intact ships. Even after searching for a while, we weren't able to find anything special. At that point, exhaustion was starting to seep in. Dondon had reported our status to Spacetime through the communicator. Canyue, Master Crystal has a suggestion for us, said Dondon after finishing the call. What is it? Say it, I said in excitement. I was just worrying about our lack of results. Master Crystal suggested that we pick a ship and go inside, said Dondon. I understood the idea. We had been trying to search for a valuable ship from the outside and had completely neglected to gather more information from inside these ships. Canyue, what do you think about this ship? Pointed Old Do at a rather intact ship. I looked over and saw 3 ships piled together. The one at the bottom looked to be in good condition despite being subjected to the weight of the 2 other ships above it. This is an old Nebula-class cruiser. In the past, Nebula cruisers were the Empire's main offensive vessels during their conquest of the Orion constellation. After years of development, these older models were all retired from service, explained Baron Sissa. With so many here, it is obvious that the Empire had produced many cruisers in the past, I said. There is so much iron here. No wonder the League is so determined to attack the Divine Empire, remarked Old Do with a sigh. Where there's energy, there's war. We can only hope that the side of justice will prevail, I said. Are you done talking? Let's go inside the ship already. This princess is tired of this place, said Wind Spirit impatiently. Everyone moved. After scanning the hull with a laser probe, Dondon found an entrance to the side of the ship. I'll take point with Bauer. Old Do will bring up the rear. Everyone else stays in the middle. Watch each other's backs, I ordered. It was better to be safe, as we did not know what other monsters we would encounter inside. It was extremely dusty inside the ship. From the thick layer of dust at the entrance, the place had probably been abandoned for at least decades. With our lights on, we started studying the ship. The ship might be large, but we had picked the perfect entry point. We only took a short while to reach the central part of the ship. Canyue, over here. Zhang Bauer cried out in excitement as he pointed at a painting on the wall. Everyone walked over and saw that Zhang Bauer was pointing at some sort of blueprint. From it, we confirmed that the ship was truly an outdated spaceship. Its engine room was massive, and its cockpit was at the front of the upper level. We could also see the name of the ship on the blueprint, Lightning. Let's go to the cockpit and see if we can get some useful data, said Baron Sissa. Baron, don't tell me you believe we can directly fly this ship away, said Zhang Bauer. If we can, why not? No matter what, this is still a battleship. It will have better defenses than a regular hauler, said Baron Sissa. Since we're already here, let's go to the cockpit. I finalized the decision. It was spacious and dark inside the ship. Surprisingly, the insides of the ship were quite well preserved. This ship was probably discarded because it had been replaced by a newer model, not because it had suffered damage. Following a central corridor, we moved slowly with our lights on. For some reason, a bleak feeling rose within me as I walked in this discarded piece of metal. Before long, we arrived at the front part of the ship. The elevator no longer worked, so we had to climb up through the emergency tunnel. After a short climb, we finally reached the ship's upper level. According to the blueprint, the cockpit and command room are both here, said Dondon. A thick door stood between us and the cockpit. Old Do stepped forth and gave it a push. The door was locked. We can't open this door. What should we do? Asked Old Do. I then saw Baron Sissa step forth. He started studying the iron door. Peculiar. How peculiar, muttered Baron Sissa. Baron, did you discover anything wrong? I asked. This is very wrong. This door does not look like a regular cockpit door. Rather, it is a defensive door that should only appear in the event of an emergency. From my observation, this door was likely locked from the inside, said Baron Sissa. What? This door was locked from the inside? I was astonished. Yes, I am sure it was locked from the inside, confirmed Baron Sissa. In other words, the people in the cockpit are still in there? They must have encountered some sort of emergency to lock themselves inside, I said. Should we clarify our identity and have them open the door, suggested Dondon foolishly. Have you gone mad, little cat? They've been inside the cockpit for decades. They are probably all dead, said Zhang Bauer. Yes. From what we know, they are unlikely to have survived. Of course, there might be some sort of stasis pod inside since this is an emergency door, said Baron Sissa. To figure out this place's secret, we can only enter the cockpit, said Old Do. Zhang Bauer started uttering nonsense again. Those people have been dead for so long. There won't be any ghosts here, right? Immediately after he spoke, a cold breeze swept through the room. Why don't we leave and pick a different ship? This is too creepy, said Wind Spirit, who was frightened by Zhang Bauer's words. Don't be afraid, princess. I will protect you, Dondon hurriedly said. I glared at Zhang Bauer before asking the Baron, Baron, do you know how to open this emergency door? This door's sole purpose is to protect the crew inside. It can't be opened outside, unless the Baron hesitated. Unless what? Just say it, I urged. Unless we can turn on the power of the ship again. We also need the captain's password if we want to open a specific section of the ship from the engine room. However, I don't know if this function is even available for a ship so old, said Baron Sissa. The ship is completely off. We can try to start up the power by turning on the engine. That won't be an issue. The problem is that we don't know the password, I said. That's troublesome. This is an outdated ship from decades ago. Maybe the captain is in there as well. How would outsiders know the password? I think we can only blast the door apart, said Zhongbauer. I objected. Absolutely not. Did you forget our goal? If we use explosives, we will alert the planet's defensive system. What should we do now, then? Asked Zhongbauer. I remembered something. All battleships need to leave their backup data in the Imperial database. That includes retired battleships. I remember that the backup also includes the captain's password. However, only those with the highest level of authority can see it, said Baron Sissa. Great. So it is not impossible to get the captain's password, I said in excitement. But how can we gain access to the Imperial database? Asked Zhongbauer. We can't, but Dodo might be able to do it. Have you forgotten how Dodo once hacked into the Imperial system through the Juxai beast? We only need to look up a password. I believe Dodo can do it, I said. Even if that's possible, there are too many battleships here. How is Dodo supposed to know which ship's data to check? Asked Zhongbauer. Lightning. That's the name of this ship. It was written on the blueprint, said Old Du. Yes. That makes things easier. Dondon, contact Dodo and tell them about our situation. Have them look up the captain's password at all costs, I ordered. Dondon immediately pulled out the communicator to carry out the order. Old Du, let's head to the engine room. Try to turn on the ship's power, but leave the engine off for now. We don't want to attract the attention of the patrols, I said. No, I'm not going anywhere. This place is too scary. I want to leave. Wind Spirit acted up again. Princess, you promised that you would listen to orders during this mission. You're making things very difficult for me, I said. Wind Spirit thought of an excuse to stay after I confronted her. We will need someone to watch over this door to see if any monsters run out once the power is back on. Canyue, that makes sense. Why don't you stay with Wind Spirit and Dondon? The three of us will go turn on the power, said Old Du. Fine. We'll follow this plan. Be very careful. Stay in contact, I said. Old Du nodded before leaving with Zhongbauer and the Baron. Dondon, Wind Spirit, and I remained and hid behind the metal pillars in front of the cockpit's door. Reporting to the commander, I have informed Dodo of our situation. They are thinking of a way to obtain the captain's password. They will notify us the moment they get the password, said Dondon. With everything in place, the only thing we could do was wait patiently. Canyue, we're in the engine room. All the equipment here has been shut down for too long. The Baron is looking for the power switch, said Zhongbauer. Make sure you turn on the ship's power. Dodo is already looking for the captain's password, I said. We found the power switch. The main power switch is probably in the command room. We only have a backup switch here. According to the data here, there is actually some equipment on the ship that is still running, came Zhongbauer's shocked voice a short while later. There was no doubt that this ship had brought me many surprises. Can you check which equipment is running? I asked. Canyue, according to the data in the engine room, the ship's life support system is still running with the reserve power. If we forcefully turn on the main power, the things preserved by the life support system might suffer damage, said Baron Sissa. Can you see what the life support system is preserving? I asked. No, this ship is too old. The search function does not provide detailed results. However, I can see that the life support system is located in the cockpit. We will only know after entering, replied the Baron. Canyue, I think it might be the surviving pilot who had frozen themselves with the life support system, said Old Du. But that doesn't make much sense. We're not in outer space but on planet Cloudcast, which is the Empire's. Shouldn't all the discarded ships be inspected by Eternal soldiers before being scrapped? I said. The Baron said, therefore, I believe that this is a massive unsolved mystery. We will only get the answer from the cockpit. But we can't turn on the power unless we're willing to risk waking up the life form preserved by the life support system. Yeah, it might be the pilot, or it might be a virus or even a rare monster, said Zhongbauer. Canyue, we're only here to steal a ship. The creature preserved here is unrelated to us. We should just pick a different ship. Stop looking for trouble, said Wind Spirit. We all heard her suggestion. She was right. Our goal was to only steal a ship. Finding out the secret in the cockpit wasn't part of the mission. I believe we still need to take a look. What if there is someone alive waiting for our rescue? For us, leaving is very simple. But for the life waiting inside, perhaps our departure would mean that it would lose its sole chance of surviving, I said. Everyone sank into silence. It was indeed important to save lives. That had been a principle we had been sticking to. But we can't turn on the system now. And without power, even if we have the password, we can't open the locked cockpit from the outside, said Baron Sissa. Baron, are there no air vents or some other tubes connected to the cockpit? I asked. The Imperial ships generally use vents of the bee's nest style for their cockpits and not the more traditional tubing system. Only nanomorph-capable probes can go through such vents. There is no way for us to get through them, said Baron Sissa. And where can we find a nanomorph-capable probe? Zhongbauer asked. That's a technology from Blue. Why are you asking me? Said the Baron. The three of us sank into silence. The nanomorph-capable probe he mentioned had remained suspiciously absent from all the downloaded knowledge we had received during training. Let's not talk about the probe for now. We should think of a way to get inside the cockpit. Dondon, try to contact Spacetime again and see if we can find other ways, I said. Yes. Also, a new update just came in from Dodo, said Dondon. What's the update? I asked impatiently. I'll connect the call. It's better if they tell you themselves, said Dondon as he connected the call. Canyue, can you hear me? Dodo's voice rang out. Yes. Dodo, what update do you have? We have encountered a new situation, I said. Old Do proceeded to tell Dodo about our discovery in the engine room. Canyue, while hacking into the Imperial database, I gathered a large amount of information. I couldn't find the captain's password, but I have a new discovery about a vessel called Lightning, said Dodo. Those words grabbed everyone's attention. We started to focus on what Dodo had to say next. The ship you selected randomly is actually a famous ship from the past. 20 years ago, it participated in the wars against Rumble, Akko, and many other planets. The ship was captained by someone called Fang Fang, someone who had earned countless merits from numerous wars, said Dodo. Captain Fang Fang, that sounds like the name of a woman, said Zhang Bauer. Yes, and I did not expect this to be Fang Fang's ship. She is an extremely influential female captain in the Empire's history. She was also an Eternal. Unfortunately, she went missing after an accident during a mission, said Baron Sissa. Captain Fang Fang had gone missing when carrying out a special mission. According to the database, the mission was carried out near the Orion constellation's Horsehead Nebula. The accident had caused the ship Lightning to sink into a stellar cloud, said Dodo. Their version of the story did not differ much from Baron Sissa's. Horsehead Nebula again? Is this a coincidence? Also, the records indicate that Lightning had dropped into a stellar cloud, but the ship is actually here. There must be some major secret at play here, I said. Perhaps Captain Fang Fang had accidentally discovered the secrets of the Empire's Beast Army? That was why she was murdered by the Emperor, said Zhang Bauer. That might be possible. The Emperor might have lured her here in order to eliminate her. To protect herself, the captain activated the emergency door and locked herself inside, said Old Do. We all came to a similar conclusion. Sigh. There are so many loopholes to your guesses. Also, none of your guesses involve a way to enter this room. What a waste of time, said Wind Spirit. Little female cat, do you have a better idea, said Zhang Bauer. If the Emperor really wants to go in, can this door even stop him? Sure, Emperor Fi was still young 20 years ago, but there was no way he would be so stupid, right, said Wind Spirit. None of us could refute her. Canyue, we don't have any other choices. We don't have the password nor can we risk turning on the system. We can only use force, said Old Do. There is a place we can try. This ship's nuclear reactor must have stopped operating a very long time ago and should still remain how it was. There is a tube connecting the reactor to the energy starter in the cockpit. You can consider gaining entry through that tube, said Dodo. What stupid idea is that? Going through the nuclear reactor? Are you dumb? The radiation inside can instantly kill anyone. Only an iron doll like you can go through there, said Zhang Bauer. Using the morph-capable shield and exploiting the fact that the reactor has not been operational for many years, there is a chance you can avoid the radiation. But based on the data I checked, the tube is quite small. Only someone small can get through it. Zhang Bauer would be too fat to do it, said Dodo. The moment the word small was uttered, my gaze landed on Dondon and Wind Spirit. Why are you looking at me? I will never go into a nuclear reactor. Only a madman will, rejected Wind Spirit defiantly. Commander Canyue, our options are clear. Either we blow our way in or we enter through the nuclear reactor. We don't have much time. You need to make a decision, said Baron Sissa. Silence descended upon the communication channel as everyone waited for my decision while my brain churned. Commander, I'll go. I have the suitable size for this mission, volunteered Dondon. In fact, everyone knew that Dondon was the only person here who could carry out the mission. Dondon, we will be troubling you. I'll accompany you to the reactor. If you encounter any trouble, do not stick around and fight. Retreat immediately, I said. Don't worry. I'll run the moment I notice something wrong, said Dondon as he reversed the role and comforted me instead. Since we had decided, Wind Spirit did not say anything. The two of us followed Dondon to the engine room. Lightning's engine room took up a very large space in the ship. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the entrance. Old Do and the others were already waiting there for us. Canyue, we have located the reactor's entrance. It is big, and the reactor has long stopped operating. Even the heavy water in it has dried up. The radiation level inside is very high, but it is still within the morph-capable shield's limit, said Old Do. Commander, let's not delay. I'll go now. Let's see if there's really a path into the cockpit, said Dondon decisively. Dondon, a map of the tubing system has been uploaded to your visor. Just follow the route, said Dodo. Are you sure the map is accurate? Asked Dondon. After comparing over 100 battleships of the same model, I can confirm that this map is accurate, said Dodo. When Dodo was speaking, we arrived before the reactor under Old Do's lead. An airlock stood before us. Right behind the airlock was the reactor without any heavy water remaining. Canyue, this is as far as we can go. We'll have to count on Dondon for the rest of the journey, said Old Do. Canyue, why don't we just blast our way in? This is too dangerous, said Zhang Bauer. I also wavered upon hearing Bauer's suggestion. After all, Dondon's safety was more important than anything else. Canyue, let me go. I believe the morph-capable system won't fail me, said Dondon firmly. Let him go. This glorious moment belongs to the storm race, said Wind Spirit, who was behaving extremely gravely, a behavior she rarely showed. Looking at the solemn look in her eyes, I firmed my heart and said, Dondon will carry out the infiltration mission. Baron, Wind Spirit, and I will be on standby for rescue. Keep the communication channel active. The moment you encounter any danger, abort the mission. Dondon nodded at me. At this moment, all the crew members on Spacetime were also paying close attention to the mission Dondon was about to embark on. And when the airlock opened, Dondon's thin figure stepped inside resolutely. The moment Dondon stepped into the airlock, the door behind him shut tight. Before he left, we had prepared a tool bag for him. Inside, Dondon opened the bag to perform a final check on the tools. After confirming that nothing was missing, he opened the door leading into the reactor. The recorder he had on him was streaming his point of view, allowing everyone to see what he was facing through our visors. The same scene was also being played on Spacetime. Through the stream, we saw that it was dry inside the nuclear reactor. The reactor had stopped operating a long time ago, and the heavy water had dried up, leaving the radiation the only trace of what this place used to be. Looks like this reactor had stopped completely. Oddly, the life support equipment is still running. What energy source is it relying on? Asked Jongbauer doubtfully. I suspect it is relying on the backup electrical power, said Old Du. What kind of backup power can last 20 years? Asked Baron Sissa. We all sank into silence. That was beyond our area of expertise. From the stream, Dondon was walking through a spacious and empty area. The nuclear reactor was much larger than we had imagined, and although the reactor had been discarded for decades, its interior had remained in a remarkably well-preserved state. Dondon continued moving through the reactor. From the stream, we saw he had arrived before the reactor's central equipment. Numerous tubes extended out of the equipment, each heading in a different direction. Dodo, I have reached the marked spot on the map. Which tube leads to the cockpit? Asked Dondon. On the underlay, look for a tube with AR sign on it. That is the one leading to the cockpit, said Dodo. Shortly after, Dondon found the corresponding tube. On it was a small entrance for maintenance purposes. After confirming that it was the right tube, the little fellow entered. It was extremely narrow inside, barely big enough for Dondon to enter. If it was Jongbauer or someone else, there would be no way they would be able to get inside. The tube was perpendicular to the ground and was leading straight upward. Although the wall of the tube was glossy and sleek, it was narrow enough that Dondon could squeeze his way upward while pushing with his legs. I wonder if the space at the upper end of the tube will be too narrow. It will be troublesome if the little fellow got himself stuck in there, said Jongbauer in a concerned manner. Stop being so ominous, I said. Everyone was still focused on the climb in the tube. We could hear the little fellow panting for breath. Due to how tight the tube was, Dondon needed to exhaust a lot of his stamina to keep climbing. After more than 10 minutes, Dondon finally reached the top of the tube. From the stream, we could see a 90-degree turn in front of him. And when he made the turn, the scene none of us wanted to see appeared. About 5 meters ahead, an exit could be seen. However, the exit was covered by a railing. Additionally, the part of the tube after the turn was also smaller, at a size of about 2/3 of the perpendicular part of the tube. That stunned all of us. The size of the tube in front of Dondon was far smaller than Dondon's body. It did not seem likely that he would be able to get through. We were 5 meters away from success, but we were stopped. Dondon, pull back. It is too small. You can't get through, I said. Everyone else also started calling for Dondon to pull back. However, the little fellow remained still, as though he was in deep thought. Suddenly, he took out a small electronic jack from his tool bag. With the jack, he forcefully widened the tube in front of him. Is this fellow trying to enlarge the tube with the jack before squeezing through? That is genius, exclaimed Jongbauer. But something unexpected happened. When Dondon withdrew the jack in preparation to install it further ahead, the previous position shrunk back to its initial size. Shit, looks like this tunnel is made of some material that can forcefully snap back into its original shape, said Old Du. The newly ignited hope was extinguished yet again. Not even the electronic jack would work. Even Wind Spirit started urging Dondon to return. Little fool, return first. We can think of a different way. Perhaps it was Wind Spirit's voice, but Dondon was momentarily stunned. After a short while, he placed the jack ahead of him and once again enlarged the tube. Dondon also adjusted the top part of the jack into some sort of curve, trying his best to expand as much of the exit as possible. What is this little fellow trying to do? I asked Old Du in astonishment. Looks like he intends to force himself through, said Old Du. What? No, he will only kill himself? Little fool, have you gone crazy? Come back immediately. Wind Spirit lost her cool upon hearing our words. However, Dondon showed no sign that he was going to retreat. Instead, he said, Commander, I wish to try forcing my way through. The little fellow gave nobody the chance to respond as he immediately climbed forward into the enlarged part of the tube. The tight squeeze immediately pushed the morph-capable shield to its limits, causing even Dondon's suit to be deformed. The pressure triggered the automatic camera on Dondon's back. We could see the little fellow trying his very best to crawl forward in the tight tube. Beside me, Jongbauer opened his mouth in agitation, but Old Du hurriedly covered his mouth so that he wouldn't distract Dondon with words. From the stream, we could see that Dondon had forcefully squeezed his entire body into the tunnel. At that point, his only option was to keep going forward. The narrow tube was pushing back with so much force that we could even hear cracking sounds from Dondan's body. Cracking sounds of bones being broken rang out again and again, tormenting all who were watching the process. Fortunately, from the rear camera, we saw that Dondan's legs were still pushing forcefully, indicating that he was still alive. I covered Wind Spirit's eyes with my hand as I couldn't bear to let her continue watching. I could feel her tears drenching my palm as I did so. Dondan continued working hard, and from the stream, we could see that he was only 3 meters away from the exit. I knew very well how narrow the remaining part of the tube was. I couldn't even imagine how deformed Dondan's body was at the moment. I did not understand what he was relying on to keep struggling. Seconds passed as everyone watched and mourned in silence. We could only pray for Dondan's success. I was also starting to regret agreeing to this mission. Perhaps my insistence to be careful and remain undetected was the real reason Dondan had been placed in such a dangerous situation. If anything were to happen to Dondan due to this, I would never be able to forgive myself. I could see Dondan continuing the crawl toward the exit. From the stream, the little fellow was now less than a meter away from the exit. We could clearly hear Dondan's heartbeats from the stream, and the heartbeats were weakening. Even the force behind his legs seemed to be growing weaker at every moment. I felt Wind Spirit remove my hand from her eyes. She was also watching anxiously. Things were critical. When Dondan was half a meter away from the exit, he stopped moving. We could see that his tiny hand had reached the switch at the exit. From the stream, Dondan's legs were no longer moving. The massive pain seemed to have overwhelmed him. Only the sounds of his weak heartbeats could be heard. We could clearly hear his heartbeats slowing down. Dondan, wake up. You only need to reach out before succeeding. You're one of the storm race. Before completing the mission, I will not let you leave. Master Crystal's anxious voice rang out in the communicator. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Zhang Bauer started chanting. That infected everyone as we all started chanting the same words, wake up. As everyone called out in an orderly manner, I saw a slight movement from Dondan's hand. The shouting grew louder when we noticed, and our voices reverberated in the room. The only thing we wanted for Dondan was for him to wake up. As everyone shouted, Dondan's tiny hand started twitching. The shouting seemed to work as the little fellow pushed again with his legs while his white front paw finally reached the power switch at the exit. Perhaps everyone's prayers had touched the heavens, but the moment Dondan touched the switch, the cover of the exit opened. Then, Dondan grabbed the edge of the exit, successfully finding a focus point where he could use his strength. With a pull, his body slid forth and his head poked out of the exit. Perhaps Dondan had regained some of his mental faculties after his head was free. His other hand shot out of the tube as well. With both hands out, he could pull himself out much better. We could see Dondan holding on to the outside of the exit with both hands. With a pull, his body shot out of the terrible tube, leaving it. Once again, all of us sank into silence. From the two streams playing in our visors, we could see that Dondan had landed on the floor of the cockpit. However, his body remained completely motionless. Although his heart was still beating, we couldn't get a clear look to see how his status was. That remained for 5 minutes until a voice finally rang out in my communicator. Canyue, it is so hard to get in here. I feel like I need to start losing weight, said Dondan. Cheers broke out in the communication channel. None of us could control our emotions. Even someone as calm as Old Dew was wiping the tears off the corner of his eyes. Meanwhile, Wind Spirit started crying madly. Dondan, take the time to rest. There is no rush. We will be waiting outside the cockpit. Take however long you need, I said. Everyone was still busy cheering. From the stream, I saw that Dondan was slowly regaining his ability to move. Clearly, his body was recovering. Looks like cat bones are really flexible. Did you know that when I was a kid, my pet cat could jump off a 6-story building and then strut away as if nothing happened, said Zhang Bauer. Fatty, you should have instead entered the tube to lose some weight, scolded Wind Spirit. This time, I did not stop their bickering. It had been too stressful earlier, and they needed an avenue to vent. And with the boisterous atmosphere, we returned to the entrance of the cockpit. After arriving before the emergency door, we did not urge Dondan to open the door from the inside. Rather, we waited silently for him to recover. From the real-time cameras, we saw Dondan slowly stand up. He seemed to have arrived inside some sort of machine, so he had yet to truly reach the inside of the cockpit. The little fellow pushed at the tiny opening above him. Just like that, he pushed open the dashboard that had remained unused for decades. He climbed out of the dashboard and entered the cockpit. Dondan stood atop the massive dashboard in the dark cockpit. Oddly, he couldn't see outside the window from within the cockpit. When he squeezed through the tube, his regular searchlights had been broken. Thus, he only had an emergency searchlight that could only illuminate a small area around him. Dondan, we're hitting the door. You can move toward the door following the noise, I said. A series of thuds guided Dondan in the correct direction as he started heading toward the door. Shortly after, we saw from the stream that Dondan had arrived before the door. Dodo had Dondan study the door in detail while we looked through the stream. We eventually discovered something that looked like a switch to the right of the door. Dondan, try that switch. It is probably the button to open the door, said Dodo. Dondan did not hesitate and opened the lid covering the button and pushed down. The sound of gears spinning rang out. Shortly after, a cloud of dust fell down from the top of the door as the door slowly opened. The door had only opened enough to reveal a gap when Wind Spirit rushed through impatiently. We also quickly followed Wind Spirit in. Inside, we saw Dondon standing there smiling foolishly at us in his ragged outfit. Wind Spirit immediately jumped forth, held his neck, and started shouting at him. Meanwhile, Dondon was enjoying the sensation of being the hero of the day. Suddenly, the dumb Zhang Baoer lifted Dondon and started inquiring about his well-being. That action caused both Dondon and Wind Spirit to be speechless. After the emotional reunion, we returned to our mission. All of us used our searchlights and started studying our surroundings. This was a massive cockpit. Everything in the cockpit made it look like a room that had been abandoned for decades. The cockpit was extremely messy with tools and countless pieces of equipment overturned on the floor. The scene reminded me of a high-speed chase. Even after decades, the scene in the cockpit made it seem like the chase had happened only moments ago. We searched our surroundings while Baron Sissa lay down on the dashboard to inspect the corresponding control equipment. The rest of us focused on looking for the sole functional life support equipment. The darkness shrouding the window of the cockpit attracted my attention. I approached the pilot's seat and shone my light onto the window. I found that the window was actually covered tightly by a thick black cloth from the other side. Weird. Why is the window covered? Were they afraid that outsiders would discover the contents of this room? I wondered. Come over here. I found something, Zhang Baoer suddenly shouted. I rushed over and saw that Zhang Baoer was standing before a side door in the cockpit. On the spot where the door touched the floor, we could see half the body of an unknown life form. This was the lower body of a life form we had never seen before. The dried legs had 3 toes each. The life form also had a big tail that resembled a lizard's tail. Even more astonishing was the fact that this lower body was clad in a combat outfit. Old Du, Canyue, what creature is this? It does not look like an eternal or any other life form we had seen before, said Zhang Baoer in astonishment. In my memories, I don't recall seeing this weird life form, I said after some thought. Yeah, I've never seen this life form before. From this half body we're seeing, it looks like a lizard that can walk on 2 legs, said Old Du. A lizard that can walk on 2 legs? Are you saying that instead of being an alien, this life form is related to the Emperor's beast army? Zhang Baoer asked. That's only a guess. From the circumstances surrounding this corpse, it had probably been crushed to death by a door that had suddenly shut on it, said Old Du. This would be easy. We can just open the door to see what this creature looks like, suggested Zhang Baoer in a straightforward manner. Don't be in a rush to open the door. Old Du, call Baron Sissa over. See if he recognizes this life form, I said. At this time, I noticed Dondon and Wind Spirit standing behind me. They were both studying the corpse as well. From Wind Spirit's expression, I could see a clear look of disgust. Princess, you are well-traveled. Have you seen this life form before? I asked. I have never seen this disgusting thing before. If I actually see them, I will definitely eliminate them, said Wind Spirit with a frown. Dodo, do you see this corpse? Try to match it against the creatures in our database. See if you can find anything, I suddenly ordered when I recalled that Dodo was also in the communication channel with us. Commander, I performed a search the moment this corpse was discovered. There is no match among our known civilized life forms, said Dodo. As we spoke, Baron Sissa walked over and crouched down to take a closer look at the corpse. A few minutes later, he stood up and said, I think I saw this life form before. Everyone grew excited and started focusing on what the Baron was going to say. When I was a child, I once followed my father and King Zaido to Eternal to attend an interstellar banquet. That was about 15 years ago, not long after the Divine Empire conquered Akko, said the Baron. Baron, Captain Fang Fang was already missing at the time, right? Zhang Baoer suddenly said. Yes. But I was still a child, so I didn't know much about Captain Fang Fang. The gathering of adults was boring for me. Thus, I only stayed for a bit before running to the garden to play. The Imperial Garden is massive. I ran, and eventually, I got lost, said Baron Sissa. And then you encountered this life form by pure accident, asked Zhang Baoer. No, I did not encounter this life form, but I intruded upon the central part of the palace by accident. That was a place with dark soil and sparse vegetation. On the ground, I clearly saw a set of footprints that was of the exact same shape as this life form's feet. The footprints I saw came from only 2 legs, so it was clear they were left by a being walking on 2 legs, said the Baron. You discovered the footsteps of a living version of this creature? Why didn't you try to follow the footsteps? Asked Zhang Baoer regretfully. I intended to do so, but I was caught by a Gondo warrior, said the Baron, also feeling greatly regretful. At the very least, we're now sure that this life form once existed in the Imperial Palace. Emperor Fi is most definitely aware of this life form. The disappearance of this ship could very well be related to the Emperor himself, I analyzed. That's very likely. From the position of this creature, it was probably pursuing something. Its target had probably escaped through the side door. We might get our answer after getting through the side door, said Old Du. Baron Sissa continued studying the side door, seemingly looking for a way to open it. This side door can be opened through the main dashboard, said the Baron as he turned back to face us. How do you know that? Asked Zhang Baoer. I checked the ship's control system earlier. Although this was a cruiser from 20 years ago, its general control does not differ much from a modern cruiser. I discovered that the ship's engine system is still in excellent condition and that it can still be turned on. However, the ship's entire internal database has been deleted, and the deletion looks suspiciously intentional, said the Baron. How is any of that related to the opening of this door? Asked Zhang Baoer. The Baron ignored Bauer and continued. On the dashboard, there is a row of digits and symbols. I discovered one of them on the side door. The corresponding button on the dashboard is probably the switch for this door. I have a question. This creature was mid-pursuit before dropping dead, and the ship's database had been wiped. Additionally, there is a switch outside the side door. I keep having a feeling that there was someone else watching as everything happened, said Old Do. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard his words. Wind Spirit, who started trembling, was especially affected. We did perform a detailed search on the ship. No other corpses were found, said Zhang Bauer. I suggest you perform another search. Otherwise, things will be very troublesome if the door is locked behind us the moment we walk through, said Wind Spirit. What are you talking about? It has been decades. Who can survive in this ship for so long? Questioned Zhang Bauer. How are you sure this whole thing isn't a trap programmed into the ship's system? Rebuked Wind Spirit. Her words were actually reasonable, so as a precaution, we decided to search the cockpit again. We split up and used our laser probes to scan the area. Eventually, 30 minutes passed without any results. We all confirmed that no other life form existed in the room apart from us. There are no other lives here. I reckon we need to open the side door if we want an answer, said Baron Sissa. Everyone agreed unanimously with the Baron. We all turned our shields to a higher level of power while waiting for the Baron to open the door. Canyue, you sure are hardworking. There is clearly nothing above the cabinet, but you still insisted on climbing up to check, joked Zhang Bauer. I was wondering what Bauer was saying when I looked at where his searchlight was pointing and saw the footprint of a blueling on a desk beside the side door. More importantly, the footprint did not belong to any of us. That's not my footprint, I hurriedly said. Everyone was alarmed by my words. Even Baron Sissa stopped his work and ran over. Together, we studied the footprint. Are you sure this isn't a footprint left by one of you? Asked Wind Spirit. Definitely not. This footprint is bigger than our feet. Also, the pattern on the sole is completely different, I said. Weird. Why is there a lone footprint here? There's no signs of any climbing either, said Old Do. It has been decades. The climbing signs have probably disappeared with time, said Zhang Bauer. Why is this footprint still here? From the design of the pattern, this footprint must have also been here for decades, said Old Do. Regardless, this footprint proves that there must be someone else here at one point. From its shape, this was probably left by a blueling, said Baron Sissa. The little fellow Dondon was incredibly curious. As he couldn't see the footprint due to his height, he tried jumping to get a look. While he jumped, he left a clear paw print on the platform. When I saw the paw print, an idea rose in my mind. This is a signal. The footprint wasn't left from climbing. Rather, someone had intentionally left it behind as a reminder to those who would come later, I said. Everyone sank into thought. From the position of the footprint, it did seem like something someone had intentionally left behind. What kind of a clue is this? What is this footprint trying to say? Asked Wind Spirit. This can provide a lot of valuable information. Firstly, it proves that a blueling was here. Secondly, that person was probably aware of what had happened here. Also, from the position of the footprint, the individual could either be in the cockpit or behind the side door, I said. Nothing was found in the cockpit. In other words, this blueling might have left a sign behind before entering the side room while being chased, said Old Do. Yes. Therefore, we need to quickly get in the side room, and the truth will be unveiled, urged Zhang Bauer. Baron Sissa went to the dashboard and pressed the button. The side door immediately opened. The first thing we saw was the other half of the withered corpse on the floor. Unlike the head of a lizard we had expected to see, we actually saw a lion-like head. The face of the corpse looked incomparably savage. Its dead hand was tightly gripping a ray gun. My god. Has the beast army learned to use weapons? How dangerous are they? Exclaimed Zhang Bauer. Canyue, be careful. My laser probe indicates that there is life inside that room. Dodo's reminder came from the communicator. We were both excited and nervous when hearing that. I couldn't help but grip my laser gun tighter as a precaution. Behind the side door was a long and winding corridor. Because of that, we couldn't see what waited beyond the corridor. Zhang Bauer and I walked in front with our guns raised. The others followed closely behind us. After taking the bend, 2 more withered corpses appeared before us. These corpses clearly belonged to the same species as the severed corpse at the entrance. However, these 2 lion creatures were actually killed by Rayagunsa. Charred hole could be seen in each of their chests. Looks like there was a bloody battle here. Just who were these beasts pursuing? I muttered. Perhaps it's Captain Fang Fang or the mysterious blueling, said Zhang Bauer. Along the corridor, room after room could be seen. However, the doors to these rooms were all locked. We noticed that one of the doors was open. After nodding at each other, we rushed toward the open door. I found with astonishment that from the side, a trace of red light could be seen inside the room. After Zhang Bauer charged inside with his gun raised, astonishment covered his face. I followed behind him and saw that beyond the open door was a massive room. Inside the room were dozens of the lion-like corpses. The red light was coming from within the pile of corpses. What is that red light? Why are there so many corpses piled here? Asked Dondon. Little cat, that's what we're trying to find out, said Zhang Bauer. I'll take a look, said Baron Sissa. He stepped forth and started studying the corpses. Suddenly, the Baron looked up and said, these creatures are all dead. They are piled against a life support pod. Come help me remove these corpses. Let's see what's hidden inside the pod. Everyone's interest was piqued. Zhang Bauer and Old Du immediately stepped forth to move the corpses away. They had always been the most suitable individuals in our group to carry out hard labor like this. All these corpses were facing downward, as though they had suddenly dropped dead while charging ahead. Oddly, no wound could be found on any of them. We had no idea how they had been killed. After our hard laborers were done with their job, the life support pod with flickering red light was revealed before us. Clearly, this pod was still active. On its screen, the red indicator was constantly flashing, resulting in the red flash we saw earlier. At the top part of the pod was a glass window. Through the glass, we could see a sleeping individual in the pod. Oddly, the individual was clad in armor and was in a position with their back facing the window. Because of that, we weren't able to determine the species of the life form in the pod. What creature is in this pod? Can we open the pod and wake it up? We can just question it for all the answers we need, said Zhang Bauer eagerly. Wait. I need to study this equipment to find out how we can activate and wake the occupant up, said Baron Sissa. Numerous tiny tubes could be seen all over the pod. In the middle of the tube system, some sort of red liquid could be seen flowing inside. The red liquid seemed to be the source of energy for the slumbering individual. After checking, we saw that the liquid came from a tank under the floor. Under the tank was another tube system connected to 2 neighboring rooms. Clearly, the energy source was in the neighboring rooms. The alarm of this pod is active. Seems like its energy supply is running low. We need to supply the pod with more energy or it won't have enough energy to wake the person inside. If we forcefully wake this person, we might kill them, said Baron Sissa. Looks like we need to look for more energy sources from the neighboring rooms. But when we were on the way, I noticed that all the doors were locked, said Old Du. That won't be an issue. All the doors here can be opened through the dashboard. These doors are all locked with an air pressure system. We don't even need any power to open them. I'll look for the door symbols and open them on the dashboard, said Baron Sissa. We all left the room. The Baron did not take long to find the symbol of a neighboring room. He returned to the dashboard shortly after the door opened. The scene inside the room was one that we would not be able to forget. The room was filled with massive transparent nutrition tanks. Each nutrition tank was filled with a red liquid, and soaked within the liquid was a lion-faced creature. The tanks to the left were connected to the tube system and looked to be in a sort of perpetual cycle where they supplied energy back to themselves. Meanwhile, the tanks to the right were almost emptied of the red liquid. The lion-faced creatures in these tanks were all leaning against the tanks. A massive tube was hanging off the ceiling. The tube further split into numerous smaller tubes that were connected to these almost empty tanks. Every now and then, some red liquid would trickle into the tubes from the tanks. Good heavens! These lion creatures are actually energy sources? The red liquid harvested from their bodies is being used as an energy supply to maintain the life support pod next door. No wonder the pod is still operational after so many years, said Old Du with astonishment. No, I don't think the red liquid comes from these creatures. On the contrary, the red liquid was probably meant to be the nutrition fluid for these creatures. However, the life support pod had siphoned the liquid away, said Baron Sissa, who had just entered the room. What makes you think so, Baron? I asked in astonishment. Firstly, from my observation of these tubes, part of their materials are different from the tubes on the left. Clearly, these tubes had been modified at one point. Secondly, I noticed that the lion-faced creatures in the left tanks are probably still alive. The red liquid is probably why, said Baron Sissa. What? These lion-faced creatures are still alive? That is unbelievable, exclaimed Zhang Bauer. Yes, and their hearts are clearly still beating. There is still life in them, said the Baron. Canyue, give the order to kill these beasts? It will be troublesome for us if they wake up, said Wind Spirit anxiously. You don't have to be afraid. These creatures are still in the growth process. Due to the lack of nutrition, they have only been able to stay alive but not grow, said Baron Sissa. Wind Spirit was visibly relieved after hearing that. I understand. The owner of the life support pod might have modified these tubes to redirect the nutritional fluid to their own pod from these tanks. After so many years, the nutritional fluid has almost dried up. Thus, the life support pod's alarm is blinking non-stop. The creatures on the right tanks are all dead due to the lack of nutritional fluid. As for the creatures to the left, they are still alive after so many years thanks to their supply of nutritional fluid, I concluded. Everyone nodded in agreement. In other words, to wake up the master of the life support pod, we need to redirect the left tubes and supply the pod with more energy, said Old Du, causing everyone to grow excited. We did not hesitate and started working on it. Wait, I have a question. If the redirection tubes were all made by the old man sleeping in the pod, why are there a pile of creatures atop his pod? I thought the Baron said that these creatures couldn't wake up yet due to their incomplete growth, asked Wind Spirit. That was quite a difficult question to answer. Everyone felt doubtful upon hearing Wind Spirit's words. True, the pile of lion-faced corpses was quite odd. Where did they come from? Baron, let's open the door for another room. We'll take a look around, I said. Soon, the room to the right was opened. The scene in the room was as astonishing as the other room, but it also provided us with some answers. There were even more tanks in this room. All the tanks were working, with some of them already opened. It was clear that the lion-faced creatures in the open tanks had left. The unopened tanks still contained one lion-faced creature each. We could clearly see that the lion-faced creatures in this room were much more developed than the ones in the other room. From their physical shape, their organs, and the stage of their growth, they seemed to be finished products. Canyue, these beasts are too scary. It feels like they're going to wake up at any time, said Wind Spirit softly. These are all finished goods, and they can wake up at any time. Don't touch anything here. We don't want to wake them up accidentally, reminded Baron Sissa after he entered the room. I reckon that the lion-faced creatures originally in these open tanks are the same ones that had made up the pile that had died atop the life support pod, said Old Do. That's possible. The corpses in the pile are not in any armor and look like they were fresh out of the tanks, agreed Baron Sissa. That's odd. If those were from the tanks, how about the armored creature at the door? I asked. I think we should stop guessing. Let's just wake that guy up and ask him, said Zhongbauer. That made a lot of sense. Zhongbauer's suggestion was the most straightforward and effective method. Thus, we all returned to the other room with the tanks. After studying the tube system, Baron Sissa contacted Wuzhu, who was on space-time. Under the guidance of the super engineer Wuzhu, he was able to quickly reconnect the tubes to the tube connected to the pod. Shortly after, an abundant amount of red liquid started coursing into the life support pod. With the energy source dealt with, we returned to the room housing the pod. The red liquid was rapidly flowing into the pod. After receiving enough energy, the red alarm stopped flickering. Baron Sissa started observing the data indicated on the screen atop the pod. About 5 minutes later, the Baron informed us that the pod had returned to normal operation. It was filled with energy and ready for the awakening process. We all felt our adrenaline pumping when we heard that. This felt similar to when we had awakened Plum. Once again, we were going to awaken a slumbering historical figure. The sense of nervousness and excitement from doing something like this was unlike anything we could feel from any other activity. Commander, everything is ready. Permission to start the awakening, asked Baron Sissa. Permission granted. Everyone else, ready for combat, I said. After everyone raised their guns and turned on their shields, Baron Sissa pushed down the button to activate the pod. Some grinding sound rang out as the light on the pod turned green. The liquid inside the pod started flowing rapidly while all the numbers on the screen of the pod started changing. After about 5 minutes, a burst of steam was released from the pod as the cover slid open. Our heartbeats intensified as we focused on the figure with its back to us. This awakening seemed to have gone much smoother than we had imagined. In less than 1 minute, I saw the hands of the individual twitch slightly. As the liquid in the pod continued swirling, the body turned around. Even with a helmet on, we could see an exceptionally delicate feminine face. In fact, it was as though we were looking at a meticulously carved face that was flawless. And from the face of this individual, we were sure that she was a blueling. Zhongbauer and I were both bluelings, but this was our very first time looking at a face so beautiful. Both of us were stunned. While everyone was occupied with staring at the beautiful face, the eyes on the flawless face in question opened. Her hands moved to the edge of the pod and pulled herself upright before she leveled her gaze at us. For some reason, all of us seemed to have been stunned by the grace radiating from her beautiful face. Just like that, we all stood there without uttering a single word. A minute later, the woman took off her helmet, allowing her long, black hair to cascade down her shoulders. She had been immersed in the pod for over 20 years, and drops of nutritional fluid were dripping from her hair. However, her healthy long hair still perfectly accentuated her beauty. Who are you? What year is it? Suddenly, the woman opened her mouth and broke the silence. Her voice was incredibly pleasant to our ears. It's the year 2091. I'm Zhongbauer. Pleased to meet you. Zhongbauer was the first to step forth and introduce himself. Oh, it's 2091 already? Time really flies. My surname is Li, and my name is Yizi. The two of you look like bluelings, said the woman. The word blueling she uttered caused much excitement among the group. Yes, we came from Blue. I'm surnamed Li as well. My name is Canyue. Senior, you must be a blueling too, I asked, following up on the conversation started by Li Yizi herself. Like you, I came from Blue. I'm happy to meet you, replied Li Yizi with a gentle voice. At that time, Baron Sissa displayed the qualities of a gentleman. He stepped forth and helped Li Yizi, who was still dripping wet, out of the pod. Canyue, give her some time to rest. Senior, do you want to drink something? Asked Old Do. Thank you, but no. I'll be fine after taking a short time to readjust myself, declined Li Yizi politely. The woman sat down on the floor and started moving her limbs, head, and joints. She then shut her eyes and sank into thought. When she opened her eyes again, the look in her eyes seemed to have changed entirely. Thank you for awakening me. Who are you? Where am I? Asked Li Yizi after she recovered. We're from the 7th Armored Division of the Interstellar League's B Army. Zhongbauer and I are bluelings. Old Do is a Gliesen. The Baron is an Echo. Dondon and Wind Spirit are storms, I introduced. Gliesen? Blue is working with Gliesens now? Is the Interstellar League a new organization? Asked Li Yizi in astonishment. The Interstellar League was formed by bluelings and the Gliesens of Glies 581b. We are currently located on an artificial planet called Cloudcast in the Betelgeuse system of the Orion constellation. This ship is called Lightning. I answered what I knew. Suddenly, Li Yizi looked up and asked, was Blue defeated in a war? About that, well, both sides ultimately agreed to peace and formed a coalition government, I answered, trying to preserve a tiny bit of dignity for Blue. Oh, that's actually a decent ending. How did you find this place? Asked Li Yizi. She seemed to have even more questions than us due to her recent awakening. It's a long story. May I know your reason to be hibernating here, Senior? What's the deal with the creatures on this ship? We need to leave first after confirming this. As for the changes over the past 20 years, we can provide the relevant information to you, Senior, I said. At my words, Gliesens sank into silence, looking like she was immersed in her past memories. Those beasts had broken free of the growth rooms. It would be disastrous to allow them to land on any planet. Thus, I altered my mission at the last moment into a mission of containment and destruction for these lion-faced beasts, replied Gliesens. From her words, it was clear it was a complicated story. Senior, how did you arrive here from Blue? Our technology wasn't at a level where we could go this far 20 years ago, said Zhongbauer. I left Blue to look for a way to defeat the Gliesens. A Gliesen had provided me with a ship, said Gliesens. A Gliesen had provided a blueling with a spaceship during the war to look for a way to defeat their own race. What's the name of that Gliesen? Asked Old Du in disbelief. Apologies, but I don't know the name of that Gliesen. Upon boarding the ship, I found that the instructions on the ship were the same as the instructions I had been given. Thus, I started carrying out the mission, said Gliesens, disappointing Old Du with her answer. Senior, do you still remember the number of the military unit you were in or perhaps the address of your unit? I asked. I don't remember that. The earliest memory I remember is my meeting with the Gliesen, said Gliesens honestly. Canyue, I reckon this beauty is probably suffering from either amnesia or brainwashing, with the culprit behind the brainwashing being the person who had wiped all her past memories. That way, she would be able to better focus on her mission, said Zhongbauer. I agree. I had thought that there were holes in her memories due to her recent awakening, but she is too straightforward. There must be a reason for her to be a blueling without remembering her past from Blue, I said. Senior, do you remember your mission? Asked Old Du. In 2070 when the Gliesens invaded Blue, a group of emergency rescue teams with 10 members each was sent to systems where it was suspected that life existed to prepare a way out for Blue in the case of defeat. I was ordered to head to Planet Eternal to seek help. I can only remember the origin of my mission, said Gliesens. How did they determine the location of each planet so accurately? Back then, Blue had yet to develop the wormhole travel technology, said Old Du. Blue's Hans binoculars had discovered countless planets suspected of hosting life. These planets were all we were aiming at, said Gliesens. It's weird that your ships were all provided by a Gliesen. Who is that Gliesen, exactly, muttered Old Du to himself. This ship is called Lightning. According to the records, it is a ship owned by the Eternals. Why are you on this ship? Where is Captain Fang Fang? Is she still here? Also, we found a blueling footprint in the cockpit. That doesn't look like it belongs to you. I asked several questions in a row. The things that have happened here are too complicated. It is dangerous that we're all still on this ship. We need to leave first before I tell you the story, said Gliesens firmly. Her words carried a sort of power that was irresistible, causing all of us to stop questioning her. Are those monsters still alive? Asked Gliesens. A large portion of them are. However, the survivors are all in the nutritional tanks. They aren't awake, said Baron Sissa. What? They're not all dead even after so long? Have you entered each room in the ship? Asked Gliesens, who was visibly agitated. Only 2, said Baron Sissa. Not good. Did you shut the door after leaving those rooms? Asked Gliesens, who seemed to have recalled something. These fools left the door open. Wind Spirit called us out. This is bad. Exposure to air will accelerate the growth of the lion-faced beasts. The time of their awakening will also be shortened. Go shut those doors now, Gliesens shouted. She had barely finished when Baron Sissa rushed out of the room. At the same time, sounds of nutritional tanks opening came from the room next door. In the span of a few seconds, we heard the sound of the door shutting from the room beside us. But at the exact same time, a lion-faced beast appeared before our room. A delicate hand suddenly snatched the laser gun in my hands, aimed it at the beast's head, and pulled the trigger. Unfortunately for the beast, it was killed so soon after its awakening. Gliesens' skilled movement in combat caused all of us to be dumbstruck. After killing the lion-faced beast, she charged out of the room. We followed behind her and found that the other lion-faced beasts had not been able to rush out of the room before the door was shut. Only then did we heave out a breath of relief. Suddenly, an intense knocking came from behind the shut door. We must remove the air in these growth rooms immediately. With the strength of these lion-faced beasts, they will be able to break through the door easily, said Gliesens as she tossed my gun back to me and rushed toward the cockpit. While passing the pile of withered corpses in the cockpit, Gliesens turned her head and picked up the ray gun on the floor. Then, she stepped onto the operation platform and took over the control of the ship from the Baron. The 20 years of slumber seemed to not have caused any damage to her memories at all. She was able to quickly find the corresponding button and push it to expel all air from the growth rooms. The knocking sounds from the growth rooms started growing lighter. Without any air, the beasts were losing their strength. Eventually, the knocking sounds stopped. That was close. Good thing the air regulation system of the ship is still in good condition, said Gliesens with some lingering fears in her heart. Ma'am, just what is up with these lion-faced beasts? Asked Baron Sissa. This ship carries a batch of the beast army. These beasts were all embryos produced in laboratories before being slowly grown in the nutritional tanks. They require the movement of air to continue growing. In fact, the moving of air will accelerate their growth. But stripped of oxygen, they will choke and turn dormant. Thus, the nutritional tanks must be kept in sealed cabins, said Gliesens. You mean the lion-faced beasts next door are only unconscious, not dead? Asked Baron Sissa. Yes. Those beasts have incredible physical capabilities. Even without oxygen, they will stay alive for 30 days, and they can wake up in less than 5 minutes after their supply of oxygen is returned, said Gliesens. How do you know these beasts so well? Asked Old Du. Because my last mission was to eliminate them, said Gliesens without even moving her gaze from the dashboard. Right at that moment, she started lightning, and the engine started running. Good gracious. Canyue, she started the ship directly. We're exposed, exclaimed Zhongbauer. What are you trying to do? I asked, somewhat angry at being caught by surprise from the sudden activation of the ship. We need to leave immediately and kill all these beasts in outer space. If they are allowed to actually land on a planet, they will be able to copy the knowledge of other life forms on the planet and escape. At that time, we will no longer be able to contain them, said Gliesens. Copy the knowledge of other life forms? Are they capable of stealing our thoughts? Asked Wind Spirit nervously. Canyue, since the ship has been started and we're already exposed, we might as well leave with this ship. That will be better than returning with empty hands, Baron Sissa suggested a compromise. Fine. There's nothing we can do anyway. Senior, what do you need from us? We need to leave as soon as possible. This planet's garrison has formidable firepower. They even have magnetic mines around the planet. We can have our ship take lightning and leave, I said. Instantly, the indicator light of the ship's engine started blinking. Weird. Why is it saying that the ship is over the weight limit? What other things did they load onto the ship? Said Gliesens in astonishment. Nothing was loaded onto the ship. We merely have 3 battleships stacked on top of us. This is a battleship dumping ground. Lightning is squeezed at the very bottom of the pile, I explained. I see. Gliesens finally understood what was happening. The black screen outside the cockpit is covering our line of sight. We need to remove it, said Zhongbauer. At that time, Gliesens projected a hologram above the dashboard. From the hologram, we could clearly see our ship at the bottom layer of a pile of discarded ships within a valley. All around us, countless other piles of discarded ships could be seen. All of you need to find a fixed seat and sit down. I am going to perform the rotating maneuver to throw off the ships piled on us, said Gliesens. We scrambled for seats and fastened ourselves into the seats we found. Then, Gliesens started increasing the power the ship was exerting. The hull shook intensely while the layers of dust that had accumulated over decades fell off the ship. Surrounded by a cloud of dust, the ship slowly lifted above the ground. Carrying the massive weight on its back, Lightning was shaking violently. All the indicators in the ship were blazing incessantly, notifying us that the old ship had reached the limits of what it could withstand. Suddenly, the ship spun 360 degrees. The movement became faster and faster, throwing off the 3 battleships above the ship while Lightning continued accelerating. Eventually, even the black screen around the cockpit was thrown off. Finally, Lightning had regained its freedom. Without the heavy weight on it, all the indicator lights in the ship returned to normal. After 20 years of slumber, the engine was once again operating steadily. In fact, the ship functioned much better than we had imagined it could. Commander, a small fleet is in pursuit of you. Do we intercept them? Asked Dodo through the communicator. Commence interception. We still need some time to repair this ship's operating system, I said. Roger. Space-time, begin the interception mission, said Dodo. Gliesens was fully focused on repairing the ship's operating system. I found it interesting that she was actually standing steadily on the operation platform despite the ship's rapid spinning. Her sense of balance was astonishing, and she was performing a grand feat of controlling a massive battleship like this all by herself. Senior, an enemy fleet is approaching us rapidly. We need to leave immediately, I reminded. I need 2 of you to help pilot the ship. You can help me with command, said Gliesens as she looked at me. At this point, the ship had stopped spinning. Upon hearing her command, I took off my seatbelt and ran over. At the same time, I ordered Dondon and Baron Sissa to help with the piloting. This ship's propulsion system was inactive for too long. It can only recover after roughly 10 minutes. We will be able to leave after that, said Gliesens. I have arranged an interception. We will buy the 10 minutes you need, I said confidently. Gliesens nodded at me and returned her focus to restoring the ship's various functions. Canyue, we have come into contact with the enemy fleet. An exchange of fire has happened. The enemy is a small fleet of 5 battleships of various sizes and a bunch of fighter drones. Their firepower is impressive, said Kelly. No matter what, you need to hold them for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, withdraw into outer space together with us, I said. All the systems on Lightning were recharging at a rapid pace. The power system had been rather dry on energy due to the long period of inactivity. Thus, the ship's nuclear power was rapidly recharging the various systems. Shit! The heavy water in the nuclear reactor has dried up. In fact, that was how we got into the cockpit. The airlock system was damaged by us, so the radiation will reach this place. Without a defensive suit, will it be dangerous for you? I suddenly recalled. There is a reserve heavy water depot on the ship. I've already filled up the reactor with heavy water. Otherwise, the reactor wouldn't even be able to start. The opening you created to enter has been repaired with the ship's automatic electrical repair system, said Gliesens without even looking away from her dashboard. Her calm when handling the various issues shocked me. Her level of experience was a complete contrast to the young face she bore. Canyue, a battleship is rapidly approaching us, Zhongbauer suddenly called out in alarm. A star-class battleship was heading straight toward us, coming from the other side of Cloudcast. Senior, a battleship is approaching us rapidly. Are there any weapons on Lightning? We need to defend ourselves, I asked in worry. Lightning is a cruiser. It naturally is equipped with weapons. However, the system indicates that the guided missile cannons have all been stripped from the ship, said Gliesens, giving me a piece of bad news. The Eternals must have stripped the ship's weaponry system. I thought this was a dumping site, said Old Do. The system still requires 7 minutes to make full recovery. We must hold on for 7 minutes. The rail cannons are still on the ship, but they can only be used after the recharge is complete, said Gliesens. 7 minutes? Without shields or weapons, it doesn't look good for us, I said. Kelly, a battleship is attacking us. Will spacetime be able to return to support us? Asked Old Do. We can't. We are being tied down by the fighter drones. You have to rely on yourselves for now, came Kelly's anxious reply. In the background, intense explosions could be heard. In a flash, the star-class battleship had arrived before us. The moment it appeared, a red laser beam was unleashed toward us. Dondon and the Baron immediately performed an evasive maneuver. A loud boom sounded as an antenna to the right of the defenseless Lightning exploded after being struck. This won't work. We are sitting ducks. If the cargo hold is struck, the lion-faced beasts will be able to leave, I said worriedly. Looks like we can only give up on the propulsion for now and forcefully enter a state of invisibility, said Gliesens. Invisibility is great? They won't be able to see us anymore, I said. It is a temporary measure. We're abandoning the propulsion system and redirecting power to the stealth system. The ship will be able to perform one leap with a limited range after entering invisibility. Let's see if that's good enough to escape their detection, said Gliesens. At this time, the second attack arrived, creating another explosion against the hull of the ship. The ship shook violently, and it was clear that the old hull could no longer take any more attacks. Stop hesitating, Senior. I suggest we enter invisibility immediately, I said. As I spoke, Gliesens switched the energy priority and shifted the energy that had been accumulated for the propulsion system for 5 minutes to the defensive system. Slowly, the ship turned invisible. In a few seconds, the ship vanished from view. Initiate leap behind us at a 70-degree angle, said Gliesens to Dondon, who was in charge of piloting. Dondon understood the order loud and clear. He immediately did as told and moved the ship to face backward at a 70-degree angle before pushing the leap button. Relying on invisibility, Lightning performed a leap in the aimed direction, instantly moving nearly 9 kilometers away. After reaching our destination, Gliesens hurriedly turned off all power in the ship, causing the ship to turn completely still. Everything had happened in the span of only several seconds. Upon seeing that we had vanished from view, the enemy ship started firing madly at our previous position. Numerous explosions blazed up where we had been and enveloped the 3 discarded ships that had previously been piled atop our ship, blasting them into pieces. However, the enemy ship seemed to have discovered that we had escaped after some analysis, so it started spinning in the same spot. Why are they spinning in the same spot? We are no longer there, right? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. Our ship is completely still, but the ship's technology is still too old. The moment we move, they will detect the sound waves we create. Since they did not detect any sound waves, they must suspect that we're hiding nearby, explained Gliesens. Are they really that smart? Questioned Zhang Bauer, unconvinced by Gliesens' judgment. However, she was quickly proven correct. The enemy ship started performing a laser scan in a ring-shaped area. A dozen fighter drones were also deployed to perform a more detailed search. Their commander must be an expert who knows these outdated ships very well. We have encountered a tricky opponent, said Gliesens. We can't keep hiding. With the carpet search they're performing, it's only a matter of time before they find us. At that time, we won't even have the power to initiate a leap, I said. If their reinforcements arrive, things will be even more troublesome. We need to think of a way to escape, said Old Do. I have an idea, Wind Spirit suddenly said. What good idea can you come out with? Just say it. Stop wasting time, said Zhang Bauer. Abandon ship. As individuals, we are too small for them to detect easily. We can always return later for this ship, said Wind Spirit. Yes. We can leave first, create an explosion somewhere to lure them away, and come back for this ship, I agreed. Good idea. That's much better than waiting here doing nothing, Zhang Bauer agreed as well. No, my mission is to eliminate these lion-faced beasts. I can't allow them to leave my watch. Unless they're all eliminated, I won't leave, refused Gliesens in a straightforward fashion. We were all at a loss for words, not knowing how to convince this old lady. Senior, the situation is urgent. To make gains, we need to make sacrifices, persuaded Baron Sissa, who had left his pilot's seat. Meanwhile, a fighter drone was already searching nearby. No, I will never leave Lightning, refused Gliesens stubbornly. You obstinate old woman. You said that you couldn't allow them to leave your watch, but how about the 20 years you spent in slumber? Do you know that they have actually escaped during that time? Why didn't you think of that before entering stasis, said Wind Spirit, her temper flaring up. The words seemed to work as Gliesens suddenly raised her head and a look of intense struggle covered her face. We'll leave temporarily and return as soon as possible, she said slowly. We felt relieved to hear that. We immediately started packing our weapons and preparing to leave. Zhang Bauer and I took the lead and exited the same way we had entered the ship. At the same time, Dondon informed Spacetime of our plan. Old Do, strike down the nearby fighter drones. Bauer, can you see the discarded ship 5 kilometers away with your laser probe? Go there and plant a timed cluster bomb. Everyone else, move out of this area. Old Do and Bauer will reconvene with us after completing their missions. Spacetime will pick us up. I gave a series of rapid commands. We split up according to the plan. Through my laser probe, I saw Old Do sprinting a distance of 3 kilometers in one go under the cover of the ship's remains. He then pulled out the tracking rifle that we hadn't used for a very long time. Thousands of red tracking bullets shot out toward the nearby fighter drone. The firepower caught the fighter by a surprise and pierced through its shield before blasting it apart. At the same time, a massive mushroom cloud rose up from the distance. Zhang Bauer's timed bomb had exploded at the perfect moment. The battleship searching for us and the fighter drones were attracted by the two explosions. They immediately focused on the 2 points. We were on the verge of success. However, the situation was still critical. We did not have any gear for personal invisibility, and we could be easily detected outside the ship. Spacetime had to return and pick us up immediately. After a few minutes, Zhang Bauer and Old Do returned to us. At that time, the enemy was fully focused on the explosions. That was the perfect opening for us to escape. Kelly, break free from combat and come pick us up, I said. Canyue, Spacetime's propulsion system was struck. Who is performing emergency repairs. We still need a little bit of time, said Kelly. We could only helplessly hide beneath a discarded ship. Zhang Bauer, Old Do, and I were in charge of keeping watch. Meanwhile, Gliesens was standing silently with her eyes shut and a ray gun in hand, seemingly contemplating her next course of action. Canyue, look, it's a 4-dimensional toad. It seems to be approaching us, said Zhang Bauer nervously. I looked over and saw the familiar flickering light heading our way. This planet is way too weird. Why is a simple dumping ground filled with so many troubles? I cursed. Perhaps everything is normal on the front side of the planet. We are at the backside, the dark side of the planet. Therefore, all the incomprehensible things are gathered here, said Baron Sissa. Stop talking. That floating light can detect sound waves, said Gliesens, who suddenly opened her eyes. We immediately shut our mouths. The moment we turned silent, the toad stopped moving. But shortly after, the floating light continued moving, still in our direction. Gliesens waved at all of us. We carefully followed her and switched to a new hiding spot beneath a different discarded ship. Shortly after, the toad arrived at our previous hiding spot and stopped there. How close, I thought nervously. Looks like this fellow can even pick up on our chatter even through the wireless communication channel. What a terrifying creature. Canyue, Spacetime's propulsion system has been repaired. We are preparing to withdraw from combat. We will reach you in 2 minutes. Prepare for pickup, Kelly's voice came from the communicator. The moment Kelly's voice came from the wireless communication system, the 4-dimensional toad shifted direction. The flickering eye moved toward us rapidly. This fellow can seek us out through listening to our communicators. Unless we maintain absolute silence, it can detect us at any time, said Gliesens. But that didn't seem to be the case when we were in lightning, said Old Do. Perhaps this creature has a limited range, I said. What are we waiting for? Let's run, said Zhang Bauer. We madly ran away from the toad. While we ran, Dondon constantly updated spacetime on our current location. The flickering eye of the 4-dimensional toad pursued us relentlessly. It also seemed like the toad could jump faster than our running speed as it was slowly catching up to us. Right at that moment, a loud rumble came from the sky, followed by the sounds of cannon and laser strikes came. Up in the sky, Spacetime was heading our way while under the pursuit of a group of battleships. Canyue, there is an empty spot 100 meters ahead. I'll pick you up there, said Kelly. We could cross a distance of 100 meters in less than 10 seconds, but just as we were about to start sprinting, a different red flickering toad eye appeared at our target location. Shit! An enemy occupied our withdrawal point. Canyue, what do we do? Asked Zhang Bauer. Have Spacetime fire some enhanced cluster bombs at the 4-dimensional toad that's at our withdrawal point. See if they can blast through the 4th dimension. Old Do and Bauer, fire at the toad chasing after us. Try to slow it down, I ordered. Canyue, that battleship and its fighter drones are also coming, said Dondon nervously, adding another piece of bad news on top of the pile. The situation was urgent. In the sky, the eternal ships were hunting for us, and on the ground, the terrifying 4-dimensional toads were also relentlessly coming after us. The enhanced cluster bombs fired by Spacetime created intense explosions. The explosions were bright enough to cover the flickering eye of the toad, so we weren't able to see if the attack had been effective. Behind us, the other toad was facing Bauer's and Old Do's attacks in a relaxed manner. Countless laser strikes and tracking bullets struck its body but only created some flashes instead of actually causing any harm. The toad wasn't even slowed down by the attacks. At that point, it was less than 50 meters away from us. Canyue, we have been surrounded. We won't be able to pick you up at the designated spot. Spacetime must withdraw first, or all of us will die here, Kelly suddenly said. In the sky, Spacetime was surrounded by enemy ships. The battleship hunting for us also joined the battle. Countless attacks rained down on Spacetime, attempting to drain its shield of energy. Based on what I saw, Spacetime would not last long if it didn't retreat. Right at that moment, I saw a small shuttle fly out of Spacetime and speed toward us. Dozens of fighter drones immediately gave pursuit. The moment the shuttle was deployed, Spacetime turned upward. Kelly demonstrated her exceptional piloting skills as she flew straight toward outer space while being chased by a large number of enemies. The functionalities of the battleships of this era are truly incredible. They can even pull such a movement, exclaimed Gliesens as she looked at spacetime retreating. Meanwhile, the shuttle continued flying toward us while a bunch of fighter drones chased after it. Who is this? Are they trying to die? Exclaimed Bauer. Dondon tried to contact the shuttle, but he failed to establish communication with it. A red laser beam suddenly struck the shuttle. The shuttle spun, flew by us, and crashed into the pursuing Toad, creating an intense explosion. The explosion was much more intense than we had expected because the explosion was actually the eruption of a nuclear warhead. The nuclear explosion sent terrifying shockwaves sweeping out, destroying the pursuing fighter drones and sending us flying hundreds of meters away. Oddly, the mushroom cloud from the explosion only formed hundreds of meters above us, creating a terrifying region of raging shockwaves in the sky. It was as though they had carefully curated the scope of the explosion to avoid hurting us. We were able to protect ourselves with our powerful shields, but the explosion had still exhausted nearly 50% of our energy supply. The shockwaves and the mushroom cloud continued wreaking havoc. This nuclear warhead was more powerful than the personal nuclear warheads we had used to kill our first four-dimensional Toad. If it wasn't for the fact that the explosion had been limited to the sky, all of us would have perished. Using the cover of the nuclear explosion, we retreated rapidly and escaped the four-dimensional Toads. Canyue, there is still a Toad at our pickup point. We can't go there anymore. We need a new spot, said Baron Sissa. From the current situation, we need to first find a hiding spot. We can think of a new plan after concealing ourselves. I gave a plan that might as well not be a plan. Commander, Master Crystal, and Ankash are the ones piloting the shuttle. When the shuttle was struck, they had launched the ejection protocol. I have received their signals. Do we meet up with them? Said Dondon, finally giving us a piece of good news. I was pleasantly surprised to hear that Master Crystal and Ankash had come to help us. I immediately led the team toward where the two had landed. They had landed less than a kilometer away from us. Thus, we reached the place where the signals came from after several minutes. To avoid attracting more Toads, I ordered everyone to turn off their communicators. We then searched the area for the two heroes with our laser probes. Suddenly, a signal light flickered before us. It was a signal from Master Crystal. We rushed over and found Master Crystal and Ankash waiting for us at the entrance of a discarded ship. Bauer was exceptionally excited to see Master Crystal. Just as he was about to step forth and share his feelings, Master Crystal stopped him with a gesture. After gesturing at us to not make any noise, Master Crystal turned around and started leading us through the dumping ground. We followed closely behind him. Due to the nuclear explosion, the entire defensive force of Planet Cloudcast had been deployed. Numerous black figures could be seen flying in the sky as the enemy deployed all their battleships toward our area. Shit. If we can't find a hiding spot, we won't be able to run from their main fleet. We will be sitting ducks then, I thought anxiously. At that time, we arrived at the front of an abandoned valley. Then, Master Crystal stopped and searched the ground. Suddenly, he gestured at Ankash. Countless tiny holes appeared on the ground, as though the ground had turned into a star chart. If we weren't paying attention, we wouldn't have even noticed the holes. After observing the holes for a bit, Master Crystal pointed at one of them. Ankash then took out an arrow attached to a long rope and shot the arrow into the hole. The arrow descended underground. After a long while, when the entire rope was about to be pulled through, it stopped dropping. It seemed to have reached the bottom as Master Crystal nodded at Ankash. At the sign, Ankash started pulling. The rope was stretched extremely taut, looking like it was being subjected to great pressure. We immediately stepped forth to help. With a loud rumble, part of the ground shifted. A thick and heavy door slowly moved up from the shifted ground. A square entrance appeared before us. Behind the door, a long staircase stretched back. At that point, the eternal battleships were getting near us. Everyone, get in, said Master Crystal. We then rushed toward the stairs and walked into the dark underground. Master Crystal was the last person to enter the underground passage. At that point, the enemies had arrived above us. With a push of a switch on the underground wall, the door closed behind us. The closure of the door put into motion some workings, causing the stairs to start moving, delivering us 3 kilometers underground. When we turned on our lights, we found that we were standing at the top of a long staircase that led further underground. We can't talk yet. Come with me, said Master Crystal. Ankash, with his searchlight, took point while Master Crystal walked behind him. Everyone else followed the two as we traveled deep underground. The walls to the two sides of the underground passage were built of cold, hard steel. The staircase before us was exceptionally even, as though it was a finely crafted article that reached straight to the planet's core. After walking for about 2 hours, we finally left the long staircase. The world before us opened up into a deep gorge with several hanging bridges built above it. What astonished us was the circular area around the gorge. The area was split into 9 levels, and each level was filled with countless buildings. The door of each building was shut tight. It was unknown what manner of creature lived in these buildings. Master Crystal brought us to one of the bridges. When we looked down the bridge, the terrifying scene of churning lava entered our eyes. As for our surroundings, there were countless identical buildings that messed with our sense of direction. All right, we're here. This place should be safe. You may speak freely now, said Master Crystal, finally removing the speech restriction he had imposed earlier. Old man, what is this place? Why do you know this place? Asked Zhang Bauer, who could no longer hold his curiosity in. You need to thank Dodo. They are the one who had discovered this place after hacking into the Empire's database. After referencing the history I know, I confirmed that this place really exists. Since the situation was urgent, we could only take a risk and try reaching this place, said Master Crystal. Master, what place is this, exactly? Asked Old Du. This is the core of the planet. Cloudcast is an artificial planet, and this is its central zone. The foundation of the entire planet is this core, which serves as a massive computer simulation program. The power part of this core is basically a large nuclear reactor that provides energy to the entire planet. Each of these buildings hosts a different computer program that serves to help maintain the planet's ecological balance, said Master Crystal. Why do they need so many buildings for it? Do they really have so many programs? I asked. For a planet to operate normally, it would require not only a large number of commands from the computer program but also proper aspect classification. All these buildings are in charge of maintaining the commands of the various different aspects of the planet, such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, organic life, other animals, and so on. All these aspects are maintained by specific buildings here, said Master Crystal. Maintain? You mean there are maintenance workers here? Asked Zhang Bauer. There are maintenance droids with different shapes. There is at least one droid in each building. Everything works automatically, but as a precaution for malfunctioning droids, several hidden entries to the core are around the planet. The Eternals will enter every 100 years to perform general maintenance work on the core, said Master Crystal. Is the entrance the whole Ancash shot an arrow through? If it can be opened with only an arrow, isn't the security here a bit too lax? Questioned Zhang Bauer. Hee, Fatty, that's quite a smart question to ask. The arrow shot by Ancash wasn't an ordinary arrow, said Master Crystal with a smile. What kind of an arrow was it? I asked. That arrow was also a key. Dodo had duplicated a key before attaching it to the arrowhead. There are only 10 such keys in existence. Each key can only be used once. In other words, Plant Cloudcast was designed to last only 1,000 years. Also, the secret key alone is not enough. The arrow needs the ability to go through the various little holes to open the door. Thus, Ancash had also installed a custom-made eyeball taken from a mechanical dog onto the arrowhead, allowing the arrow to search for its target automatically. Also, the rope we used was tough and durable, capable of withstanding a pressure beyond the pressure of the core. That rope was made of a unique material found on Rumble. In fact, there were only 2 of these ropes in existence. We would have failed if we had lacked even one of these items, said Master Crystal. Zhang Bauer stuck his tongue out and stopped questioning. What is our next plan? When are we leaving to eliminate those lion-faced beasts? Asked Gliesens coldly while everyone was still busy rejoicing in our escape. What you need to do is tell us who you are. To save you, our entire plan had gone haywire. We will only do more to help you after understanding your cause, said Master Crystal. Commander, we have lost contact with space-time. The underground defensive system seems to be able to block all wireless signals, said Dondon. I understood that Dondon was speculating in a positive direction. The alternative to his speculation was that space-time had been destroyed by the enemy fleet. Gliesens maintained her silence, apparently unwilling to share any of her secrets. How can we help if you're unwilling to tell us your reasoning, said Master Crystal. There are too many liars in the universe. Who are you? There is no way for me to determine the truth in your words, said Gliesens coldly. We sank into an awkward silence. We really didn't know how we should prove our identity to her. It was obvious that she had been hurt deeply by deception before. Senior, we found a footprint in Lightning's cockpit. Was it yours? I asked, trying to reduce the awkwardness. Perhaps that question had evoked some of her memories as she raised her beautiful face and gazed at me silently, looking like she was immersing herself in her recollections. I left the footprint behind, but it was someone else's footprint, replied Gliesens after a few minutes of silence. Someone else? Who? I asked, suppressing the excitement bubbling within me. I don't know him. I encountered Lightning near the Horsehead Nebula. At the time, the ship I was on had already lost its power. Lightning took me into its containment cabin, replied Gliesens. Did you see his appearance? I asked urgently. No. He was dressed in a black robe that covered his entire body, said Gliesens. I shivered at the mention of black robes. In the recordings left by Namo at Sirius, the blueling I saw was also clad in a black robe. Were they the same person? After so long, I finally found some clues leading to the man in black. They might not be the same person. After all, that was an individual from 150,000 years ago. The senior has only been slumbering for 20 years, reminded Old Du, seeing through what I was thinking. No, we have proven that time tunnels exist in the universe. That man in black might be someone who had grasped the secret of the time tunnel and can freely traverse numerous different points in time. I disagreed. But why was the man in black in Lightning? If he was capable of traveling through a period of 100,000 years, he must have an extremely important mission. If it was really him, then there must have been something important he had to accomplish on that ship, said Zhang Bauer. This young man is right. There is indeed an important secret hidden on Lightning, said Gliesens. A smug look covered Zhang Bauer's face, looking like a cat with his tail raised proudly. What secret? Can you tell us, senior? I asked. When I first arrived on that ship, it was staffed by a bunch of individuals with pig heads. Subsequently, I learned that their leader was someone called Fang Fang. However, her appearance was much more delicate than the others due to her more advanced evolution. At the time, the man in black had Fang Fang rescue me. When I scanned the man in black, I discovered that he was a blueling. I was surprised, but I did not expose him. I suspected that he carried the same mission as me. He was well versed in alien languages as he constantly gave Captain Fang Fang one order after another. However, I did not understand any word they spoke. I also learned that lightning was heading toward the Horsehead Nebula. By encountering an alien civilization alone, I had accomplished half my mission. Just when I was about to make my request to them, Lightning was ambushed by a group of battleships. 2 of the attacking battleships were of the same model as Lightning. The attacks were fierce, but I discovered that Captain Fang Fang did not put up any fight. She allowed them to attack as they wished. Shortly after, the man in black discovered it too. He quickly summoned several fully armed lion-faced beasts from the inner cabin. Upon entering the cockpit, the lion-faced beasts started a slaughter and took over the ship in no time. One of the lion-faced beasts was a skilled pilot. That was the one that was crushed under the door. At the time, he took control of Lightning and activated the defensive system to escape the attack zone before utilizing a leap to leave. The man in black gained full control over the ship with Captain Fang Fang being seriously injured and the majority of the pig-headed crew members dead. The surviving crew members were all turned into the lion-faced beasts' captives. I witnessed everything in shock from the corner. I had thought of relying on them to help us, but the aliens that I wanted to rely on were decimated by a group of beasts. After the battle ended, the man in black approached me and spoke in the language of blue. I told him my mission, and after a long thought, he told me that he could help. I was extremely excited because I had not expected the mission to progress so smoothly. The man in black told me that the lion-faced beasts on the ship could help me. I only needed to bring them and Lightning to Blue. They would help us defeat the Gliesens. Initially, I was happy that there was hope for Blue. Then, the man in black told me that he needed to save a planet called Eternal. Since he had to lend me his army, he could only leave with the captain called Fang Fang to get a new army at the base. When I asked him who he was, he refused to answer. After that, the man in black left with Captain Fang Fang and his captives on a shuttle. Before leaving, the man in black gave me a basic introduction of the ship. Only then did I notice that there were more undeveloped lion-faced beasts in the ship's numerous growth devices. I saw the man in black open the door of his room by scanning his foot. He then hastily took a backpack and left with Captain Fang Fang and the captives. I happened to see a pair of boots he had left in the room. For reasons unknown to myself, I stole one of them, said Uneasy. You mean that you initially planned to return to Blue with this ship and the lion-faced beasts? I asked in shock. Yes. I was filled with hope and believed that these powerful beasts would be able to save Blue. Also, their weapons are decades ahead of Blue at the time. When the man in black left, he also took the majority of the lion-faced beasts with him. Only 3 were actually left with me. Perhaps he had decided that he did not need much force to watch over a single person like me. The moment the man in black left, Lightning prepared for wormhole travel. I was interested in learning more about the culture of these aliens and in taking a look at their wormhole manufacturing technology. Thus, I stood near the control dashboard to observe. I have the ability to rapidly memorize everything I see, so I was able to memorize everything the pilot did on the dashboard as preparation for the future. I also learned how removing air could accelerate the growth of the lion-faced beasts when I saw a lot of white gas moving in the growth cabins. After setting up the procedures for growth, the lion-faced pilot started the wormhole production process. With the energy of the ship, he created a transparent ball of light. The ball of light covered the entire ship, and within the ball, transparent ripples appeared. On the control dashboard, the solar system's star chart appeared. On the chart, the marker for Blue, our destination, was marked with a flickering red light. It was at that moment that I realized how wrong everything was, said Gliesens. What did you discover? What did you realize? Asked Baron Sissa. I had never given the lion-faced beasts Blue's coordinates. I had not seen the man in black give them the information before he left. Clearly, the coordinates of Blue had long been plugged into the ship before I had even told him of my mission. In fact, my mission was the reason he was in such a rush to leave, said Gliesens. I understand. The man in black wanted to use you to take these lion-faced beasts back to Blue. With your help, they can enter without being bothered by Blue's defensive system. How crafty, I said. Yes, that was the man in black's goal from the beginning. After discovering their scheme, in accordance with my mission, I would have to prevent them from reaching Blue at all costs. If not, more lives would be lost. Thus, I reached for the main power switch on the dashboard while the lion-faced pilot wasn't paying attention. With a flip of the switch, the wormhole production stopped. I then ran to the inner cabin, said Gliesens. Listening to her brave story, I couldn't help but feel respect for this gorgeous woman. A simple blueling astronaut like her had actually dared to challenge these lion-faced beasts. That was something worth our respect. The 3 lion-faced beasts gave chase. Since all the rooms in the inner cabin were locked, I had no place to hide. At that time, I passed by the man in black's room and recalled his footprint lock. I immediately used the stolen shoe to open his room and hid inside, said Gliesens. Everyone was listening intently, feeling so nervous it was like we were the characters in the story. I learned later that they could only produce a wormhole every 24 hours. Therefore, the lion-faced beasts were unable to perform the wormhole travel and started searching the ship for me. Little did they know, I was hiding in the man in black's room, said Gliesens. As she spoke, her voice took a tone of urgency, as everything still felt extremely fresh for her. You managed to kill all 3 of them, right? I saw their corpses, said Old Do, who was obviously much calmer than the rest of us. In the room, I found some personal articles the man in black had left behind because he had to leave on short notice. One of the articles was a gun, said Gliesens. Ray gun, I said. Yes, that's probably what it's called. With it, I felt slightly less nervous. I intended to take down the 3 beasts. I also tried searching the room for other useful clues, said Gliesens. Did you find anything helpful? I asked hopefully. Nothing at all. The man in black must have placed everything important in his backpack. However, I did find a pair of socks. One of them had the letter C knitted on it. Letter C, exclaimed Old Do, looking as shocked as a navigator who had discovered an alien land. Old Do, why are you so surprised? It's just a letter, said Jongbauer jeeringly. The letter C reminded me of Captain Zhang Han's friend, Cassie, said Old Do. Are you trying to say that the man in black is Captain Zhang Han, and this pair of socks is Cassie's gift to him? I asked. Everything is a guess. We need more proof if we want to verify the guess, said Old Do cautiously. How did you escape danger in the end? Asked Master Crystal, returning to the topic. I took the opportunity when the lion-faced beasts weren't paying attention to ambush them from behind. 2 of them were killed that way, but the pilot was able to hide. I couldn't find it, so I started studying the ship's control system. By referring to what I had seen, I was able to quickly grasp how to pilot the ship. At the time, I only had one thought in my mind: this ship filled with beasts could not be allowed to reach Blue, said Gliesens. Lady, you described yourself as someone so capable that you're a god. But in the end, you were ambushed by the last lion-faced beast, right? Asked Jongbauer doubtfully. I tried killing the lion-faced beasts through the control dashboard, but I found that the ship was mainly a transportation ship. A different system was in charge of cultivating them. Thus, I had to personally enter the rooms to do something about them. Realizing that, I opened the door of one of the growth rooms. I immediately headed to the room, completely forgetting to bring my ray gun with me. The hidden lion-faced beast took the chance to rush out and ran after me with my gun. During the critical moment, I calculated its movement speed and shut the door the moment it reached the entrance, severing its body into 2, said Gliesens. What an exaggeration. I can't believe that. You killed the 3 lion-faced beasts so easily? One of them was crushed to death by a door after you calculated its movement speed? Are you trying to convince me that these beasts all descended from pigs? If they're so useless, they won't be able to do much even after reaching Blue, said Jongbauer. In truth, most of us did not believe what Gliesens said. Who would believe that 3 furious beasts could be killed so easily? I believed that Gliesens was still hiding something from us. However, she did not bother explaining. Rather, she continued with her story. After killing the last beast, I studied their growth equipment. I found that their growth would be slow when there is air and their growth will accelerate when there is no air. Thus, I planned to open all doors and lower their growth speed before eliminating them. And then you used your own strength to eliminate a bunch of lion-faced beasts, right? Sneered Jongbauer. Even a fool would understand what Jongbauer meant. Gliesens wasn't happy, but she did not show it on her face. Instead, she simply shut her mouth. Don't mention the past anymore. I need to put an end to these lion-faced beasts. Lightning still has the coordinates of Blue recorded in it as well. I can't take any risks, said Gliesens after a short silence, showing a responsible attitude toward Blue. Regardless of the truth in her words, as a Blueling, I could not allow the lion-faced beasts to get to Blue. That was one goal the both of us shared. Master, is there a way we can return to the surface and eliminate those beasts? I asked Master Crystal. I don't think we need to return to the surface. The core of the planet is here. If we can create something that can destroy lightning with these programs, wouldn't that be better? Said Master Crystal. Are you suggesting that we can hack into these programs to control the natural environment on the planet's surface? Asked Baron Sissa as he pointed at the shut doors of the many buildings nearby. If these doors are the secret key to accessing these programs, we only need to master the secret key to be able to alter these programs and create something we need, said Master Crystal. Too bad Dodo isn't here. We don't have a master hacker here, said Jongbauer with a sigh. Don't worry. We still have a super master, someone who had received the highest level of education in the Divine Empire with us, said Master Crystal as he pointed at Baron Sissa. You overpraise me. I specialize in military system computing. I only know a little bit about programming, said Baron Sissa in a humble manner. After leaving Lightning, I recorded its coordinates. Dondon gave us a piece of good news. Can these programs create a volcanic eruption to destroy the ship? Asked Gliesens. According to my analysis, a volcanic eruption is not one of the programs available in Cloudcast's system. If we want, we'll have to write the program ourselves, said Baron Sissa. To destroy lightning, we must use fire to burn it into nothingness. Wind or water won't be able to fully destroy those beasts, said Gliesens. To use fire, we don't have many options apart from a volcanic eruption in terms of natural phenomenon. The core of this planet has quite a lot of lava, but the issue is sending it to the surface, said Baron Sissa. No, apart from a volcanic eruption, there are other ways to create flame naturally. On Blue, lightning strikes frequently cause wildfires. We only need to produce a powerful enough lightning bolt to destroy the ship, I said. Good idea. Since the ship is called Lightning, we will return it to nothingness with lightning. It is as if this is what fate had intended, said Bauer. Having decided on a plan, everyone grew excited. But out of so many buildings, which one contains the program to produce lightning? Asked Wind Spirit. There are 9 layers to the ring around us. Too bad we don't have the blueprint of this place. Before this, Dodo told me that the arrangement of the buildings here follows a certain rule. We need to discover it ourselves, said Master Crystal. You mentioned previously that inside each building is at least one droid, asked Wind Spirit. Yes. The droids will be in charge of maintenance and defense. According to the records, only by opening the door correctly will the droid remain in maintenance mode, said Master Crystal. In other words, if we open the door incorrectly, the droid will turn violent, said Bauer. Thinking that the discussion was leading nowhere, I left the group and approached one of the doors. I started studying the door. The odd door was filled with countless dots of different sizes. Each dot was attached to a delicate wire. Any accidental damage to one of these wires could very well create a powerful storm on the surface. Although I wanted to destroy lightning, I did not intend to senselessly slaughter Cloudcast's garrison. Perhaps we need to take a risk, Master Crystal's voice rang out. When I turned around, I saw that the others were also starting to study the doors. Master, how do you intend to take this risk? I asked. I had studied 3 of these doors earlier. I can't observe any pattern in the arrangement. No known formula can explain the arrangement employed here. I believe the arrangement here is something beyond what physics entails, said Master Crystal. Perhaps we can combine the known physics of Eternal and Blue to solve this riddle, I suggested. I tried observing from the perspective of Blue's physics. I still couldn't find any pattern. The Master is right. Perhaps we can only take a risk, said Old Dew. I intend to force a door open and observe what's inside, said Master Crystal. No, I disagree. We don't know which program is hidden in which room. What if the one you opened is the one storing the self-destruct program? This princess is too young to die here with you, said Wind Spirit. Dondon agreed with Wind Spirit that this idea was too radical. Alas, everyone ignored the 2 cats and started discussing the ways to open one of these doors. I did a rough calculation earlier. There are around 999 doors here. Even if 20 of them lead to the destruction of the planet, the odds are still at a level we should take the risk, said Old Dew. Since everyone is in agreement, Master Crystal, please select a door, I said. Master Crystal was startled to receive the task, but he could only helplessly agree to take on the task I had deflected to him. Master Crystal slowly roamed the area. After walking by dozens of doors, he suddenly stopped. He pointed at a door and said, I have a good feeling about this door. Let's pick it. We gathered around him. The door before us looked the same as any other door, but the color of the electrical currents running along the door was different from the other doors. They were bluish-purple in color, looking much more dazzling than the others. Perhaps that was the reason Master Crystal had selected this door. Apart from Wind Spirit and Dondon, who had stayed away in protest, everyone was gathered before the door in preparation to break through it. There was a combination lock to the right of the bluish-purple door. The lock was connected electronically to the door, and the keypad on the lock consisted of some eternal numbers and serious characters. It was obvious that we didn't know the password, and we did not dare to rashly insert a random password either. The door was deeply embedded in the wall, to the point there wasn't even a gap we could pry it open. It did not look like we would be able to open it with a gentler method. Canyue, let's use our old tactic. Creating miracles with force, suggested Bauer. I looked at Master Crystal. He nodded at me, silently agreeing to the plan. Bauer, install a cluster bomb on the door and blast it apart, I gave the order. With the order issued, everyone retreated, leaving Bauer to install a bomb on the spot between the lock and the door. 30 seconds later, a blinding explosion erupted. The door collapsed outward, creating a loud sound as it dropped onto the ground. From afar, the door looked to be as thick as 5 meters. It had merely dropped after losing its balance from the explosion. Even more astonishing was the lush green we saw behind the door. Good lord, this is a jackpot. We found paradise behind the first door we opened, said Bauer. If everything is too calm, there must be something wrong. Be careful, everyone. Bauer and I will take point. Everyone else, follow behind us, I said cautiously. I had barely finished my words when a delicate figure rushed past me toward the lush world behind the door. Lady, have you gone crazy? Bauer exclaimed. Gliesens ignored our calls and continued to run into the lush world. That woman has gone mad. Follow her, everyone, I said as we helplessly chased after her. Soon, we arrived at the entrance. Gliesens had vanished completely inside the lush world inside the building. The moment we approached the entrance, we felt a blast of fresh and humid air blowing against our faces. The sensation was so comfortable that in only a few seconds, I started to feel drowsy. Abruptly, I felt a kick on my back. I hurriedly turned around. Put your mask on. The oxygen level here is around 7 to 8 times higher than Blue's. You will lose consciousness from oxygen toxicity, said Old Dew loudly. My mind was in a daze, but I heard Old Dew's words and put on my mask. With my defensive system providing me with a suitable level of oxygen, the mist in my brain cleared out. I nearly fell for it without even entering the building. This place is too odd. I need to be careful, I reminded myself. Weird. Why did Gliesens look fine when she rushed? Asked Baron Sissa in astonishment. She's probably unconscious somewhere? We'll know after entering, said Zhongbauer confidently. After recovering with my mask, I walked in front of Zhongbauer. Apart from Wind Spirit and Dondan, the others entered the green world with us. I started seriously observing the world beyond the door. Walking through the entrance, it was as though we were walking into an entirely new world. Our naked eyes weren't able to see the end of this place, and above us were floating clouds and gentle sunlight. An unknown massive star hung in the sky, providing heat to this world. Due to the high oxygen level, the plants here looked rather different. Each plant was thriving, and some of these plants resembled blue plants, while others probably originated from other planets in the Orion constellation. The only difference between the plants here and the plants in the outside world was the size. In the green world, the plants were at least 10 times the size of their counterparts outside. A single leaf was the size of a table, so the canopies above us felt like a giant curtain covering the sky. Amid the dense vegetation, I saw a red flower in the shape of a Chinese olive. It looked especially conspicuous among the green. It was the size of a regular adult blueling, and it emanated a tempting fragrance. It also constantly released some tiny floating objects that resembled dandelions into the air around it. What plant is this? It looks so weird, said Zhongbauer as he approached the red flower. Watch out, Bauer. Don't approach it. Old Du suddenly called out. Instantly, the flower suddenly opened up and revealed hundreds of barbed fangs and pounced on Zhongbauer. Due to the distance and the speed, Zhongbauer was unable to move away in time. Half of his upper body was bitten by the flower. His morph-capable shield displayed its effect, blocking all the fangs and protecting Zhongbauer from becoming a pincushion. The red flower reacted speedily. After failing to penetrate Zhongbauer's defenses, it pulled upward, as though it was trying to swallow Zhongbauer whole. But perhaps Zhongbauer was too chubby for it. He was able to resist being lifted, foiling the flower's attempt to swallow him whole. During the critical moment when everyone was still stunned in shock, Old Du was the first to react. He raised his laser gun and shot at the flower, waking the rest of us from our shock. We also started attacking. Bauer, are you fine? We're trying to free you. I finally remembered to contact Zhongbauer with the communicator. I'm not fine at all. I feel like there are countless thorns on my head. Free me. Zhongbauer's furious voice came from the communicator. I was slightly relieved to see that Zhongbauer was well enough to complain. However, things did not look like it was improving. Our guns were able to create massive wounds on the flower, but the flower had an astonishingly powerful regeneration ability. It was able to heal faster than we could damage it as its wounds closed instantly. Even after several minutes, we made no progress. Rather, Zhongbauer was slowly losing his strength, looking like he was about to be lifted from the ground. Canyue, looks like we won't be able to harm this monster without bombs. I'll try using a cluster bomb, said Old Du. I immediately agreed and notified Zhongbauer. Bauer, turn your shield to maximum capacity. We'll be using cluster bombs. Do it quickly. This monster's mouth is too uncomfortable to be in. Blast it to death and free me already. Zhongbauer was still complaining, but his voice was obviously weaker than before. After gaining my permission, Old Du rushed forth to install the cluster bomb on the flower. Just as Old Du was about to begin the installation, a figure rushed out of the dense bush with a sharp green wooden spear and stabbed the spear into the middle of the red flower. The force behind the stab instantly skewered the flower. When we looked, we saw that the individual was Gliesens. We were about to say something, but then she gestured at us and pointed at the red flower. At the spot where it had been skewered, the wound was reacting intensely. The flower's rapid healing ability had failed upon the wound's contact with the liquid seeping out of the green spear. At the same time, the wound was actually growing. Before long, it spread to the entire flower, causing the towering flower to wither away. After a minute, the flower was fully dead. Zhongbauer took the chance to pull himself free from the flower. He looked like a porcupine with all the thorns all over his upper body, giving him a rather comical appearance. After the intense struggle, Zhongbauer was greatly exhausted. He slumped down onto the ground and panted heavily. I ran forth with Old Du and Ankash and helped pull the thorns out. We spent nearly 10 minutes clearing all the thorns. We could see that Zhongbauer's helmet was filled with holes. Obviously, the thorns had actually pierced through the morph-capable shield and reached his helmet. It was clear how terrifying this flower was. When we were finished, we all lay on the ground while breathing heavily. At that point, I noticed how Gliesens was completely fine without a mask. It would seem like this was an environment suited for her. Just what mysterious person is this? Her body quality is much higher than a regular blueling's, I thought inwardly. Senior, where were you earlier? How do you know about killing the plant with that special spear? Asked Old Du. Come with me, said Gliesens coldly before turning around and walking into the dense forest. To avoid losing her yet again, we hurriedly followed behind her. The moment we entered the dense jungle, the scene before us caused us to be speechless. We could see the red flowers all over the forest. There was one every 10 meters, and there were so many of them that we couldn't see the end of their habitat. Do not get within 3 meters of them, or they will try to swallow you, warned Gliesens. We could see that dozens of the red flowers had already been killed by the same green spear. Clearly, Gliesens had learned about the way to kill the red flower here. Canyue, look at the angle of these spear attacks. It's like someone had used their own hands to push these spears into the flowers, looking similar to how Gliesens had attacked earlier. From how this scene looks, there must be other life forms here that are equipped with these green spears, said Baron Sissa. No, these spears are not stabbed into the flowers by humanoid beings. They were actually shot out from a type of green plant, said Uneasy as she pointed at a massive green plant not far from us. I immediately scanned the green plant with my laser probe and scanner. Sure enough, I discovered that several branches with sharp tips were growing out of its trunk. These spear-shooting plants are probably competing for living space against the red flowers. Thus, the moment their roots touch, a conflict will happen. From what we can see, the spear shooters are probably holding the upper hand in the struggle. They are capable of shooting the red flowers to death from afar, but the red flowers have a numerical advantage. Thus, the competition is still rather intense, said Uneasy. Zhang Bauer started questioning her again. Lady, how are you aware of this? It's like you've been here before. Grandson, the variety and competitiveness of life will remain the same no matter where you go in the universe. Survival of the fittest is the way of nature. Eat less. You're overweight, criticized Uneasy mercilessly. Everyone, stay away from the green plants. Be careful of their green spears, said Master Crystal. Master, we're already in one of these buildings. This does not look like a place where we can create lightning. Also, the droid that is supposed to be in charge of this place is still nowhere to be seen. Should we pick a different room? Asked Baron Sissa. This place probably holds the oxygen production program, which relies on these plants to produce oxygen. However, I believe we should still look for the droid here and see if we can hack into its system to look for a way to open the other doors, said Master Crystal. This place is too big. I already scanned our vicinity. Nothing resembling a droid was found. I think we need to go deeper, said Old Do. You should stop. The environmental systems here are designed in an extremely dangerous way. Just wait here. I'll search around, said Uneasy decisively before vanishing into the dense jungle without even giving us a chance to react. That old lady shows way too little respect for us. Why should we even listen to her? Complained Zhang Bauer. Bauer, stop wasting your breath. Look at the holes all over your suit. If it wasn't for the senior, you'd already be a porcupine. Just follow her advice and wait here. Do not move around. The plants here are too weird. We are surrounded by dangers, I said. Shortly after, we heard some clamor coming from far away. The noise sounded like something was running from pursuit, crashing into numerous branches while doing so. After a few minutes, silence returned. A few minutes later, Uneasy reappeared before us. I found your droid, said Uneasy nonchalantly. She then tossed over an object to us. The object landed in front of Old Do. When we looked over, we saw an ash-gray triangular object wrapped in green vine ropes. Can this little fellow even maintain a place so big and so many plants? Asked Zhang Bauer in astonishment. You, look for the port on this triangular droid and try to hack into its database, Uneasy ordered Baron Sissa directly while ignoring Zhang Bauer. Yes, Baron Sissa replied respectfully before picking up the small triangular droid to study it. The small triangular droid before him looked like a thick sandwich. One side of its body was installed with 3 wheels, allowing it to move around. Although it had been tied up by Uneasy with ropes, its wheels kept trembling, as though it was still struggling to get free. Soon, Baron Sissa found the port from the droid's seemingly seamless body. The port was a tiny square hole, and one would only be able to access it with the corresponding device. Of course, at the end of the 21st century, ports like this wouldn't pose much trouble. Baron Sissa took out a cable from his morph-capable suit. A tiny probe reached out from the tip of the cable and slowly entered the port. The nanobot at the top of the probe started working. In accordance with the shape of the port, it adjusted the shape of the probe. In a few minutes, a connection was formed with the triangular droid's database. Baron Sissa rapidly analyzed the code within the droid. Countless symbols denoting the computing language used were flashing rapidly on his visor. Unlike what we knew, the computing language was written with the characters of Eternal. The Baron spent a long time connecting to the database and analyzing the code in it. Everyone waited while breathing softly, afraid to disturb the Baron from his work. Even Uneasy was waiting silently, her gaze focused on the numerous symbols flashing on the Baron's visor, seemingly trying to look for the secret of these symbols. I've fully aligned myself with the programming of this droid. I am accessing its main control system, said the Baron while still working on the droid. Everyone grew excited and waited impatiently for what he was going to do next. We are within one of the buildings. All the buildings here are a similar size, the Baron narrated his first finding. Each building is similar in size, but this room is so big we can't see the end of it. If each room is the same size, are you telling me that the space within the building is actually a different dimension? Asked Old Do doubtfully. No, each room is filled with different components and equipment. Nothing we see here is real. Rather, they're all illusions created by the program using the equipment here, said the Baron. What? Are you saying that the many holes left on me by that man-eating flower are illusions? They feel so real. And my head is really still hurting, questioned Zhang Bauer. That is called sensory illusion. If you're killed in one such illusion, you'll really die. Only by leaving this place will you be able to return to the real world, said the Baron, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. What was scary about this world wasn't the illusions. Rather, it was that you had to treat the illusions as real even after being aware that they were fake. That would continue to nibble on one's nerves until one broke down from pressure. I have good news. This droid's database has the diagram of the planet's core in it, said Baron Sissa in excitement. The depressed mood was immediately swept away. After all, if we could find the program that produced lightning, there would be hope that we could complete our mission. The program in this room is in charge of oxygen production. If we shut this program down, we could theoretically kill everyone on Cloudcast, said Baron Sissa. No, that'll take too many lives. There is no need to create such a slaughter. In any case, the lion-faced beasts are all dormant in their tanks. Even without oxygen, they will survive, I said. If we want to destroy lightning with lightning, we need to produce lightning bolts. To do that, we need water vapor to start forming clouds. Then, we need to electrify these clouds before making lightning the receptor of the created lightning bolt, said Baron Sissa, detailing the steps required for our plan. To destroy lightning, we need to produce electrical power reaching tens of millions of volts. Any weaker than that and the ship would be able to easily redirect the electrical flow into the ground. Only powerful enough lightning can penetrate the ship's lightning protection equipment, reminded Gliesens. To create a lightning bolt that powerful, the cloud must be something formed from the vapor of the entire planet. For our next move, we need to look for the room with the vapor production program, said Baron Sissa. There are hundreds of these rooms around. Sure, you know how to produce lightning, but how do we know which room to go to? Asked Zhang Bauer. We need to look for two rooms, the vapor producer and the lightning producer. Only by working these two rooms together will we be able to achieve our goal, said Baron Sissa. Even looking for one room is difficult. Looking for two is basically a dream, said Zhang Bauer as he grew slightly dispirited. We can locate the two doors through the order of elements. There is a corresponding table of elements in this droid's database. From the order of the elements, I can see that the rooms here are also ordered in a certain pattern, said Baron Sissa. Table of elements? Is it something similar to the periodic table on Blue? Asked Zhang Bauer curiously. I'm not sure of the order of Blue's periodic table. However, the scientists of Eternal do arrange the elements in a certain order, said Baron Sissa. What is the order? Will we be able to locate the doors we need with it? I asked the most important question after seeing that Zhang Bauer was about to utter even more nonsense. We still won't be able to locate the doors with a 100% accuracy, but we can reduce the scope of our search, said Baron Sissa. How much smaller can we make the scope? I asked. I have an accuracy rate of 20%, said Baron Sissa. An accuracy rate of 20% meant that we could reduce the search to only 10 doors. Compared with the 999 doors here, this new number sounded much more optimistic. Once again, we regained our confidence. That is still too much. How did you come up with your 20%, Baron? Asked Gliesens. I combined Eternal's table of elements with the table in the droid's database to create a new table following the order of elements. For example, the oxygen in the air, the oxygen in water, and the oxygen in living beings are all related. Based on the relationships between these elements, I have constructed the most optimal table to point out the most likely doors holding what we need to produce lightning, explained Baron Sissa. Your calculation is too extensive and coarse. Give me the probability you get from the first step of your calculation. I will perform the second step and refine the calculation, ordered Gliesens. Zhang Bauer was unhappy with Gliesens' arrogant attitude, but he was stopped by Old Du before he could speak. Regardless of whether Gliesens was right or wrong, Baron Sissa started seriously calculating the probability of the locations holding what we needed to produce lightning. Meanwhile, Master Crystal walked up to me and pulled me to the side. Canyue, do you feel that this Gliesens is completely different from everyone else? Whispered Master Crystal. Yes, she is insanely beautiful and stands out from the rest. What a surprise, Master. Your eyes are good enough that you even notice these details. I said. What stupid thoughts are you thinking? I merely feel that her physiology is weird, giving off a sensation I can't quite put into words, said Master Crystal furiously. Master, she is a female blueling. She is similar to Sing Sing and Kelly. Her body composition is different from people like me, I replied, giving yet another answer that made Master Crystal feel like coughing blood. You must be deliberately acting stupid. I mean that the way her body functions is weird. She suffers no oxygen toxicity even in an environment of pure oxygen. Also, her body seems to be immune to all sorts of external substances, allowing her to freely move around in this forest. I checked before. A majority of the plants created by the program here are actually poisonous, said Master Crystal. Maybe her body lacks oxygen due to her long stasis? Maybe as a special explorer sent out of Blue, she had received some special training. I speculated. All those are guesses. I suggest you scan her with your laser probe and see if there's anything out of place, said Master Crystal. Master, she's a woman. That is improper, I refused. I was professional enough to not abuse my tools that way. I'll be honest. I already scanned her. I discovered something odd, but I don't know blueling bodies well. Therefore, I need you to perform a scan as well, said Master Crystal. What? You already performed a scan? What did you discover? I asked in astonishment. Her body's makeup is similar to a blueling, but her body temperature is lower than 20 degrees. That isn't normal body temperature for you bluelings, is it? Asked Master Crystal. What? Only 20 degrees? That's not possible, I said in disbelief. Canyue. I already found the 10 doors with the highest probability of holding what we need, interrupted Baron Sissa while we were still conversing. So fast? Where are the 10 doors? I asked in excitement. The Baron was about to answer when Gliesens interrupted him. Hand me your initial result. I will refine it, ordered Gliesens. Baron Sissa did as told and handed Gliesens the portable drive containing the data. With the portable drive in hand, Gliesens pulled out a cable from the part of her armor attached to her chest. The flexible cable reached out for the portable drive and wrapped several thin feelers around the drive. It looked like the feelers were helping her access the data. That was the first time we had seen data being read without accessing the connection port. In fact, I even felt a slight sense of inferiority due to the superior technology she had. She then sat down and shut her eyes, looking like she was performing some intense calculations. She's acting all mysterious again. Canyue, look at this old lady. Is she going to perform the calculation with only her brain without any tools? Zhang Bauer complained non-stop like a devout monk chanting a scripture. We don't know for sure. There was once a person on Blue with amazing mental arithmetic capabilities, capable of easily calculating something mentally shortly after he was given the formula. Perhaps this senior is someone like that, I said. Then we'll wait and see. You already know I'm skeptical of someone acting like they have supernatural abilities, said Zhang Bauer with a look of defiance. Brother Bauer, I recall you mentioning ghosts quite a lot during our journey, teased Master Crystal. Why are all storms the same? All of you are so quarrelsome, said Zhang Bauer as his bad temper flared again. Upon hearing Master Crystal's voice, I recalled our earlier conversation about the issues with Li Yizi's body. I tried to stealthily measure her body temperature. My system returned the result of 20 degrees. What is this? Humans are warm-blooded. No blueling can survive with a body temperature of 20 degrees. Is her armor actually hiding her heat and messing with the scan? I started wondering, but for the sake of politeness, I still refused to actually scan her body. After shutting her eyes for 10 minutes, Li Yizi stood up and calmly said, "Follow me, everyone." The grave manner in which she delivered the command compelled us to follow her. Not even Zhang Bauer voiced a complaint. We followed her out of the forest. Outside the oxygen production room, I saw Baron Sissa releasing the triangular droid from its bindings and releasing the little fellow in the room, allowing it to resume its work of oxygen production. Wind Spirit and Dondon were already waiting outside with expressions of impatience. "Why were you gone for so long? Did you find anything?" complained Wind Spirit the moment she saw us. "Sigh, the two of you missed out on it. The droid inside is extremely friendly. They actually threw us a feast with amazing dishes," teased Zhang Bauer as he rubbed his belly. The two appeared doubtful, but nobody bothered explaining the truth to them. "Canyue, look, the holes in Zhang Bauer's suit are gone," said Old Du. I looked over and saw that sure enough, the holes in Zhang Bauer's suit had mysteriously vanished after we had left the room. Looks like the information the Baron had obtained from the droid's database was correct. "Everything we saw in there was an illusion," I exclaimed in admiration. With irrefutable proof before our eyes, Zhang Bauer did not argue despite his argumentative character. Nevertheless, none of our theories was the focus at hand. We hurriedly followed Li Yizi as she walked. Shortly after, we arrived before a door on the 5th layer. A flickering yellow light could be seen coming from the door. There were even more electrical circuits running along the surface of this door than the door of the oxygen room. The design was extremely complicated, making it obvious that the room housed a program of similar complexity. "It's here. Blow the door apart," commanded Li Yizi coldly. Old Du followed the order and installed a cluster bomb on the door. A similar scene appeared. The door collapsed onto the ground after the explosion. Different from the scene in the oxygen room, when the yellow door collapsed, a thick fog bubbled out of the room. The milky white vapor instantly filled the entire layer, and every single one of us was surrounded by the thick vapor. The fog was so thick that we could no longer see our companions with our naked eyes. Only after turning on my laser probe did I manage to see the figures of my companions. With me, everyone. The water production program here seems rather powerful. The droid here will probably be hard to take. Work together. The two children who are basically burdens are to wait outside for us, ordered Li Yizi without caring for anyone's feelings. This time, Wind Spirit and Dondon both looked displeased. They had been treated with contempt repeatedly, and the haughty princess could not take it. Thus, Wind Spirit ignored the order and followed us with Dondon in tow. Just as I was about to follow Li Yizi into the room, I felt someone tap my head. I turned around and saw that apart from the dense fog, there was nothing there. Zhang Bauer, the most likely candidate to play such tricks, was walking ahead of me, so it wasn't him. Weird, was I imagining things? But I did clearly feel something knocking on my head, I thought in confusion. But since we needed to keep moving, I threw the thought aside and followed the team into the world of fog. "Who's knocking my head?" Zhang Bauer suddenly scolded. "Weird. I felt the same thing." "Which fellow knocked on my head earlier?" asked Old Du, who was never prone to making trouble. I felt a chill up my spine when I heard their words. There must be something else here. Be careful, everyone. There is something we can't see around here. That thing seems to be testing us. My head was knocked on as well, I said loudly. "Everyone, circle formation. Children, stay in the middle to avoid being kidnapped. Weapons out and ready for combat," Li Yizi ordered decisively. We immediately entered the circle formation with Dondon and Wind Spirit in the middle, and we looked cautiously at the world of fog around us. My hands maintained a tight grip on my laser gun. My laser probe was working rapidly, scanning the fog around us incessantly. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the fog. The silhouette, appearing intermittently in the fog, looked to be something with a pair of arms. I tried my best to let my eye adapt to perceiving the world through my laser scan alone. Finally, while a thick clump of vapor was drifting away in front of me, I saw a white silhouette. I grabbed the momentary chance and fired unhesitatingly at the silhouette. More than 10 green laser beams shot toward my target and struck the white silhouette accurately. A muffled sound of a machine exploding rang out as the white silhouette vanished. Canyue, what did you see? Asked Zhang Bauer with a stupefied look. He was still struggling to see something amid the fog. I saw a white silhouette hidden in the fog. I must have hit it, but it was able to escape, I said regretfully. Oddly, after the white silhouette fled, the fog around us slowly vanished. How annoying. I'm getting tired of these illusions, Zhang Bauer started complaining again. After the fog receded, a brand new world appeared before our eyes. Unlike the oxygen room, two suns hung in the sky above us. One was blue and the other was purple. Around them were the silhouettes of other massive planets. Together, they formed a beautiful painting above us. Beneath the beautiful double sun sky was a beautiful world of water. Clear and gleaming blue water spread as far as we could see. A long and narrow path stretched out from where we stood. At the other end of the path was a green island. From the peak of the mountain on the island, a massive waterfall was falling right into the sea. This is too beautiful. What a decently constructed illusion, praised Old Do. Do you see that island? I reckon that's where the droid is based. Let's go grab it and control it to start producing rain clouds, said Gliesens as she pointed to the island. Instantly, a whoosh sounded as a white flash shot up into the sky beside me. I turned around to see that Ankash had just released an arrow. His hands were still slightly trembling as he maintained his grip on his bow. We hurriedly looked at the sky. We could see the arrow working hard to fly toward the sky. After rising for about 1 kilometer, I saw that the arrow had struck some sort of a transparent barrier. It lost its momentum and started falling. While falling, the balance of the arrow seemed off, as though the arrowhead had struck something we couldn't see. It dropped faster and landed on the sea after several seconds. What did you hit? Why couldn't I see anything? Asked Zhang Bauer. There was a beast in the sky. I saw that it had transformed into the shape of a star, so I tried shooting an arrow at it, said Ankash. Zhang Bauer acted skeptical again. A transparent beast at an altitude of 1 kilometer. It's unbelievable that you can actually see that far. I noticed that the arrow had not sunk into the sea. Rather, it remained floating in an odd position with its nock pointing to the sky, looking as if it was stabbed into something. That was enough to prove that Ankash was telling the truth. Listen up, everyone. The illusion generator here is extremely powerful. It is capable of creating monsters that can blend with the surroundings. Stay close to me. We will charge toward that island. Do not stop no matter what happens, ordered Gliesens sternly. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. After giving the order, Gliesens turned and started running toward the green island. We all followed closely behind her, not daring to stop for anything. The island was roughly 5 kilometers away from us. We ran madly on the small path, afraid that we would encounter more of those invisible monsters. The two little cats were running on all 4 of their limbs, moving at an incredible speed that put them ahead of Gliesens in a short while. A surprise always came unexpectedly. While everyone was running, Wind Spirit suddenly left the ground and shot into the sky. Shit. I roared and dashed forth in an attempt to grab her body. Unfortunately, my fingers were 10 centimeters away from reaching her as she flew beyond my reach. Princess. Dondon stopped running and roared as he took out his laser gun. He was about to pull the trigger when I pressed the muzzle down and said, "The enemy is invisible. If you attack rashly, you might hurt Wind Spirit by accident." "Commander, please save the princess," pleaded Dondon anxiously as he looked at the struggling princess in the sky. She was getting farther and farther away from us. Before I could think of anything, Ankash pulled his bow and unleashed an arrow in the princess's direction. The arrow whistled through the air as it moved rapidly. We could all hear a clear sound as the arrow struck its target even though it was over 100 meters away. The arrow seemed to have stabbed into something as it immediately shifted direction and soared straight upward. At the same time, Wind Spirit fell from the sky. All of us cried out with alarm as Wind Spirit rapidly dropped toward the sea. I could hear Dondon calling out at Wind Spirit repeatedly through the communicator, but Wind Spirit's communicator seemed to have failed, and only static sounds could be heard. At that time, Ankash and Zhang Bauer released their weapons and prepared to jump into the sea to save Wind Spirit. But then, another invisible creature appeared and grabbed Wind Spirit and flew toward the island. Ankash hurriedly picked up his bow again and shot an arrow. Unfortunately, he was in too much of a rush to hit anything. Furthermore, the invisible creature was ready for the attack as it moved deftly in the air with Wind Spirit's limp body to avoid the arrow. The creature flew quickly. Before long, Wind Spirit was a mere dot in the sky before vanishing above the island. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change. "What are you waiting for? Start running? If we're late, the little fellow will become beast food," shouted Gliesens. Her remark instantly roused us, and we resumed running. Old Do picked Dondon up and placed him in a backpack to prevent the little fellow from being kidnapped like Wind Spirit. We ran as fast as we could and covered the distance of 5 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. The small island that looked lush from afar yet like a towering mountain from near was right before our eyes. "The programs always like to design a dangerous and terrifying place to scare all intruders," muttered Baron Sissa to himself. Gliesens ran to the foot of the mountain and started observing the mountain before her, looking for a path forward. Meanwhile, Dondon was still frantically trying to contact Wind Spirit. However, only static was coming from the communicator. The little fellow was obviously in a distressed state. The side of the mountain we faced looked like an uneven wall, obstructing our way into the island. Apart from the sound of loud waterfalls, we couldn't hear anything else. We worked with Gliesens to search for a path, but even after a long while, we weren't able to find any. Canyue, if we really can't find a path, we will have to consider climbing, suggested Old Do. I nodded and said, this mountain is steep, but it can't compare with the icy blade mountains we encountered on Jupiter too. We can consider climbing if we don't have any other choices. Suddenly, Gliesens pointed at a spot and said to Bauer, little fatty, come give it a try. What? What do you want me to try? Bauer appeared confused. Try touching the cliff with your hand, ordered Gliesens. Bauer walked up to the cliff and slowly reached out doubtfully. Surprisingly, his hand phased right through the cliff and vanished behind it. My god. This is a fake cliff, exclaimed Bauer. Yes. This is an illusion, concealing the path with a fake cliff. I believe the path forward is right behind the cliff, said Gliesens. I thought we were already in a massive illusion. Why is there an illusion within an illusion? Asked Old Do. You're correct. This is an illusion stacked atop an illusion. By stacking illusions, all intruders will be further confused. The stacking effect will create something akin to a four-dimensional space that can confuse our brains, which can only perceive things in 2 dimensions. This can even cause a nervous breakdown. The droid in charge of this room is definitely a super modern product utilizing some advanced programming, said Gliesens. Nervous breakdown? We have all seen 4-dimensional and 5-dimensional spaces before. That had never happened. Why do you believe we'd have a nervous breakdown due to stacked illusions? I asked doubtfully. Here, not only is everything you see fake, the scenarios you're experiencing might be fake as well. Simply put, in Wind Spirit's eyes, Dondon could have been the one kidnapped. And the people I'm seeing can very well be fake as well, said Gliesens, causing all of us to break out in cold sweat. At that time, I saw Dondon, Old Do, Bauer, and the Baron grip their weapons tighter. They seemed to have been convinced by Gliesens' words and were starting to see everything around them as illusions. This is bad. These fellows are becoming overly anxious, I thought anxiously. Suddenly, I saw a black flash rushing toward me. I moved aside by instinct, and the mist in my mind suddenly cleared. I noticed Master Crystal throwing rocks at everyone, seemingly trying to wake everyone up. Gliesens was no exception. After the disturbance caused by the rock, a look of clarity covered her face. What happened? There is a blank spot in my memories. I don't remember anything from a moment ago, Gliesens asked in astonishment. She was mind-controlled by the program. Through her, the program created a fake scenario to trap everyone else. We storms have completely different brain waves, so I wasn't controlled and could wake all of you up immediately, said Master Crystal. What? But I also discovered the issue with Gliesens. Why did you think that I was under control as well? I asked, somewhat unconvinced. It was at that moment that I discovered that I was also gripping my gun tightly and had my finger on the trigger. My entire body was drenched with sweat. Heavens. So I was really controlled, I thought with alarm. Damn this program. It was actually able to create an illusion in our minds. Damn it, lady. Why are you so weak that the program could use you to control us? Bauer complained. But why did the program pick her? The weakest here should be me and Bauer. The two of us should have the minds that are the easiest to control, I asked with confusion. Suddenly, a new thought surfaced in my mind. All our previous events were stringed together by that thought, pointing me toward the answer. Fatty, this cliff is really an illusion. I'll go through it first. Follow behind me, said Gliesens before turning to walk through the cliff wall. Seeing that, I temporarily placed my new thought to rest. We all followed her through the cliff. Behind it, we saw a straight path leading directly to the peak of the mountain. However, we were all shocked to see that something seemed to be lying in the middle of the path. When I scanned with my laser probe, I saw that the thing in the middle of the path was none other than Wind Spirit. Canyue, what's that? Can you see it? Asked Dondon anxiously. He had lost his scanning gears during his crawl through the tube in the spaceship. According to my probe, that thing seems to be Wind Spirit, I said. I had barely finished my words when a white flash darted forth. Dondon was running straight toward Wind Spirit. Watch out! It might be an illusion. I shouted after Dondon. However, Dondon was too worried to listen and continued running, leaving us with no choice but to follow him with our guns raised. Dondon ran quickly and reached Wind Spirit in only a few minutes. The little fellow had little care for whether it was a trap and immediately lifted Wind Spirit up. When we caught up, we formed a circle around them and scanned our surroundings carefully with our weapons raised. With Wind Spirit in his arms, Dondon constantly rubbed Wind Spirit's face. From what Dondon was doing, this was likely to be the real Wind Spirit, not an illusion. Under Dondon's efforts, Wind Spirit slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Why am I here? Asked Wind Spirit the moment she woke up. Everyone relaxed somewhat upon seeing that Wind Spirit had woken up. That was especially true for Dondon, who had a big smile plastered on his face. You were kidnapped by an invisible monster. We were chasing the monster when we found you here, said Old Do. I had a really odd dream earlier. I dreamed of a gaseous droid giving me a bow and forcing me to shoot arrows at you guys. I firmly refused, so it started burning me with scalding steam. I fainted, and the next thing I know, I woke up with you guys around me, said Wind Spirit. Looks like Master Crystal is right. The storm race has different brain waves. The program here failed to control Wind Spirit and dumped her here upon discovering that she was useless, said Baron Sissa. Baron, I have a question. When a program is controlling something, would it be easier to control something with a similar language or would it be easier to control something with a different language? I asked. Canyue, I don't understand your question, said Baron Sissa. Simply put, will it be easier to control a different program or a sentient life form with independent thoughts? I asked. What stupid question is that, said Zhang Bauer. When a program works on a program, it is essentially a process of copy and paste. When a program works on a sentient mind, that's a trademark of high-tech. Even I know the answer to that question. Theoretically, that's right. But Canyue, why are you asking? Asked Baron Sissa in astonishment. Everyone focused on me after hearing Baron Sissa's question. It's nothing. I was just asking, I explained with a laugh. Something is wrong with you. Why are you wasting time during a critical moment like this? Said Zhang Bauer as he assumed a reproachful expression. The simple Zhang Bauer had also always been rather simple-minded. But I did not have too much time to explain it to him. Since we had saved Wind Spirit while the water production droid was still nowhere to be found, we had to do something to locate the droid. Senior, I believe if we follow this path to the peak and reach the topmost part of the waterfall, we might be able to find the droid's hiding place, I said to Gliesens. That fellow might really be hiding there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed to create so many illusions to hide. But we need to pay attention to not be misled by its illusions. We will have to rely on the storm race's unique ability, said Gliesens. Canyue, is Beulah still sleeping? If it's awake, it might be able to help us, suggested Old Du. I took off my backpack and checked inside. Beulah was still sleeping peacefully. The little fellow seemed to have been greatly exhausted from the encounter with the four-dimensional toad and would need a long time to recover. We probably wouldn't be able to rely on Beulah for now. The prolonged high-intensity situation had greatly exhausted all of us. Zhang Bauer took some rations out of his backpack as we prepared to take a short meal before resuming our mission. I accepted a pack of space crackers from Zhang Bauer and started eating. Dondon and Wind Spirit were hungrily gorging down food as well, looking like they had gone several lifetimes without food. At that time, I noticed Gliesens standing in the same spot and maintaining full alertness. She even refused the food Baron Sissa offered her. Shortly after, everyone was done eating. We then followed Gliesens and traveled up the path quickly. After we're free, I'll build an illusion of delicacies for myself. Baron, can you hand me the relevant technologies to create such illusions? Zhang Bauer voiced his desire to Baron Sissa. Why do you need to bother the Baron with something small like that? Lord Bauer, I can help you with that, said Wind Spirit. For real? Can I trust you, Princess? Replied Zhang Bauer. The pure Zhang Bauer probably thought that with Wind Spirit's identity, she could really fulfill that wish of his. Of course. Delicacies are basically food, right? You don't need an illusion for that. I'll just build a pigsty for you to stay in, sneered Wind Spirit. Little fellow, don't push it. Zhang Bauer was furious. Shut it, both of you. There is movement ahead of us, Gliesens suddenly said. Baron Sissa and I stepped forth and looked at where Gliesens was pointing. At a spot on the path near the peak, we saw constantly changing scenery through some sort of transparent object. The changes were frequent, and the transparent object looked like a blurry lens that functioned to project the scenes on the other side to the observer. There must be some invisible creatures up there, said Baron Sissa. Yes. In fact, there seem to be a lot of them, I added. These monsters must have seen us. Since they're waiting for us, they must be confident that they can deal with us. There is definitely a big trap waiting at the end of this path, said Gliesens. What should we do, then? Do we shoot now? Asked Zhang Bauer. I don't think it's that simple. If firing at them works, they won't be so confident. They had already experienced the prowess of our bullets and arrows earlier. They must have made some preparations to deal with us. We need to think of something, said Gliesens. If we really have no choice, just blast open a path with a nuclear warhead. We'll bomb them to death. They are just some fake creatures created by the program anyway. We won't even be killing by wiping them out, suggested Zhang Bauer, who was visibly becoming excited. No. Our target is to capture the water production droid. A nuclear explosion might be so powerful that all equipment in this room is damaged, which would cause our mission to fail, objected Master Crystal. I've never considered a word of what the fatty said. I need to think of a new plan, said Gliesens, showing no concern for Zhang Bauer's feelings. I have an idea. If this whole place is an illusion, what they can kill is probably the brain of sentient life forms, not their bodies, said Master Crystal. Master, what do you mean? Tell us more, said Baron Sissa. The brain waves of a storm seem capable of resisting the illusions here. I want to try walking up to them and see if I can break this roadblock, said Master Crystal. That won't work, right? It's too dangerous. If they are only capable of mind attacks, why were they able to capture Wind Spirit and carry her into the air before dumping her onto the path, said Zhang Bauer. That makes sense, Bauer. I did consider that, but since the creature that had kidnapped Wind Spirit had not harmed her, it is proof that the program here can only use illusions to cause the intruders to kill each other. The program itself is incapable of doing any sort of direct damage, said Master Crystal. But Master, an illusion won't be able to lift someone into the sky, I said doubtfully. Wind Spirit's capture isn't an illusion. Instead, it is some tool under the control of the program. The tool is not capable of harming someone, said Master Crystal confidently. I understand. If we can see through the true nature of this water program and ignore its illusions, we will have nothing to fear even if we are captured by it. All so-called damage coming from this program will be illusions. So long as our brains reject the deception, we will be fine, concluded Baron Sissa. Master Crystal nodded in confirmation. Only storms have the brain waves capable of resisting the illusions here. Thus, I intend to go up there alone and deal with this program, said Master Crystal. Master, I'll go with you, suggested Gliesens. No, none of you are suitable for this job. If you can't control yourself well, your brain might even burst apart from the pressure. Only a storm can take this mission, said Master Crystal. Master, I'll go with you, said Dondon as he stepped forth. Master Crystal blanked out when he saw Dondon volunteering in his ragged suit. Shortly after, Master Crystal shook his head and said, "You need to stay and protect Wind Spirit. She is Master Wind's daughter. She must remain safe. Who needs protection? Maybe I'll be the one doing the protecting instead. I'm going as well." Master Crystal's words seemed to have triggered Wind Spirit's rebellious nature. Fine. The three of you can go together. Go now and stop wasting time, ordered Gliesens in a straightforward manner. The rest of us looked at each other speechlessly. This Gliesens was really treating herself as our commander, ordering us around as she wished. At that moment, Great Princess Wind Spirit threw one of her tempers again. She stood up, ignored everyone, and set off toward the peak in big strides. Master Crystal and Dondon hurriedly followed her with their guns raised. We could only stay behind and watch as the three program-destroying warrior cats advanced, awaiting their success. And thus, three small yet imposing figures strode toward danger hand in hand. Soon, they arrived at the peak. The thick fog that we saw when we first arrived reappeared, covering the three cats completely, causing them to vanish from our vision. Canyue, what now? I keep feeling like the three fellows are just there to throw their lives away, said Zhang Baoer anxiously. Zhang Baoer might argue with the three cats a lot, but when it mattered, he showed that he was actually concerned about them. Calm down. Didn't Master Crystal say earlier that this is just an illusion? We need to stay calm, I said. Dondon, Master Crystal, can you hear me? We have lost sight of you. We can still see your positions with our probes, but we won't be able to see what is actually going on there, said Old Do. Yes, we hear you. The fog here is very thick. The droid must be nearby. Be on standby for capture. The three of us can't see each other clearly. We have to hold hands to not get separated, said Master Crystal. The situation was rather awkward for strong, healthy adults like us as we were helpless and could only let the three little cats carry out such an important mission. Old Do took out a strong steel net in preparation. Zhang Baoer and I understood his plan and took out our nets as well. Why you? Who are you? Wind Spirit's alarmed voice suddenly came from the communicator. Wind Spirit, don't move. You're either looking at me or Dondon. Anything else is an illusion. Do not fall for it, reminded Master Crystal. Why did Dondon turn into a ferocious black wolf? It's coming to bite me, shouted Wind Spirit as she trembled. Don't move. If we die, we'll die together. Wind Spirit, I'm still here. In my eyes, you're a fire-breathing dragon. Do not fall for the illusion, said Dondon. It seemed like the water program was doing its best to ravage the three pitiful storm warriors. Wind Spirit, Dondon, hang in there. From our perspective, you have merely been covered by fog. There are no wolves or dragons anywhere, said Old Do loudly through the communicator. Calm. Stay calm. Continue ahead. In my eyes, both of you are burning skeletons. Remember, this is an illusion. Continue walking ahead, said Master Crystal calmly. Dondon, the wolf took a bite out of my shoulder, said Wind Spirit, who was starting to cry. Don't be afraid, Princess. My head has been burning for several minutes already. I reckon I'm already a roasted cat now, said Dondon comfortingly. Don't stop. Don't look back. Follow me out of this fog, shouted Master Crystal loudly. He was probably suffering greatly from the two burning skeletons he was seeing. Be ready. I can already see a white misty silhouette moving back and forth in the fog. That is probably the water production droid. Make your move the moment you get a clear look at it, Gliesens continued giving out orders. I opened my eyes wide and started scanning the area with my laser probe. I did not detect the white silhouette I saw earlier. It was clear that Gliesens' scanning equipment was much more advanced than ours. Persevere? We're only a few meters away. Master Crystal's excited voice rang out. Great! Charge! Dondon shouted in excitement as well. No, watch out! Wind Spirit's alarmed voice rang out a few seconds later. We stood where we were and listened to the conversation like it was a radio talk show. The words of the three little cats caused our hearts to thump rapidly, feeling like we were on a roller coaster ride. How close! I was nearly dragged down by that ferocious wolf. This abyss is unimaginably deep, remarked Wind Spirit with a shivering voice. I wasn't having a good time either. The fire-breathing dragon you had transformed into tried to push me down the slope. However, I had stubbornly allowed my entire body to burn rather than to jump down, said Dondon smugly. Looks like the three little fellows had broken through the illusion. Success is near, said Zhang Baoer. We waited in anticipation for several minutes. However, the thick fog before us remained. We were still standing there helplessly. Master Crystal, any updates on your side? Asked Zhang Baoer. At the moment, three monsters are standing shoulder to shoulder by the slope and harming each other. However, there is no path ahead for us. A meter ahead of us is an abyss of immeasurable depth, said Master Crystal helplessly. What's going on? It seems like the path only ends in a dead end on the peak. In that case, the water droid might not be on the mountain. It might instead be in the sea, said Baron Sissa doubtfully. Something isn't right. Those three might have fallen into the illusion as well, said Gliesens. What? Not even storms can escape the illusion, I exclaimed. Yes. I believe our answer lies here. Cloudcast isn't actually a big planet, and its core will be rather small as well. There is a limit to the size of each of these rooms. They aren't really as big and as dangerous as what the illusions are showing. Otherwise, they will end up killing their own maintenance workers, said Gliesens. Senior, in your opinion, how should we solve our current predicament? Asked Baron Sissa. The deep abyss is an illusion, and it is the final illusion standing in their way. They might be able to disperse the illusion by jumping down, said Gliesens. Ah, that's too dangerous. I had clearly felt the giant waterfall on the peak. If the waterfall is real, it is possible that the abyss is also real. Won't jumping just kill all three of them, said Old Do. Perhaps the waterfall is the second layer of the illusion stacked here. Our only solution is to jump down the abyss. Also, they need to jump without the assistance of their jumping gear and drop at a natural speed. Only by maintaining a strong conviction in their minds will they be able to break this illusion, said Gliesens. You're exaggerating too much. These are merely some machine-produced illusions, not actual mind control. Is there a need to jump without the assistance of their gear? Asked Zhang Bauer, who was worried that the three would fall to their deaths after jumping. If we're going to try, we need to take everything into consideration, Gliesens insisted. Canyue, I think Gliesens is right. We are suffering terribly from the torment of these monsters. I'm going to try jumping, said Master Crystal. Please wait, Master. Let us give it more thought, said Baron Sissa. Abruptly, Master Crystal shouted, Dondon, what are you doing? Master, that wolf just jumped into the abyss. Wind Spirit's shout also rang out. Master, what's happening over there? I asked anxiously. Dondon jumped into the abyss, said Master Crystal worriedly. Dondon, Dondon, can you hear me? Old Do started calling out for Dondon. Chaos was slowly descending because none of us knew what to do after Dondon's sudden jump. Old Do received no reply from Dondon. The communication channel remained open, but Dondon had not said anything. At that moment, an inconceivable scene appeared. The dense fog started dissipating. In dozens of seconds, the fog was completely gone. With one glance, I saw the white silhouette that was fading away at a slower rate than the fog around it. Move! Old Do suddenly shouted. He had obviously seen the same white silhouette. Immediately after, he sent his steel net flying toward the silhouette. Zhang Bauer and I both shot our nets out from the left and right sides of the silhouette. The three nets dropped down, attempting to prevent the white silhouette from escaping. The white silhouette seemed to feel threatened by the nets, as it turned and quickly retreated. It was trying to use its speed to avoid the nets. It accelerated, moving at a speed that was even faster than the nets. There was a chance it could really escape. Shit! If we allow it to escape, we probably won't get another chance to catch it, I shouted anxiously. Ankash reacted instantly. He pulled his bow, aimed at the right net, and unleashed a powerful arrow. The arrow moved as fast as lightning, and some sort of metallic claw appeared at the tip of the arrow. The claw hooked onto the net and brought the net farther forward. With Ankash's impressive strength, the net accelerated toward the white silhouette. With a pop, the net covered the escaping silhouette. Success! Zhang Bauer exclaimed in excitement at the sight of the captured silhouette. The white silhouette covered by the net instantly dropped onto the ground. A crazy struggle ensued. But the net was a type of net that would become tighter the more one struggled. Shortly after, the net was tightly wrapped around the silhouette, causing the silhouette to lay motionless on the ground. At the sight of that, Gliesens charged toward the fallen silhouette. Meanwhile, the backs of Master Crystal and Wind Spirit became visible again at the end of the path ahead of us. Compared with the water production droid, I was more concerned with the safety of Master Crystal's group. Thus, I ignored Gliesens and rushed toward Master Crystal. Surprisingly, Zhang Bauer, Old Do, Baron Sissa, and Ankash also rushed toward the group. It was obvious everyone was worried about the safety of our comrades, which made me gratified. Before long, I reached Master Crystal and Wind Spirit. I did not know whether I should laugh or cry when I noticed that the two little fellows were still facing us with their backs and did not even dare to move. The two seemed to be deep in their illusions, their legs were trembling non-stop. A meter in front of them, Dondon was lying motionless on the ground with his back to the sky. I stepped forth and lifted Dondon. When I checked his condition, the little fellow seemed fine. He had merely fainted. Old Do and the others also started working on waking up Master Crystal and Wind Spirit. Holy shit! I was fighting an evil dragon just now. Suddenly, the sky split in two and revealed the fatty's face. The evil dragon was scared off by the mere sight of it, said Wind Spirit fearfully. You saw an evil dragon while I saw a super King Kong that nearly swallowed me whole, said Master Crystal as he wiped the beads of sweat that had accumulated on his forehead. Master, it has been difficult for you. The illusions here are too powerful. They nearly killed the three of you, said Baron Sissa, expressing the deep respect he had for the three. What are you saying? It wasn't difficult at all. In fact, the entire thing felt easy. Master Crystal hurriedly covered up his embarrassment. Sigh. These little fellows have egos the size of the sky, I sighed inwardly. How is Dondon? Asked Wind Spirit when she noticed the motionless Dondon. It was rare to see her showing concern for anyone. Let me take a look, said Baron Sissa as he walked over and looked over Dondon. A minute later, the Baron looked up and said, he's fine. He had probably fainted after believing that he had fallen off a cliff. Everything was an illusion. He had merely fallen on flat ground, not over the cliff. Even so, it requires great courage to do what this little fellow did, jumping down the cliff like that. Our respect for Dondon rose to a whole new level after hearing those words. Canyue, what's that thing under your feet? Zhang Bauer suddenly asked. I looked down and saw that where Dondon was lying earlier, a pentagram could be seen on the ground. I was standing right in the middle of it. After studying the diagram beneath me, Baron Sissa said, Heavens? This must be the switch to the water production equipment. To avoid invasion, it had been disguised as a mountain. But when Dondon jumped down, he dropped right on the switch and destroyed the illusion. What an incredible little fellow. Hearing that, Old Do walked up to me as well. He placed the unconscious Dondon into his backpack. From our entrance into Lightning's cockpit to the removal of the water illusions, Dondon had contributed and sacrificed greatly for the team. It was time to let him have a good rest. While everyone was immersed in being grateful to Dondon, a black object wrapped in a net dropped in front of us with a thud. The water droid has been captured. I've edited its defensive command. We can now easily access its codes. It's up to you now, said Gliesens coldly at the Baron with a commanding tone. The Baron quickly picked up the small droid. After its defensive command was edited, it had returned to its natural metallic black color. It was no longer invisible, but to be safe, the Baron kept the net around it. The Baron used the same nanobot connection port to access the droid's core database and study the codes programmed into the droid. Meanwhile, the rest of us started resting. After the intense event earlier, we felt extremely exhausted. We were also trying to not disturb the Baron with his work. Is there any food? Dondon's voice came from Old Do's backpack. The noble little fellow was finally awake. Zhang Bauer promptly delivered a can of space food. Dondon started joyfully gorging himself. I looked around, realizing that all of us were still here even after numerous dangerous encounters. I wondered if our luck would hold. Done. The program is altered, said the Baron after 10 minutes. Can we produce a large amount of vapor now? Asked Gliesens. To create enough lightning to destroy the spaceship, we need to create a super thunderstorm. 2 giant cumulonimbus clouds need to be created to create the required lightning. And to create the 2 clouds, the available water of the entire planet will be required. Furthermore, we need the water in vapor form, said the Baron. My god. Do we need to vaporize the water of the entire planet? How big would the 2 clouds be? Exclaimed Zhang Bauer in shock. Cloudcast isn't exactly water-rich, so it's not really as impressive as you think. However, there is no denying that the 2 clouds will be massive, said Baron Sissa. I need to say something. This room can only produce water vapor in the sky. We still need to go to the lightning production room and work alongside this room in order to achieve our goal, reminded Old Do. We've already locked onto the lightning room's program. How long do you need to vaporize all the water on this planet? Asked Gliesens with a flat tone. From the speed at which this program can run, I'll be needing 2 hours, said Baron Sissa. Once again, Gliesens spoke commandingly, then we need to get working immediately. Don't worry about the lightning room. Just focus on making the clouds. The lightning room won't be an issue. The Baron had no outstanding issues, and he started the process of producing clouds. An abrupt gale appeared in the sky, and the clouds in the sky started rolling. Clump after clump of vapor rose from the sea, which was evaporating rapidly. Shortly after, countless tornado-like pillars of vapor appeared on the surface of the sea. A vast amount of water was being turned into vapor. Meanwhile, 2 clumps of dense dark clouds had appeared in the originally bright sky. The clouds large enough to cover the whole planet were taking form rapidly. Inside the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, giving off a rather oppressive feeling. The water production droid that had fallen under our control was working rapidly. The white tornadoes were spinning faster and faster as the water from the sea evaporated in the air. The sea level dropped lower and lower while the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker. The rolling vapor in the sky constantly caused friction as bright lightning flashes appeared repeatedly in the sky. The evaporation process is almost finished. We should next work on the process for producing lightning, right? Asked Baron Sissa. Yes. Let's leave this room. We need to go to the other room, confirmed Gliesens. We moved through the room and marched toward the door with our soaked bodies. The intense gale and tornadoes in the room greatly impeded our speed. After 3 hours of walking, we finally reached the door of the water production room. When I looked behind me, I saw that the giant waterfall in the distance had nearly dried out. The black clouds in the sky were filled with fierce lightning flashes, presenting a terrifying sight before my eyes. Surprisingly and unsurprisingly, the moment we left the room, our wet bodies turned dry. This dim illusion. It feels way too real, grumbled Zhang Bauer. We were in a rush, so Gliesens moved quickly along the walkway of the 3rd level toward the door directly opposite the water room. Before long, we all reached the door. The door was big and black with black glowing circuits on its surface. Are you sure this is the door? Asked Baron Sissa cautiously. Yes. After careful calculation, I confirmed that this is the thunderstorm production room. So long as we can control the droid inside and have it start producing lightning, our mission will be completed, said Gliesens. If even the water droid is so scary, the lightning droid will be even scarier, said Wind Spirit with fear in her voice. You don't need to go. I'll go alone this time, said Gliesens. Senior, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go with you, said Baron Sissa. I'll go as well. We can do more with more people. Let's capture the lightning droid and complete the mission quickly so we can leave, I said. When Old Du and Zhang Bao heard us, they looked like they were about to volunteer as well. Enough. Do you think you're on a tour? Useless individuals and those needing protection should not come and create more trouble for us. The Baron and Canyue will come with me. The rest of you will wait here, ordered Gliesens, still as impolite as ever. Humph. What's the big deal? This princess is beyond entering a room like this anyway, said Wind Spirit before sitting down to rest. The super clouds were almost fully formed. We were in a rush and couldn't afford to waste any time. Thus, the Baron and I agreed immediately. Old Du stepped forth and installed a timed cluster bomb on the middle of the black door. With a loud explosion, the door collapsed. The lightning attacks we expected were nowhere to be seen. The space behind the collapsed black door was completely silent. Gliesens nodded at us, and we entered with our weapons raised. Once again, an unforgettable scene appeared before my eyes. Inside the massive space, two clouds the size of mountains could be seen. The two black clouds rose from the ground and were tall enough to reach the sky. The two seemed to stand opposite each other. Between the two clouds, a yellow star hung silently in the sky. These clouds are massive, said Baron Sissa with a gasp. Looks like there is still not enough vapor if the two clouds are not touching. In fact, they are quite far from each other. If they don't touch each other, they won't create the necessary friction to produce the lightning we need. Our mission will remain incomplete, said Gliesens worriedly. But we had nearly evaporated all the water available on this planet through the water room, I reminded her. Yes. The lightning droid is growing the clouds upward. We need to capture it and alter its codes to have the clouds grow sideways. That way, they will touch, suggested Gliesens. We can only see the two clouds. The droid is probably hiding inside one of them. But how can we find it in clouds this big, said the Baron worriedly as he looked at the dark clouds within which lightning occasionally flashed. These two clouds are already filled with electric charges due to internal friction. It will be very dangerous to enter, I said. We will stay outside for now. Let's try using this first, said Gliesens as she took out an object from her backpack and tossed it onto the ground. The familiar water droid appeared before us, still wrapped in a net. Why did you take this droid with you? Taking it will disrupt the balance of Cloudcast's ecosystem, asked Baron Sissa in astonishment. The way the program works currently is by evaporating all the water before producing rain clouds. The program has been set up correctly, but it has yet to complete the task. I will return it to its room after we finish our mission, said Gliesens. Senior, why do you need it here? I asked. When I went through its database earlier, I had discovered something. These droids are extremely territorial. When a similar droid exists nearby, the droid will prioritize duplicating its codes into the nearby droid, said Gliesens. I understand. We're going to use this droid as bait to lure the lightning droid out, I said. Yes. Since we can't find it easily, we'll have the fellow come to us instead, said Gliesens. But how would it notice us if it's hidden in these massive clouds, said Baron Sissa as he looked at the gigantic clouds before us. True. We were basically ants before these clouds. In this space, which housed these clouds, we might as well not exist. I have an idea. I suddenly thought of something. I then turned on my communicator's sound amplification mode to the maximum. After aiming it in the direction of the clouds before us, I looked for my favorite song from my system, Bohemian Rhapsody. Mama, just killed a man. Put a gun against his head. Pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. The familiar engrossing music started playing. For the very first time, a blues song that was a mix between rock and western opera made an appearance on this alien planet. As I blasted the music loudly, I saw that the cloud to the right started changing rapidly. Well done, Canyue. Looks like your song has successfully attracted the attention of that fellow, said Baron Sissa in excitement. Senior, this droid seems to have an irregular form. How should we catch it? I asked. All these droids are made from steel. Anything we see here is an illusion. When it shows itself later, just attack it with tasers, said Gliesens. Tasers? Are you sure we're attacking a lightning droid with tasers? I asked, flabbergasted by her choice. Don't think about it. Just do as told. Baron, bring the water droid forward. I'll be in charge of attacking later. You just need to watch, ordered Gliesens. But senior, we're trying to catch a lightning droid. How will it be afraid of electric shocks? Asked Baron Sissa, who was as doubtful as I was. Through observation, I've found that the right cloud is filled with negative charges. I will adjust my taser to use proton attacks. Protons are positively charged, so if the lightning droid comes out from the right, I will be able to attract and capture it with positive charges, said Gliesens. The music was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a small black cloud surged out of the right cloud, separating from the main bulk of the cloud. Now, throw the water droid out, shouted Gliesens. The Baron instantly grabbed the water droid and tossed it forward. The black cloud slowly approached us by following the direction of the music. Slowly, it arrived above us. At that point, it was close enough that I could see the electrical currents around the cloud. My heart was thumping rapidly from nervousness. It would be quite troublesome if this lightning fellow was to attack suddenly. Right at that moment, the black cloud finally noticed the struggling water droid on the ground. The small electrical waves it formed in its struggle had successfully attracted the small black cloud. Gliesens' theory was proven correct. The black cloud suddenly rushed toward the droid on the ground. Our plan was progressing smoothly. With the beautiful background music as the backdrop, the black cloud reached the water droid. A feeler that looked like a string of codes extended from its body to accommodate the data transmission it was going to perform on the water droid. This is our chance. Why is Gliesens not doing anything? I thought anxiously. Right at that moment, I saw Gliesens draw a black pistol from her hip before shooting at the water droid. A blue proton charge accurately struck the water droid, turning its neutral electric charges into positive charges. A massive force of attraction was generated, and a black sphere was dragged out of the black cloud. With a thud, the two droids were stuck together. Beside me, Baron Sissa gleefully shouted, "Success! I didn't expect this to progress so smoothly. It's like the heavens are helping us," I thought joyfully. Gliesens grabbed the two stuck droids and pulled out two wires from her suit. After connecting to the two droids, she took control of their systems. The wire connection seemed to be working on the lightning droid as I could see the charged clouds in the sky expanding sideways, looking like they would collide soon. The yellow star hanging in the sky was no longer visible, covered by the expanding black clouds. The room we were in turned dark at a rapid pace. "Everyone, withdraw. A super thunderstorm is going to form here soon," shouted Gliesens. We hurriedly ran out of the room. Meanwhile, Zhang Bauer and the others were standing outside and looking at us as if watching a movie. "Little fellow, give me the coordinates of lightning immediately," said Gliesens to Dondon. Dondon did as told and sent her the accurate coordinates of the spaceship. At that moment, we could see that the two charged clouds in the room were about to collide. A massive bolt of lightning seemed to have also formed in the sky. "Senior, don't we need to have more of the two clouds touching?" asked Baron Sissa. "We can't. To form a proper lightning strike, we need to limit contact and release all the accumulated charges in the clouds through a limited surface area. Only then will we be able to achieve our goal," answered Gliesens. The two clouds churned violently as the electrical currents in the clouds rolled like two giant dragons waiting for their chance to strike. The clouds continued growing sideways, and only a small distance remained before the two clouds touched. "Everyone, turn on your shields. Take care of yourself," I ordered. Coordinates locked on. "The clouds are going to touch. Get ready to defend yourself, everyone," said Gliesens right before the two clouds met in the middle. Two blinding flashes rose from the two clouds as the charges rushed toward the point of contact. Then, the charges collided. A thick bolt of lightning cracked the sky open with a deafening rumble and a blinding radiance. Even standing outside the room, we could clearly hear the sounds of the air itself being ripped apart by the lightning bolt. Surprisingly, the giant bolt of lightning did not head toward the ground. Rather, it soared into the sky like a dragon, heading toward the planet's atmosphere while radiating enough light to fill the entire lightning room. With the soaring lightning as the backdrop, the two clouds were akin to two gods staring down on us mere mortals. "Success? The lightning strike is probably heading toward lightning. We'll see if it can hit the ship accurately," said Gliesens. "It's done already? That was fast," said Zhang Bauer in astonishment. "To destroy a cruiser this size, we need a single overwhelming strike. This planet can only create a strike like this once," said Gliesens. Gliesens was right. The two clouds before us were still colliding, but the electrical currents they were creating were much weaker than before, and most were discharged toward the ground. "We have completed our work here. We now need to return to the surface and see if lightning was destroyed," said Gliesens as she tossed the lightning droid back into its room. When Baron Sissa saw that, he stepped forth to pick up the water droid before returning it to its room. After the two droids were returned, their rooms rapidly returned to normal. The dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered while the gentle yellow star reappeared in the sky. A massive rainbow could be seen on the horizon, radiating a beauty that gave off the feeling of a renewed life after a calamity. "The sky clears after rain. May everything will be smooth for us after this," said Old Dew as he gazed at the distant rainbow. "Let's just leave." One moment, the sky is dark with a thunderstorm. The next moment, it becomes a sunny day. "This is too freaky," urged Wind Spirit. "Senior, it's time we leave. If lightning ends up destroyed, we need to leave the planet as soon as possible. We also don't know if spacetime is still safe. We need to reconvene with Kelly and the others immediately," I said. "Leave, leave, leave. The only thing you know is to make demands. Do you even know where the exit is?" said Gliesens. "Easy. Just go back the way we came from," said Wind Spirit indifferently. "We can't use the same path. After the damage we did in the core, the door has been locked from the outside. It can only be reopened from the outside. This is a security measure built in to prevent the droids from leaving and doing massive damage on the surface in the event of a program malfunction," said Master Crystal. "Where did you learn that from?" asked Wind Spirit in astonishment. "Dodo told me before we entered the core," said Master Crystal. "What? Old fart, since you already knew about that, why did you not stop them from blasting those doors open?" "Yeah, we have successfully destroyed lightning, but all of us are trapped here." "What the hell is that, old man?" complained Wind Spirit, who was obviously grumpy because she was exhausted. "Princess, don't worry. Since there is an entrance, there will be an exit. Let me think," said Master Crystal with a helpless tone. "No need. When I hacked into the droids, I discovered that the door was locked. But I also discovered that there is a path to the surface behind one of these doors," said Gliesens. We were relieved to hear that. Even Wind Spirit had a relaxed smile on her face upon hearing the assurance. "Senior, are you sure that the door?" Baron Sissa was about to say something when Gliesens interrupted him. "Give me a few minutes. I need to perform some calculations to locate the door, said Gliesens as she sat down and sank into thought. Baron, what were you trying to say before? I asked softly while nobody was paying attention. When I accessed the droid's database, I had also discovered an escape door, whispered the Baron. There is really such a door? Then we're saved? What misgivings do you have about this door? I asked. According to the database, the escape door seems odd. Also, the door leads to the room housing Planet Cloudcast's rebirth program, said Baron Sissa. Rebirth? That means escape and survival, right? I asked, somewhat confused by the program's name. In the culture of the Eternal Civilization, the concept of reincarnation features prominently. Nirvana, rebirth after death. Therefore, I am very worried about the program behind that door, said Baron Sissa while looking at Gliesens, giving me an answer that wasn't really an answer. Nirvana? Rebirth after death? That's basically being reborn, right? I asked, still confused. I saw that Dondon was constantly trying to contact Spacetime, but no reply came from the communicator. With our task here finished, I was starting to worry about the safety of Spacetime. Calculation completed. I found the escape door, said Gliesens as she stood up. Great. Let's set off. I'm tired of this place, said Wind Spirit gleefully. Canyue, you're this squad's commander. I have a mission for you. After exiting, if you find that lightning is not fully destroyed, please promise me that you won't allow those lion-faced beasts to reach Blue, Gliesens suddenly said. Of course. I won't let those monsters reach Blue. Protecting Blue is my eternal responsibility, I answered. Gliesens appeared relieved by my promise. She then turned and started walking toward the terrace's upper level. Canyue, why is this beauty giving me an odd feeling? Won't she do something herself if those lion-faced beasts manage to survive? What's the point of having you promise to kill them? Said Zhang Bauer softly into my ear. Maybe our encounter with the lion-faced beasts will turn bloody, and she is afraid that we will shrink from battle. She is just making sure we will fight, I guessed. That old lady must be blind. Do we look like cowards who would shrink from battle? Said Zhang Bauer with disdain. All right. Just charge in front when the battle starts later, I said. We followed Gliesens to the 5th level, the highest level in the core. There, a door different from any other door in the core was plainly visible. Gliesens headed toward it directly. This is way too obvious. I should have looked up here earlier. Even I will be able to discover a door like this, said Zhang Bauer. The door was peculiar. Different from the doors around it, it was actually a door merged from 2 smaller doors and was twice as large as the other doors. The left half of it was made of red steel, while the right was made of white stone. I scanned the door with my probe. The left side had a temperature reaching 100 degrees, while the right side had a temperature of -5 degrees. Together, they formed a door of fire and ice. This door seems to embody the concept of yin and yang. Old Du, the left half is too hot. Install the bomb on the right, said Zhang Bauer. Old Du stepped forth in preparation to install the bomb. Wait. There is no need to bomb this door. It can only be opened with a different method, said Gliesens as she stepped forth to open the door herself. Baron Sissa suddenly stepped forth and offered, Senior, let me try. Gliesens looked at the Baron with an odd expression in her eyes. That was an expression I had never seen her make. A few seconds later, she stepped back and let the Baron do his thing. The Baron stepped forth. After studying the red and white door, he suddenly reached out with both hands and pressed the middle of the door. Surprisingly, 2 circles appeared where he pressed. With a push, the circles sank into the door. 2 electrical currents ran along Baron Sissa's arms, one red and the other white. They started flowing rapidly along his arms. The Baron started shuddering while beads of sweat formed on his face. He looked to be in extreme pain. Shit! The Baron won't be able to hold on, exclaimed Zhang Bauer as he stepped forth to drag the Baron back. Don't touch him, or you'll waste all his effort. Gliesens hurriedly shouted with a fierce expression on her face. Zhang Bauer was intimidated by her fierceness and stopped. Meanwhile, the electrical currents continued to assault the Baron. He resisted the shock with his willpower alone while we watched on painfully. After about 5 minutes, the electrical currents pulled back into the door. The red and white light on the door dimmed. With a loud boom, the door slowly swung open. With the door to the rebirth room opened, the Baron could no longer stay standing. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Old Du and Ankash rushed forth to help Baron Sissa. The powerful electrical shocks had caused him to lose consciousness. Master Crystal also stepped forth to check on the Baron. Only after he confirmed that the Baron had merely fainted and was generally fine did we feel somewhat relieved. Beyond the opened door was a peculiar sight. The space inside the room wasn't big. Countless electrical currents ran along the 4 walls of the room, and all the currents led straight toward the center of the room. There, a blackish-yellow energy ball hovered, supported by the power of the countless electrical currents flowing toward it. The floating energy ball seemed to be constantly absorbing the energy from the electrical currents. The ball was also constantly trembling, as though it was trying to break free from the bindings of the electrical currents. What monster is it this time? It looks like an energy core or something, said Zhang Bauer. This is probably Cloudcast's final energy return location, muttered Master Crystal. Energy return location? What do you mean? Asked Zhang Bauer doubtfully. According to the theory of cosmic serenity originating from planet Eternal, there is a point of return for everything in the universe. Take this ball in front of us for example. It might be that after Cloudcast reaches the end of its life, the planet will cool down and shrink, eventually withdrawing into this one energy ball, just like how a star turns into a black hole, said Master Crystal. You're saying that all planets will eventually shrink into some sort of energy ball just like how stars will eventually turn into black holes or white dwarfs, asked Zhongbauer. According to Eternal's theory of cosmic serenity, that is inevitable after a planet reaches the end of its natural lifespan, said Master Crystal. But how is this energy ball related to our escape? Asked Wind Spirit impatiently. A place where life is lost will often also be the place where new life is born. The program housed in this room is designed based on the Eternal's concept of rebirth, said Gliesens, more muttering to herself than answering the question. This is straightforward enough for me. Just bomb this place and blast away to the surface, said Zhongbauer confidently. Senior, what do you think we should do? I asked, ignoring Zhongbauer's suggestion. I have a way to send all of you back, but the rebirth program here is very powerful. All of you need to go down one level and wait if you don't want to be harmed by the backlashes of what I'm about to do. I'll work alone. When you sense a change in the energy core later, rush back here, said Gliesens. This is too dangerous. I can assist you, and with me here, we can also watch each other's backs, I said, disagreeing that she should take the risk alone. Her risking it alone wasn't something I would let happen on my watch. We can't. I might need to detonate this core in stages. If anything untoward happens to me, you can continue the task. We can't risk having everyone exposed to the same danger at the same time, said Gliesens firmly. Even if there are dangers, I should be the one to go first. Just tell me what to do. I'll try. If I fail, you can proceed, I insisted. We don't have the time for this. I know the programs here the best. If you go, it will be the same as suicide. Just wait for me at the 8th level with your probes on. When you sense any changes, rush back here, said Gliesens with a firm commanding tone. But this is too dangerous. I still couldn't bring myself to let Gliesens take such a huge risk. Don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. When this fellow wakes up later, tell him to organize the data he collected from the droids and transfer them to me, said Gliesens as she pointed at the unconscious Baron Sissa. Upon seeing how Gliesens was still making arrangements for future tasks, we were slightly relieved. From what she had experienced so far, it was evident she had managed to turn peril into safety many times. This gave us the impression that she was simply more capable than us. And thus, we followed Gliesens' instructions and retreated to the 8th level of the ring-shaped corridors. Zhongbauer and Ankash were in charge of retreating and carrying the unconscious Baron Sissa. Canyue, I have an odd feeling, whispered Old Du. What is it? What do you mean? I asked. I remember the Baron saying previously that the rebirth program is mainly based on the concept of nirvana and reincarnation, to be reborn from death. Coupling that concept with what Master Crystal said about the point of return we found in the room, don't you feel that all of this is somewhat odd? Asked Old Du doubtfully. I interpret it as us needing to blow up the energy ball and letting the energy ball rebuild itself to open up a path leading out of the core. That would restart all the programs here and allow us to open the locked door from inside, I said. Your interpretation is reasonable. We all believe that blowing up the energy ball is the key to leaving. But what if the answer is something else? Asked Old Du. What other answer can it be? Will we fail in destroying the energy ball? I asked. No. Old Du finally voiced his worry. Could it be possible that what needs to be destroyed is not the energy ball but one's body, which would be sacrificed to the program? My entire body shook from his explanation. Nirvana, nirvana, I started muttering. Canyue, what's wrong? Asked Zhongbauer curiously. He had just reached the 8th level and had no idea what we were talking about. Shit, something is going to happen to Gliesens, I exclaimed before running back toward the rebirth room. Seeing my reaction, the others followed me. Only Ankash was left behind to care for Baron Sissa, who was still unconscious. We ran toward the entrance to the rebirth room. There, we saw a beautiful figure preparing to step below the energy ball. Senior, stop. Don't go. I roared to Gliesens. She stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at me. Senior, the so-called nirvana is only a myth. Do not try anything stupid and throw your life away for an unconfirmed myth. Come back first. We can think of a new plan, I said anxiously while stepping toward her. Stop. Not a step farther, or I'll walk in immediately. Canyue, this is not a myth. I saw the secret of this rebirth program when I hacked into the lightning droid. Only when an organic life form enters the energy ball will an energy reaction happen. This reaction will produce the path out of this place, said Gliesens. I kept trying to persuade her even after I stopped stepping forward. Even so, you don't need to sacrifice yourself. We can enter one of those program rooms and catch some beasts for this. Those beasts are all illusions. They will vanish upon leaving their rooms. You won't be able to bring any here, said Gliesens. No matter what, you can't sacrifice yourself so easily. Come out first. We can think of a different plan together, I said. The others behind me were also advising her to stop, hoping that she would return to us. Canyue, we still don't know if the lion-faced beasts have all been eliminated. Spacetime is still waiting for you to check on them. You have many urgent tasks. As for me, I have completed my mission. I only need to carry out my highest priority order, to ensure your safety at all costs, said Gliesens, completely confusing me with her words. Bulow, come here and control her. I suddenly remembered Bulow when I saw how stubborn Gliesens was. I took out the little fellow from my backpack, but unfortunately, Beulah was still asleep. Gliesens turned, showing her back to us once again. She then resolutely strode forth. Beulah, wake up, please. Control her. I shouted madly at Beulah. Alas, in the universe, things would frequently not happen as one wished. The ideal scenario would usually only exist in one's optimistic daydreaming. Beulah was still asleep, not reacting at all to my shouts. I was so agitated that I even dropped the little fellow on the ground. This time, Gliesens did not stop. She continued walking forth. The energy ball suddenly shook. Shortly after, it started moving left and right, fully breaking free from its constraints as the electrical currents around it broke apart. Without the electrical currents, the blackish-yellow energy ball started swelling at a rapid pace. From the size of a small car, it turned into the size of a massive truck. And it was still continuing to grow. As we cried out in alarm, the energy ball swallowed Gliesens' body. An intense nuclear reaction was produced as the surface of the energy ball started churning violently. That process lasted for roughly 10 minutes. Then, the energy ball started calming down. The ball's blackish-yellow surface slowly turned light blue as it hovered back into the air and returned to its original size. On the floor Gliesens had stood on, 2 objects were left behind. The gentle bluish-white energy ball scattered, transmitting its energy into the room's wall before vanishing before our eyes. The massive roof above us slowly opened, revealing the sky and the familiar figure of Beetlejuice. A path to the surface had opened up in front of us. She really did it, I thought as a complicated feeling swelled within me. Senior, this is my fault. I had not imagined that the process of nirvana does not refer to opening the door of the room but to sacrificing oneself to the energy core, came Baron Sissa's voice from behind us. I turned around and saw that Ankash was carrying the Baron on his back. The purple tears belonging to Echoes were trailing down the Baron's face. Zhang Bauer walked up to me, picked up Beulah from the ground, and handed the little fellow back to me. I felt somewhat guilty for dropping Beulah. The little fellow was still soundly asleep, so I returned it to my backpack. Canyue, look at this, shouted Old Du from Gliesens' previous position. I jogged over and saw that Old Du was holding the 2 objects that had appeared after Gliesens' sacrifice. Canyue, this is a synthetic heart and a synthetic brain, said Old Du while he handed the objects to me. When I studied the 2 objects, they were indeed synthetic organs produced from unique materials. At the top of both objects, a series of words could be seen, made in 2122. A big hand snatched the 2 organs from my hands. I looked back and saw that it was Baron Sissa. What? She's actually the Baron couldn't finish his words. Enhance, yes, you guessed right, I said as I patted the Baron's shoulder. The great beauty had sacrificed herself to save us. If I had known she was going to do this, I wouldn't have bickered with her, said Zhang Bauer guiltily. This is not the time to wallow in sadness. We need to leave this place as quickly as possible if we don't want to be locked right back in after the core recovers, I said loudly. Canyue, I want to go up first with my thrusters. If it's safe, I'll signal all of you to come, said Old Du. I immediately approved his request. After turning on the thrusters on his morph-capable suit, Old Du slowly soared toward the exit that had opened above us. Shortly after, he went through the moderately sized opening in the ceiling. A few minutes later, I saw him beckoning at us from above. Canyue, it's safe. Come up, his voice came from the communicator. We all jumped into action after hearing his confirmation. With the help of our thrusters, we left Cloudcast's core, a place that had brought us hope and joy alongside death and sorrow. Surprisingly, the moment we left, the ground sealed up under us. The opening we used was completely covered, as though it had never existed in the first place. Only then did I notice that we had arrived at the bottom level of a battleship with its top blown off. The exit was located right under this ship. From the condition of this ship, it was recently damaged, said Master Crystal as he studied the damaged part of the ship. From the age of the damage, this ship is most likely one that had been struck during the recent conflict between the Empire and the League, said Old Du. I also studied the damaged part of the ship and then pointed at the topmost level and said, the ship is blocking our line of sight. Let's go to the top floor to have a better vantage of our surroundings. Following my command, everyone used their thrusters to reach the top level. Only then did we realize that we were actually inside a massive repair center. We hurriedly hid inside the cockpit command room at the top of the ship. From the command room, we could see that the ship we were in was piled in a massive square alongside more than 1,000 other battleships with varying levels of damage. Countless droids were wandering back and forth, repairing these damaged ships. On the ground, countless Eternal soldiers and maintenance vehicles were roaming about as well, all working on repairing these ships. We probably entered their repair center. This facility is probably at the front side of the planet, observed Old Du. This might be our chance. The ships here are those that have been damaged from war. We can wait until it's dark before stealing a repaired ship to complete our main goal here, suggested Master Crystal. Master Crystal is right. We should rest up here and move after it gets dark. I started giving out orders. Dondon, connect spacetime with the encrypted channel. See if you can get in touch with Kelly and the others. Everyone sat down on the floor to recuperate. At that time, I noticed that Baron Sissa was still holding the 2 organs Gliesens left behind. He seemed to be in deep thought from the blank look in his eyes. I had not expected Gliesens to actually be an android. No wonder her physical appearance is so perfect. The person who had created her must have designed her based on the highest standards of beauty, said Old Du, breaking the silence. I don't understand. Since the programs in the core only have illusions that will work against organic brains, why was Li Yizi's body actually destroyed? Asked Zhang Bauer. That proves that the final core is not an illusion. It is an actual manifestation of nuclear fusion, said Baron Sissa. I understand. Perhaps the final room is the energy supply for the entire core. Therefore, the senior had to sacrifice herself to disrupt the core's natural cycle, said Zhang Bauer, addressing Li Yizi as a senior for the very first time. I had suspected long ago that the senior was an android. Master Crystal once scanned her body and found that her body temperature was only 20 degrees. Also, she is able to survive without protection in many extreme environments. She can also easily enter all the rooms in the core. And, during our time in the water room, the water droid's first target was Li Yizi. For the droid, she was its kind. Thus, she became the priority target, I said. Since you knew, why didn't you tell us earlier? Asked Zhang Bauer. Master Crystal replied on my behalf. She is very different from normal droids. When I scanned her, I noticed that she was probably made from artificial fibers, giving her the same biological cells as a regular human. Only her brain and heart were produced from unique materials. Thus, it was very hard to judge if she was a droid or if she was merely a new species. Yes, and all her biological parts had been burned clean by the nuclear fusion, said Baron Sissa. Only the 2 synthetic organs were left. I scanned the 2 organs. They weren't produced from elements known to us. Even now, they still feel warm to me. It is obvious these organs are still alive in a way. When I checked, these organs seem to have been produced in the year 2122, said Old Du. That's odd. When the senior first met us, she said that she had left Blue for a way to defeat Gliesens during the onset of the war in 2070. But she was produced in 2122? Is she a time traveler? I muttered to myself. No wonder she seems so much more technologically capable than us. So she's from the future, said Zhang Bauer as he recollected how she had been acting. It's a pity. I had thought that the so-called nirvana refers to an act of sacrifice when opening the room's door, not throwing your life to open a path out. It was my fault for not being good enough at the programming language used to code these programs. Why hadn't I spoken more to her? I won't have the chance to anymore. I did not appreciate her presence while she was around. Now that she's gone, I realized that there are many things I didn't get the chance to tell her yet, said Baron Sissa, blaming himself. Baron, don't be too sad, I comforted. The situation in the core was too urgent. None of us had much of a chance to talk. Since the senior's 2 main organs are still around, we can try to look for advanced technologies on other planets to reconstruct her body. At worst, we will only have to wait 30 years for the technology used to manufacture the senior to appear. Resurrect her? Yes. So long as we can find the correct human cell manufacturer, we can resurrect her by reconstructing her according to her original structure, said Baron Sissa as he regained some hope. He carefully put the 2 organs into his backpack. Canyue, I have a feeling the senior had known about you long ago, Old Du suddenly said. Yes. Her last words were very odd. She said that protecting me at all costs was her highest priority. Was she sent here to protect me? I guessed. Year 2070. What were you doing at the time? Asked Old Du. Nothing. I was a newborn. I didn't even know what was going on around me. The war had just erupted at the time, I answered. I think I understand. Have you watched a movie called The Terminator? In the movie, an android from the future had been sent back in time to protect a boy. I reckon this was the case for Li Yizi. She was sent back in time to protect you, Zhang Bauer suddenly said in excitement. That's too big an exaggeration. Only you would believe a story like that. In 2070, I was only an infant. Also, we found her on Cloudcast, not Blue. She had been asleep on Cloudcast for 20 years. This place is over 600 light-years away from Blue. The probability of her being sent back to protect me is lower than the odds of something winning the lottery, I said. You're wrong, very wrong. Canyue, your train of thought is incorrect. Ever since we started carrying out all these missions, I have had the feeling that everything we have done was the arrangement of fate. Perhaps everything that has happened to us up until now is merely a chain of events that the Prophet has laid for us. This would explain the many coincidences we encountered in the course of our missions, said Zhang Bauer. In fact, Zhang Bauer's argument was quite reasonable. Even I was unable to refute his words. Although I still refused to believe his words, after reflecting on our experiences, I really couldn't argue against him. I believe Brother Zhang Bauer is right. However, there are many things we need to verify about his theory. If we can resurrect Li Yizi, we will be able to answer many questions. Moving on, we need to start paying attention to technologies and materials related to human cell production. I believe that in a universe this wide, there must exist a civilization with the technology to resurrect someone, said Master Crystal approvingly. With Master Crystal's support, Zhang Bauer's face turned into his usual smug look. That also seemed to be the end of the conversation, and we started resting silently. Only Dondon was still busy trying to get in touch with space-time. However, no contact had been established. While chatting and resting, we noticed that up in the sky, Betelgeuse was as bright as ever. It did not show any sign that it was going to set anytime soon. Shit. I think the front side of Cloudcast will always be facing Betelgeuse. The sun will never set on this side of the planet, said Master Crystal after we spent a long time waiting. Even if the sun doesn't set, these Eternals still need to rest, right? We can wait until it's their resting time before making a move, suggested Zhongbauer. Canyue, did you say those repair droids? Asked Baron Sissa, who had recovered from his sorrow. Yes. I can see that they don't need rest. They are able to work non-stop all day long, I said. Yes. Some of these repair droids are also capable of flight. Regardless, each of these repair droids has a small antenna on its back, said Baron Sissa. He was much more attentive to details than I was. Are those antennas for the purpose of transmitting data? I asked. That is possible. But they are also probably for the purpose of transmission control. This planet's magnetic fields might be stronger, so the antennas are needed to strengthen their signals, said the Baron. Baron, what idea do you have? I went straight to the point. I want to catch one of these droids and destroy its antenna to prevent all communication. Then, I'll try hacking into the droid to look for a restored battleship, suggested the Baron with a firm look on his face. Good idea. These droids' databases must contain information about the restored ships. So long as we can catch one of them, we can have it show us to one of those ships. What a surprise that the exit of the core would lead here. Even the heavens are helping us, said Zhongbauer gleefully. We need to find a way to capture a droid fast enough that it can't send a warning out and expose us, said Baron Sissa. All of them have those antennas on them. Just have Ankash shoot the antennas down. That will be enough to stop them from transmitting data, I suggested. No, it is also possible that their antennas are merely acting as amplifiers. We don't know if destroying their antennas will completely sever their data transmission, said Master Crystal. Do you have a better idea, old man, said Zhongbauer as he started to get grumpy again. If we really have no choice, we can have Wind Spirit show herself and use her identity as the military observer to commandeer a ship from them. I doubt any of them would dare to question her, said Master Crystal. Wind Spirit firmly refused. I think the Master's idea is perfect. I agree with him, said Zhongbauer, taking the chance to step on Wind Spirit. No, the princess can't show herself easily, or her life might be in danger, said Baron Sissa. Wind Spirit hurriedly nodded in agreement. Baron, why do you say so? Questioned Zhongbauer, not satisfied with what the Baron was saying. It's because the war on Rumble had the direct participation of the Sacred Wing race. I believe that the Sacred Wing race has long disseminated the news of the princess's cooperation with us to the various armies. Thus, we can't do anything so risky. The princess is only a military observer. She lacks proper combat experience. She can hurt herself easily in the event of enemy aggression, said Baron Sissa. His argument was strong enough that none of us could refute him. I have an idea. We can capture one of the patrolling soldiers and use the soldier to control the droids. A regular soldier won't be able to send out a warning signal as fast as a droid. Also, it will be much easier to keep a regular soldier under control, said Ankash. Ankash's plan is very feasible. Let's do it. We'll first get ourselves a spokesperson to connect us with the droids, I agreed. With the plan set, we started observing our surroundings to identify a suitable target. The sun still hung in the sky, but it was actually getting late as only about a third of the Eternal soldiers were still around. The others seemed to have returned to their rooms to rest. Many soldiers were patrolling alone, and these were all suitable targets for us. Canyue, look at that fellow, said Zhongbauer as he pointed after tapping me. When I looked to where he was pointing, I saw a frail-looking Eternal military repairman. The repairman looked young. He was standing alone beneath a damaged battleship and was studying a tablet in his hand. At that point, the surrounding Eternals seemed to have finished their work for the day and were gradually leaving the repair center. However, the Eternal repairman we saw was still seriously studying the tablet in his hand, standing all alone without any intentions of leaving. That guy will be perfect for us. Let's think of a way to grab him, suggested Zhongbauer. Yes, he does seem like a decent target. He also looks like someone with a decent understanding of this repair center. But he is still about 100 meters away from us. We need to think of a way to get him closer, said Baron Sissa, who also agreed with Zhongbauer. This repair center is probably filled with sensors and monitoring devices. On Eternal, their monitoring devices utilize the genetic lock system. I suggest that we lure him over before making any move on him, I said. Easy for you to say, but how are we supposed to lure him over, said Wind Spirit. That question stumped all of us. We all stared blankly at the repairman, not knowing how to get him to approach us alone. I have an idea, said Old Do after a few minutes. When everyone looked at him, he pointed at Dondon. Have Dondon pretend to be an animal and walk on all fours to lure the repairman over, said Old Do. Great, that sounds fun. Wind Spirit clapped in agreement. Dondon was about to refuse, but when he saw Wind Spirit's smile, he nodded in agreement. Dondon was still clad in his ragged outfit. I stepped forth and helped him remove his weapons. After giving his head a pat, I said, "Be careful. Run back the moment you encounter danger." Dondon nodded at me and ran toward the ship's bottom level without any hesitation. We all watched through the window. Before long, we saw Dondon rushing out of a hole on the bottom level. Without a doubt, when Dondon ran on all four legs, he truly resembled a cat on blue. The only difference was the slight blue shine on his fur. He ran rapidly along the trail of damaged ships. Shortly after, he arrived at a position about 10 meters from the repairman. The repairman was still focused on the tablet he was studying, completely oblivious to Dondon's arrival. Abruptly, Dondon ran out from the bottom level of a ship and rushed past the repairman. He even intentionally flipped several metal sheets on the ground, creating some noise as he ran through. Surprisingly, the frail repairman did not even bother to raise his head, still fully focused on the tablet in his hand. That confused Dondon, who tried to run by the repairman again. This time, Dondon picked a big metal pot to flip, creating a noise loud enough for us to hear from afar. However, the repairman still did not react. His attention was still solely on his tablet. I understood what Dondon was trying to do. He wanted to attract the repairman by creating some noise before luring the repairman closer to our hiding spot. However, the repairman was too focused on his work, to the point he was completely unaffected by his surroundings. Dondon was starting to get impatient as he slowly approached the repairman. "Watch out, Dondon. He has a pistol strapped on his left leg. Be safe," reminded Old Do through the communicator. Despite the warning, Dondon continued to approach the repairman. As the distance between the two shrank, our hearts thumped faster and faster. I could clearly hear how fast my heart was beating. At that point, Old Do had raised his gun and aimed at the repairman, ensuring that the repairman wouldn't be able to suddenly harm Dondon. Shortly after, Dondon was about 3 meters away from the repairman. However, the repairman was still oblivious. It was unknown what was interesting enough to capture all his attention. Meanwhile, we were all dripping with sweat from sheer nervousness. At that point, Dondon seemed to lose all his patience as he ran straight beside the repairman. When the repairman continued to ignore him, he bit the end of the repairman's pants. If the repairman still didn't react, I would start suspecting whether he was someone without any senses. Finally, the repairman reacted to the sensation. The moment he set his tablet down, he noticed Dondon standing beside his leg. We were all extremely nervous. I even wondered if all the nervousness would burst a blood vessel or two in me. An astonished look covered the repairman's face. His shock was clearly due to the meeting with an animal he had never seen before. He slowly crouched down. I could see Old Do's finger on his trigger. Perhaps the trigger would be pulled the moment the repairman's hand neared his pistol. Fortunately, that did not happen. After crouching down and looking at Dondon, who was sitting obediently like some house pet, the repairman reached out to pat Dondon's head with a loving expression on his face. "Looks like the fellow has taken the bait. He thinks Dondon is just some cute animal," said Jongbauer gleefully. However, the repairman only spared Dondon a few minutes of his attention before standing up and refocused on the tablet. "My god, this fellow is a super nerd. He's only focused on that tablet," said Jongbauer helplessly. None of us had expected that. This repairman was actually without any sense of crisis. We found that hard to comprehend, and even Old Do removed his finger from his trigger. I could see that Dondon was growing anxious as he ran in circles around the repairman. Suddenly, Dondon performed a shocking move. He jumped up and bit down on the repairman's tablet before pulling it out of the frail repairman's hand. Then, he turned and ran toward us. The sudden change stunned the repairman. He had not expected that a tiny animal would have the courage to steal his tablet. He started giving chase. At that moment, I saw Old Do raise his gun yet again. Fortunately, the repairman was still not reaching for his pistol. Rather, he kept chasing after Dondon. The distance of 100 meters was quite short. It did not take them long to come close to the ship we were hiding in. Just as I was about to go to the bottom level, I discovered that Jongbauer and Ankash were missing. I hurriedly ran toward the bottom level. "Bauer, use the tranquilizing bullet. Don't harm him," I reminded. At that point, Dondon charged into the ship through a broken window. Shortly after, the repairman climbed through the window as well. The moment he was through, I saw Jongbauer activate the tranquilizing mode of his gun and shoot the repairman. The repairman instantly fell onto the ground. "Success!" exclaimed Baron Sissa in excitement. He had been paying close attention to the entire process. Not long after, Ankash returned to the top level carrying the repairman without even breaking a sweat. Old Do helped with removing the repairman's communicator. Then, we started waiting for the repairman to wake up. "Bauer, what dosage did you use for the tranquilizing bullet?" I asked. "I used the weakest dose. He will probably wake up in half an hour," said Jongbauer. At that time, Dondon arrived beside me and handed the tablet the repairman was studying to me. Looking at the tablet Dondon had handed me, I noticed numerous blueprints on it. As I swiped through the screen, I saw that each blueprint referred to the restoration status of a different battleship. "This is a treasure. With this tablet, we will be able to freely pick our battleship," said Jongbauer in excitement. I handed the tablet to Baron Sissa. After spending a short time with the tablet, a wide smile formed on the Baron's face. "The tablet does not have the exact locations of the battleships. We still need to wake this fellow up and ask him for a way to locate them," said Baron Sissa cautiously. Old Do checked the time. We still had about 10 more minutes before the repairman woke up. At that point, Wind Spirit became hungry and loudly demanded food. Dondon immediately stood up to prepare some food for her. But just as Dondon walked near the desk near the window, a bullet whistled through the window and struck him, instantly causing him to fall. "Dondon!" Old Do and Wind Spirit exclaimed in alarm. "What's going on?" asked Jongbauer. "Stay down, everyone. There seems to be a sniper opposite us." "Stay low, don't raise your head," said Baron Sissa. I lay down and crawled toward the window. I pushed my probe out of a hole to scan the square in detail. The results of the scan shocked all of us. There was a Juxai beast constantly scanning for us. It had gathered the information about us before transmitting it back to the Eternal headquarters on planet Eternal. In fact, the Eternal soldiers had discovered this plan we thought to be perfect from the moment we started luring the repairman. They even had a Juxai beast deployed to pinpoint our location. A few heavy tanks had already arrived at the square, surrounding the battleship we were hiding in. The air defense drones and the fighter drones we hated most had also appeared in the sky. Unknowingly, we were already fully surrounded by the enemy. We were too careless. We shouldn't have been in that much of a rush to act, which caused us to expose ourselves so quickly. I blamed myself. Odd. Why are the eternal soldiers standing so far away? There are so few of us. Shouldn't they attack directly? Asked Zhongbauer doubtfully. I felt odd as well. Why weren't the soldiers attacking with their amassed weaponry? He's not dead, said Baron Sissa to Wind Spirit, who was hugging Dondon's head. Everyone felt much better hearing that Dondon was alive. It would be much better to die together facing an overwhelming force than to die off one after another. Canyue, Master, something isn't right, said the Baron as he remained on the ground with us. Baron, what did you find? Asked Master Crystal. There are no visible wounds on Dondon, but he is unconscious. I discovered a mark on his suit with a very low temperature that looks like what a bullet would leave behind after blowing apart, said Baron Sissa. A bullet blowing apart, muttered Master Crystal. Are you sure Dondon merely fainted? Yes. His breathing is steady. He doesn't look injured. It's more like he's asleep, said the Baron confidently. Tranquilizing bullet. They must have used an ice tranquilizing bullet. A bullet like this will automatically break apart after reaching its target and will inject the tranquilizer into the target's body, causing the target to lose consciousness. A corresponding antidote is needed to undo the effect, said Master Crystal. How are you so sure? Have you seen such bullets before? Asked Zhongbauer. I've heard about it before. During the war on Khadat, the Liats used a large number of these bullets to capture the Kadots for free labor. They were able to capture a lot of Khadat slaves as a result. Once one was struck, the corresponding antidote must be administered, or one would remain unconscious forever, said Master Crystal. I understand. No wonder they're not attacking despite their overwhelming power. They are trying to capture us alive, I said as understanding dawned on me. Yes. There must be a sniper watching us. There won't be many snipers on a repair planet like this. With an interstellar war raging, the actually good snipers must have all been deployed. We need to first take down the snipers they have here, said Baron Sissa. Bauer, tie that fellow up first. We wouldn't want him to create trouble after waking up, I said. At that time, I saw Baron Sissa raise the repairman's helmet slightly above the window. Instantly, a bang sounded, and the helmet was struck flying. When Old Do picked up the helmet, the same mark of a destroyed ice bullet could be seen on it. With the Juxai beast scanning, our location is fully revealed. There won't be a way for us to hit back, grumbled Zhongbauer. That shouldn't be the case. We're hiding in a battleship. A battleship should have protections against scans, said Master Crystal. If so, why are they aware of our location? Asked Zhongbauer doubtfully. Upon hearing Zhongbauer's question, I looked at the big hole in the middle of the room. Looking at the sky where Beetlejuice hung through the hole, a realization dawned on me. Let's switch to a better sealed room. The hole in this room has such a big hole. The Juxai beast is likely scanning us through that hole, I said. Everyone came to the same realization. We started crawling away with our captive in tow and our weapons in hand. We were heading toward the combat room beside the command room. The combat room was still completely intact and filled with small lookout holes. After entering, we felt much safer. Old Do and Ankash immediately used the lookout holes to observe the situation in the square. The lookout holes were made of transparent materials, allowing the crew to continue controlling the ship's weaponry with their naked eyes even after the ship's systems were damaged. The Juxai beast has retreated? The Juxai beast has retreated. Old Do exclaimed in excitement. Great. Canyue, you're surprisingly good at analytics, praised Zhongbauer as he patted my shoulder. Hihi, don't celebrate too early. The Juxai beast is gone, but that only signifies the start of the true battle, I said, stopping Zhongbauer from becoming too excited. Demands for us to surrender sounded from the fighter drones. People in the battleship, lay down your arms and walk out. Surrender to the Empire, and your lives will be preserved. Fine. Looks like that old fart Emperor is really trying to catch us alive, said Baron Sissa with a sigh. The Emperor had tried killing us multiple times before. Why did he change his mind now? Asked Old Do. Because of her. She might be very important to the Emperor, said Baron Sissa as he pointed at Wind Spirit. In that case, am I the reason you're all still alive? You should properly show your gratitude, then, said Wind Spirit shamelessly. At that time, I saw Ankash placing an arrow on each damaged gun port in the combat room. What are you doing? Are you thinking of having a sniping contest with their snipers? Asked Zhongbauer. Yes. I have never gotten a chance to pit myself against an eternal soldier. If I'm going to die today, I might as well go out with a bang, said Ankash. His words made sense, and both Zhongbauer and Old Do were inspired by his words. They set their laser guns into sniping mode in preparation to compete against the Imperial snipers with him. Who are you? Why did you capture me? At that moment, the repairman we had captured woke up. I was about to answer when Master Crystal sealed his mouth. Let's focus on the fight first. We can question him after, said Master Crystal. I also walked up to the wall. We split into two groups of two. One group was in charge of observation while the other was in charge of shooting. In this way, we aimed to eliminate their snipers. Our guns had a range of 5 kilometers in sniping mode, making them an excellent choice in terms of sniping. However, I still had some reservations about Ankash's bow sniping. I saw the Baron and old Do move back to our previous room. They had probably done so because the Juxai beast had left. Through the lookout hole, I could see that there were only 3 battleships directly opposite us. Because we were on the top level of our ship, they would only be able to spot us by borrowing the height of a different ship. Thus, it was very likely that our opponents were hiding inside the 3 ships across from us. Instantly, I heard a series of gunshots. When I looked over, I saw that Ankash had raised 4 helmets up with all 4 of his limbs. All 4 helmets were sent flying. At the same time, gunshots sounded from the other room. Only Zhang Bauer remained still like me to continue observing through the lookout hole. Both of us had yet to join the fight. There are at least 10 snipers out there, said Ankash as he studied the bullet holes on the helmets. Do you have a good way to deal with them? Asked Master Crystal. Our position grants us some advantages since we have our backs to the sun. They're probably using light filter scopes, said Ankash. If we can make ourselves glow, will we be able to escape the detection of their scopes? I asked. That might work as long as they don't change the mode of their scopes, said Ankash. My guess is that they are hiding on the top level of the 3 ships opposite us. But when I tried scanning with my laser probe, I couldn't find their exact locations, I said. They are probably using some stealth devices. Your probe won't be able to detect them. We can only counterattack based on their line of fire, said Ankash. If we can bait them to fire, are you confident you can eliminate them? I asked. If you can bait them to shoot while I use a glowing device to hide from their scopes, I am 70% confident I can eliminate them, Ankash gave a prudent answer. I'm also 70% confident. I'll join the counterattack as well, said Zhang Bauer. I shot Zhang Bauer a glance before nodding at the 2. I removed my helmet, and after turning on the light, I gave it to Ankash. Next, I went below one of the lookouts and picked up a steel plate from the floor. With everything ready, I looked at the 2. Superior, I'm ready. Remember to raise the plate higher, said Ankash with a nod of confirmation. Zhang Bauer also gave me a confident look. I turned on my morph-capable shield to protect myself from the random pieces of shrapnel. I then exerted a large amount of strength to push the steel plate up above me. The moment I heaved the steel plate up, more than 10 ice bullets whizzed over and struck the plate accurately. Broken tranquilizing bullets scattered down on me. Fortunately, I had my morph-capable shield on, so the shrapnel was all blocked. The instant the opposing snipers fired, Ankash stood up with a brightly shining helmet and rapidly loosed several arrows toward where the bullets came from. In only a few seconds, he had released 8 arrows before he quickly dove onto the ground again. Zhang Bauer was also attacking, but I could see that he was actually shooting blindly. After Ankash was done with his volley of arrows, I could clearly sense that fewer bullets were striking my steel plate. It was obvious that some of the snipers had been struck down by Ankash. This warrior from Planet Rumble was truly astonishingly powerful. After the counter-snipe operation, I heard the tanks outside move. People in the battleship, listen. You have 30 minutes. If you don't lay down your arms and surrender, we will attack, came the warning. It seemed that after they had realized that their sniping plan had failed, they had decided to launch a head-on attack. Canyue, what now? If they really attack, the weaponry that they had gathered outside can easily destroy all of us, said Baron Sissa after pulling out of the command room. We still can't contact space-time. Our only choice is to defend our position while waiting for backup, I said helplessly. The moment their tanks start attacking, we won't last more than 10 minutes. This battleship has been stripped of all its weapons. There is nothing we can use here, said Old Do. He had performed a detailed search of the ship and had not found any usable equipment. We were in an extremely passive position and could only react to the enemy. It was starting to look as if surrendering was our only option. Everyone looked rather dispirited. Gliesens had bought us this escape with her life, but it did not take us long to fall into yet another dangerous situation. At that moment, the sound of a nebula cruiser could be heard outside. It was obvious the enemy had deployed their battleships as well. I can help you, a voice sounded behind me. We all looked back and saw that Wind Spirit had untied the frail repairman while we weren't looking. Wind Spirit, how can you release the captive without permission? That is too dangerous, said Zhang Bauer. He is a good soldier of our divine empire. What is there to fear? Said Wind Spirit with a look of derision. Everyone, I know a way out. Can you return my tablet? I can show you the way out, said the frail repairman. I saw Baron Sissa nod, and then Old Do handed the tablet back to the repairman. The frail repairman accepted the tablet and started studying a blueprint on it, seemingly looking for a way out for us. Young man, how should I address you? Asked Baron Sissa. You may call me Jack, said the frail repairman without even looking away from the tablet. People in the battleship, listen. You still have 20 minutes left. Lay down your arms and surrender, or the Imperial Army will attack. The warning came again. We did not have much time left. Second after second passed as we waited anxiously for Jack to find an escape route for us. Jack suddenly looked up and said, "Come with me." Then, he walked along the ship's corridor toward the ship's middle level. We followed closely behind him, and Old Do did not forget to place the unconscious Dondon into a backpack before carrying him with us. The insides of a Milky Way-class battleship were extremely imposing. The numerous delicate electronic instruments and sleek design caused us to gasp in amazement repeatedly. From how even a ship so powerful had been damaged, one could imagine just how bitter the battles had been. Shortly after, we arrived at the escape cabin with Jack. There, several intact escape pods could be seen. We only had 10 minutes before the Imperial Army's attack. Are you planning to have us escape in these escape pods? I asked in astonishment. We're surrounded by air defense drones and fighter drones. Using these defenseless escape pods will only turn us into live targets. They will just strike us down one after another, said Zhang Bauer. No, I intend to set specific flight trajectories on all these pods before sending them out as bait, said Jack with a shake of his head. After saying that, he walked up to the escape room's dashboard and inserted his tablet into it. He rapidly inserted flight trajectories into the pods so that they would escape in different directions and scatter the enemy's attention. After he was done, he brought us further down into the ship. Those pods will buy us about 15 minutes, explained Jack to Wind Spirit as we walked. This princess has wasted a lot of time on this shitty planet. If you can help me escape, I will have you promoted to battleship engineer. That will be much better than being a repairman on this dumping planet, promised Wind Spirit with big words. Those might be big words, but Jack appeared visibly excited at the offer. It was very likely that Wind Spirit was the highest level official he had ever spoken to. We moved quickly and reached the bottom level. There, Jack swiftly opened the energy transmission tube and said, "Go through here. This tube is connected to the repair center's main energy tube system, and we can escape through this system." At that point, we were only a minute away before the enemy army attacked. After exchanging gazes with each other, Baron Sissa took the lead to enter the tube. Everyone else followed behind him. I was the last to enter. By the time I entered, the sounds of explosions could already be heard. The tube was big and made of steel. At the other end of the tube, an entrance to a different tube could be seen. "Jack, shouldn't this ship run on nuclear power? Why does it need this energy tube?" asked Old Do. "The Imperial battleships run on two main power systems, nuclear and electrical," replied Jack. "Electrical power? Is that even enough to support the flight operations of a battleship?" asked Old Do doubtfully. "We aren't using regular electrical power. Rather, we're using a unique bioelectricity," said Jack. "What kind of bioelectricity? Tell us more," said Old Do with the look of someone hungry for knowledge. "We do not power our battleships with regular electrical charges. Instead, we use electrical agents that are actual life forms. These life forms are very small, and with trillions of them living together, they form a natural cycle that supplies the battleships with the required electrical power," said Jack. "Wow, that sounds amazing. I feel like taking a sample of this tech back with me. This is completely new to us," said Old Do as he exclaimed in admiration. "You can't. These electrical life forms require a replenishment equivalent to 10% of their population each month. Due to their extreme reproduction speed, they will easily go extinct due to inbreeding without an injection of new blood. The embryos for these electrical agents can only be found in one location in the Orion constellation," said Jack. "Where can the embryos be found?" asked Old Do. "On planet Newgod, a planet on the fringe of the Betelgeuse system. The planet is heavily guarded by the Imperial Army," said Jack. I could see from Old Do's eyes that he truly desired to snatch that planet from the Empire. At that point, we reached the end of the tube. A massive intersection appeared before us. This intersection leads to the electrical tube system's core area. I will open the emergency maintenance door. After entering, be sure to not touch the electrical agents as they have a tendency to look for new homes. Your bodies are incapable of hosting them, warned Jack. After giving us the reminder, Jack stepped forth to insert the security code and open the door. A series of automatic tubes appeared before us. After we followed Jack through the emergency door, it closed behind us. The tube connected to the ship was not connected to any of the other tubes. I could see many tubes moving automatically. Some were clearly in the middle of transmission and were filled with electrical charges. The blue electrical agents were constantly overflowing from the tubes, dropping into a massive pool below the tubes. "Be careful of the agents that fell down. Don't touch them," warned Jack. "There are so many tubes. Which of them should we use?" I asked. "I'll choose one. This tube is in the middle of recharging a restored battleship, Skyhawk. After Skyhawk is done charging, we can enter the ship through this tube," said Jack, giving us all a pleasant surprise. We had tried painstakingly to steal a ship for so long, and none of us had expected a fully repaired ship to land in our hands right when we were about to escape. Led by Jack, we climbed up the stairs running up the tubes. Shortly after, we arrived on a small platform. A big cylindrical container filled with electrical life forms whistled past us, carrying countless electrical agents toward the battleship's bioelectricity reserve pool. "This tube is charging Skyhawk. It will finish charging in about 60 minutes. Only then would the tube be safe to enter," said Jack. "Will the Imperial soldiers look for us here?" asked Zhang Bauer. "If nothing unusual happens, it will take their search about 20 minutes to come this far. Also, to enter the core tube system, they will need the security code. Applying for the code will take them another 30 minutes. The escape pods we used as bait will buy us around 15 minutes, said Jack, indicating that we should have enough time. "Why do you know the code to enter?" asked Zhang Bauer. "I've worked here for 20 years. I know every single system in place and can easily hack through any security lock," said Jack smugly. At that point, the only thing left for us to do was to wait silently and try to enter Skyhawk before the Imperial soldiers reached our hiding place. The torrent of electrical agents continued onward before our eyes. The blue agents were constantly overflowing into the deep pool below us. Some of it even dropped onto our platform. I could clearly see these electrical agents flapping around on the floor for around 3 minutes before dimming and dying. Is that Skyhawk fully repaired? I asked. Yes. It was damaged during a battle where the North Star Army broke out of an encirclement. Both its nuclear power system and weapon control system were destroyed. The repair had just finished yesterday. It was supposed to return to the battlefield today after being recharged, said Jack. What time is Skyhawk supposed to be returned to the army? I asked. After 5 hours. The Imperial Army will send some people to collect it, replied Jack. Looks like we'll have enough time. Everyone, be ready for the rapid escape after snatching the ship, I said. Suddenly, the energy transmission slowed down. I even noticed that the number of electrical life forms was dropping. Shit. The Imperial Army might have discovered our escape route. The search team will probably reach us soon, said Jack anxiously. In other words, Skyhawk is not fully charged yet. I asked. The moment the energy transmission stops, we need to enter the tube. It seems like they are stopping all energy transmissions. However, they shouldn't be aware of our target. If we rush into the tube immediately after the transmission stops, they will need more time to look for us, said Jack. But can Skyhawk fly since it's not fully charged? Asked Jongbauer. Its nuclear power system has been fully repaired. It will be able to fly fine, said Jack. At that point, the transmission in some of the tubes had fully stopped. We could even hear sounds coming from the tubes far from us. They're coming, said Baron Sissa calmly. Upon hearing the Baron's words, we gripped our weapons tighter and braced ourselves for battle. However, the tube before us had not fully stopped transmitting energy. I could see that roughly 30% of the electrical agents were still in the tube. Before they were delivered to the ship, we wouldn't be able to enter the tube. The sounds of activity were getting nearer and nearer. In fact, we could clearly hear the footsteps in the tubes below us and the sounds of people trying to open the doors. Stay down, everyone. Try not to expose yourselves when they're in, whispered Jack. They can easily detect us with a single scan after entering, reminded Baron Sissa. No, due to the electrical agents in here, the electromagnetic interference is too strong. They won't be able to detect us with scans. Also, watch your steps. Don't fall into the pool of agents. You won't survive the fall, said Jack. I stuck my tongue out as I looked at the dark abyss below me. None of us would willingly drop into something so scary. The door right below us suddenly opened. Several soldiers armed with laser guns rushed out. When I checked the time, I noted that they had arrived 20 minutes earlier than Jack's estimations. The Empire was actually much more efficient than we had guessed. Since the tube before us was still not done transmitting energy, we had no choice but to stay down and wait with bated breaths. Odd. Why are these soldiers equipped with laser sights? That has never been part of the Imperial Army's standard equipment, muttered Jack doubtfully in a low voice. Perhaps that is their spoils of war from their battles with the League, said Baron Sissa. What a surprise. The Empire is actually so good at reproducing alien technologies? This is truly an opponent we can't look down on, I thought to myself. There were 6 soldiers among the newly arrived group. They were searching the area rapidly. One of them was heading straight in our direction. Our hearts thumped nervously. The tube was still mid-transmission, and we couldn't enter yet. Our only option was to take all 6 soldiers down at once. Among us, the individuals with the highest offensive capability were me, Jongbauer, Old Du, the Baron, Ankash, and Master Crystal. While on the ground, I drew a plan. Before long, each of us was assigned a target. At that point, the soldier heading our direction was starting to climb the stairs leading to our platform. We could no longer afford to keep waiting around. I nodded at the others before we rapidly stood up and pulled our triggers under the soldiers' astonished gazes. Unfortunately, a mishap happened. All of us were able to take our targets down, except Master Crystal due to his pistol's lack of power. His target was able to block the shot with his shield. However, the soldier was stunned due to the sudden change and stood there blankly, not knowing how to react. The soldier's stunned state did not last long. He quickly came to himself and raised his gun and opened his mouth to call for help. A fast and accurate arrow arrived with a force powerful enough to pierce through the soldier's chest, pushing the soldier into the pool of electrical charges. Ankash's timely assistance saved us from exposure. Before we could even calm down from our panic, the sound of a door opening came from a few other doors. If these newcomers entered before we could enter the tube, our entire plan would be foiled. However, it seemed like the heavens never fully severed one's path. Or perhaps the Prophet was once again blessing us. At that moment, the tube before us stopped transmitting energy. Jack hurriedly opened the tube's maintenance door and notified us to enter. We rushed into the tube, and I was the last to enter. The moment I was through, Jack shut the door. During the split second before the door fully shut, I saw 2 other doors opening outside. We were only a second ahead of our pursuers, but that single second had bought us a lot more time for us to survive. The tube had just finished its bioelectricity transmission, so some leftover blue electrical agents could still be seen on the walls. Some were even still alive. Jack carefully led us around them as we advanced rapidly. The tube's soundproofing was rather good. After entering, we could hear nothing outside. It would probably take them quite a while to expand their search to the tunnel we had escaped into. Everyone, make haste. If the tubes start transmitting energy again, all of us will die, said Jack. We just killed 6 of them. They already know that we were there, and they will probably focus on searching for us. It will be quite a while before they start transmitting energy to the ship again. Nevertheless, it is still a good idea for us to leave as soon as possible. The Imperial Army will come for Skyhawk in 4 hours, said Baron Sissa. Hurrying up would definitely be the right choice, so we followed Jack and ran through the tube. After a while, we finally arrived at a more open space. A semicircular bioelectrical pool had appeared before us. We could clearly see that all the blue electrical agents had been gathered into the pool, and blue electrical currents were constantly flowing within it. This pool was evidently the final destination for the electrical life forms. A steel door blocked our path ahead. The other half of the semicircular pool was located on the other side of the door and was most likely the door that would lead us into Skyhawk. Some blue electrical life forms were still left on the door before us. It was clear that the door acted as a divider to split the flow of the blue electrical life forms into both halves of the pool. Since the transmission had stopped, Jack stepped forth and inserted a security code into the door. Now that we had arrived before this door, we became much less nervous than before. We would arrive inside Skyhawk after going through this door. And with this ship, we could both escape and complete our main mission. Surprisingly, Jack seemed to have encountered some trouble. Even after 5 minutes, the door was still shut. Hey, I thought you could hack through all the locks here? Why are you taking so long? Open the door already. I don't want to stay near this pool. Zhang Baoer started complaining again. Odd. Why did the staff change the procedures for this security lock? Muttered Jack as he continued trying to hack through the lock. Jack, can you open this lock? Asked Baron Sissa. Definitely. Someone changed the procedures, but it won't stump me. I'm already at the code reassembly stage. The door will open in 10 minutes, said Jack confidently. We felt relieved, so we continued waiting patiently. Standing beside Jack, I could clearly see the timer on his tablet. I felt like the nervous waiting would feel faster by staring at the timer. Before we knew it, 8 minutes had passed. We were only 2 minutes away from cracking the lock and leaving. I even grew excited as those thoughts entered my mind. Since arriving at Cloudcast, everything we did had been accompanied by danger and difficulties. We only wanted to steal a ship, and we had not expected it to be so difficult. Right at that moment, a loud boom sounded from the far end of the tube. My god, what weird monster is going to appear this time? Asked Zhang Baoer worriedly. Shit. The electric transmission has been resumed. The electrical agents will arrive soon, said Jack. What? I thought the Baron said that they wouldn't resume the transmission of energy so soon, said Zhang Baoer. Clearly, the Baron had guessed wrong, but it was pointless to blame him right now. Jack, how long will it take the electrical agents to reach us? Baron Sissa asked. Only 1 minute, said Jack. When we looked at the timer on the tablet, there were still 50 seconds. In other words, if everything proceeded smoothly, we would only have 10 seconds left to make our escape. Our hearts raced. The threat of death was so close, but the only thing we could do was wait. That was a sensation no words could capture. My adrenal glands were probably working overtime from all the nervousness. The booming sounds grew louder and louder. Traces of blue could already be seen from the far end of the tube. In the final 20 seconds, I could clearly see the blue electrical agents on the other side of the tube. It took less than a second for the flashes I saw to turn into a surging river of blue. The following 10 seconds were the longest 10 seconds I had ever experienced in my life. The surging blue torrent was so very near, and despair covered our faces. The blue torrent before me felt just like the ocean monster we had encountered on Sirius with its jaws wide in preparation to swallow us. During the final moments, a beep sounded, and the door to Skyhawk opened. We had less than 10 seconds to make our escape. No order was required as everyone scrambled through the door with the blue torrent right behind us. Jack was the first through the door, and after everyone else entered, he hurriedly inputted the command to shut the door. The surging blue torrent was blocked on the other side, but some of the blue agents still managed to slip through right before the door was closed, entering the room. Nevertheless, the door was still able to fully shut. Only a small amount of the blue life forms could be seen on the ground. Without the support of the rest of the blue electrical agents, they could only flap helplessly on the floor. In their struggle, some almost reached us. We hurriedly stepped back, barely avoiding them. After 3 minutes, all the agents finally died down, and the blue on their bodies dimmed. They finally ceased to be a threat. The past 10 seconds felt like a miraculous reversal from death to life. No words could describe our feelings. The overwhelming pressure and joy caused all of us to slump weakly onto the floor. A massive sense of exhaustion assaulted us. But as my mind cleared, I regained clarity over my surroundings. We had already arrived inside Skyhawk. We had 4 hours to take control of the ship. I struggled up before walking over to Jack and helping him up. At that point, the others were also slowly regaining their strength. One after another, they stood up to study the ship. Skyhawk was a Milky Way-class battleship powered by nuclear and electrical power. The ship was massive, and we were all inside the bioelectric cultivation room. With Jack leading the way, we soon headed toward the command room. We had been inside a different Milky Way-class battleship before Captain Wessex's Starpath. That ship's incredible firepower had left a deep impression on us. Skyhawk's internal design was basically the same as Starpath's. Looking through the window, we could see that the ship was semicircular in shape. Its front was slightly angled inward, and numerous rail and laser cannons could be seen at its front. There should also probably be over 1,000 drones hanging on the bottom of the ship. This was a terrifying machine of war, a Milky Way-class battleship with enough firepower to destroy an entire planet all by itself. After walking past numerous sleek rooms, we reached the command room. The moment we were there, Jack worked with Baron Sissa to change the entire ship's procedures and passcodes. Jack, I understand that you're changing the passcodes to prevent our enemies from entering, but what about the procedures? Is that to prevent the Empire from controlling the ship remotely? Asked Old Du. Yes. The ship's central control system can be accessed from a supercomputer called Fantasy at the Imperial Military Academy. We must fully sever its connection with Fantasy to obtain full control over the ship, explained Jack even as he worked at a high intensity. How long will that take? How can we help? I asked. I will probably need a bit over 2 hours. Dondon might be able to help, but it's too bad that he's unconscious, said Baron Sissa. You can take him to the ship's medical room. There is probably some equipment there that can wake him up, said Jack after our conversation reminded him of Dondon. Old Du immediately left with Dondon with Wind Spirit tagging along. This ship needs at least 10 people to crew it. There are only 9 of us here. We're 1 person short, said Jack. Bauer, try using this ship's communicator to contact spacetime through the encrypted channel, I said decisively. Zhang Bauer did as told and tried to contact spacetime. With the battleship's communicator, the range of his connection had extended beyond the planet, but we still did not receive a reply. Slowly, an ominous feeling started rising in my heart. Kelly and the others couldn't have truly been struck down, right? Canyue, I want to deploy a drone to lightning to verify the effect of the lightning strike we produced. We must make sure that Liezi's mission was completed, said Baron Sissa. I looked outside the window. The repair center was extremely busy. Apart from the usual repair activities, countless air defense drones and unmanned fighters were roaming about, seemingly in search of us. There were also 2 Juxai beasts constantly scanning the surrounding battleships for us. Don't bother looking at them. The ship's outer shield still stands. The Juxai beast scans won't be able to penetrate it. Each restored battleship will be guarded tightly. There are over 1,000 restored ships here. By the time they are done searching all the tubes, we would have left, said Jack when he looked up and noticed that I was looking at the Juxai beasts. If they follow the tube into Skyhawk, they can quickly reach the command room, I said, still worried. I have already locked the entrance to the cultivation room with a new passcode, turned on the electrical agent's cycling mode, and altered all the security lock procedures of all entrances to the ship. They won't be able to enter so quickly, said Jack confidently. I thought you said that there's a supercomputer called Fantasy capable of controlling this ship, questioned Zhang Bauer. That is why I'm trying to sever the connection with Fantasy. Even for Fantasy, it will take some time to establish control over Skyhawk. We should take this chance before the enemy discovers us to quickly sever the connection, said Jack before shifting his focus back to his work. Canyue, should we deploy the drone? Baron Sissa repeated his question. Since there are too many patrols outside for us to reach lightning ourselves, permission granted, I agreed. With my permission, a drone set off on a mission to scout the area where lightning had been. Right at that moment, Old Du entered carrying Dondon. The little fellow had awakened, but he still looked exhausted. Dondon, good to see you awake, I said. Dondon only nodded in reply. Old Du then placed him on the control panel. Dondon, recently awakened, immediately got to work, joining the efforts in severing the connection between Skyhawk and Fantasy. The drone has arrived. Images have been sent back to us, said Dondon when he saw the notification. Show it, I said. The screen in the command room immediately showed the image of a badly burnt area. The super lightning strike had not only destroyed lightning but had even scorched the area around the ship. The entire ship had turned into a scorched scrap of iron. It was a success. Liezi's sacrifice was not in vain, said Baron Sissa with a sigh. With the ship's destruction assured, our hearts were rid of one of our concerns. Now, we only needed to focus on gaining control over Skyhawk and then depart for Planet Rumble. They still needed an hour to work on the connection, so we all waited anxiously. Looking at the 3 working on severing the connection, I had to rejoice at the fact that at the very least, the enemy had yet to discover us. Old Du, we still can't contact spacetime. I'm worried that something has happened to Kelly and the others, I said worriedly. Don't worry too much. Kelly was once a deputy captain of a Poseidon-class battleship. You need to trust her ability. She is probably moving about farther away in outer space. We need to escape Cloudcast first before doing anything else, said Old Du. His words placated me somewhat. Our current focus was to return to outer space on Skyhawk, leaving this planet where so many things had happened. Outside the ship, the patrols were roaming about everywhere. However, none had discovered that we were hiding in Skyhawk. After an hour, the connection between the ship and Fantasy was finally fully severed. This ship is now fully ours. We can leave at any moment, said Baron Sissa in excitement. How should we break through the blockade outside and the blockade in outer space? Will this ship be able to evade the magnetic mines? Asked Zhang Bauer. I know an escape route. I can take you through the route with the weakest defenses. Apart from these restored battleships, there are no other battleships on Cloudcast itself. After leaving the planet's atmosphere, we can leave quickly with a wormhole leap, said Jack confidently. The defenses here are simply not good enough to stop a battleship. By moving suddenly, by the time the battleships stationed outside the planet noticed us, we would have wormhole leaped away already, said Baron Sissa. But we still haven't established contact with spacetime, said Old Du. Set the leap destination 0.5 light-years away. We will return to search for spacetime after escaping, suggested Baron Sissa. Everyone agreed with the plan. Jack promptly set a destination 0.5 light-years away on the wormhole leap system. We were going to set off in 10 minutes. There was still a tiny issue we needed to resolve. The ship needed a minimum of 10 people to crew it, but including Wind Spirit, there were only 9 of us. We couldn't staff the ship like it was meant to. Jack worked rapidly on the system, ultimately deciding to set the engine monitoring system and weaponry system on automatic mode after manually turning them on, temporarily vacating one of the spots that needed to be staffed. Hopefully the engine monitoring system will be able to work alongside the weaponry system by itself. I also hope that the weaponry database of this ship is accurate, said Jack. With everything prepared, everyone looked at me, the commander of the operation. However, I wasn't familiar with the Empire's Milky Way battleships. Thus, I made Baron Sissa the captain for our escape. I sat down on the deputy captain's seat. The round window in front of me gave me a 180-degree view of the area in front of us. After confirming that everyone was at their respective posts, Baron Sissa loudly said, "Activate the shield. Enter invisibility in 10 minutes. Turn on all our offensive weapons. Adjust flight trajectory. Full speed ahead." Following Baron Sissa's orders, Skyhawk's crew made all preparations to take off before awaiting his final command to take flight. After scanning the room with a determined look, Baron Sissa opened his mouth. "Take off." Jack, the ship's pilot, immediately pressed the main switch down. A row of signal lights lit up in the command room as the ship entered flight mode. Energy supply from the nuclear reactor at normal levels. Shield on, reported Dondon. Invisibility mode on, reported Old Do 10 seconds later. Then, Skyhawk started leaving the ground. All the Eternal soldiers in the repair center were stunned to see the ship suddenly depart. However, they reacted speedily. The air defense drones and fighter drones immediately started firing at Skyhawk. At that moment, the powerful shield of a Milky Way-class battleship made an appearance. The attacks of the smaller aircrafts could only leave some ripples on the surface of Skyhawk's shield. The Eternal soldiers on the ground fired upon us with their heavy tanks and mounted laser guns. We could also see 2 cruisers heading over quickly from afar. Reporting to the captain, "All weapons have finished the automatic deployment," reported Zhang Bauer, who had just returned from the weaponry room. "Leave Cloudcast's airspace as soon as possible. Avoid being bogged down," I ordered Jack and Dondon after seeing on the display that the shield had been weakened by 3%. According to the display, Skyhawk had been fully recharged of energy. It was able to enter high-speed flight mode. Suddenly, the entire ship shook violently. From the holographic combat display, I saw that the 2 cruisers were attacking from the side. Although the Nebula-class cruisers were a tier lower than a Milky Way-class battleship, we still couldn't underestimate them when there were 2 of them. The yellow warning light started blinking, indicating that our shield had been weakened by 10%. "Adjust the flying angle. Slant 90 degrees to the right," ordered Baron Sissa. Skyhawk hurriedly slanted to the right in accordance with the order. I saw 2 quantum shells whistle past Skyhawk's shield. If those attacks struck, it would deal a dangerous amount of damage to our defensive system. "Bauer, why are we not counterattacking yet?" asked Baron Sissa. "Captain, we're understaffed. The weaponry system is running automatically," said Bauer helplessly. "Odd. Why is the automatic system not firing back? Is this ship not fully repaired?" I wondered in astonishment. At that moment, the Milky Way-class battleship finally displayed its prowess in battle. Numerous rays that resembled gamma-ray bursts erupted from the laser cannons in front of the ship. They combined to form a cylindrical beam before shooting toward one of the cruisers attacking us. The powerful combination beam pierced through the cruiser's shield and struck its front. A blinding explosion erupted as the ship was blasted away, and it spun toward the ground. "My god, this ship's weapons are way too ferocious. This is basically a war beast," exclaimed Zhang Bauer. "Sit tight, everyone. The ship has finished allocating energy. We are entering high-speed flight mode," reminded Jack upon seeing that everyone was stunned by the spectacle. I could feel the invisible ship accelerating. The scenery outside the windows turned into a blur as the ship shot forth in the predetermined flight trajectory. Perhaps the ships the Eternals were helpless against a Milky Way-class battleship that had entered invisibility. We were able to easily leave their attacking range without receiving new attacks. About 3 minutes later, the powerful Milky Way-class ship had left Cloudcast's atmosphere and returned to outer space. The ship stopped right before reaching the area filled with magnetic mines, and a transparent bubble started forming around the ship. I knew that the bubble was how Planet Eternal's wormhole technology looked. Skyhawk had barely stopped moving when Dondon reporting, "An invisible battleship was detected 10,000 meters ahead of us. Its body is reflecting our signal scans. We're already in Cloudcast's outer space area. There are roughly 15 battleships out here in charge of guarding the planet," said Jack. "Damn those battleships. Why are they everywhere? It has only been seconds, and they're already here," complained Wind Spirit. "Jack, how long will it take the ship to produce the wormhole bubble?" asked Baron Sissa. "We need around 8 minutes for the energy to gather and take form," said Jack. "Zhang Bauer, leave the coordinate control system. Go to the weaponry room and focus on attacking the enemy ships," said Baron Sissa. The Baron had barely finished his words when Zhang Bauer rushed to the weapons room. That was in fact his favorite task. A few seconds later, all the cannons in front of Skyhawk opened fire at the detected battleship. The sight of over 1,000 artillery shells and energy beams was incredibly imposing, but regretfully, the attacks were unable to accurately hit our target. The enemy ship had moved and was no longer in its original location. Captain, the enemy ship has left its position. All our attacks missed. The weapons are scanning for a new target, said Zhang Bauer. Jack, can you find the enemy ship? Asked Baron Sissa. I'm searching with spherical scans, but the enemy ship is no longer reflecting our signals. It has probably entered silent mode, said Jack. Can we move from our position? If we stay, we'll be a live target, I said. If we move, our progress with the wormhole bubble will be wiped, and we will need to restart from fresh. Also, the system is indicating that enemy weapons have already locked onto us, said Jack. How long before the bubble is formed? Asked Baron Sissa. 4 more minutes, replied Dondon. Upon learning that the enemy had locked onto our ship, Baron Sissa decisively said, activate all our defenses and shields. Try to brace through the final 4 minutes. Since the enemy has locked onto us, even if we move, they will still be able to follow us. We might as well stand our ground and wait until the wormhole is finished before leaving. In short, the Baron was telling us to brace for the strongest of attacks. Everyone waited nervously. The enemy ship's location was unknown while Skyhawk had been locked onto. I felt like prey that was being targeted by a hunter. My life felt as if it were grasped in the hunter's hand. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. We all waited patiently for the attack. Surprisingly, even after 4 minutes, no attack came. Are the heavens taking care of us yet again? I thought in disbelief. Who cares? Let's run, said Zhang Bauer, who seemed to be wondering the same thing. Jack, initiate wormhole leap, ordered Baron Sissa. Doubt could be heard in his voice as well. Numerous ripples started forming within the wormhole bubble. The ripples moved faster and faster, eventually turning into an indistinct sphere. At its peak brightness, the ripples started slowing down. Once again, I was given the chance to experience how advanced the Eternal's wormhole system was. As the ripples slowed, the bubble faded. We had arrived at our destination. Our display was no longer indicating that we were being locked onto by enemy weapons. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Bauer bragged the moment we left danger, we're finally safe. The enemy ship must have been scared off by the prowess of my attacks earlier. Canyue, why do you think the enemy hadn't attacked? Asked Baron Sissa doubtfully. I don't understand either. Skyhawk was basically a living target. That moment had been their best chance to eliminate us, I said, unable to find an answer. While everyone was confused, Skyhawk's alarm blazed yet again. Captain, the ship's engine system seems to be going out of control. It is unable to perform regular flight activities, reported Jack. What shitty ship is this? Did you finish repairing it at all? Were you faking the repair just to hit your repair quota or something? Grumbled Zhang Bauer. The results of its repair require the verification of many departments. Nothing will be wrong there, refuted Jack. Jack, check and see if the malfunction is due to the unfinished transmission of its electrical agent, said Baron Sissa. I already checked. Its supply of energy is working fine. Oddly, the flight system is malfunctioning. When I tried flying ahead, the ship turned 45 degrees to the side, said Jack. Is there an issue with the steering system? I asked. No, all parts of the ship are fine. For some reason, the ship just can't be steered, said Jack, who was just as confused as the rest of us. From the signs, there must be an external factor influencing the trajectory of the ship, said Master Crystal, who had just returned from the system room. External factor? What does that mean? Muttered Baron Sissa to himself. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared at Jack, check the area 45 degrees ahead of Skyhawk. See what's there. Jack hurriedly activated the scanners to scan the area in the indicated direction. Dondon, what is our exact location? Asked Baron Sissa. We're 1.8 light-years away from Cloudcast, said Dondon after checking the system. We were all shocked. 1.8 light-years. Didn't we set our leap to bring us 0.5 light-years away? Roared Baron Sissa. Zhang Bauer, what were you doing? I questioned furiously. I did set the coordinates to somewhere 0.5 light-years away, explained Zhang Bauer in a flustered manner. Why had we deviated so much from our target, then? Jack, is this ship really fully repaired? Baron Sissa also started questioning the ship's status. The questioning of Jack's professionalism triggered him, and he started to madly work on the control panel. Before Zhang Bauer went to the weapon room, he set the wormhole targeting system to automatic mode. Since Skyhawk had detected enemies locked onto the ship, it had automatically altered the destination to flee the attack, said Jack, finally finding out the reason for the deviation. Bauer, I was speechless. That only proves that this shitty ship's system is flawed. You can't blame me, argued Zhang Bauer. I was about to continue arguing when Jack interrupted us. Reporting to the captain, after a detailed scan, nothing was found to our right. Unable to locate the source of the external factor, reported Jack after the scan was completed. What is going on here? Jack, check the star charts for Skyhawk's exact location, said Baron Sissa. We're in between systems and are not within the gravitational range of any systems in the Orion constellation. The nearest system is the Betelgeuse system, but it is 2.4 light-years away, said Jack. 2.4 light-years. That's about 22 trillion kilometers away. Even if Betelgeuse has an incredibly powerful gravity, it shouldn't have the pull to reach so far, said Old Du. I don't think the chance of trajectory is due to the gravity of any stars. With the Empire's level of technology, the gravitational pull from stars won't be able to affect a Milky Way-class battleship from so far away, said Baron Sissa. Baron, what do you think is the cause of the malfunction? Asked Jongbauer. This place feels very weird to me. The darkness here seems to hide a monster that is looking right at us, said Baron Sissa. Canyue, do you still remember Planet Abyss? Master Crystal suddenly asked. Of course. That's Beulah's old home. It was the remnants of a black hole that we only found through transit photometry. It was hiding in space, absorbing all light around it, making it almost impossible to find, I said. Master, do you think there's a similar planet ahead of us, disrupting our flight with its gravity? Asked Jongbauer. No, I don't think the remnant of a black hole is powerful enough to affect a Milky Way-class battleship. Master Crystal shook his head. In that case, you think that? I hesitated to finish my words. Yes. I believe there is a big black hole ahead of us, said Master Crystal. A black hole? Here? Impossible, denied Jongbauer. Why are you so sure? Can you tell me? Asked Master Crystal. A Blueling astronomer once discovered that in the Orion Nebula, a high-tier black hole is hidden. However, the nebula is located between Alitak, Al-Nilam, Mintaka, and Betelgeuse and is at least 700 light-years away from us. Apart from that, no other high-tier black holes have been discovered in the Orion Nebula, said Jongbauer. Tell me, are we currently at the Orion Nebula? Asked Master Crystal. On paper, we were indeed at the Orion Nebula. However, we were merely at its fringe. This shouldn't be a place with a black hole nearby. Additionally, Betelgeuse was too close. If there was a super black hole here, it would only cause instability in the Betelgeuse system, said Jongbauer, showcasing the rich knowledge he had obtained through knowledge download. You're right. But that's exactly it, right? Betelgeuse is unstable, said Master Crystal, presenting an argument none of us could counter. That single sentence stunned all of us. We suddenly understood why Betelgeuse had reached the end of its life cycle even though it was still a young star at roughly 8 million years old. There must be some unique reason to accelerate the nuclear fusion within the star and hasten its demise. Perhaps the unique reason was none other than the super black hole hidden somewhere near us. I'm still not fully convinced. This place is really not that far from Betelgeuse. If there is a super black hole here, why isn't the Empire aware of it? Asked Jongbauer. A super black hole won't be too big. I remember that the gap between Blue and Mercury is big enough to contain the largest black hole in the Milky Way galaxy, Sagittarius A star. I believe the super black hole here isn't too big. Also, don't forget that this place is still considered outside the Orion constellation. When I checked the database earlier, I found that there was news of spaceships going missing here in the past. Because of that, this place has been excluded from all the general interstellar travel routes, said Baron Sissa while checking his system. In other words, this is a terrifying forgotten corner of the universe, said Wind Spirit, shivering. What do we do now? Can we no longer leave now that the black hole's gravitational field has started pulling us in? Asked Jongbauer. He was slowly starting to believe that the ship was being pulled in by a black hole. Dondon, Jack, make a calculation based on the scenario that we move in slanted angles and different levels of speed and see if it is possible for us to escape the gravitational field. If not, calculate how long we have before we reach the field's control radius, said Baron Sissa. Are you referring to the Schwarzschild radius? Asked Old Do. That must be a term from Blue. What is this Schwarzschild radius? Asked the Baron. The Schwarzschild radius is also called the gravitational radius. When an object is compressed to its Schwarzschild radius or smaller, it will irreversibly collapse in on itself due to the gravitational attraction between its particles. This is an extremely important concept in physics and astronomy. Any object whose radius is smaller than its Schwarzschild radius is a black hole, and in non-rotating black holes without an electrical charge, the Schwarzschild radius measures the distance between the black hole's center and its event horizon. Within this region, neither particles nor light can escape, explained Old Do. This radius you mentioned shouldn't be too big. Such force should only extend to the very edge of the core region surrounding the black hole's point of singularity. However, outside this dark zone is a region still influenced by the black hole's gravity. This gravitational field will be much larger than the area within the black hole's Schwarzschild radius, said Baron Sissa. Captain, the result is out. According to the calculations, there is a dark field about 13 billion kilometers to the right of our ship. I believe that is where the black hole is, said Jack. 13 billion kilometers. That's basically twice the distance between Blue and Pluto. How is this black hole's gravitational field so big? I exclaimed in astonishment. Its range is more than 13 billion kilometers. Even Betelgeuse is affected 2.4 light-years away, resulting in an unstable core. This black hole is definitely not weak, said Master Crystal. Canyue, from Dondon's and Jack's calculations, it is certain that we have gone over the safe range of the gravitational limit, said Old Do while standing behind Dondon and looking at his screen. We're still 13 billion kilometers away from the dark zone. Did we already reach the Roche limit? I asked in astonishment. I'm sure. According to the calculations, we have gone beyond the limit by about 100 million kilometers, said Old Do. What Roche limit? Asked Wind Spirit curiously. If we consider two celestial bodies, the Roche limit is the closest distance the smaller, secondary body can approach the larger, primary body without falling apart if the secondary body is held together purely by its own gravity. When the two bodies are of similar composition, this theoretical limit is about 2.44 times the radius of the primary body. At the Roche limit, the tidal forces induced by the primary body exert the same force as the self-gravitational forces holding together the secondary body. If their distance is shorter than the Roche limit, the secondary body will disintegrate because the primary body's tidal forces would have exceeded the secondary body's internal gravity, I explained. Zhang Bauer, your sloppy work and your shitty luck brought us straight into the limit of 100 million kilometers, bringing us into the black hole's pole. Wind Spirit started complaining. We're still at the edge of the limit. I believe we can still try to break free from the gravitational pull, said Zhang Bauer, who was apparently rather optimistic. Jack, did you manage to calculate the force and resources required to escape? Asked Baron Sissa. Reporting to the captain, we can use Skyhawk's engine and borrow the black hole's gravitational forces to accelerate in an arc. When we are about 10 billion kilometers away from the black hole, we can activate sublight speed travel before blasting out in some escape pods in the opposite direction, using the momentum and our acceleration to break free from the pull, said Jack, giving a rather bad solution. No, I disagree, I refused resolutely. Canyue, do you have a better idea? Asked Baron Sissa. Not at the moment. But we're still at the edge of the gravitational field. Wouldn't it be safer to look for an escape here than to move in an arc and go 3 billion kilometers closer to the black hole to reach the optimal speed to break free? I asked Baron Sissa. But the gravity is pulling us in. If we don't do something quickly, we won't even be able to travel in an arc to get away anymore, said Baron Sissa anxiously. The Baron's worry was reasonable. If we continued deeper, Skyhawk would no longer have the opportunity to accelerate. But I was unwilling to give up on a battleship we had gained after so many difficulties. Canyue, where there's life, there's hope. You have to think long-term, said Zhang Bauer, who seemed to have seen through my thoughts. I just find it hard to believe that a super-advanced Milky Way-class battleship will be dragged into a black hole just because of a single erroneous leap, I said indignantly. Sigh. It would be great if Gliesens were still here. Her technological knowledge is ahead of us by 30 years. She will definitely be able to think of a way to escape, lamented Zhang Bauer. He might not mean anything else by his words, but he did inspire someone. Canyue, I have an idea. Gliesens' synthetic brain still seems to work. Can we try to analyze her brain to look for a future technology that can help us escape, suggested Old Du. No. There are too many personal memories in her brain. We shouldn't intrude upon her privacy, refused Baron Sissa, which was quite a surprise. We entered a deadlock. Everyone suffered anxiously. Time and the gravitational pull would not wait for us. Slowly but surely, our chances of survival were slipping away. 30 more minutes and we will no longer have the required space to perform the acceleration required to break free, Jack reminded. We could no longer afford to hesitate. The stress that was increasing as time passed forced Baron Sissa to make a decision. I saw Baron Sissa look at Jack, seemingly prepared to make the order to carry out the final plan. I have an idea. Give it a thought. Perhaps it will be worth trying, Master Crystal suddenly said, breaking our deadlock. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Everyone looked at Master Crystal, anticipating a plan that would bring us hope. We can fully make use of all the engine power in Skyhawk to create a push to bring us out of the gravitational range, said Master Crystal. Master, the engine system of Skyhawk is already working at full capacity, said Jack. No. I checked. The Empire's Milky Way-class battleship is a single-engine ship with a dual energy system. The two energy sources are meant to complement each other. That way, even when the nuclear power isn't working, the electrical agent can act as an energy reserve. I understand, Master. You mean we should use both energy sources at the same time, creating double the propulsion to push us out of the gravitational field, I said in excitement. Yes, that's my idea. That way, we will have double our original propulsion force, said Master Crystal with a nod. What nonsense. I already thought of this long ago. Skyhawk's engine has its limit. It is completely incapable of withstanding the supply from both sources at the same time. If we force it, the engine will fail and explode. And without the engine, this ship will be dragged into the black hole in an hour, refuted Jack. Jack, did I say we were using the engine? Said Master Crystal. If not, what are you using to propel us? Asked Jack in confusion. The existing engine system is definitely incapable of sustaining the usage of both sources. I intend to use this equipment instead, said Master Crystal as he pointed at the weapons through the window. That's a weapon system, not a propulsion system. All those weapons have proper shock absorbers in place to nullify recoil, said Jack. Turn the ship around and have the engine run at maximum capacity. With the weapons facing the black hole, turn off the shock absorbers and power the weapons with the electrical power pushed to the maximum. Then, fire all weapons at the same time. We can try and see if that will be enough to break free, said Master Crystal. Everyone sank into thought. His plan would exhaust a large amount of our energy supply, yet we weren't even sure if it would work. 25 minutes until we no longer have the required space to perform the acceleration needed to break free, reported Jack faithfully. We don't have time to keep hesitating. I suggest we try Master Crystal's plan, I said. After all, I still wasn't willing to give up Skyhawk. Jack, Dondon, follow Master Crystal's plan. Assign the bioelectricity system to the weaponry system, turn the ship around, and deactivate all shock absorbers. We'll take a bet, ordered Baron Sissa. Everyone, strap your belts. The push will probably be rather strong, reminded Jack. We all strapped ourselves to our respective seats. At that point, Jack was done reassigning the energy supply. Dondon steered the ship to face the other direction, aiming the weapons in the direction of the black hole. Then, we all waited silently for Baron Sissa's final order. At that point, we were 18 minutes away before losing the required distance to break free. A deafening rumble sounded alongside the intense explosions. The entire Skyhawk shook while numerous unfastened objects in the ship were thrown around. The ferocious impact gave us the impression that our ship was about to be torn apart. Before we could recover from the first impact, the second round of explosions erupted. Large clumps of smoke were visible through the window. Some of the cannons had also broken apart from the impact. Baron, Jack, this is suicide? This ship is obviously not strong enough to withstand this level of impact. The entire ship is going to be blown apart, shouted Jongbauer. Jack, the recoil is so strong, said the Baron in astonishment. At that moment, Jack had actually dropped onto the ground with one leg on his seat, looking rather sorry as he said, I had not activated the weapon firing system. What? Had the weapons broken down due to the energy injection? I asked. While we were all confused, the third round of explosions sounded. At that point, Skyhawk's emergency alarm blazed. Clearly, the ship was already pushed to its limits. Then, we received a shocking piece of news. Reporting, at 20 kilometers to the front right of the ship, an invisible battleship has been detected reflecting our scans. Dondon reported. So that was the real reason for the violent shaking and explosions. Jack, focus the shield at the front and enter invisibility. Dondon, adjust the flight trajectory. Move downward to the right by about a kilometer with the full energy high-speed reverse mode. Jongbauer, lock onto the enemy ship and aim all the weapons at them, ordered Baron Sissa, showcasing his ability to remain calm even when facing a crisis. We were already veteran soldiers at this point, so even in such a situation, we were able to quickly return to our posts. As Dondon adjusted the flight trajectory, the ship rapidly descended, barely avoiding the new round of attacks from the enemy ship. They're testing my patience. Captain, I've already locked onto the enemy ship. All weapons are fully charged. Permission to open fire, asked Jongbauer. The ship is not directly facing the enemy ship yet. I still need 1 minute to adjust the direction, reminded Dondon. At that point, Skyhawk's weapon system was actually overcharged to twice its power. The moment Jongbauer opened fire, the barrage would cause fatal damage to the enemy. The opposing ship was evidently ready for any counterattack. Since we were only 2 kilometers away from each other, it was rather hard for us to actually avoid each other. Thus, the enemy ship decided to take on whatever attack we had instead of trying to move out of the way. They were clearly prepared to deal the final blow and finish us off. Captain, the enemy's weapon system has also been fully charged. If we take the attacks on, we might receive grave damages. Do we perform the evasive maneuver? Asked Dondon. Maintain our original position. If we evade, we won't be able to face and attack them. Do not evade. Just face them head-on, said Baron Sissa. Roger. Position adjustment complete. Skyhawk is combat ready. The enemy ship is within the firing range of all our weapons, reported Dondon. Captain, permission to open fire. Jongbauer asked. This is a fight to the death. Permission to open fire granted. Attack freely. Take them down, said Baron Sissa, voice full of passion. The Baron had barely finished his words when the over 1,000 cannons on Skyhawk rumbled, unleashing countless artillery shells and energy beams toward the enemy ship. At the same time we attacked, a series of attacks came from the concealed enemy. However, they had not expected us to stake everything in one attack. Also, we had doubled the power of our weaponry system earlier for our escape. Our attacks brushed past each other and accurately struck each other. Unfortunately, we weren't given the chance to check the results of the exchange. It was complete chaos inside Skyhawk as the recoil system had not been activated before the attack. Thus, the whole ship was thrown back at a fast speed. At the same time, the enemy attacks had also struck, but fortunately, the shield had been focused at the front of the ship. The ship still shook violently, but the level of damage the ship had suffered this time was much lower. However, there was no underestimating the firepower of a Milky Way battleship. Our shield was actually broken through by the enemy's attacks. The attacks landed, causing our ship, which was already retreating rapidly, to go off balance. Our ship spun, leaving a trail of ship fragments in our path. At that point, the command room was pitch black with the alarm being the only source of light. Skyhawk had suffered serious damage, and everyone in the ship was suffering from vertigo due to the intense movement. During all the confusion, from my deputy captain's seat, I vaguely saw a white explosion of light in front of me. The light danced before my eyes, but I wasn't even sure if it was really something I was seeing or if it was merely the side effect of vertigo. Oddly, no further attacks came from the enemy ship. Skyhawk was allowed to spin around in peace without any other attacks. Ultimately, the ship's balance system recovered and slowly restored balance to the ship. All the ship's affected systems started recovering as well. After a few seconds, the lighting system recovered. Under the dim light, we could see that the entire command room was in a mess. Although we were all strapped to our seats by our belts, the intense explosion had still given all of us a dizzy spell. In fact, trails of vomit could be seen on Jongbauer's and Dondon's mouths. Is everyone fine? Asked Baron Sissa. We replied one after another. Wind Spirit was the only one who hadn't replied. She looked like she had fainted. Jack, inspect the ship for the damage level. Master Crystal and Ankash, verify the enemy ship's damage level, ordered Baron Sissa. Reporting to the captain, Skyhawk's body has suffered serious damage. The engine system is still intact, but 60% of the weaponry system has been damaged, and our supply room was torn open by the bombardment, leaving us with only 10% of life supplies. As for our other systems such as navigation, communication, balance, and the like, they have suffered serious damage. But I noticed one weird thing, said Jack before he paused. The ship seems to have broken free from the black hole's pull. Its inertia is bringing it away from the danger zone, said Jack. Only then did I notice that the ship's balance system had restored balance. Even so, the ship was still moving at an ultra-high speed in the opposite direction of the black hole. It must be the firing of our weapons earlier. Combined with the impact from the enemy's attacks, Skyhawk accelerated in the opposite direction and luckily broke free from the black hole's pull, analyzed Old Do as he recalled what he had experienced earlier. Captain, the report on the enemy damage is out. Our barrage had struck them accurately. Their engine system has failed, and they are being pulled toward the black hole, reported Ankash. Looks like the white explosion I saw earlier was real. I wasn't seeing things, I thought. Everyone ran toward the window and looked in the direction of the enemy ship. The enemy ship was on the verge of falling apart after taking a hit from our double-powered barrage. Our system indicated that broken pieces of the enemy ship littered the space around it. It had also been blasted out of invisibility. Although it was kilometers away from us, we could still see a vague white dot of light far in the distance. That was most likely the site of the enemy ship exploding. Our scanners indicated that the enemy ship was moving rapidly in the opposite direction toward the black hole. After being struck by Skyhawk's powerful firepower, it could no longer break free from the black hole's pull. The exchange had been a cruel life and death struggle, but the thought of the fate that awaited the enemy at the black hole caused all of us, Baron Sissa included, to stand straight at the window as we solemnly bid farewell to our enemy. This was our way of showing respect for life, a trait shared by all servicemen. The enemy must have chased us through our wormhole bubble, but the system's automatic destination adjustment came as a surprise, causing both of us to enter a super black hole's pull. Even so, they did not prioritize escaping and opted to attack us. That level of professionalism is worthy of our respect, I said. Captain, we are slowing down. Permission to create more momentum with our weaponry system, asked Jack, who still looked anxious. We need to get away from the black hole as quickly as possible. From his nervous looks, it was clear the black hole was unwilling to let us go free so easily. Thus, the Baron quickly authorized Jack's request. We all returned to our seats. After another intense shaking, Skyhawk accelerated and moved away from the black hole at a speed of 50 million kilometers per hour. During the escape, we recharged the weaponry system 3 more times with bioelectricity. 2 hours after the bioelectricity supply was completely exhausted, the indicator light for external pulling forces finally dimmed. All operations on the ship returned to normal. We had finally survived and escaped the super black hole's pull. However, we still had plenty of work to do. Everyone split up to inspect the ship in preparation for another wormhole leap. Our plan was to return to Rumble and reconvene with Zhang Xing before initiating a search for space-time. Canyue, I have a feeling. Should we have taken at least one look at that super black hole? Baron Sissa suddenly asked. I was in deep thought while staring at the dark space outside the window. The distant great nebula glinted with a fascinating light show. The mystery and danger of the universe had always been capable of inspiring a sense of curiosity in any sentient life form. I think that since this is the closest we've ever been to a black hole, we should give it a try. After all, we have all the resources we need for an exploration, I agreed. Hearing our conversation, Master Crystal could only sigh and shake his head. The curiosity of youngsters like us was something he couldn't wrap his head around. Jack, deploy 3 scouting drones to the edge of the black hole's pull. Maintain our course away from the black hole. Ensure that we stay at a safe distance at all times, Baron Sissa ordered. I believed Jack also greatly longed to take a look at this gigantic monster of the universe. He quickly deployed 3 scouting drones the moment he received the order. The 3 drones were sent forward, each taking a different route as they headed toward the black hole. Even after experiencing the close brush with death and the intense shaking during our escape, we all worked tirelessly to inspect Skyhawk for the level of damage it had suffered. Meanwhile, Wind Spirit was still unconscious. About an hour later, the inspection was completed. As a whole, the ship had taken heavy damage. Its engine system only had 40% of its energy left, while the various parts of the ship had suffered a damage level of at least 50% and required immediate repair. However, our attention was fully occupied by our curiosity about the super black hole. Thus, after a simple repair, we all gathered in front of the monitoring system and slumped into our seats to wait for the result of the scouting drones. The pulling force within the black hole's gravitational radius was powerful, especially for the tiny drones we used. They had barely entered the radius when their speed started increasing. Even so, we still needed to further accelerate the 3 drones due to the sheer distance of 13 billion kilometers the drones needed to cover. Reporting to the captain, the 3 stages of acceleration for the drones are ready. Permission to start, asked Jack. Permission granted, said the Baron. With Baron Sissa's command, Jack activated the drone's accelerators. With the first acceleration, the 3 drones started moving at a speed of 10 million kilometers per hour toward the black hole. Borrowing the pull of the black hole, the drones ultimately reached a speed of 30 million kilometers per hour. After analyzing the data sent back by the drones, the live recording of what the drones were seeing was played in the room. Apart from darkness, nothing of note could be seen. Yet another hour passed before the live feed started showing other objects apart from the total darkness of space. The objects in question were the enemy battleship we had battled earlier. The ship had broken into pieces, and only about 50% of the ship's body remained intact. The rest were scattered everywhere due to the explosion and the pull of the black hole. I wonder if there are any survivors on that ship. If there are, how would they feel when faced with the threat of death by the black hole? It must be a terrible feeling, I thought to myself. War might be cruel, but none of us looked excited upon noticing our defeated opponents who were simply waiting for their deaths. Rather, we remained silent and solemn as a sign of respect. By the time the drones passed the enemy ship, they were already traveling at 50 million kilometers per hour. At that time, Jack activated the second acceleration. The drones reached a speed of 100 million kilometers per hour. At that point, the live feed returned to the empty darkness it was before. In fact, this empty darkness was the norm in the gravitational radius of the black hole. Everyone longed to witness the beauties of the cosmos, but the dull and monotonous darkness was the actual main theme of space. Time passed, and eventually, we were 3 hours away before the drones breached the limit of the safe distance from the black hole. From the data we had received so far, the drones were still working fine. In certain aspects, one could say that these drones designed for scouting missions were even more durable than Skyhawk itself. During the long wait, we started falling asleep due to exhaustion. The continuous combat had been extremely tiring. The moment when we were falling asleep also happened to be the moment Wind Spirit had picked to wake up. And thus, the pitiful Dondon was unable to sleep like the rest of us since he was forced to accompany Wind Spirit, who had rested enough. After sleeping for an indeterminate amount of time, I returned to the beautiful blue in my dream. Under the beautiful blue sky and white clouds, I lay on a green prairie, breathing in the fresh air and listening to the symphony of various insects. I only wanted peace and tranquility. With those two, any sort of wealth became meaningless. Suddenly, Dondon appeared in my dream. He was driving a mower and was seriously pruning the grass. The mower constantly made a caw-caw sound as Dondon worked. He kept approaching me, and when the mower was about to reach me, I woke up. Oddly, the caw-caw sound remained. When I shook my head and looked around, I saw Dondon and Wind Spirit loudly eating crackers to the side. Dondon, both of you look like gluttons when eating, I grumbled, annoyed that my sweet dream had been disturbed. Canyue, ignore them. The drones have breached the safe distance, passing the so-called Roche limit and entering the area where the black hole's pull is stronger. They are moving close to the speed of light. Because of the interference caused by gravity, we are no longer receiving live updates, said Baron Sissa. Can we see anything from the recordings? I asked. Nothing at all. It's still dark all around the drones. They are moving faster and faster. I only hope they can send a video recording or even an image of the black hole before they're lost. That can very well be the closest image of a black hole ever taken in history, said Baron Sissa. There are so many ships around. Why weren't more drones sent to take these images? Asked Wind Spirit as she ate. Due to how hard black holes are to find and their powerful gravitational force, the Empire believes that they are not worth studying. Also, it has always been hard to accurately determine the safe limit of a black hole's gravitational radius. The Imperial College once gave an order prohibiting all Imperial ships from approaching black holes. Thus, I have never gotten a chance to observe this mysterious celestial body at such close range. Speaking of, you have rather impressive technologies on Blue. Have there been any close observations on your part? Asked Baron Sissa. We were rather speechless by his question. Yes, the Interstellar League's technological level was indeed impressive, but we were still at a stage where we rely on binoculars to observe the universe. The years of war and the scramble for resources to fuel the war had resulted in a decrease in exploration for purely scientific reasons. The League had delayed research on black holes and had not bothered dedicating even a single telescope or even a satellite to the study of black holes. Under the League's emphasis on efficiency, black holes had been classified as a worthless existence to focus on. In that case, let us, a group of people who have accidentally arrived here, bear the mission of observing a black hole from up close, I told myself inwardly. Jack, how far are the drones from the Schwarzschild radius, the gravitational radius of the black hole? I asked Jack. If the drones don't break down, at this speed, they will take 3 more hours to reach it, said Jack. Upon reaching the radius, they will be able to take some images of the black hole itself, right? That should be close enough, I asked Jack. Yes. If everything goes smoothly, we can. But after entering that radius, everything will cease to exist, including light and time itself, said Jack, causing our hearts to beat faster.